Tang Nian smiled. The old fox couldn't sit still. Boss Deng, why don't you wait for the next batch? Tang Nian teased him on purpose. Deng Changwang got anxious. Why wait for the next batch? Can I go with Bao Liansheng? I'm donating supplies too. 3 ships. Here's the thing. The situation between the two sides is delicate right now. Boss Bao needs to take his mother back for treatment, and filial piety comes first. This reason is solid, and the paperwork will be easier. Boss Deng, your status is special. Going suddenly might raise some eyebrows. Tang Nian explained calmly, but she just wanted to keep the old man on his toes. I'm taking my wife for treatment. Deng Changwang thought of a reason. His first wife was always unwell, so going back for treatment was a valid excuse. Tang Nian twitched her mouth. That reason was indeed quite strong. Boss Deng's deep affection for his wife is truly admirable. I will report this to the leaders and get back to you with the results. Tang Nian decided to stop teasing him. 3 ships plus Bao Liansheng's 2 ships would be enough for the military in Shanghai for a long time. With so many supplies, her partner Xin Zhao's rank should rise, right? If not, next time she wouldn't bother with supplies. She'd just get gold bars to keep for herself. Call me with the results, quickly. Deng Changwang urged, eager to have national bodyguards for safety. None of the fools around him were useful. He felt unsafe going out. Understood. Tang Nian hung up the phone and snapped her fingers. Another one hooked. Mu Shilian smiled, not asking anything. Her daughter was handling important matters, and since she couldn't help, she wouldn't get in the way. Tang Nian found a public phone booth to call her contact. After saying the secret code, she shared Deng Changwang's request. 3 ships of supplies? The contact was stunned. After so many years in Xiangjiang, how did he not know Deng Changwang was so easy to negotiate with? And that stingy Bao Liansheng, who wouldn't even spare extra toilet paper, was donating 2 ships of supplies? How is it that once Miss Tang got involved, everyone suddenly became generous? Yes, 3 ships of military supplies and 2 ships from Bao Liansheng, all designated for the military district in our hometown, Huqing. Tang Nian emphasized the Huqing military district. I will report to my superiors right away and get back to you as soon as possible. The contact person did not dare to delay. After hanging up the phone, he immediately contacted his superiors. Promise him that the procedures will be handled quickly, just like with Bao Liansheng. This time, the response from the superiors was quick. Since Bao Liansheng could bring his mother back for treatment, Deng Changwang could naturally bring his wife back for treatment as well, along with the 5 ships of supplies. Tang Nian received the response but did not call Deng Changwang. She decided to wait a couple of days before calling. Next, there was nothing much to do but wait for the machine tools to be modified and shipped back. She also needed to wait for the kidnappers to act so she could save Bao Liansheng's life. However, before the kidnappers made a move, trouble occurred on Tang Chongfeng's side. Tang Nian was taking a nap when she was awakened by Emil's phone call. Master, help. Emil's voice was deafening. Tang Nian held the phone away from her ear and asked, what happened? If it wasn't something serious, she would definitely scold this reckless disciple. Your second brother has been kidnapped, along with Miss Deng. I saw them being taken onto a ship with my own eyes, heading out to sea. They are definitely going to feed them to the sharks. Master, hurry. If you're late, there won't be any bones left. Emil was rambling, but at least he got the message across. How long have they been gone? About 10 minutes. Stay where you are. I'll be there right away. Tang Nian jumped out of bed, got dressed and washed up in a minute, and rushed downstairs like the wind. Mom, I'm going out to eat. Then came the sound of the motorcycle starting. Tang Nian rode her silly brother's beloved motorcycle at full speed. Nian, don't ride the motorcycle. It's too dangerous. Mu Shilian chased after her but lost sight of her. Angered, she decided to continue withholding Tang Chongfeng's allowance, thinking that buying such a dangerous motorcycle was just a waste of money. Tang Nian first went to pick up Xin Xiao and sped toward the seaside. Emil and Bova cheered and jumped when they saw them. They went to the open sea. At first, Those people wanted to kidnap Deng Moli, but my silly second brother thought he could be a hero and ended up getting caught too. Boa pointed in the direction of the sea. Several yachts were docked by the beach, where many rich young men and women often held parties, but there weren't many people around during the day. Those individuals kidnapped Deng Moli and Tang Chongfeng at the ocean park. Coincidentally, Emil and Boa were there too and witnessed the kidnapping. They were quite brave and took a taxi to follow from a distance. When they saw the kidnappers board a yacht, they were too scared to chase any further and decided to call Tang Nyenyen. "You all go back first." Xin Xiao had already called for a speedboat, and Tang Nyenyen told them to leave. "There are no taxis here. Nyenyen, let's go together." The two refused to go back and insisted on following. Tang Nyenyen didn't have time to argue and had to take them along. Xin Xiao skillfully drove the speedboat at full speed, making it feel like they were flying over the water. Although Emil and Boa were a bit scared, they found it thrilling. It was definitely more fun with their master, Nyenyen. After about 10 minutes of chasing, the yacht appeared in the binoculars, getting close to the open sea. Xin Xiao changed direction and approached the side of the yacht. The people on the yacht noticed them and surprisingly started shooting, but Xin Xiao managed to dodge. Emil and Boa screamed in fright, but their faces showed no fear, only excitement. So thrilling. So exhilarating. Tang Nyenyen raised her gun. The speedboat rocked violently, but her hand was steady as a rock. She pulled the trigger, and the deafening gunshot rang out. One of the kidnappers fell into the sea, and blood spread across the water. Xin Xiao had already maneuvered to the side of the yacht. The yacht tried to ram them, but Xin Xiao avoided it. Tang Nyenyen took a grappling hook from her bag, threw it onto the yacht's deck, and pulled it firmly. It was secure, and she easily climbed onto the yacht. Then, gunfire erupted, and 3 bodies appeared on the deck. Xin Xiao also boarded, leaving Emil and Boa on the speedboat. "I have the people, let me go." 2 big men emerged, holding Tang Chongfeng and Deng Moli. Tang Chongfeng's face was swollen and bruised, covered in blood from the beating. Deng Moli also had injuries, and her clothes were torn. "Don't worry about me. Go call the police." Tang Chongfeng shouted, worried about his sister and completely forgetting the bodies on the ground. Tang Nyenyen looked at her foolish brother with disdain, thinking he would surely have a lot of cleaning up to do in the future. "I'll count to 3. Let him go, and you'll get to keep him whole. Otherwise, I'll make sure it's a mess." Tang Nyenyen said calmly, but her cold expression sent a chill down the spines of the 2 thugs, making their legs weak. "Don't scare us. We're not easily frightened. Get off the boat now, or I'll hurt him." The thug pressed the knife harder against Tang Chongfeng's neck, causing blood to flow and making his face pale with pain. But he held back his cries, not wanting to worry his sister. 1, 2, 3. As soon as Tang Nyenyen finished counting, a shadow shot like lightning in front of Tang Chongfeng. Then there was a scream, and the thug holding Tang Chongfeng collapsed, his bloody arm still clutching the knife. "If you don't listen, you'll regret it." Xin Xiao tossed the severed arm into the sea and then forcefully pulled off the thug's other arm, like pulling a carrot from the ground. The robber, now without 2 arms, was in so much pain he could hardly think straight. "Just kill me, please. I beg you, kill me." The robber rolled on the ground in agony, blood spilling out with every movement, staining the deck. The other robber was so scared he could barely hold onto his knife. "Just hang on a little longer, we're almost done." Xin Xiao grabbed one of the robber's legs, remembering Tang Nyenyen's words about making a mess. "Ah!" The robber's screams echoed as his right leg was forcibly pulled off. Xin Xiao casually tossed the severed leg into the sea. "I was wrong. It was Brother Long who ordered us to kidnap him. We were just following orders. Please, spare our lives." The other robber fell to his knees, realizing that even though they were criminals, this man and woman were not to be trifled with. Tang Nyenyen had a blank expression. Xin Xiao continued to pull on the last leg, turning the robber into a bloody mess. The robber had lost the strength to scream and looked at him with pleading eyes, hoping for a quick end. Xin Xiao calmly lifted the body, gave it a light pat, and broke its neck, granting him a swift release. Then he threw the body into the sea. The other 3 bodies were also tossed into the ocean, leaving only one gasping for breath, terrified and having lost control of himself. The strong smell made Tang Nian want to end his life too. But keeping him alive had its purpose. What is Long Ge's name? Why did he want to kidnap them? Tang Nian asked coldly. Longo is just Longo. We all call him that. I don't know why he wanted to kidnap anyone. I was just following orders. I swear everything I said is true. If I lie even a little, may I be struck by lightning and suffer a terrible fate. The robber swore, fearing Tang Nian would get angry and he would end up like his companions, with no body left and a terrible death. Did Longo want you to kidnap men or women? Tang Nian needed to clarify. Women. We didn't plan to kidnap men. He rushed in to stop us, and we were afraid of attracting the police, so we tied him up too. The robber looked regretful, wishing he had known that this foolish man had connections with powerful people. He would have said anything to avoid bringing him along. You kidnapped my friend in front of me. How could I just stand by?
Tang Chan Fen Atge.
Shut up. Tang Nian shot him a disdainful glare. Tang Chongfeng obediently fell silent, forcing a smile, feeling anxious that his sister might be angry and ignore him later. Take us to find Longo. Tang Nian decided to stop asking questions. This small-time robber knew too little. It was better to ask Longo directly. I can't. Longo will kill me if he finds out. The robber trembled, knowing Longo was ruthless. If he dared to bring them, he would surely be killed. Tang Nian sneered, if you won't lead us, I'll just kill you now. The robber's face drained of color as he recalled the horrific deaths of a few of his brothers. No matter how cruel Longo was, at least he would give him a quick end. A quick death or a torturous one. The robber didn't think for long and agreed to lead the way. They still sat in the speedboat as it approached the shore, leaving the yacht abandoned in the open sea. Emile and Pova looked a bit pale, remaining silent on the way back while occasionally glancing at Tang Nian. Just moments ago, they had witnessed a bloody body being thrown overboard, accompanied by terrifying screams that sounded horrifying. They also saw a body that was like a cocoon with missing limbs, a gruesome sight. It felt like a scene from a horror movie, and they were scared, leading them to question Tang Nian's true identity. Nian, are you both assassins? Pova spoke in Russian, having analyzed the situation with Emile, believing that the couple must be top assassins. Master, you're the #1 assassin and your man is second, right? Emile chimed in eagerly. He had been learning Russian recently, taught by Pova, and felt he was getting the hang of it. In their minds, Tang Nian was definitely the strongest, with Shun Xiao coming in second. So what if we are? Tang Nian did not deny it. She sensed the fear from these two, and needed to clarify things. To be friends with her, one must have strong mental resilience. If they couldn't handle it, it would be better to part ways early. Can you introduce me to the organization? I'm self-studying the blood drip technique, and will master it soon. Taking heads from miles away will be easier than cutting vegetables. Master, do you think I could make it into the top 10 of your organization? Emile's expression was enthusiastic. He initially spoke in Russian, but due to his limited vocabulary, he switched to English, and he even mentioned the blood drip technique in Chinese, smoothly switching between 3 languages. Go away, you're timid and weak. You can't even beat me, and you think you can be an assassin? Nian, I'm better than him, and I'm pretty too. I'll charm the target first, then take them by surprise and cut their throat. You and your man are first and second. I'll be third. Together, we'll dominate the top 3 of the assassin rankings. Pova elbowed Emile aside, confidently promoting herself with a brightness that outshone the sun. Tang Nian twitched her lips. She had expected these two fools to distance themselves out of fear, but she never imagined they would be so wildly ambitious. Indeed, the thought patterns of fools are something normal people can never understand. Do you know what the most important quality of an excellent assassin is? Tang Nian asked. What is it? The two fools replied in unison, their eyes filled with curiosity. Silence is golden. Tang Nian rolled her eyes in annoyance and turned away, no longer wanting to deal with the noisy pair that gave her a headache. Emil opened his mouth, wanting to ask what the connection was between being an assassin and silence being golden, but after receiving a tap on the back of his head from Tang Nian, he understood and obediently closed his mouth. What does Nian mean? Boa asked quietly, not quite understanding the Chinese idiom. Silence is valuable, Emil explained dismissively, feeling a bit down. Boa frowned, thinking for a long time, and suddenly exclaimed in frustration as they neared the shore. That's a lie. I've been silent for so long. Where's the gold? A flock of crows flew overhead. Emil rolled his eyes, finally starting to understand his mother a bit better. If I taught a pig, it would still get a perfect score. His mother would often shout this in frustration while helping him with his homework, and now he wanted to say it to Boa. The boat docked, and Xin Xiao parked it. The group got off one by one. After stepping ashore, Deng Moli said apologetically, I'm sorry, I caused you trouble. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. Otherwise, she would feel guilty for life. Do you know who is after you? Tang Nian asked. The second lady. Deng Moli sneered. This woman had a sweet face but a cruel heart. She controlled the Deng family's finances and could easily find people to harm her. The second lady had been scolded by Deng Chongguang a few days ago and even slapped her beloved granddaughter. It was clear she held a grudge and had been waiting to take action. If it weren't for Tang Nian, she would have been dead and completely defeated. Now that she had survived, the next one to die would be the second lady. Deng Moli felt a surge of anger. She was determined to eliminate the second lady. But first, she needed to build her own team. Being weak and passive was not an option. Miss Tang, you've saved me once again. I won't say any polite words. I promise to repay you in the future. Deng Moli made her promise firmly. First, take care of yourself. Once you're stable, we can talk about repayment. Tang Nian pointed out her current awkward situation without hesitation. She wasn't a philanthropist who could keep helping over and over. If Deng Moli couldn't stand on her own in the Deng family, she would find someone else to invest in. Just because Deng Moli won in her past life doesn't mean she will win this time. Anything can change. Deng Moli looked a bit embarrassed and nodded, saying I will. Go meet Brother Long. Tang Nian's expression turned serious. It was time to settle the score. However, you all go home. No playing outside. Tang Nian called a taxi and had the three silly ones get in. What they were about to do was a bit intense and not suitable for children. Nian, I'm going with you. Tang Chongfeng refused to get in the car. He was the older brother. How could he run away now? Are you going to slow me down? Tang Nian was blunt, giving no consideration to her silly second brother. When the kidnappers took Deng Moli, she told him to run, but he foolishly rushed in, thinking he could be a hero. He had plenty of enthusiasm but lacked the smarts and skills. Tang Chongfeng's face turned red, and he lowered his head, muttering, I'll go home. He felt useless. He always caused trouble for Nian. He needed to go back and practice hard so he could handle future issues himself and not burden her. Tang Nian realized she had been a bit harsh and softened her tone, saying, just go home and practice. Okay, I'll practice for 2 hours. Nian, sister-in-law, be careful. Tang Chongfeng's eyes lit up. His earlier dejected look was gone, replaced by enthusiasm. Emil and Bova wanted to stay, but under Tang Nian's cold gaze, they obediently got in the car. Let's go. Tang Nian also got in the car. Xin Xiao rode his motorcycle, directing the way to Brother Long's company. Long Brother is the second in command of a certain gang. In the current chaotic situation in Hong Kong, various gangs often fight over territory and many businesses are controlled by these gangs. Even vegetable vendors must pay protection fees, or their stalls will be destroyed. The gang Long Brother belongs to has a close relationship with Deng Chongguang. The leader has even shared drinks with Deng and has helped him with many shady matters. The gang's success is largely thanks to Deng's financial support. They have a mutually beneficial relationship. Recently, the leader's health has declined, so many responsibilities have fallen on Long Brother, which has increased his influence.
Tang Nian Scop.
Long Brother was unlucky to target her people. Today, she must set an example to intimidate the gangs in Hong Kong. She had learned about the current situation of the Tang family. Their business was doing well, but since the Tang family's foundation in Hong Kong was weak and Tang Jinglin refused to cooperate with gangs, their situation was not good. Recently, the Tang family faced a provocation from a gang demanding a large protection fee. If they refused to pay, their business would be threatened. These gangs tend to bully the weak. The Tang family is considered upper middle class in Hong Kong and lacks strong backing. As long as no one gets hurt, no one will stand up for them. Thus, the gangs only demand protection fees that are within the Tang family's means, which, while not crippling, is still very frustrating. Tang Jinglin sought help from Inspector Su, who he regularly gifts in hopes of assistance during critical times. However, this old fox advised him to pay the protection fee and shamelessly claimed that if it weren't for his influence, the fee would be even higher. At this point, Tang Jinglin realized that Inspector Su and the gangs were cut from the same cloth and were not trustworthy. With no other choice, Tang Jinglin resigned himself to his misfortune and paid the protection fee, which happened before Tang Nian arrived. Tang Nian checked and found that the protection fee collector was not Long Brother but another gang. She had planned to resolve this issue before returning to the mainland, and today was a perfect opportunity. The kidnappers took them to the entrance of a nightclub, which was closed during the day. Long Brother must be inside. He's been supporting Miss Lulu and comes here every day. The kidnapper was trembling and secretly glanced at Tang Nian. Then he suddenly knelt on the ground, bowed his head, and cried, "I know I was wrong. I won't do it again.
Please spare me.
I have an 80-year-old grandmother to take care of. If I die, she will starve. Don't you have a baby who just turned 1 month old?" Tang Nian was not satisfied. Shouldn't he mention both his elderly mother and a newborn? Saying only half was disrespectful to her. The kidnapper was taken aback and shook his head with a bitter smile. "No woman would marry a loser like me." Tang Nian frowned. It seemed he really did have a grandmother. She ignored the kidnapper and kicked the door, which swung open with a loud bang. Shun Xiao followed with a kick, and the door crashed to the ground. "Who the heck is causing trouble here?" A burly man shouted as he ran out, holding a metal rod, but Shun Xiao knocked it out of his hand with a swift slap. "Get Long out here," Tang Nian said coldly. "The guy named Long is actually Li," the kidnapper corrected quietly. Tang Nian shot him a cold glance, and the kidnapper shrank back, stepping aside. "Get Li out here," Tang Nian shouted again. Shin Xiao helped by lifting the burly man and made him call for help. The burly man ran inside in a panic to get someone. Soon, about 10 big men rushed out, all looking fierce. However, they fell to the ground in less than 3 seconds. Shin Xiao easily knocked them all down, leaving them unable to get back up. Gunshots rang out, aimed at Tang Nian. She quickly dodged, and the bullet hit the wall behind her, leaving a deep hole. Shun Zhao's expression turned cold as he grabbed a gun and fired at the second floor, followed by a scream.
Who sent you?
What have I, Li Delong, done to deserve this? The injured man on the second floor must be Long. He seemed quite cowardly, hiding and not daring to show himself. You have the guts to kidnap my second brother, Tang Nian said coldly as she slowly approached the stairs. If he wouldn't come out, she would drag him out. Li Dalong, hiding, felt a surge of joy as he planned to ambush Tang Nian. However, just as he raised his gun, a sharp pain shot through his wrist as Shin Xiao shot him first. Tang Nian approached him, stepping on the wound on his shoulder. With a little pressure, Li Dalong cried out in pain. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble for me? Li Dalong didn't recognize Tang Nian and thought she was sent by a rival. You definitely know her. You had someone kidnap her, and then you had to go and kidnap my second brother. Don't you think you deserve punishment? Tang Nian called for Deng Moli to come upstairs. Upon seeing her, Li Dalong quickly understood and defended himself, saying, I didn't order anyone to kidnap your second brother. I only had my men take her. But your men did kidnap my second brother. Even if my people make mistakes, I alone will deal with them. Anyone who dares to harm them will face my wrath. After Tang Nian coldly finished speaking, she acted swiftly, and Li Dalong let out a heartbreaking scream. His injured wrist was severed, and blood flowed profusely. Deng Moli turned pale, trembling slightly, feeling waves of nausea. She wanted to close her eyes and stop watching the gruesome scene. But she didn't close her eyes. If she couldn't handle this, she wasn't fit to compete with the second lady. Chun Xilan wants you to kill me. Are you really willing to be her pawn? Don't you fear what my grandfather will think? Deng Moli questioned sharply. The second lady, Chen Xilan, had a close relationship with Deng Chongguang, but she secretly colluded with Li Dalong, clearly having her own ambitions to support her people for future inheritance disputes. Li Dalong, enduring the pain, sneered and replied, "What if Deng Chongguang finds out? Do you think he truly cares about you? Even if he knew the second lady was behind her death, he wouldn't do anything to her. Want to take a bet?" Deng Moli gritted her teeth. She didn't need to gamble because Li Dalong was telling the truth. The second lady had been with Deng Chongguang for decades and had children, creating a stronger bond than her, a granddaughter who returned halfway. Right now, she couldn't offer much value, so Deng Chongguang wouldn't break ties with the second lady for her. Unless she could bring significant benefits to the Deng family, only then would Deng Chongguang stand up for her. I won't get involved in your grudges, but your people harmed my second brother, and this matter cannot be overlooked. Tang Nian spoke slowly, while Shen Xiao beside her carefully set down his large bag and slowly took out an AK from it. Li Dalong's face turned pale as he pleaded, "I didn't recognize who you are. I was wrong. My brothers will never disturb your family again. I promise. We'll talk about the future later. Let's settle today's score first." Tang Nian smiled slightly, took the AK from Shen Xiao, and with one hand, aimed it downstairs, firing a burst. The beautiful crystal chandelier shattered, and the luxurious nightclub hall turned into ruins. Li Dalong's lips lost all color. He had risen from a small-time thug to the second-in-command of a gang thanks to his reckless fighting spirit, but facing Tang Nian and Shen Xiao, he felt intimidated and had no thoughts of resisting. The man and woman seemed like a pair of ruthless enforcers from the underworld. He had no doubt that if he dared to fight back, the bullets from the AK would pierce his body. He didn't want to die. Tang Nian turned the first and second floors into ruins. The nightclub wouldn't be able to open for at least a month, resulting in significant losses. The thugs lying on the ground trembled in fear. Glass shards from the bullets hit them, but they didn't dare to cry out in pain, fearing that even a sound would lead to bullets being fired at them. After years of being thugs, it was their first time encountering such a ruthless figure. Even Longo wouldn't dare to provoke her, so they didn't dare to act tough. After venting her anger, Tang Nian tossed the AK to Shen Xiao and said to the pale-faced Li Dalong, "If you dare to be blind to the situation again, it'll cost you your life." "I won't dare, I promise," Li Dalong repeatedly assured her, terrified of provoking trouble. "Let's go," Tang Nian said, and Shen Xiao picked up the bag again as the three of them headed downstairs. The thugs on the ground buried their heads, trying to reduce their presence. Tang Nian didn't harm them. She wasn't a cold-blooded killer. Destroying Li Dalong's territory was enough, and killing so many would surely attract the police, which would be too troublesome. Reaching the entrance, Tang Nian stopped, turned to look at the nightclub's flashy sign, which must have been very eye-catching at night. "Should I go left and you go right?" Tang Nian tilted her head and asked.
"Sure."
Sun Shao smiled and nodded. The two of them fired their guns at the sign several times, causing it to shake and then fall down. With a loud crash, dust flew everywhere as the beautiful sign shattered into pieces. Passers-by heard the gunshots and ran away. Gunfire was common in Hong Kong due to gang fights, and locals were used to it. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao put away their guns and let Deng Mali take a taxi home.
"Goodbye."
Deng Mali looked upset, but managed to hold it together, which pleased Tang Nian. The sound of police sirens began, and by the time the officers arrived, Tang Nian and Shen Xiao had already disappeared. The kidnapper, who had led them, had sneaked away long before. The once glamorous entertainment district was now a wasteland, with thugs lying on the ground in pain, and the notorious Li Delong was in a terrible state, having lost a hand. Who did this? The police were curious about who had the audacity to attack Li Delong so fiercely. They questioned witnesses, who described a pair of attractive young people riding a motorcycle, quickly arriving, causing chaos, and then speeding away. That was impressive. The woman was stunning. One excited witness thought Tang Nian and her companion were heroes, taking down the evil Li Delong, who had been bullying others. Other witnesses shared similar stories, but didn't provide much useful information. The police were a bit indifferent since no one was killed. It was just a minor incident. While the police were uninterested in investigating, the gangs were very active and quickly traced the incident back to Tang Nian, understanding the background. Li Delong had first provoked the Tang family, which led to Tang Nian's retaliation. It had nothing to do with territory disputes. Other gangs breathed a sigh of relief, glad it wasn't about territory. Li Delong had brought this on himself. The next day, Tang Jinglin received a large sum of money, which was the protection fee he had paid, plus a little extra. Boss Tang, my foolish subordinates don't know their place and have offended you. I brought them here to apologize. You can decide their punishment. The gang leader, accompanied by several followers, came to apologize. The once arrogant gang members now looked miserable, with bruised faces. As soon as they entered, they knelt down and begged for forgiveness. Boss Tang, we were blind, and we are guilty. The gang members knocked their heads on the floor repeatedly, making a loud noise, their foreheads swelling, but they dared not stop. The leader had warned them that if they couldn't satisfy Boss Tang, they wouldn't be going home alive. Get up. What is going on? Tang Jinglin was confused, unable to understand why these gang members were suddenly so submissive. Just last month, they had been threatening him, and now they were bowing down. He didn't know how to respond. Feeling anxious, Tang Jinglin helped each of them up, but they became even more frightened, banging their heads on the ground. Boss Tang, this is the money they received. All of it is here. Please count it. The gang leader took out a pile of money from a bag and respectfully placed it on the table. Last time, they had collected 1 million in protection fees, but now they were returning 1,500,000. This is too much. I only collected 1 million. Tang Jinglin felt even more uneasy. He had never seen gang members return protection money before. Were they trying to set him up for something worse? The extra 50,000 is for you, Boss Tang, to ease your worries. Please make sure to explain to Miss Tang. We truly didn't know about your company's relationship with her. If we had known, this unpleasant incident would never have happened. The gang leader spoke politely and formally. Tang Jinglin began to understand. It was related to his daughter. Could it be that Nian had dealt with these gang members? Do you know my daughter? Tang Jinglin asked cautiously. Miss Tang is remarkable, and I have long admired her. Unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet her. Tonight, I have arranged a banquet at Chuanxiang Garden, and I would like to invite you and Miss Tang to join. The gang leader, dressed in a suit and looking refined, seemed more like an elite lawyer than a gang boss. Can I discuss this with my daughter? Tang Jinglin didn't dare to make decisions for his daughter. He still didn't understand what was happening. Of course, I apologize for the interruption. Please let me know once you and Miss Tang have come to an agreement, the gang leader said with a slight smile, handing over a beautifully designed business card. Tang Jinglin accepted it with both hands. It read, Xiang Hua, General Manager of Universe Film Company. He hadn't heard of this film company, so it must be newly established. A new company, just starting out, probably not impressive to Boss Tang, Xiang Hua said with a smile. Not at all, Mr. Xiang. You are talented, and I believe that under your leadership, Universe Company will produce successful films, Tang Jinglin quickly flattered. Xiang Hua had connections with the gang, so the film company would surely make a lot of money. Xiang Hua smiled slightly, but when he looked at the gang members on the ground, his gentle face revealed a hint of ruthlessness. The gang members trembled in fear. Despite his appearance, Xiang Hua was the most ruthless in the gang, capable of terrible acts without hesitation. Tang Jinglin immediately said, They have realized their mistakes, and I believe my daughter will not hold a grudge. Then thank Boss Tang for his generosity, Xiang Hua said coldly. Thank you, Boss Tang, the gang members said, relieved that their lives were spared. Xiang Hua left with his men, reminding them about the dinner that evening. Tang Jinglin looked at the money on the table, feeling very conflicted. He was proud of his daughter's success, but it seemed she had become too successful. Now he felt like he needed her protection. He felt proud yet somewhat ashamed. He had sent his daughter away at such a young age and hadn't fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Now he relied on her for support, which felt quite humiliating. He was also worried about his daughter getting involved with the gang, fearing for her safety. So he was torn about whether to attend the dinner that evening. If he went, he feared things would get more complicated. If he didn't go, he might offend Xiang Hua, who seemed like a harmless scholar but was actually quite ruthless. Moreover, Xiang Hua was a top student from a prestigious university, graduating first in his law program. If he hadn't joined a gang, he could have easily become a successful lawyer. However, Xiang Hua comes from a well-connected family. His father is a gang leader, and he has taken over the family business. Tang Jinglin found it somewhat ironic that the son of a gang leader was studying law and excelling at it. It was often said that educated thugs were the most frightening, and this was true. Xiang Hua gave him a dangerous feeling, like a black mamba snake, ready to strike at any moment. He called his eldest son to discuss it. Father, you know about the gang clash yesterday, right? Tang Chongchuan asked. I saw it in the newspaper. What's up? Tang Jinglin remained calm. Such incidents were common in Xiangjiang, and he was used to it. I have a classmate in the police department who knows some inside information. It wasn't a gang clash. A man and a woman rode a motorcycle to cause trouble, smashing up a nightclub. The manager, Li Dalong, lost a hand, Tang Chongchuan said. That man and woman are impressive. Aren't they afraid of gang retaliation? Tang Jinglin admired their boldness. Li Dalong was not an ordinary thug. Tang Chongchuan smiled oddly and mentioned a license plate number. Someone at the scene saw that motorcycle. My classmate came to tell me.
Tang Jinglin Frauen.
That license plate sounds familiar. Tang Chongchuan forced a smile and reminded him, Chongfeng just bought a motorcycle earlier this year. Tang Jinglin's expression changed dramatically. He slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed, Chongfeng must have lent the motorcycle to his friends. That rascal always gets into trouble. You and your classmate need to explain that this case has nothing to do with Chongfeng. He wouldn't dare. Dad, it's not Chongfeng. It's Nian Nian and Xin Xiao. Tang Chongchuan sighed. His silly younger brother didn't have that kind of ability. It was his bold sister who was the real troublemaker. Fortunately, no one was killed in this incident, and Li Dalong himself stated he wouldn't pursue it. The police wouldn't get involved since his classmate knew the motorcycle belonged to Chongfeng and came to warn him. Tang Jinglin's mouth dropped open in shock. He finally understood why Xiang Hua was so polite in returning the money. He must have been frightened by his daughter. Where did Nian Nian learn to be so capable? Tang Jinglin couldn't figure it out. He had entrusted his daughter to the old man Tang Qingshan, who was just an ordinary hunter. How did he raise Nian Nian to be more impressive than Sun Wukong? Is old master Tang Qingshan a hidden big shot? Tang Chongchuan shrugged. He didn't know either. Tang Nian Nian didn't go out today. She stayed at home with Xin Xiao, watching TV. When the phone rang, it was Tang Jinglin calling to talk about Xiang Hua inviting them to dinner. Agreed to it. Xin Xiao and I will be there on time. When Tang Nian Nian heard Xiang Hua's name, she immediately agreed. Although Xiang Hua is not well known now, in 10 years, he will be a major player in the film industry, dominating half of the movie market in Hong Kong. Okay, I'll reply to him. Tang Jinglin hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but ask Nian Nian, your grandfather isn't just a hunter, right? An ordinary hunter couldn't have trained Nian Nian to be so capable. He must have a hidden identity. That's right. My grandfather is very impressive. Tang Nian Nian answered without hesitation. Her grandfather is a hero who fought against the enemy. How could he be just an ordinary hunter?
No wonder.
When I first met your grandfather, I felt he was extraordinary. I really chose the right person. Tang Jinglin secretly felt lucky to have found such a reliable family. Not only did they raise their daughter well, but she also learned many skills. Nian, once the two sides are connected, our family will go to pay respects to your grandfather, and we need to meet your grandmother's family to thank them. Tang Jinglin was truly grateful to the Tang family, but unfortunately, they couldn't return to Tang village right now. There's no rush. Just call Xiang Hua. Tang Nian hung up the phone. The relationship between the two sides should ease next year, and policies would relax, allowing Tang Jinglin's family to return. She told Xin Xiao about the dinner invitation. Xiang Hua is not simple, he is very ruthless. Xin Xiao had previously come to Hong Kong for a mission and knew a bit about the local gangs. It's fine. I have no grudges with Xiang Hua. Although he is ruthless, he is clear about his grudges. Tang Nian smiled. Xiang Hua's story is quite legendary. It is said that Xiang Hua's mother was a dancer who had a one-night affair with his father, giving birth to him. However, his father didn't care for him, as he had many other children, and since Xiang Hua was born premature and weak, his father was not fond of him. The Xiang family is a large one, with Xiang Hua's father as the head. He has several wives who all live together, and Xiang Hua and his mother have a lower status than the servants in the household. A turning point came when Xiang Hua was 10 years old. Although he was physically weak, he excelled in his studies, always ranking first in exams. One day, his father happened to see his report card, which had all A's. That day, he was chatting with some gang members at home, and Xiang Hua's report card made him look good in front of them. As a gang leader with little education, Xiang Hua's father greatly admired educated people. None of his other sons did well in school, only Xiang Hua. From that moment on, Xiang Hua's father began to view him differently, and their lives improved significantly. Later, Xiang Hua was accepted into a prestigious university and studied law. He told his father, if I learn the law, I can find loopholes and do illegal things legally to make more money. This statement delighted Xiang Hua's father, so after graduating from university, Xiang Hua joined the gang and even funded the establishment of a film company. While his father still held power in the gang, 10 years later, Xiang Hua outmaneuvered him and became the new leader. His half-brothers were not pleased and secretly plotted against him, but Xiang Hua dealt with them, and the remaining brothers were too scared to rebel again. Xiang Hua became a legendary figure because of his foresight. He planned to clean up the gang's image and gradually distance it from illegal activities. Before the return of Hong Kong, he had mostly cleaned up his image and was one of the few gang leaders who remained safe after the transition. Tang Nian admired Xiang Hua. He was a formidable person worth her effort to befriend. At 7 in the evening, Tang Nian and Xin Xiao arrived at Xiang Manuan on time, along with Tang Jinglin and Tang Chongchuan. Xiang Hua personally came out to greet them. He was tall and thin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with a fair and delicate appearance. His demeanor was sharp, and he spoke slowly, lacking any gang-like traits, resembling a lawyer instead. Mr. Shun, Miss Tang, it's a pleasure to meet you. Xiang Hua greeted them with a warm smile and a polite attitude. We've heard of Mr. Xiang's reputation, Tang Nian replied with a smile. Haha, it's not as impressive as Miss Tang and Mr. Shun's. Xiang Hua smiled sincerely and extended his hand, inviting Tang Nian to enter the private room first. When the dishes arrived, Xiang Hua raised his glass, saying, My subordinate offended Boss Tang. I am grateful for your generosity in not holding it against me. I drink this to apologize. He quickly finished his drink and spoke well. Tang Jinglin and his son drank half a glass, but they knew better than to take advantage of the situation. Tang Nian remained seated and did not drink, saying, I hope you can take good care of my family in the future, Boss Xiang. That's my responsibility. Miss Tang, don't worry. Xiang Hua readily agreed, feeling relieved that the protection fee issue seemed settled. He was somewhat intimidated by Tang Nian and her husband, who were skilled and had strong backing. He couldn't afford to provoke them. Are you interested in making movies, Miss Tang? Xiang Hua took the initiative to extend an offer. His company had been established not long ago and had produced a few films that didn't perform well. Although they hadn't lost money, they hadn't made any either, and his father was starting to express concerns. So, he wanted to win over Tang Nian to gain more support against his peers. I'm very interested. I have some spare money and am looking for investment opportunities. Do you have any good suggestions, Mr. Xiang? Tang Nian also showed her willingness to cooperate. Being a smart person, Xiang Hua understood her intentions and eagerly began to introduce the upcoming films his company was planning. In truth, he didn't lack funding. He just wanted to connect with Tang Nian. Tang Nian hadn't heard of the films he mentioned. She had watched many popular movies from the 70s and 80s before the apocalypse. Before going out to gather supplies, she had downloaded many old films and spent time watching them with Bai Sui in their safe space, especially enjoying films from Hong Kong. She hadn't seen the films Xiang Hua mentioned, indicating they likely weren't successful. Are these the only scripts your company has? No others?
Tang Nian asked.
There are more. I can have someone bring them to your home tomorrow, Xiang Hua quickly responded, sensing her disappointment with the current films. He asked, do you think these films aren't good, Miss Tang? I have some knowledge of films. To be honest, I don't feel any urge to see the ones you mentioned in theaters, Tang Nian replied honestly, without holding back. She definitely invests in movies to make money. She wouldn't invest in a film that doesn't profit. Tang Jinglin's expression changed slightly. This girl speaks too bluntly. Xiang Hua isn't very forgiving. Xiang Hua still smiled gently, showing no displeasure, and said, I'll personally bring the script over tomorrow. Shall we discuss it then?
Sure.
Tang Nian agreed. The atmosphere during the meal was very pleasant. Xiang Hua was witty, knowledgeable, and kept the conversation lively, making the guests feel very happy. At first, Tang Jinglin and his son felt a bit uneasy, but after the meal, they even called Xiang Hua dear nephew and offered to introduce him to someone. Tang Chongquan also treated him like a brother, completely forgetting how cautious they had been before. Tang Nian admired this. No wonder this guy was so successful in his past life. His social skills are extraordinary. Moreover, Xiang Hua was adaptable, smiling throughout and speaking politely, showing excellent self-control. After the meal, Tang Jinglin patted Xiang Hua on the shoulder and said, Dear nephew, it's settled then. I'll introduce you to Miss Zhu. She just returned from studying abroad, is very beautiful, capable, and comes from a good family. You will surely be pleased. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Your introductions are always great. I'm looking forward to meeting Miss Zhu. Xiang Hua showed genuine interest. If Miss Zhu is as good as described, he might consider marriage since he's not getting any younger, and starting a family is important for his career. However, his main criterion for a wife isn't just being good-natured, but also understanding. As someone running a film company surrounded by various beautiful women, he is a normal man and can't help but be attracted. Even if he gets married, he won't confine himself to a dull life. Therefore, for his wife, being generous is a priority. She shouldn't make a fuss over small matters. He doesn't have the time or energy for trivial issues. But he will give his wife the respect she deserves. As long as she is understanding, he will ensure she has a good standing. Tang Nian glanced at him and secretly rolled her eyes. Xiang Hua is not a suitable match. He changes women frequently. His wife must be more patient than a ninja turtle, or she will drive him crazy eventually. After Xiang Hua personally saw them off to the car, he got into his own vehicle. His manners were impeccable, and his behavior had nothing to do with the gang. What a shame. If it weren't for his gang-related father, Xiang Hua could definitely become a top lawyer. Tang Jinglin, sitting in the car, couldn't help but express his thoughts. Xiang Hua graduated at the top of his class and went to study in the UK, achieving excellent academic results. If it weren't for his family background holding him back, he would surely have a bright future. Tang Jinglin held traditional views. In his eyes, being involved in gangs was a waste of time and would eventually lead to downfall. Being a lawyer was the true elite profession. Starting a film company isn't bad either. From his actions and plans, it's clear he wants to turn his life around, said Tang Chongquan. Tang Jinglin shook his head. It's difficult. Gangs operate on risky business with little investment. While Xiang Hua wants to change, the others in the gang do not share his goals and won't support him. Even Xiang Hua's father couldn't control all the brothers in the gang, let alone Xiang Hua, as those people were his elders and wouldn't listen to him. It doesn't matter if they are united in purpose, as long as they all want to make money. Many would choose to earn a stable income through legitimate business if given the option. Most people prefer a peaceful life. Tang Chongchuan had a different perspective. Many involved in gangs were often forced into it, and if given a chance to choose again, many would opt for the right path. Tang Nian raised an eyebrow, realizing her older brother had some insight, more so than Tang Jinglin. But that made sense. Tang Jinglin held on to old ideas and was somewhat out of touch with modern developments, while Tang Chongchuan, being younger, found it easier to accept new concepts. You have a point. I hope those involved in gangs can find their way back to a proper life and stop the violence. That would greatly improve public safety, Tang Jinglin sighed. Dad, are you really planning to introduce Miss Zhu to Xiang Hua? Tang Chongchuan asked. The Zhu family had a long-standing friendship with theirs, having both come from the same city. He was friends with Miss Zhu, so he didn't agree with his father's plan.
Tang Jinglin note that.
Your uncle Zhu has mentioned it several times, asking me to introduce him to a talented young man. I think Xiang Hua is a good person. He looked deeply at his eldest son and smiled. Actually, your uncle Zhu and I wanted to match you two up, but unfortunately, you both are not interested. I'm just friends with Miss Zhu. Please don't meddle. Tang Chongchuan raised his hand in surrender. He was really fed up with these elders. When they saw young men and women getting along, they immediately thought of romance. This excessive care was overwhelming for the children. I don't think Miss Zhu and Xiang Hua are a good match. Miss Zhu wants a boyfriend who shares her ambitions and supports her career, while Xiang Hua is looking for a sensible wife. They're on completely different wavelengths. Tang Chongchuan shared his opinion, worried that his father's good intentions might offend both sides. You're not Miss Zhu, so it's not like you know her well. Tang Jinglin rolled his eyes, but despite saying that, he still took it to heart and decided to ask the Zhu family for their thoughts later. Tang Nian didn't interject. She chose not to get involved in such matters. The next day, Xiang Hua visited with a thick stack of scripts. Since it wasn't a formal occasion, he dressed casually in a shirt and jeans, looking like a delicate college student. Miss Tang, these are the recent scripts. Xiang Hua placed the scripts on the coffee table, about 20 of them piled up like a small mountain. Tang Nian started to look through them one by one and found some good ones, including for that she had read in her previous life. There was another one she vaguely remembered. It wasn't her type, and she had given up on it quickly, but it was likely a successful film since it was selected for storage. I think these 5 will be big hits. These 2 seem decent, while the others are just average. Tang Nian selected 7 scripts. Besides the 5 she had read, the other 2 were chosen based on her movie-watching experience. One was a horror film, and the other a comedy with martial arts. They both looked promising. Xiang Hua took the 7 scripts and flipped through them. He had read them all, but the ones he thought would succeed were not among these 7. Miss Tang, what do you think of these few? Xiang Hua, not giving up, presented his preferred scripts for her review. Not great. The plots are cliched, with no standout elements to attract me. Tang Nian bluntly commented that she found Xiang Hua's choice of scripts to be poor, as he picked out the worst ones from the pile. While others sift through gold, he seems to be digging through waste. Impressive. Xiang Hua's expression stiffened. The director he hired at a high price echoed Tang Nian's opinion. Could it be that his judgment was really that bad? Mr. Xiang, your company should have professionals, right? Tang Nian asked. Yes, I hired a well-known director from the region, very professional, he replied. Then you should listen to the professional director's opinion. It's best to leave professional matters to professionals, don't you think?
Tang Nian smiled.
Xiang Hua's expression changed slightly as he suddenly realized his mistake and felt very frustrated. No wonder the films he made earlier didn't do well. It turned out he had been too arrogant and made a big mistake. Miss Tang is right. I was mistaken, Xiang Hua admitted readily. He set aside the 7 scripts Tang Nian had pointed out and decided to hold a meeting to gather opinions. If everyone thought those 7 scripts were good, he would invest in them. If you invest in these 7 scripts, I can contribute funds, Tang Nian offered. Great, I'll get back to you tomorrow, Xiang Hua replied with a smile. He put the scripts in a bag, stood up to leave, and mentioned he had to return to the company for a meeting. Miss Tang, the top fighter in the underground boxing ring, Maria, is you right? Xiang Hua suddenly asked. Maria had become a legend in the underground boxing scene after defeating a bear and a mad dog. Many people came just to watch her fight, but after that night, she had not appeared again, leaving the audience dissatisfied. Yes, what's up? Tang Nian admitted openly, as it was nothing to hide. Xiang Hua smiled and said, the boxing ring is my family's business. Miss Tang, you are quite impressive and captivated the audience that night. They keep pressuring me to have you fight again. That night was just a coincidence, and I will be leaving in a few days, Tang Nian declined. She wasn't a circus performer. There's a match for 1 million and the opponent is Yamamoto Chizo from Japan, a judo expert who has fought against Black Bear and Mad Dog before, winning a few times. Xiang Hua slowly introduced the opponent and added, I have invited many wealthy people to watch, and they have placed big bets. If Miss Tang participates, the odds will be at least 5-1. Tang Nian was indeed tempted. 1 million, a Japanese opponent, and 5-1 odds. Each point made her interested, especially combined. Death match?
She asked.
Yes, sign a death agreement. Xiang Hua smiled slightly. 3 days from now. Tang Nian agreed. Beating the Japanese opponent could earn her a lot of money. It was a golden opportunity. I'll make arrangements. Goodbye. Xiang Hua's smile widened. He had done his homework before coming. Miss Tang was competitive and loved money, so offering 1 million and 5-1 odds would surely attract her. He had spread the news of Tang Nian's participation days earlier, and many wealthy individuals had placed bets, making it the highest betting match in 10 years. As the bookmaker, he could earn at least 100 million. Take care. Tang Nian remained seated, not feeling the need to see him off. Xiang Hua knew the way. They were not friends, just business partners. She was the one in charge. The reason for scheduling the match 3 days later was that Boss Bao had invited her to play badminton tomorrow. Most likely, the kidnappers would act then. In the past few days, Shen Xiao had been watching Bao Liansheng, and some unknown individuals were tailing him. They were likely the kidnappers. Tang Nian didn't want to warn Bao Liansheng now. Doing so would have little effect. His gratitude wouldn't be significant. Only saving him at the most dangerous moment would earn her lifelong appreciation. She lay back on the sofa, shifted to a comfortable position, and called out, Asian, please wash a plate of grapes. Okay, miss. Asian kindly washed a plate of grapes, placed them in a dish, and brought them over, asking, Miss, would you like me to peel them for you? No need, I'll peel them myself. Please make me a plate of smoothie with extra pineapple. Tang Nian wanted to eat pineapple smoothie. Ajun kindly went to the kitchen and made a plate of smoothie, bringing it to her. Tang Nian enjoyed a grape and a spoonful of smoothie. The air conditioning in the room was strong, and a martial arts drama was playing on the TV. Although the plot was a bit old, the actors were good-looking and talented, much better than the poorly made dramas of later years. Miss, call me if you need anything, Ajun said, and went off to do other tasks. Tang Nian nodded, tossed a grape into her mouth, and took a big scoop of smoothie, sighing with satisfaction. The joys of capitalism. So refreshing. The phone rang right next to her, easily within reach. Tang Nian lazily answered the phone. Hello, who is this? Miss Tang, this is Deng Chongwang. Is there something you need, Mr. Deng? Unfortunately, there have been some foolish mistakes at home, and someone offended your brother. I want to apologize to you. Deng Chongwang admitted his mistake, with a good attitude. It's not your fault, Mr. Deng. You don't need to apologize. I believe in addressing issues directly and never blame innocent people. Tang Nian smiled, but her words were quite direct. She hadn't confronted the second lady of the Deng family. She was just giving Deng Chongwang some face, but it seemed he understood the situation and called her. Miss Tang, don't worry, I won't tolerate foolishness. Tonight, I would like to invite you and your brother to dinner. How does that sound? Sure, I'm free tonight. Tang Nian agreed. That evening, she went to the dinner with Shen Xiao and Tang Chongfeng. Deng Chongguang was not accompanied by the second lady, but by an older woman wearing a dark blue qipao. Her jewelry was minimal, but clearly expensive. I've heard so much about you, Miss Tang. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Just as Mr. Chongguang said, you are both beautiful and capable. I wonder how your parents raised you. I would love to learn from them. The woman was very warm and spoke nicely, a stark contrast to the flashy and materialistic second lady. Hello, Mrs. Deng. Tang Nian guessed her identity. She must be the first lady who had not been seen for many years and was said to be devoted to a simple life. People say that the first lady of the Deng family is dull and weak, oppressed by the second lady to the point of being worse than the household servants. But now it seems that the first lady is actually quite tough. The first lady pulled Deng Moli over and said with a smile, I just learned that you saved those siblings. The gratitude of the Deng family for Miss Tang's life-saving kindness will be remembered. Deng Chongguang looked a bit awkward. He knew about this but hadn't mentioned it to the first lady. Ever since she started her religious practices, he hadn't seen her for a long time. Now, with the main person present, he felt a bit embarrassed. Deng Moli noticed his discomfort and quickly said, I want to repay Sister Tang personally when I have the ability, so I didn't bring it up at home. That's nonsense. Who knows when you'll have the ability? If you don't say anything, people might think Deng Chongguang is ungrateful, the first lady scolded unhappily. Deng Moli quickly admitted her mistake, and the first lady said a few comforting words, making the family dynamic lively. Tang Nian watched calmly, without saying a word. Once the family finished talking, she asked, Where is the second lady? Why isn't she here? She made a mistake, and is reflecting at home. She can come out once she has reflected properly, the first lady replied with a smile. Tang Nian smiled back, realizing that the second lady probably wouldn't be making any more appearances. Deng Chongguang reserved a private room, and after the dishes were served, he raised a toast to apologize. Tang Chongfeng, surprised by the gesture, drank the wine, feeling a bit dizzy. He wondered what he had done to deserve an apology from Deng Chongguang. He had been hesitant to drink, but seeing his sister so calm gave him courage. After all, he listened to her. The first lady was very eloquent. By the end of the meal, she revealed a few pieces of information. First, the Deng family's leadership had changed, and she would be in charge from now on. Second, she would be raising Deng Moli and her brother. Third, she intended to befriend Tang Nian. Mrs. Deng, see you in Shanghai. I'll treat you and Mr. Deng to some hairy crabs, Tang Nian said with a smile.
Great.
I look forward to it, Miss Tang, the first lady replied, her smile becoming even more genuine. After dinner, the Deng family went home. When Deng Moli got into the car, she winked at Tang Nian and made a peace sign with her hand, lowering it slightly. Tang Nian nodded, indicating she understood. It seemed the first lady was acting quickly, and the second lady was in trouble. Deng Moli and her brother were raised by the first lady, so their situation in the Deng family would be much better. Since the first lady had no children, she needed to have kids around to secure her position in the family, and Deng Moli and her brother were the best choice. The next day, Tang Nian woke up around noon. After lunch, she took a short nap. Then, Bao Liansheng called to remind her not to forget about playing badminton. Tang Nian drove to the badminton court. Xin Xiao didn't accompany her because he wanted to keep up appearances. His intimidating presence might scare off the kidnappers. Xin Xiao was hiding outside the badminton court, ready to act if the kidnappers made a move. Nian is here. Shall we have a match? Bao Liansheng said confidently, believing he could win. Is there a prize? Tang Nian asked, uninterested without a reward. The loser treats at the top restaurant, how about that?
Bao Liansheng loget.
Sounds good, Tang Nian agreed, tying a headband around her forehead, warming up, and starting to play. After 3 games, Tang Nian didn't pick up a single shuttlecock. It was all Bao Liansheng running around like a cat chasing a mouse, exhausting him. I can't play anymore. Nian, why didn't you say you were this good? Oh no. My back is about to break. Bao Liansheng collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. If they continued, he felt like his old bones would fall apart. I'm just average, Tang Nian replied honestly. It was mainly because Bao Liansheng's skills were too poor. Bao Liansheng looked at her sadly, like a woman abandoned by her husband. Tang Nian touched her nose and fell silent. Miss, I'm from Xingming Advertising Company. Your image is perfect for commercials. Would you like to join our company? Don't worry, we are a legitimate company. Here's my business card. A middle-aged man approached, trying to persuade Tang Nian to do advertising. Hey, what do you do? Bao Liansheng approached with a stern tone. Many so-called talent scouts trick innocent girls into filming small movies, and he needed to keep an eye on them. Tang Nian did not take the business card. I'm not interested. Please find someone else. Miss, you don't have to answer right now. Don't rush to refuse. We are a legitimate company, and we recently filmed a popular drink advertisement. The middle-aged man was persistent. Tang Nian's image was perfect for advertisements. She was even more beautiful than Miss Hong Kong. Even if she stood there silently, she would still catch people's attention. Tang Nian still refused. She had no interest in the entertainment industry. The middle-aged man was very disappointed. It was a shame to come across such a naturally beautiful girl. Come on, let's go eat at Zhuangyuan Lu. It's my treat. Bao Liansheng, feeling generous after resting, offered to pay. Tang Nian glanced at him, knowing she wouldn't be able to eat dinner later, so she decided to keep track of it. Neither of them changed clothes, and they left the badminton hall in sportswear. Bao Liansheng was completely unaware of the danger approaching, chatting and laughing with Tang Nian. If you go to film a movie, I will definitely invest, he said. I'm not interested, Tang Nian replied, lacking enthusiasm. She scanned the area and quickly identified a suspicious target. A van was parked by the roadside, its windows tightly shut, making it impossible to see inside, but it was definitely suspicious. Bao Liansheng's car was parked right behind the van. If he got in, he would have to pass by it. The kidnappers had set up their plan very carefully, which explained why the police couldn't catch them in the past. Uncle Bao, I didn't drive.
Can you take me?
Tang Nian said. Sure, he replied. Without thinking much, Bao Liansheng walked toward the van, and Tang Nian followed closely behind him. As they got closer to the van, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Suddenly, the van door swung open, and 3 burly men jumped out, quickly covering Bao Liansheng's head and dragging him toward the vehicle. Help! Someone please! Tang Nian had just begun to call for help when she was also grabbed and pulled into the van.
Your target is me.
Let this young lady go, Bao Liansheng said calmly, trying to negotiate with the kidnappers. Stop talking nonsense. Take them both. The kidnappers spoke harshly and kicked, causing Bao Liansheng to grunt and fall silent. Let me go. I don't know you, and my family has no money. Kidnapping me is pointless. Tang Nian acted like an ordinary girl, scared and trembling. Although the Tang family isn't as wealthy as Mr. Bao, they still have millions. Miss Tang, don't pretend to be poor. The kidnapper sneered and touched her face inappropriately. With skin like yours, we won't lose out even if we don't get a penny. The kidnappers laughed. Their laughter was sickening. Tang Nian trembled with fear but secretly wished for the worst for the kidnappers. Especially the one who touched her face. She wanted to make him pay dearly. Bao Liansheng felt both angry and regretful. He was furious at these inhumane people and regretted firing his bodyguard. If he made it home safely, he would hire the best bodyguard, no matter the cost. The van drove toward the suburbs, the road getting worse and bumpier. Tang Nian smelled a salty scent. They must be near the sea. The vehicle stopped, and they were roughly pulled out, their hoods still on. They stumbled up a hill, clearly heading to the kidnappers' hideout. Finally, they stopped. The two were tied up and locked in a small room, and their hoods were removed. Tang Nian blinked and surveyed her surroundings. It was an abandoned room with some dry straw on the floor, relatively clean. She could faintly hear the sound of waves. They were very close to the sea. No wonder Bao Liansheng was thrown into the ocean in his past life, and his body was never found. I'm sorry for getting you into this, Bao Liansheng said, looking dejected. He had a bad feeling and feared he might not return. When we get back, just make sure to compensate me double, Tang Nian replied without hesitation. She was putting in so much effort to make Bao Liansheng feel guilty. He might be stingy, but he was great at business. Even a little help from him would be enough to fill her up. Bao Liansheng forced a smile. If we get back, I will definitely compensate you. But...
Sigh.
He stopped, worried about scaring Tang Nian. The kidnappers this time gave him a bad feeling. Unlike the last ones, who were easy to talk to and were tricked by him, these felt like desperate criminals who probably wouldn't let him go. I'll try to get them to let you go home. Just don't say anything for now. I'll talk to them, Bao Liansheng advised. This girl could be really sharp-tongued, so he hoped she wouldn't anger the kidnappers. Let's go back together, Tang Nian said, feeling a bit touched. Although the old man was stingy, he had a good heart.
Bao Liansheng smiled bitterly.
He wasn't sure he could get Tang Nian back home, so going back together seemed impossible. The kidnappers hadn't come in all afternoon, nor did they provide food or water. Bao Liansheng's lips were dry and cracked from thirst, and his hands were numb and swollen from being tied for so long. Give me water. I'm dying of thirst.
Bao Liansheng shouted hoarsely.
After several calls, footsteps finally approached. A fierce-looking man opened the door and shouted, "What are you yelling for? Are you looking for trouble?" He glanced at Tang Nian, and his gaze became more intense. The more he looked at her, the more interested he became. Want some water? The kidnapper asked Tang Nian with a creepy smile. No, we don't want water, Bao Liansheng quickly interjected, sensing something was off. Shut up. The kidnapper kicked at him impatiently, causing Bao Liansheng to curl up in pain. You want water? You also need food, Tang Nian said deliberately. Come on, let's go eat outside, the kidnapper said, reaching for her. Tang Nian dodged his grasp and said, Let go of my foot. I can walk by myself. She even gave the kidnapper a daring look, which made him lose his focus, thinking that since she was just a woman, she wouldn't cause much trouble if he loosened her ties. So, he untied her feet. Tang Nian stood up and followed the kidnapper outside. Bao Liansheng was frantic. He thought she was heading straight into danger, and going outside could only lead to trouble. But there was nothing he could do, and he felt helpless. The kidnappers hadn't even come to discuss the ransom yet, which made Bao Liansheng very uneasy. This meant they likely didn't plan to let him live. He hoped the police in Xiangjiang would be smart and come to rescue him soon. Tang Nian followed the kidnapper outside. There were many food wrappers and leftover meals on the ground, but no one else around. However, she sensed Xin Zhao's presence nearby, clearly waiting for her signal. But now was not the right time. She needed to wait until all the kidnappers were caught to ensure there would be no further trouble. Serve well, and you can have all this food. The kidnapper grinned as he approached. Now that he was alone, he thought he could do whatever he wanted. But suddenly, he felt a cold sensation in his stomach, like ice piercing him, followed by intense pain. The kidnapper looked down in disbelief and saw the handle of a knife sticking out of his stomach, held by a delicate white hand.
Who are you?
He tried to fight back, but he was losing strength, and the knife twisted inside him like a meat grinder, draining all his energy. Your worst nightmare. Tang Nian smiled gently as she pulled out the knife. Blood sprayed out, and she quickly dodged, using her foot to catch a piece of clothing to absorb it, not letting a single drop hit the ground. The kidnapper collapsed, eyes wide open, unable to close them. Birds chirped, signaling that Xin Zhao was alerting her that the kidnappers had gone down the mountain. Tang Nian hid the body casually, took some food and water, and returned to the house. Bao Liansheng saw her and his eyes turned red, sighing heavily. He thought Tang Nian had been bullied to get this food and couldn't eat. Hurry up and eat. If you can't run later, it's not my problem. Tang Nian shouted and pulled out a blade, cutting the ropes binding him. Bao Liansheng's eyes widened in shock as he stammered. Where? Did you get the blade? I hid it. Now, eat quickly. Tang Nian took a piece of bread and drank some water. Although Bao Liansheng had many questions, he understood the urgency and began to eat quickly. After finishing the food and water, Bao Liansheng felt much better and then noticed that the door was wide open and there was no sound outside. There's no one left. Let's escape. Bao Liansheng was overjoyed. This was a rare opportunity.
Wait.
Tang Nian closed the door. Bao Liansheng's smile instantly faded, confused about what she was doing. Stay quiet. Tang Nian pulled him back to the wall and threw a rope over him, pretending he was still tied up. There were voices outside, and Bao Liansheng broke into a cold sweat, relieved he hadn't escaped. It was clear the kidnappers had set a trap. Where's A Jian? He might be in the bathroom. I'll go look for him. A Jian is always like this. Stop talking, go find a Jian. The voices were very loud. Tang Nian counted 5 people. All the kidnappers were there. There were 6 kidnappers in total. 1 was dead, leaving 5. A Jian is dead. Someone shouted in panic as they discovered a Jian's body in the corner of the room, still warm, clearly dead for only a short time. He's still nearby, go find him. The man speaking was the leader, staying in the room while 4 of his men went out to search for the culprit. This leader was once a police officer named Wang Konghu, an experienced and ruthless man. Wang Konghu held a gun and slowly approached the room where Tang Nian and the others were held, his footsteps growing closer. Tang Nian could easily take down these 5 men, but she wanted it to be a bit more challenging, making sure Bao Liansheng would never forget this experience. So, she and Bao Liansheng hid behind the door, each holding an iron rod they had found in the room. Bao Liansheng gripped the iron rod tightly, sweat covering his face, his body trembling. He was truly scared. But if he didn't take a chance, he might lose his life here. The footsteps stopped at the door, and Wang Konghu twisted the lock and pushed the door open. He was cunning, not stepping inside right away, but kicking something first. Seeing no reaction, he cautiously peeked in, but his expression changed quickly, and he tried to back away. However, Tang Nian was faster. She swung the iron rod and struck Wang Konghu on the back of the head. He didn't even have time to react before collapsing to the ground, his gun falling aside. Pick it up. Tang Nian shouted, and hit Wang Konghu with a stick. Bao Liansheng reacted quickly, picked up a gun, and aimed it at Wang Konghu. Are you trying to get us killed? Don't shoot. Tang Nian glared, and Bao Liansheng obediently lowered the gun. He realized that a gunshot would attract the other 4 kidnappers. Luckily, Tang Nian was quick to react. He wiped his sweat nervously, looking at Tang Nian, wondering what to do next. He was good at business, but had no experience in escaping. He could tell that Tang Nian was much better than him. Tang Nian took out a blade and swiftly cut Wang Konghu's neck. The flash was so quick that Bao Liansheng didn't even react in time. When he came to his senses, he saw a pool of blood on the ground. Wang Konghu was dead. Let's go. Tang Nian took the gun from Wang Konghu and handed Bao Liansheng a metal rod for protection. The 2 ran outside, but their luck ran out as they were spotted. They're escaping. Quick, chase them. The kidnapper shouted, and the other 3 quickly approached. Tang Nian fired the gun, and one of the kidnappers fell to the ground. Another one down. Nian, you're amazing. Bao Liansheng was so excited that his face shook. He had just taken out 3 kidnappers and felt that he might just save his own life. There are still 3 left. Don't celebrate too soon. We need to run. Tang Nian poured cold water on his excitement and dragged him down the mountain. Bao Liansheng, being overweight, was out of breath as the 3 kidnappers chased after them, firing a few shots, but Tang Nian dodged them all. You run fast, you go first. Bao Liansheng was panting heavily, realizing that if they kept running like this, they would both be caught. I won't leave you behind. Tang Nian was very stubborn, which touched Bao Liansheng deeply. He secretly vowed that if they escaped this time, he would repay her well. He thought about adopting her as a goddaughter and giving her shares in his company. A bullet whizzed past Bao Liansheng's head, and he could smell the burnt protein, startling him and triggering his potential to speed up. The mountain path was too steep, and Bao Liansheng slipped and twisted his ankle. I can't go on. You run ahead. Bao Liansheng couldn't move at all. It felt like the end for him. The kidnappers' voices were getting closer, and they would catch up soon. Tang Nian looked around and came up with a plan. Cover your head and roll down. She suggested this because there was a slope covered with wild grass nearby, and rolling down could help them escape the kidnappers. Bao Liansheng didn't hesitate long, mainly because the kidnappers were almost upon them. If he didn't roll down, he would be caught. He tightly covered his head and curled up. Tang Nian gave him a strong kick on his backside, and the chubby Bao rolled down like a ball.
Ah, ah.
His screams echoed in the air as he rolled faster and faster. The kidnappers were right behind them. Tang Nian fired 2 shots, but she was out of bullets. She managed to hit one kidnapper and injure another. Then she quickly ran down the slope, moving ahead of Bao Liansheng. At the bottom of the slope was a sandy beach. Luckily, when Bao Liansheng rolled down, the sand cushioned his fall, and he wasn't too badly hurt, just some scrapes on his face and arms.
Ouch.
Bao Liansheng lay on the beach, groaning. His back felt like it was broken, and his handsome face was likely to be scarred. But he was still happy. He had escaped and saved his life. Did we make it out? Bao Liansheng looked around. The kidnappers hadn't caught up. Were they safe now? There are still 2 alive. They will definitely come after us. We're out of bullets. We need to leave. Tang Nian found some vines and sticks nearby and made a simple stretcher, helping Bao Liansheng onto it. She began to drag it along. Nian, I've caused you trouble. When we get back, I will repay you. Bao Liansheng was very touched. Even his own children might not be as loyal as Tang Nian. He needed to share the rewards. His life was very valuable. Let's escape first. Tang Nian struggled to pull the stretcher, as Bao Liansheng weighed at least 170 to 180 pounds, making it quite heavy. They struggled for over 2 miles when 2 kidnappers caught up with them. Tang Nian hid Bao Liansheng in the bushes and also concealed herself, grabbing a handful of sand. The 2 kidnappers got closer, but this time Tang Nian didn't have to act. Xiang Hua arrived. He easily took care of the kidnappers. Is Nian okay? Xiang Hua looked worried and blamed himself, saying, I came late. It's all my fault. I'm fine, just a little scared, Tang Nian replied, but her body leaned weakly against Xiang Hua, making Bao Liansheng feel even guiltier. The young girl was actually very frightened, mainly because he felt useless and had dragged her down. Thankfully, it turned out okay. Is Boss Bao alright? After calming his wife, Xiang Hua turned his concern to the other person. I'm fine, just a few scrapes, nothing serious. Thank you so much. Bao Liansheng was truly grateful but curious about how Xiang Hua knew they had been kidnapped. Nian asked me to pick her up at 3:30. When I got there, the people at the badminton court said you had already left, but Boss Bao's car was still parked, so I knew something was wrong. Fortunately, someone witnessed the van taking you and I followed. Xiang Zhao's explanation was flawless, with no hint of suspicion. Tang Nian proudly added, My husband is a special forces soldier. Tracking is his specialty. Bao Liansheng suddenly understood why Tang Nian had not been afraid. She had confidence. He felt even luckier that he had invited Tang Nian to play badminton today. If he had been alone, he surely wouldn't have escaped. Let's leave here and call the police. Xiang Hua led the way with the stretcher. He had already called the police when he arrived, and they should be on their way. Sure enough, as they reached the foot of the mountain, they saw several police cars. Mrs. Bao ran over to her husband, excited, and asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt badly? I'm fine, just some minor injuries. Thanks to Nian and Xiaoshen this time. Bao Liansheng finally felt a sense of relief, having escaped a dangerous situation. Mrs. Bao continuously thanked Tang Nian and the others. Don't mention it. I was just helping myself, Tang Nian humbly replied. If you were only thinking of yourself, you would have escaped earlier. It's my fault that I held you back. Bao Liansheng added, acknowledging his own awareness. Tang Nian has some skills. If she only cared about herself, she would have run away by now. This girl is truly loyal and brave. The police found 4 bodies on the mountain. There are 2 more bodies on the beach. Shun Xiao said. The police glanced at them deeply. These kidnappers were desperate criminals, yet they were all dead. This kidnapping case is definitely not simple. With all 6 bodies accounted for, the police first took them to the hospital. Many reporters gathered outside the hospital, flashing their cameras, eager to hear the latest about Bao Liansheng.
I've alive.
Bao Liansheng declared with confidence, assuring everyone he was doing well and that the company's stocks would be okay. The reporters wanted to ask more questions, but Bao Liansheng refused to cooperate. He was in pain and needed to take care of his wounds quickly. He found it strange that, despite rolling down, Tang Nian had no injuries while he was in such bad shape. One of Bao Liansheng's strengths is that he asks questions when he has doubts. Tang Nian casually replied, I didn't roll. I ran down. Bao Liansheng felt frustrated and decided not to ask again. Since Tang Nian was unharmed, the police came to question her about the case. Uncle Bao invited me to play basketball. He lost and said he would take me to a restaurant, but as soon as we came out, the kidnappers in the van grabbed him. I was really scared and begged them, but they were heartless and tried to take advantage of me. When I fought back, I managed to grab a knife from one of them and stab him. Then I cut the ropes and took down another kidnapper who came to check on us, and then I helped Uncle Bao escape. Tang Nian summarized the case simply, telling the truth, but leaving out some details. The police officer questioning her looked skeptical. This beautiful girl spoke about the situation as if it were a picnic, too casually. Those kidnappers had taken lives. How could they be so easy to deal with? Miss Tang, you don't seem very scared. The officer said with a smile. I'm very scared, really scared, but according to my family's teachings, when facing an enemy, no matter how afraid you are, you must fight back with all your strength. It's either the enemy dies, or I do. Tang Nian's expression was more determined than a vow. In fact, this saying was from her grandfather, Tang Qingshan. The enemy her grandfather referred to was the invaders, and he often taught his grandchildren this during his lifetime. The police officers twitched their lips. Although the girl's words were powerful and moving, they couldn't shake the feeling that Tang Nian wasn't being truthful and was trying to fool them. Miss Tang, your courage is admirable, but against ruthless kidnappers, the difference in strength is too great. It's likely that you may want to resist but lack the ability. How did you plan to fight back against the kidnappers with your bare hands? Although the police spoke politely and smiled, their questions were clearly leading, suggesting they suspected Tang Nian's motives were not pure and that she might be in cahoots with the kidnappers. With charm and intelligence, Tang Nian rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Are you suspecting that I colluded with the kidnappers? That's interesting. No wonder the security in Hong Kong is so chaotic. With your logic and intelligence, it's clear why there are so many unresolved cases at the police department. The police officer's expressions darkened. The older officer managed to stay calm, while the younger one couldn't help but scold her until a case is closed. Everyone is a suspect. Please cooperate with our work, or I will have to charge you with obstructing justice. If everyone is a suspect, that includes you too, right? I suspect you are in league with the kidnappers as well. Otherwise, how could there be so many kidnapping cases in Hong Kong that remain unsolved? Tang Nian wasn't afraid of them, nor did she fear that the police would target the Tang family. Having saved Bao Liansheng and built connections with Deng, along with her partner Xiang Hua, she felt completely secure. No one in Hong Kong would dare to bully the Tang family. She felt safer than ever. The young officer was furious, his face darkened, and he looked at Tang Nian with hostility. The older officer coughed, giving a warning glance, which made the younger one finally calm down. Miss Tang, we are police officers representing justice and would never collude with kidnappers. The older officer maintained a decent attitude, but his words were sharp and more difficult to handle than the younger officers. Then what about Wang Konghu? If he wasn't the police officer who handled Boss Bao's kidnapping case, how would he know so many details about the case and come up with a more perfect and flawless kidnapping plan?
Nian Scott.
In the 70s and 80s, the police in Hong Kong were more chaotic than the gangs, often mistreating the common people. How could they claim to represent justice? The two police officers' expressions changed drastically when they recognized Wang Konghu's body. He was their senior, someone they had worked with closely and had a good relationship with. They couldn't believe it at first, but the truth was undeniable. How do you know Wang Konghu? The older officer's tone became sharp. This Miss Tang had too many suspicious points. She was definitely not innocent. I not only know Wang Konghu, but I also know your name is Zhong Sanmin, and he is Wang Kaijia. Your boss is Chun Chong, and there are 12 people in your criminal investigation team. Wang Konghu retired last year, and the others are called. Tang Nian easily listed the names of everyone in the criminal investigation team, even naming several leaders in the police department without a mistake. The two officers broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a fear that was even greater than facing fierce criminals. In front of Miss Tang, they felt completely exposed, with no secrets left. Seeing their nervousness, Tang Nian laughed. You two are so timid. Knowing this isn't hard, just go to the police department and you'll find out. Your photos are so clear and my eyesight is good enough to see everything. What did you go to the police department for? The older officer asked. I reported my wallet missing a few days ago and want to give a statement. I also took a little tour of the police department and accidentally memorized your badges. By the way, your case handling speed is slower than a snail. I still haven't found my wallet, and it had over $1,000 in it. Tang Nian changed her sitting position, crossing her legs casually. In contrast, the two officers were tense, as if they were the ones being interrogated. Sir, could you please urge Officer Lee to hurry up and find my wallet? Our family pays so much tax every year, yet my wallet isn't safe, and neither is my personal safety. It really makes me very disappointed in the public safety of Hong Kong. Tang Nian looked displeased, criticizing how they were good at oppressing the common people, but turned into inept investigators. That's right, I pay so much tax every year, and I end up with a bunch of useless people like you. Miss Tang is my lifesaver. Why are you questioning her as if she's a criminal instead of catching the kidnappers? I'm calling Detective Sue right now to ask why Wang Konghu came to kidnap me. Is this kidnapping case planned by your police department? Bao Liansheng sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Mrs. Bao, with an angry expression. He had just heard that the kidnappers' leader was actually Wang Konghu. He had dealt with this guy 10 years ago when he was investigating his case. At that time, he thought Wang Konghu was a decent person, but it turned out he was cruel. Bao Liansheng still felt scared. He had seen Wang Konghu before, and the guy didn't even wear a mask, clearly not afraid of being recognized. So, from the beginning, the kidnappers never intended to let him go. Fortunately, he had arranged to play ball with Tang Nian today. Thank goodness. The two police officers didn't dare to speak, letting Bao Liansheng scold them. After scolding until he was hoarse, he said sternly, I need an explanation for this case. There must be someone in your department colluding with Wang Konghu, and it must be thoroughly investigated. Otherwise, I will go to Mr. Mai. Mr. Mai is the current governor of Hong Kong, equivalent to the highest administrative leader there. The two police officers nodded obediently, promising to investigate thoroughly. They didn't dare to question Tang Nian any further and left in a hurry. Bao Liansheng snorted heavily, then turned to Tang Nian with a smile. Nian, I owe you and Mr. Shin today. Otherwise, I might not have made it. It was just a coincidence. Uncle Bao, with your wealth, you should have bodyguards.
Nian advice.
Of course, I must hire them. Do you have any good recommendations? Bao Liansheng nodded vigorously. He definitely needed the best bodyguards. You can hire retired special forces, but for such a risky job, you need to offer a good salary. You can't pay them too little, Tang Nian said directly. Definitely a high salary. As long as they are skilled, money is not an issue. Bao Liansheng was very generous. His life was worth a lot. The matter of the bodyguards was settled. After Tang Nian agreed to help find a few skilled retired Special Forces soldiers, it wasn't difficult, as Shen Xiao knew quite a few. Many retired Special Forces soldiers had returned to farming, which seemed like a waste of their skills. It was better to work as bodyguards for Bao Liansheng. After a few years, they could earn a lot of money and retire comfortably. Nian, did you recognize Wang Konghu on the mountain? Bao Liansheng casually asked, as if making small talk. Yes, I saw his photo at the police department. He was named police star in his retirement year, and the photo was posted on the wall. Tang Nian replied casually, but she knew that Bao Liansheng was starting to have doubts. This guy was naturally suspicious. He must have recognized Wang Konghu on the mountain but kept quiet, truly cunning. You young people have great memories. I was good at remembering phone numbers when I was young, but now I can't remember them at all, Mrs. Bao chimed in, quickly easing the tension. Time waits for no one. Nian, Xiao Shen, you saved me today, and I can't thank you enough. My wife and I would like to adopt you as our goddaughter. What do you think? Bao Liansheng proposed his idea. He didn't really suspect Tang Nian, but after decades of experience, he was used to being cautious and needed to clarify any small signs. Do I have to call you godfather then? Let's skip that. I think we get along just fine as we are, Tang Nian said, feeling a chill at the thought. The concept of godfather had become a bit twisted over time. Bao Liansheng was surprised. He didn't expect Tang Nian to refuse. Many families in Hong Kong wanted their children to call him godfather, and this girl was not giving him any face. Being my goddaughter comes with great benefits, including shares, Bao Liansheng said, trying to save face by offering shares as bait. Forget the shares. You have your own children. Uncle Bao, if you really want to thank me, just take care of my family's business in the future. We've been through life and death together, so let's not talk about money. It feels too ordinary. Tang Nian almost agreed, but held back her pain and refused. Bao Liansheng had 5 children, and it didn't make sense for an outsider to take shares. There would surely be disputes later, which would be a hassle. It would be better for Bao Liansheng to remember her kindness and take care of the Tang family's business in the future. However, Tang Nian hoped that Bao Liansheng would voluntarily give her some meaningful gifts, like cash, jewelry, or property. She wasn't picky. Bao Liansheng was deeply moved by her words and felt ashamed for doubting her before. What a wonderful girl she was. How could he have doubted her? He felt terrible. Bao Liansheng didn't mention shares again, as a nurse came to give him medication, and Mrs. Bao pushed him back to the hospital room. The Tang family received a call from the police and hurried to the hospital. When they saw Tang Nian safe, they finally relaxed. Mu Xiulian's legs felt weak, and she almost fell. Tang Chongfeng helped her sit down, and Mu Xiulian looked her daughter over, worriedly asking, "We should get an X-ray to check if there are any injuries. Some injuries aren't visible on the surface. We need to be thorough." Yes, let's check from head to toe. Tang Jinglin agreed wholeheartedly. He had just received the police call saying his daughter was kidnapped, and he was in shock. Thankfully, his eldest son was more composed and asked the police about Nian's situation. The police said Nian was unharmed, but he was still worried. Some internal injuries aren't visible, and since the injuries weren't to the police's family, they might not be as concerned. The doctor checked, and I'm perfectly fine. Tang Nian shook her arms and jumped a bit to reassure them. I can't stay in this place for another day. Once the policies ease, we're going back to Shanghai. Mu Xiulian was determined. She never liked living in a foreign place, and going abroad was out of the question. She wanted to return to Shanghai, enjoy local food, listen to opera, and play mahjong. She wanted a comfortable life. Tang Nian fully supported her family moving back to Shanghai. In 30 years, many people from Hong Kong would move to Shanghai too. After Tang Nian was checked and found unharmed, she returned home. Bao Liansheng and his wife came to express their gratitude and even offered to host a banquet for them. Though Tang Jinglin spoke politely once home, he said with a serious face, "In the future, if you encounter something like this, don't worry about others. Just save yourself, understand?" Yes, you are really bold, daring to confront the kidnappers. If this happens again, please don't do anything foolish. Let's hope it never happens again. Mu Xiulian muttered like a worried parent. Tang Niannian stayed silent, letting them talk, and soon fell asleep. Her parents' chatter was quite effective as a lullaby. Stop talking, Niannian is asleep. Why is this child so reckless? Mu Xiulian sighed, feeling very worried. Tang Jinglin also sighed in concern. Tang Chongfeng wanted to say several times that his sister was really strong, that even a black bear and a mad dog couldn't defeat her, so the kidnappers were definitely no match for her. However, he ultimately kept quiet. It was a secret between him and his sister that couldn't be shared. The kidnapping case of Bao Liansheng caused a huge stir in Hong Kong. The newspapers had been covering it extensively, and Wang Konghu's identity was revealed. Every day, many paparazzi crowded. Tang Jinglin also sighed in concern. Tang Chongfeng wanted to say several times that his sister was really strong, that even a black bear and a mad dog couldn't defeat her. Time flew by, and August was coming to an end. Tang Niannian was preparing to return to Shanghai. She had agreed with Bao Liansheng on the return date, August 22nd. With 3 days left until she went home, most matters were settled, but there was still one thing left: the life and death boxing match with Xiang Hua and the Japanese fighter Yamamoto Chizo. Xiang Hua knew about her and Bao Liansheng's kidnapping and immediately called to check on her, asking if she wanted to cancel the match. No need. Let's proceed as planned. She knew Xiang Hua was just being polite. He had already spread the news and invited all the wealthy people in Hong Kong to watch the match. There was no way he would cancel it over such a minor issue. Miss Tang is indeed a remarkable woman. I will make the arrangements right away. Xiang Hua praised her on the phone, showering her with compliments. Tang Niannian smiled and said she would arrive on time for the match before hanging up the phone. An hour before the match, she and Xin Xiao went to the boxing arena, still wearing their signature masks. When the manager saw her, he greeted her with a warm smile and was extremely polite. Miss Maria, please have a seat. The manager personally brewed a cup of tea and handed it to Tang Niannian, even offering up his own chair, showing great courtesy. Thank you. Tang Niannian replied calmly, not taking a sip of the tea. Outside, cheers erupted, mixed with a few phrases in Japanese, calling out the name Yamamoto Chizo. Yamamoto Chizo is very popular in the boxing arena, the manager explained.
Not dead.
She had already gathered all the information about Yamamoto Chizo. He was indeed a skilled fighter, known for his ruthless nature, enjoying the torment of his opponents before defeating them. He would crush every bone, gouge out eyes, tear off ears and tongues, and smash every tooth until there was nothing left to break before finally striking at the heart. Most people who come to the boxing arena are aggressive and bloodthirsty, but Yamamoto Chizo was the most brutal, even worse than a wild animal. This is why he became the most popular fighter. However, after Tang Niannian appeared, Yamamoto dropped from first to second place. Tang Niannian's reason for wanting to defeat this fighter was not just because of his cruelty. In a life-and-death match, one of them had to lose. Yamamoto had committed a serious offense by treating opponents differently. When facing fighters from other countries, his methods were much gentler, but if the opponent was Chinese, he would use all sorts of cruel tactics and excitedly shout, "Chinese pig." This phrase was a major offense to Tang Niannian. Maria. The audience below cheered excitedly, urging Tang Niannian to take the stage. They could hardly wait. Tang Niannian stood up, stretched her muscles, and walked slowly to the ring, the audience's cheers louder than thunder. "Chinese woman, you are no match for me." A disdainful remark came from Yamamoto. Tang Niannian glanced at him with contempt. He looked far from human, and compared to him, even a pig would seem more attractive. Moreover, this unattractive person has a bulky figure and is tall. Wearing a martial arts uniform, he looks like a mountain of flesh. Those who don't know the situation might think he is just a clumsy, overweight person. But this is just the illusion that Yamamoto gives off. Although he is as heavy as a pig, he is surprisingly agile, with remarkable speed and strength that should not be underestimated. Tang Nian raised her middle finger at Yamamoto and gestured downwards, her clear voice loudly declaring, "Forget you and your whole family." She spoke in English, clearly and audibly, and even though her voice wasn't loud, everyone in the arena heard her. The audience fell silent, stunned. After watching the match for so long, it was the first time anyone had heard someone insult the emperor like that. Yamamoto was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly for a few seconds before erupting in anger, shouting incoherently, implying that he wanted to tear apart this disrespectful woman. "Hey, come here." Tang Nian playfully beckoned with her finger, as if calling a pet, showing extreme disdain. Although her figure was no match for Yamamoto's, her confidence instantly overwhelmed him, driving him crazy as he shouted in frustration, wanting nothing more than to tear her apart. However, since the referee had not yet announced the start of the match, Yamamoto dared not make a move, no matter how angry he was. The wealthy guests in the VIP section were amused. "This Maria is impressive. It would be a shame if Yamamoto took her down. She looks like a stunning woman. Mr. Xiang, have you seen Maria's true appearance?" Xiang Hua was also in the VIP section, and the wealthy guests sent people to inquire about Maria, some even having their own thoughts. "I haven't seen her. Maria is only fighting this one match, and I had a hard time inviting her. After this, she will leave Hong Kong," Xiang Hua replied. The wealthy guests felt it was a pity to miss out on such a beautiful and fiery woman. The sharp whistle of the referee sounded, signaling the start of the match. This time, Tang Nian changed her strategy, launching a strong offensive from the start, giving Yamamoto no chance to catch his breath. Although she had not lived through the era of invasion, she often heard her grandfather speak of the terrible crimes committed during that time. "I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." The next day, major media outlets in Hong Kong reported on the match. Maria became well known, and many people called for her to fight again, but Xiang Hua refused, knowing that Tang Nian would not agree. Such high-level boxing matches cannot happen too frequently. No matter how precious something is, it loses its value if it becomes too common. On the 20th, she received a call from the lady of the Deng family, inviting her out for dinner and mentioning that Deng Mo Li would join them. Tang Nian accepted the invitation. The lady looked radiant and seemed younger, suggesting that the second lady's time might be running out. She had heard from Deng Mo Li that the first lady and the second lady were in a bitter rivalry. The second lady had caused the deaths of the first lady's 2 children when they had just arrived in Hong Kong and were still establishing themselves. Before marrying into the Deng family, the second lady was a socialite and knew many people from all walks of life. After arriving in Hong Kong, she found some old acquaintances and paid them handsomely to eliminate the first lady's son and daughter, both of whom died in accidents. The first lady knew the second lady was responsible, but she had no evidence, and Deng Chongguang had no intention of investigating further. She felt powerless in Hong Kong and could not compete with the second lady, so she chose to retreat and focus on her faith for over 20 years. Now that she finally had an opportunity, she would not let the second lady off easily. "Miss Tang, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." The lady handed over a document bag. Inside the bag was a property deed for a villa and 2 commercial shops in a prime location. This was a generous gift. "This is too much," Tang Nian said, returning it to the lady. "This is my personal property, unrelated to Deng Chongguang." "You must accept it, Miss Tang," the lady insisted, smiling. "To be honest, I despise Wu Baihua and wish for her downfall. You have helped me immensely, and I am very grateful." For years, she had wanted revenge, but Wu Baihua's power had grown, and with Deng Chongguang's protection, she had found no opportunity. Thankfully, with Tang Nian's involvement, Deng Chongguang had grown weary of Wu Baihua, giving her a chance to regain control and avenge her children. Tang Nian accepted the gift of gratitude. After a brief visit, the lady took her leave, leaving Deng Mo Li to keep her company. "Wu Bihua is close to death. It was my grandfather who did this. Deng Moli looked tired and not very happy. Isn't Deng Changwang very fond of his second wife?
Tang Yan was a bit surprised.
She thought it was the first wife who was behind this, but it turned out to be Deng Changwang. Deng Moli gave a bitter smile and said, "The first wife has evidence of Wu Bihua's affair. After my grandfather saw it, he was furious and imprisoned Wu Bihua, not allowing anyone to bring her food or water. She has been locked up for 4 days. Why didn't the first wife present the evidence earlier?" Tang Yan couldn't understand. Men cannot stand being cheated on, so why did the first wife wait so many years to reveal it? I asked the first wife. She said she didn't have much leverage and needed to strike decisively, not giving Wu Bihua a chance to survive. A few years ago, she didn't have the confidence, so she held back, Deng Moli said, looking a bit dazed. She realized that everyone in the Deng family was more complicated than she thought. Even the first wife, whom she once believed to be weak, was actually cunning and patient. The seemingly foolish third wife was also playing a clever game. Once Wu Bihua's situation changed, the third wife stepped forward to testify, claiming she saw Wu Bihua being intimate with a man but had been threatened before and could not speak out. With the photos from the first wife and the third wife's testimony, Deng Changwang was convinced and punished Wu Bihua severely, locking her up without food or water.
Tang Nian understood.
Clearly, the evidence the first wife had was not strong enough. In the past, Wu Bihua had Deng Changwang's favor and trust, along with control of the household. The first wife's evidence alone couldn't take Wu Bihua's life and could even backfire on her. Now that Wu Bihua had lost Deng Changwang's affection, the first wife could present her evidence and join forces with the third wife to ensure Wu Bihua's downfall. Tang Yan felt a headache coming on. This kind of scheming was clearly not for her. She lacked the first wife's patience and the third wife's acting skills. She only knew how to be straightforward and confront things head-on. Are you and your brother currently being raised by the first wife? Tang Yan asked. Deng Moli nodded and self-deprecatingly said, "She doesn't truly care for us. We are just a reluctant choice for her. My brother and I have to be obedient pawns in her game, or we could easily be discarded. Then just follow her lead. Once you have the ability to resist, you can abandon her." Tang Yan smiled, knowing that Deng Moli had similar plans. "I will, Sister Tang. This is my small gift. I hope we can see each other again soon." Deng Moli also took out an envelope, which contained a property deed for a shop, but just one. She shyly said, "I want to save some money to start a company, so I could only afford one." "What kind of company?" Tang Yan placed the deed on the table. She wouldn't accept this gift. "A record company. I want to find some talented but lesser-known artists and help them become stars. Sister Tang, I want to recruit your second brother's band. I think they have great potential." Deng Moli's eyes sparkled. This was a well-thought-out decision. Starting a film company would require more capital, and she couldn't compete with those backed by powerful groups. She felt that a record company was more feasible, especially since she already had candidates, including Tang Chongfeng and his band. "You have a good eye." Tang Yan complimented her. Her second brother's band indeed had potential, but she couldn't remember which company they signed with in her past life, and it surely wasn't Deng Moli's. Many things had changed in this life. Deng Moli's situation in the Deng family was much better than before, and she had started her business early. Tang Yan pushed the property deed toward her and said, "I don't want this. Let's talk about it when you have more money." After a moment, she added, "My second brother is a bit silly, so please take good care of him after you sign. Sister Tang, I will definitely give your second brother the best contract. Don't worry."
Deng Montagli promised.
Tang Yan smiled. She believed her. With Deng Moli's support, her silly second brother would likely have a smoother journey in the entertainment industry. "Until we meet again. Next time I see you, I might have to call you Boss Deng."
Tang Nian hooked Deng Montagli. Goodbye.
Deng Moli hugged her tightly in return, determined to work hard. The atmosphere in the Tang family was a bit heavy lately because Tang Yan was leaving. Mu Xiaolian had prepared a lot of luggage for her, filled with special products from Hong Kong, clothes, jewelry, and more, packed into about 10 suitcases. These are gold items for your grandmother, and these are for the Tang family members. I've noted everything down. When you have a chance to return, your father and I will personally thank them. Mu Xiulian was talking on, and as she spoke, her eyes turned red. She didn't know when they would meet again. We will see each other soon. Tang Nian comforted her, saying that she could come to Hong Kong any time in the future. It was just across a river, very convenient. Mu Xiulian hugged her daughter tightly and advised, "You and Xiaoshen are still young.
Don't have kids yet.
Aren't you planning to go to college? Focus on your studies. If you have a child, you won't have time to learn. Even if Xiaoshen wants you to have a baby, don't agree. Men just talk about it, but it's the women who bear the burden. I've been through it, so trust me. I know I don't like kids." Tang Nian chuckled. She had no intention of having a baby now. She was afraid she might lose her temper. Just like the two little ones at home, the meat dumplings and rice balls, they were mostly cute, but when they cried, it could drive anyone crazy. Once, Su Jinfeng asked her to help take care of the two kids, and within half an hour, they started crying, giving her a headache. She had to use all her strength to resist the urge to throw them on the roof. She liked little kids, but only if she didn't have to take care of them. Seeing that Mu Xiulian was still worried, Tang Nian reassured her. Xin Xiao doesn't like kids either. Kids are still very cute. You two will definitely have children, just a few years later. Not having kids is not an option. Mu Xiulian insisted that having children was essential for a lasting marriage. Tang Nian nodded obediently, knowing that it was ultimately her decision whether to have kids or not. Another day passed, and Bao Liansheng brought a big gift, a villa, an office building, and a set of exquisite jade jewelry. Tang Nian happily accepted the gift. She liked it. "Miss Tang, see you again in whose city?" Bao Liansheng was in high spirits. He was already handling the paperwork to return home and would bring his mother back to his city by October at the latest. "When that time comes, I'll treat the old lady and Mr. Bao to authentic local cuisine," Tang Nian said with a smile. Bao Liansheng smiled back and shook hands with Tang Nian to say goodbye. Finally, it was time to say goodbye. The supplies from the 5 ships had arrived at the port, along with 20 machine tools. Tang Nian and Xin Xiao took the boat back. That evening, the captain and crew were very polite to them and even arranged a VIP room, which was more comfortable than a luxury cruise. The journey went smoothly, and they finally reached the port of Hu City at night. Waiting for them at the port were Elder Zhang and Representative Liao, who were excited to see the large shipment of supplies and the precision machine tools, their eyes glistening with joy. Especially Elder Zhang, who gently touched the machine tools as if they were precious treasures, smiling widely, which was unusual for his normally serious demeanor. "We have succeeded in our mission," Tang Nian said with a smile. "Comrades Tang Nian and Xin Xiao, thank you for your hard work. We will make sure to recognize your efforts," Representative Liao said excitedly, feeling a bit dizzy as he watched the boxes being unloaded. "With so many machine tools, did you have enough money to bring them?" Representative Liao asked. 20 machines? That would require a lot of funds. "My father said that everyone has a responsibility for the country's rise and fall, so he covered the costs," Tang Nian replied with a smile. Since she got them for free, she didn't need to take any money. Representative Liao expressed more gratitude and mentioned wanting to recognize Tang Jinglin's contributions. Tang Nian just smiled and remained silent, thinking that if the recognition didn't happen, she wouldn't contribute anything in the future. Once all the supplies were unloaded, Representative Liao brought in well-trained soldiers to help. The captain said goodbye to them and continued sailing towards the island country. The empty ship would make a quick trip around the island before returning. Bao Liansheng had already made arrangements there, so there wouldn't be any issues. Tang Nian stayed in Hu City for a day before returning to Tang Village, while Xin Xiao went back to the army, asking her to bring a bag of shells for Jiujin. During these days, Tang Jiujin had been waiting at the village entrance every day, hoping for her sister's return. The prickly pears were ripe, but her sister still hadn't come back. The little girl picked a bag of prickly pears and stood at the village entrance for a long time, but still didn't see her sister. Disappointed, she mumbled, "What a tease. If she doesn't come back soon, school will start." With a sad face, Jiojin turned to head back, dragging her shirt hem, which was full of the prickly pears she had picked from the mountain. "Here comes my sister." Looking ahead, Tian shouted excitedly. Jiojin's chubby face lit up instantly as he turned and ran towards the village entrance, where he spotted a car approaching in the distance, kicking up dust. "Second sister." Jiojin waved his hand as he ran, careful not to go too fast for fear of spilling the prickly pears he was holding. Tang Nian heard his voice before she saw him, and she couldn't help but smile. As soon as the car stopped, Jiojin rushed over and exclaimed, "Second sister, is brother-in-law not back yet?" Brother-in-law had promised to bring her some bullet shells. "Do you only want brother-in-law to come back?"
Tang Nian that.
"I want everyone to come back, second sister." "Here, have some prickly pears." Jiojin smiled sweetly, his belly sticking out proudly, with a bag full of prickly pears. "Here, your brother-in-law specifically asked me to bring these for you." Tang Nian pinched his little chubby face, took out a bag of bullet shells, and grabbed a handful of prickly pears to eat. She had been craving this taste since she was in Xiangjiang. Jiojin grinned widely, showing 2 gaps where he had recently lost teeth, making him talk with a slight lisp. "Second sister, I miss you so much. I dream about you." Jiojin clung to Tang Nian's arm, genuinely missing her. "Go call someone to help carry the things." Tang Nian gently flicked his forehead. The truck was filled with luggage that Mu Xiulian had prepared for the Tang family, along with items she bought in Xiangjiang. Over a dozen bags. "Second sister, I picked these prickly pears for you." "Second sister, I picked this black rice for you." "Second sister, my mom steamed some sweet rice for you." "Second sister, my grandma made some dried loofah for you." A group of children gathered around, eagerly offering their snacks, including wild fruits they had picked from the mountains and treats made by adults. The living standards in Tang Village had greatly improved, and the children now had more snacks. Tang Nian immediately noticed the dried loofah. It was her first time seeing it. She recognized the child's grandma who had brought it over, knowing she was from Jiangxi, hardworking and very capable. She took a bite of the dried loofah. It was salty and had a chewy texture, with bits of meat and glutinous rice mixed in. It tasted quite good. The dried loofah from Jiangxi is delicious. "Is it tasty? Do you have more?" Tang Nian finished a piece of dried loofah and wanted more, so she turned to find Xiao Chang's grandma to get some more. "There's more, second sister, give me some." Xiao Chang eagerly shared all the dried loofah he had, but there was only 1 piece left. Tang Nian happily accepted the children's snacks and took out a big bag of chocolate from the car for Jiojin to share. The children cheered and surrounded Jiojin, eagerly waiting for her to distribute the chocolate. Jiojin was fair, giving each child the same amount of candy, so she was very respected among the village kids. When she spoke, all the children listened to her. "Nian girl is back. Why didn't you call to let us know?" Grandma Tang's loud voice came from afar, and she rushed over to look at Tang Nian, checking to see if she was okay. "Why did you buy so many things? You're wasting money." Seeing the car full of luggage, Grandma Tang couldn't help but complain about how much it must have cost. "My parents prepared it. I didn't spend a penny," Tang Nian whispered to her. Grandma Tang looked around to make sure no one was listening before she felt relieved. "Let's talk about it at home." Grandma Tang was still worried. There might be ears listening. The village chief's family also arrived, along with Tang Manjin and Tang Manin, and many villagers came to see the car full of items, all very envious. "Nian girl, where did you go on a business trip?"
Someone asked.
"Yangcheng, they have a lot of different things there," Tang Nian replied with a smile, handing out a big bag of snacks for the villagers to share. "These are delicious. What are they called?" "Wife cakes," Tang Nian answered, as she had specifically bought the wife cakes. "Why is it called that? Is there a husband cake too?" "Of course, there must be a great-grandfather cake." The villagers came up with funny ideas, and Tang Nian couldn't help but laugh, not correcting them. After moving the luggage home, Tang Nian began to distribute gifts. Everyone received something. Mu Xiao Lian had prepared thoughtful gifts. Women received gold jewelry and fabric, while men got cigarettes and fabric. Tang Nian also brought some appliances, giving a fan to the village chief's family. How much does this cost? The team leader was very happy. He now had money to buy a fan but no ticket. This fan was just what he wanted. It's free. I'm giving it to you. Tang Nian was generous. The fan came from her space and cost nothing. The team leader insisted on paying, which made Tang Nian unhappy. She snatched the fan back and said, I won't give it to you. Your stubbornness is something only Xiao Xin can handle. The team leader said with a frown, he couldn't just take such an expensive item for free. I have a good temper. It's you who is being difficult, Tang Nian huffed. If Dad doesn't want it, then I will take it, Tang Jianshu said with a grin as he accepted the fan. The team leader huffed but didn't say anything more. Nian, are you going to the Canton Fair next half of the year? Tang Jianshu asked. No, I'm not going. Tang Nian shook her head. One experience was enough. She asked, how was the spring Canton Fair? It was great. Our Tang village secured a $1.3 million order, Tang Jianshu replied with a smile. He and Tang Tong took some young people from Tang village to the spring fair to gain experience and train them. As the factory grew, he and Tang Tong couldn't do everything themselves. They needed capable successors. That's impressive. Tang Nian gave a thumbs up. In his past life, Tang Jianshu became wealthy on his own, and his skills and vision were top-notch, which is why she felt comfortable leaving the craft and sock factories in his care. As for her uncle, Tang Tong, he lacked some management skills and was better suited for sales. Tang Jianshu was grinning widely, and the team leader and his wife were also happy, feeling even more grateful to Tang Nian. Nian girl, I'll cook lunch, Huang Zhaodi said as she tied on an apron and headed to the kitchen. Grandma is making pig trotter stew. I'll eat that at home next time, Tang Nian declined. Her little grandma had specially made the stew, and she had to go home to eat it. All right, just let me know what you want next time, Huang Zhaodi said, not insisting. Family didn't need to be polite. Tang Jianshu had already set up the power strip, plugged in the fan, and turned on the switch. A cool breeze started blowing, and he adjusted the rotating switch so the fan could sway and cool the entire room. Nothing beats a fan. It feels so nice, Huang Zhaodi sighed as she tossed aside her straw fan. I wish we could buy fans freely, Tang Jianshu said with a hint of regret. He only had one fan, which he would have to place in his parents' room at night. He wanted to buy another one for himself, but he didn't have a ticket. Even with money, he couldn't buy one. Tang Nian noticed his thoughts and waved him over. The siblings stepped outside to talk. I brought several fans. I'll give you one. Just tell Uncle San that you asked me to buy it, she offered. Great. Nian, you're so kind, Tang Jianshu exclaimed, overjoyed. He pinched her cheeks playfully, just like when they were kids. Do that again and I'll get you, Tang Nian warned coldly. Tang Jianshu quickly withdrew his hand, grinning sheepishly. Humph. Tang Nian glanced back and turned to leave, while Tang Jianshu followed closely behind, like a loyal puppy. When they reached the Tang house, Tang Nian took a fan from inside and handed it to him with a bit of annoyance. On this trip, she had brought several fans, ensuring every room in the house had one. When are you going back there for work? Next time, could you bring me a TV? Tang Jianshu asked eagerly as he accepted the fan, even cheekily requesting a television. Is it still hard to buy appliances? Tang Nian inquired. It's not just hard, it's extremely difficult. Many people have money but no tickets, and they wait for years without getting one, Tang Jianshu replied, frustrated. He couldn't understand why people with money couldn't buy products. Then we should start our own fan factory, Tang Nian said impulsively. The technology for making fans isn't too complicated, and the market demand is high. As long as the product quality is good, there will be no problem selling them. In the future, they could even expand to international markets. Tang Jianshu was taken aback and asked excitedly, can we really start a fan factory? If we can set up a machine tool factory, why can't we start a fan factory? Tang Nian's words filled Tang Jianshu with enthusiasm. I'll go to the commune and ask right now. You tell the commune that we will handle the technical aspects ourselves. Once the factory is up and running, we will prioritize hiring people from our commune to help with the surplus labor, Tang Nian instructed.
Got it.
Tang Jianshu grabbed a fan and hurried off. Sure enough, the commune offered strong support and even set up a working group to handle matters in Tang village, ensuring they could quickly address any issues. Tang Nian didn't get too involved in the fan project. She didn't take any shares. It was all handled by Tang Jianshu and Tang Mantong, with her only contributing a few ideas. After staying in Tang village for half a month, Tang Nian headed to his city, driving directly there with a car full of food for Xin Xiao. The car was modified by Tang Nian herself. It was officially the sock factory's vehicle, but she was the one driving. After registering at the checkpoint, she was allowed to pass, though the young soldier there kept glancing at her with curiosity. The soldier was only about 18 or 19, still looking quite youthful. Tang Nian playfully teased him. Do I have something on my face?
No.
The young soldier's face turned bright red, too shy to look at her anymore. Then, why do you keep looking at me? Tang Nian asked, trying to keep a straight face. I just wanted to see what my sister-in-law looks like. You really are beautiful, like a fairy, the young soldier stammered, worried that he had offended her. You have good taste here. Tang Nian couldn't hold back any longer and took out a bag of bean cakes, handing it to him. I can't take this, sister-in-law. You should keep it.
Oh.
The young soldier wanted to return it, but Tang Nian had already driven away, and he couldn't catch up. I hope she isn't mad at me, he muttered to himself. If she were angry, she wouldn't have given him a snack, so she must be fine. He took a piece of the bean cake and enjoyed the sweetness, feeling happy. He thought getting married is great. He wished he could find a wife as beautiful as his sister-in-law. But then again, he didn't have half the skills of Xinge, so he shouldn't aim too high. Just someone half as pretty as her would be enough. The young soldier was daydreaming while Tang Nian had already arrived at the family housing area. Although Xin Xiao was young, he held a high rank and was qualified for a standalone house. However, he had been too lazy to tidy up when he was single, so he lived in the dormitory until he applied for a standalone house after getting married. Typically, only those at the regiment level or above could live in standalone houses. Number 15, this is it. Tang Nian found the house, took out the key, and opened the door. It was a 2-story building with a spacious front yard, making it easy to dry clothes and blankets. Xin Xiao kept it very tidy, though it felt a bit empty. Are you Xiao Xin's partner? A head popped up over the wall. It was a woman in her 40s with dark skin and short hair. Her accent was strong, making it hard to tell where she was from.
Yes. Tang Nian not dead?
She didn't know this woman, but it was clear she would be a future neighbor. However, she wasn't interested in socializing with the other wives. The age difference was too great for them to connect, and it wasn't necessary. Xin Zhao's abilities were enough for him to rise quickly in the military without her needing to please anyone. Zhao Chunmei's smile faltered slightly, showing some dissatisfaction. Although her husband was only a deputy regiment leader, which was lower than Xin Zhao's rank, she was old enough to be Xin Zhao's mother. The indifferent attitude felt disrespectful. However, she wasn't too upset. Tang Nian was young, and she didn't want to argue with a girl. I'm Zhao Chunmei. We'll be neighbors from now on. It's better to have close neighbors than distant relatives, so feel free to reach out if you need anything. Zhao Chunmei said cheerfully.
I'm Tang Nian.
I look forward to your support. Tang Nian politely responded, then thought for a moment and took out a pack of snacks from her bag, handing it over the wall. It's customary to bring a small gift when meeting someone for the first time. Zhao Chunmei happily accepted the snacks, her attitude noticeably warmer. You're too kind, Xiao Tang. I have a lot of vegetables in my yard. If you want some, just let me know.
Thank you.
Tang Nian expressed her gratitude, even though she wouldn't be picking vegetables, as she had more than enough in her own space. From Zhao Chunmei's clothing and speech, it's clear that she isn't very educated and lacks experience. She also seems to be a bit cheap, but these are minor flaws that can be overlooked as long as she doesn't bother anyone. Hey, why is there a car stopped at the intersection? Who's here? At the door, Tang Yan had just set down her bag and stepped out to get some water and wipe the table. She saw two women standing at the entrance, one of whom was older and knocked a few times on the door. Actually, the door was open. Seeing Tang Yan, the woman who knocked paused for a moment and smiled. You must be Xiao Shen's partner, right? You two look great together. My name is Tang Yan. I came over today. Tang Yan smiled and invited the two women inside. I'm Wen Qiulan, the wife of Commissioner Yu. My house is 3 buildings down. If you need anything, feel free to come to me, said the older woman with a warm smile. She was in her 50s, of average height, a bit plump, with short hair. Her calm demeanor made her seem like a kind and understanding elder. I'm Su Yan, your neighbor. I'm a gynecologist at the military hospital. If you're not feeling well, you can come to me, said the other woman, who was in her 30s, tall and slim and quite pretty, though a bit too thin, which made her face look sharp. Unfortunately, she and Tang Yan were wearing the same outfit. Both were dressed in white shirts paired with light gray pants, and their shirts were tucked into their belts. But matching outfits aren't a problem. It's the one who looks worse that feels awkward. In fact, Su Yan had a nice figure and looked good in her outfit, but next to Tang Yan, she appeared dull, like a pair of not-so-white shoes stepping into fresh snow, instantly looking gray. When Qiulan glanced at her and said with a smile, You can tell Xiao Tang is healthy. She doesn't need to go to the hospital. Su Yan really spoke without thinking. Having been in the military for less than a year, she had offended quite a few people. If it weren't for her father's connection with old Yu, she wouldn't bother with this foolishness. I haven't been sick since I was born, Tang Yan said lightly, not liking Su Yan and not wanting to engage in small talk. Su Yan's expression changed slightly, and she couldn't help but say, You can't avoid seeing a doctor. Everyone gets sick sometimes. Is it that it's hard to see a doctor in your village, so you don't go to the hospital? She heard that Xin Zhao's wife was from the countryside and never thought much of her. However, seeing her today surprised her. This rural woman was young and beautiful, dressed fashionably, and even dared to wear the same outfit as her. Therefore, Su Yan didn't like Tang Yan. Xiao Su, didn't you say you were making dumplings for Commander Lu? You need to start preparing, or you won't have enough time. When Qiulan interrupted Su Yan, knowing that if this foolish girl kept talking, she would offend someone. Tang Yan sighed. It was only the first day, and the drama had already begun. That's why she disliked socializing with other wives. Competing with a group of women was too annoying. They couldn't be hit or scolded. She would rather be on the battlefield than argue with this foolish woman. Comrade Su Yan, your understanding doesn't match your profession. When I say I'm not going to the hospital, it means I'm very healthy and don't need to go. Also, I'm from the countryside, but it's convenient for us to see a doctor. I appreciate the government's concern. In the new society, healthcare in rural areas is very accessible, and there's no stigma about seeking medical help. Comrade Su Yan, you should spend more time in the countryside to understand rural life, and then you wouldn't doubt the country's healthcare capabilities. Tang Yan shot back sarcastically, showing no respect. Representative Liao said he would recommend her for a first-class merit award, and with her previous second-class merit, she was now considered a significant contributor. If she let this foolish person bully her, how could she live up to her military honors? When Qiulan twitched her lips and quietly took a step back, it seemed that this little Tang was quite sharp, just like little Shin. Indeed, they were not from the same family. Su Yan was so angry that her pretty face twisted. She came from a good family, had a good job, and her husband was young and accomplished, which made her look down on others. She was only polite to Qiulan among the families in the area. She ignored everyone else. Even though her temper was bad and her words were unpleasant, she had a powerful father, which meant many families tried to curry favor with her. This only made Su Yan's temper worse and her behavior more arrogant. Clearly, you're from the countryside, lacking manners. I won't argue with you. Su Yan raised her chin. She was a bit taller than Tang Nian, and her presence was strong.
Xiao Su.
When Qiulan scolded her, such words could easily be used against her. Su Yan really had no sense. Xiao Tang, Xiao Su can't speak, so I'll apologize for her. Sorry for bothering you today. When Qiulan pulled Su Yan away forcefully, Tang Nian shrugged, indifferent. She didn't care about such foolishness. Comrade Tang, you are really brave to confront Su Yan. Zhao Chunmei appeared on the wall, sounding impressed and a bit gleeful. Is she someone important? Tang Nian turned on the faucet to fill a container, curious about Su Yan's background. Very important. Su Yan's father is a deputy commander. Didn't you see how Wen Jie didn't dare to offend her? Zhao Chunmei said with a disgruntled expression. From the Shanghai military district? Not exactly, from another military district, and she has a good relationship with Commander Ming. If it weren't for her father, with her not having any children, would Captain Liu tolerate her? He definitely wouldn't marry a woman who has been married before. Zhao Chunmei sneered, her eyes filled with disdain. Tang Nian gathered two pieces of information. Su Yan was married before and had no children. Although she didn't like Su Yan, she didn't appreciate the comment about not having children and said, having children is a couple's matter. Sometimes it's the man's issue. Captain Liu is definitely fine. He's tall and strong. It's Su Yan who refuses to have children, saying it will change her figure. Captain Liu can't argue with her. They fight every day. Zhao Chunmei huffed, defending Captain Liu. Once you're married, you should have children. Captain Liu is already in his 30s. His mother is quite old, and Su Yan has driven her away. She won't have children, doesn't cook, and Captain Liu does all the housework. Did he marry her just to have a decoration? Su Yan seems to be coming back. Tang Nian didn't want to hear more and said one sentence that scared Zhao Chunmei away. I'm going to cook. Zhao Chunmei's face changed, and she quickly slid down the wall and ran home. Tang Nian filled the container with water, went inside to wipe the table, and decided not to cook lunch. She would just eat at the cafeteria. Su Yan did come back. She had just been called by Wen Qiulan for a long lecture, but she hadn't listened at all and thought Wen Qiulan was meddling. She said she wanted to make dumplings for Lu Guangliang, and only then did Wen Qiulan let her return. Fuming as she returned home, Su Yan lost her desire to make dumplings and sat in the room, sulking. Not long ago, she had a big argument with Lu Guangliang over having children. Lu Guangliang really wanted a child, but she did not want to give birth. She was afraid of the pain, worried about her figure, and lacked the patience to raise a child. Lu Guangliang said that after having a baby, he would take care of everything, even asking his mother to come help or hiring a nanny, but Su Yan still refused. She did not like her mother-in-law from the countryside, who had poor hygiene habits and acted like a schemer, complaining to Lu Guangliang about her. What bothered her the most was that this woman had two faces. She would act like a strict mother-in-law in front of Su Yan, but would play the victim in front of Lu Guangliang, often pretending to cry. Lu Guangliang believed his mother and would argue with Su Yan every time. Su Yan felt truly wronged. Although she disliked her mother-in-law, she never bullied her. She simply ignored her. Lu Guangliang had many siblings, and he sent most of his salary home each month. She didn't get angry about that, so why should she have to endure his mother's behavior? During their recent argument, Lu Guangliang even dared to call her parents to complain. Her father scolded her over the phone, and her mother advised her to control her temper, saying that women should learn to be soft-hearted, as men care about their pride and shouldn't be opposed. She urged Su Yan to show more care for Lu Guangliang. Her mother also warned that if she didn't work on her marriage, the family would stop supporting her. This made Su Yan a bit anxious. Her ex-husband had been her childhood friend, and they were well-matched, with a strong emotional foundation. But no matter how good their relationship was, it couldn't withstand the damage caused by a difficult mother-in-law. After getting married, she and her mother-in-law argued frequently. At first, her ex-husband sided with her, but over time, he began to support his mother against her. Su Yan realized that the root of the problem was her refusal to have children. Before they married, she had told her ex-husband that she did not want kids, and he had agreed, even promising to convince his parents. But after marriage, he changed completely. After the divorce, Su Yan married Lu Guangliang, feeling that she had married beneath her status. She initially opposed the marriage, but after spending every day at her parents' house, dealing with her sister-in-law's attitude, she couldn't take it anymore. In the end, she married him. After the wedding, Lu Guangliang was very considerate, even not letting her wash her own underwear. Su Yan felt somewhat relieved, grateful to have married him, but they eventually argued about having children. A wave of frustration washed over her, and she urgently needed to vent. She grabbed a book from the table and threw it across the room. Lu Guangliang returned home and almost got hit by a book. He frowned, put the takeout on the table, and then picked up the book. "Dinner is ready," Lu Guangliang said in a deep voice. He took out bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen, set the table, and started eating without waiting for Su Yan. Shen Xiao also came back and immediately hugged Tang Nian for a kiss. The two were so close that it seemed they couldn't part, but Tang Nian pushed him away and pointed to her stomach, saying, "Dinner. I'll take you to the cafeteria. You can go by yourself in the future, just buy meal tickets." Shen Xiao took a lunchbox and meal tickets. He didn't need tickets to eat at the cafeteria since his meal expenses were deducted from his salary each month, but family members needed tickets. On the way, they met many people. Shen Xiao, who usually ignored others, was particularly friendly this time, actively introducing Tang Nian. The distance from the family area to the cafeteria wasn't far, but they took nearly half an hour because they stopped to introduce themselves to everyone they met and then listened to compliments about how well-matched they were. By the time they reached the cafeteria, Shen Zhao's usual cold expression had turned warm. Tang Nian didn't want to burst his bubble of vanity, as she enjoyed hearing the compliments too. It's no wonder that people love flattery. It brings a lot of positive feelings. By the end of lunch, the entire military district knew that Shen Zhao's wife had arrived. She was a young and beautiful woman, though not very talkative, similar to Shen Xiao, not the lively type. In the afternoon, Shen Xiao went to work while Tang Nian took a nap at home. Just as she was about to doze off, she was awakened by a loud noise from next door. "I don't want to have children. I said that when we got married."
You know that.
"Why are you pressuring me now? Am I supposed to have 7 or 8 kids like your mother to prove my worth? I tell you, that's absolutely not going to happen." Su Yan's sharp voice came through, mixed with sobs. Tang Nian was wide awake now and went to the wall of the yard to listen in on the gossip. "When we got married, I thought you were just being playful, so I didn't mention having kids. But we've been married for 2 years now. You're 31 and I'm 35. It's time to grow up a little, Su Yan. You're being selfish, only thinking about your own comfort and never caring about others. If that's the case, why did you even get married?" Lu Guangliang felt helpless. He was truly exhausted. If he had known Su Yan was the selfish, he would never have married her. "Lu Guangliang, stop pretending in front of me. Why did you marry me in the first place? Wasn't it for the benefits for my father? How else do you think you got promoted?" Su Yan sneered, seeing Lu Guangliang's dark expression. She felt a sense of satisfaction and added sarcastically, "We got married for our own reasons. Stop pressuring me about having kids. If I don't want to have them and you're unhappy, then just leave." She was sure this man wouldn't dare to leave. How could he get promoted after that? "Fine, I'll get a divorce. I'll go file the papers right now." Lu Guangliang turned to leave. Even if he stayed at the rank of company commander, he had to go. He couldn't serve this spoiled woman any longer. "Leave if you want. Whoever doesn't leave is a coward." Su Yan shouted angrily, followed by the sound of things being smashed. It seemed she was breaking quite a lot. Tang Nian, after hearing the gossip, was ready to head back to her room when she bumped into Zhao Chunmei, who was leaning over the wall. This time it seems serious. Zhao Chunmei's face was full of curiosity. Tang Nian remained silent. She didn't want to get involved in others' family matters. Whether they divorced or not had nothing to do with her. "I'm telling you, Su Yan brings up divorce about once a month." Captain Lu used to disagree, but this time he agreed. It looks like he really plans to go through with it, Zhao Chunmei whispered. If Captain Lu gets divorced, he can find another young lady, but it won't be easy for Su Yan. She's really confused. Which woman gets married and doesn't have kids? Oh no, could it be that she can't have children? Zhao Chunmei seemed to have discovered something exciting, excitedly tapping on the wall as she muttered to herself. She must not be able to have kids. If she could, she would have had them by now. What I can or can't do with having children is none of your business. Do you think everyone is like you, needing to have 5 or 6 kids to prove their worth? Zhao Chunmei, what's so proud about being a baby-making machine? Su Yan suddenly appeared over the wall, shouting angrily. If you can have kids, why don't you? Clearly you can't, and yet you're acting proud about it? Zhao Chunmei usually feels intimidated by Su Yan, but when it comes to a confrontation, she can't back down, especially since her husband is a commander, while Su Yan's husband is just a company leader. You worry about whether I can have kids? Zhao Chunmei, you must be bored. All you do is gossip about other people's lives. Well, you're an uneducated rural woman. Besides having children, what else can you do? I should understand your situation. Su Yan said with a cold laugh. Just because you have an education, you think you're better than rural people? If you're so capable, why do you eat food grown by farmers? Your father is also from the countryside. You've only been in the city for a few years and already forgotten your roots. Would you dare say that in front of Commander Su? Zhao Chunmei, furious, climbed onto the wall, standing there with her hands on her hips and shouting. Before Su Yan could respond, she continued, You always look down on rural people. You think you're so special. I may not be educated, but I know how to be grateful. Farmers work hard to feed city folks like you. Why do you look down on them? I don't look down on farmers. I look down on you for being a gossip. Zhao Chunmei, don't mix things up. What did I mix up? Didn't you just say rural people? Didn't you say I'm uneducated? Comrade Tang, you heard that, right? Zhao Chunmei wanted to get support, but Tang Nian had already gone back inside and didn't want to get involved. Su Yan laughed mockingly. You want to please others, but they ignore you. Who is trying to please anyone? I'm not like you, always arguing and making people dislike you. Why are you so worked up? Did I hit a nerve? I don't need to please anyone. It's others who try to please me. Who's worked up? Su Yan, you think your father being a commander makes you special? No matter how capable he is, he can't help you have children. You can't even lay an egg. What are you capable of? Hurt by the words, Zhao Chunmei jumped down from the wall and ran to the base of Su Yan's wall, shouting angrily. When Xiaolan and a few other women, who were family members, came over and managed to calm Zhao Chunmei down. Why is she taking her anger out on me? I didn't make Commander Lu divorce her. It's her fault for not having kids. She only picks on the weak. What's with her attitude? Zhao Chunmei was calmed down, but she was still upset and sat in her yard complaining. Su Yan wanted to rush over several times, but was held back by Wen Qiulan. After learning the reason for their argument, Wen Qiulan felt overwhelmed. She offered a few words of advice and went home, but she called Su Yan's mother to tell her what had just happened. Captain Lu might really be angry this time. You need to talk to Su. She should be a bit softer. Once a woman gets married, things change at home. She can't just lose her temper. Captain Lu is actually quite nice. He does housework. Su made her mother-in-law go back home, and Captain Lu didn't say anything about it. If Su refuses to have children, I'm afraid. When Qiulan didn't finish her thought, but the meaning was clear. If she didn't have children soon, divorce might be the only option. I understand. Thank you, Qiulan. Su's mother thanked her, hung up the phone and called her daughter, giving her a stern lecture and saying, If you refuse to have children again, your father and I won't take care of you anymore. Don't come home. We don't want a selfish daughter like you. Su Yan was so angry that she cried a lot and felt quite down. Lu Guangliang did file for divorce, but it was put on hold, and he and Su Yan quickly made up. In the blink of an eye, Tang Nian had been with the military for a month. The osmanthus flowers bloomed, and the family area was filled with many osmanthus trees, filling the air with a wonderful fragrance. Tang Nianyan was living comfortably in the military district. She didn't like socializing, rarely visited others, didn't engage in gossip, and certainly didn't discuss other people's affairs. The residents of the family area found her hard to approach and didn't seek her out. The only ones she interacted with frequently were Wen Qiulan and Zhao Chunmei. The person who disliked Tang Nianyan the most was probably Su Yan. Previously, Su Yan was the fashion icon of the family area. She was beautiful and had a great figure, often buying new clothes. Many women in the area, while pretending not to like Su Yan, secretly learned from her style. Though Su Yan outwardly dismissed these women, she actually enjoyed the attention. However, once Tang Nianyan arrived, the fashion spotlight shifted. Tang Nianyan was younger and more beautiful, with even more new clothes, almost changing outfits daily, and her styles were ones they had never seen before, making her look stunning. For example, today Tang Nianyan is wearing a pair of denim overalls with a white shirt underneath. She doesn't really like wearing skirts, but she finds overalls comfortable and practical for carrying things. Little Tang, your outfit looks great. Did you make it yourself? Tang Nianyan had just returned from outside and parked her car when she ran into Zhao Chunmei, who was coming back from grocery shopping with two other women, all carrying baskets. I bought it. Tang Nianyan opened the trunk of her car and took out two large bags. They were brought over by Mu Xiulian and contained clothes and some snacks. Did you go shopping at the department store? You bought so much, Zhao Chunmei said with envy. She used to think Tang Nianyan was like her, but it turned out she was a factory manager, driving a car at a young age and changing outfits daily. She heard that Tang Nianyan's salary was even higher than Xiao Shun's. Could she really stand up to Su Yan? Here, these snacks are for your kids. Tang Nianyan took out a bag of snacks and handed it to Zhao Chunmei. Although this woman was gossipy and liked to take advantage, she still had some sense and wasn't too annoying. Thank you, little Tang. Thanks to you, my kids will enjoy these. I wouldn't normally spend so much on snacks, Zhao Chunmei said happily. The snacks Tang Nianyan gave looked expensive, and even if she could afford them, she wouldn't want to spend that much. With that money, she could buy meat instead. Tang Nianyan smiled and grabbed 2 handfuls of candy from her bag, giving them to the other 2 women. They looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't remember their names, so candy would suffice. I have quite a few kids. Little Tang, could you give a bit more? Look at how much you bought. You and Captain Shin can't finish it all. The woman speaking was Huangdi, wearing patched clothes and looking quite poor, staring directly at Tang Nianyan's bag. Why aren't you going home to cook? The kids will be home from school soon, Zhao Chunmei urged, pulling her away while smiling apologetically at Tang Nianyan. It's still early. For lunch, I'm just making noodles. They're quick and easy. Huangdi refused to leave, still staring at the bag in Tang Nianyan's hand. Ignoring her, Tang Nianyan closed the trunk and took her bag inside. The door slammed shut, and Huangdi finally gave up, grumbling. The richer they are, the stingier they get. Such a big bag of snacks, and they only give this little bit. It's not even enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. Are your teeth gaps wider than the door? You just embarrass me. Zhao Chunmei was extremely frustrated. For the first time, she felt ashamed to be from the same hometown as this person. No wonder her husband told her to stay away from her. She thought he was being unreasonable and secretly kept in touch with this woman. Now she regretted it deeply. I'm going home. Zhao Chunmei picked up her basket, determined to distance herself from Huangdi and prepare lunch. Chunmei, what kind of snacks do you have? Let me see. Huangdi chased after her, stubbornly making requests. The snacks Tang Nianyan gave her looked expensive, and she wanted to take half of them home for her husband. Aren't snacks all the same? What's so special about them? Aren't you going home to cook? Zhao Chunmei's expression was very unpleasant, feeling more disgusted than if she had eaten a fly. She quickened her pace with a frown. It's still early to cook. Share a few pieces of your snacks with me. I bought a lot of vegetables today. I can share half with you. Huangdi persistently followed her, even generously offering to share her vegetables. Those vegetables of yours are just cheap clearance items. Even my chickens eat better than that. No thanks. Zhao Chunmei shot her a glare. He Wangdi always bought cheap clearance vegetables, and at least half of it would end up being thrown away. She had often advised her that instead of buying cheap clearance items, it was better to buy fresh vegetables, which only cost a little more and were actually a better deal. But he Wangdi wouldn't listen, claiming that fresh vegetables were a waste of money and that her husband would scold her for being wasteful. To shake her off, Zhao Chunmei started running, quickly closing the door behind her as if escaping from a thief. Outside, He Wangdi huffed in frustration and turned back to her own home. She didn't live in a standalone house. Her husband was a deputy battalion commander and didn't qualify for one. They lived in a family building, which was decent but without a yard. Tang Yin casually tidied up her things, then set a lounge chair under the osmanthus tree. She made a cup of coffee, enjoying the scent of the osmanthus, while sipping her drink. The gentle breeze carried the fragrance of the flowers, making it all very pleasant. This osmanthus tree was transplanted from another space and watered with special spring water, blooming beautifully and filling the air with a rich fragrance. Sorry about earlier, Xiao Tang. Zhao Chunmei climbed over the wall to explain, not wanting to offend Tang Nian. Xin Xiao held a higher position than her husband, and Tang Nian was generous, so she wanted to stay on her good side. It's okay. Tang Nian smiled, genuinely not minding, as she didn't even know He Wangdi. Zhao Chunmei felt relieved and took a breath of the coffee aroma, curiously asking, "What's that dark stuff in your cup?" She thought it looked like traditional medicine, but didn't smell like it. "Coffee," Tang Nian replied. Seeing Zhao Chunmei's confused expression, she added, "It's like tea. It helps you feel more awake." "Is it something foreigners drink?" "I've seen them have it, and it's really expensive, requiring special coupons." Zhao Chunmei pointed towards Su Yan's house, noting that she was the only one in the neighborhood who had tried coffee. Su Yan had mentioned the price, which shocked her. Wow, the cost of one cup of coffee could buy her several baskets of buns. Tang Nian took a sip from her cup. This coffee was grown in her space and tasted richer than what she bought at the department store. Fu Qinghan only liked the coffee she made now, turning his nose up at the store-bought kind. "What does it taste like?" Zhao Chunmei was genuinely curious. It looked dark like traditional medicine and smelled nice. Seeing Su Yan enjoy it made her think it must taste good. "I'll make you a cup and you can try it." Tang Nian stood up, preferring to show her rather than explain. Although Zhao Chunmei liked to take advantage, she reciprocated. For example, if Tang Nian gave her a pack of snacks, Zhao Chunmei would return with some steamed buns in a couple of days. To be fair, Zhao Chunmei's steamed buns were quite tasty, and Xin Xiao enjoyed them. No, I was just asking. This stuff is really expensive, and I'd waste it." Zhao Chunmei quickly refused, but Tang Nian had already gone inside. In her haste, she jumped over the wall and rushed in to stop her, but Tang Nian was already brewing coffee. It was Zhao Chunmei's first time inside, and her eyes were immediately drawn to everything. The refrigerator, fan, television, and tape recorder are all here. With so many appliances, it must cost a lot of money. It's quite luxurious. The floor is spotless, and Zhao Chunmei stands at the door, feeling shy to enter, afraid of dirtying the floor.
"Come in."
Tang Nian calls her inside, since Xin Xiao has plenty of energy and can run around all day. Bai Sui and Fu Bao come running down from upstairs. They were sleeping up there and don't react much to the newcomer, just glancing over before jumping on the sofa and lying down, even calling out to Tang Nian. Zhao Chunmei gets startled. She was bitten by a dog when she was young, so seeing one makes her anxious. "It's okay, they won't bite." Tang Nian turns on the TV and switches to the opera channel that Fu Bao loves. Fu Bao lies on Bai Sui, watching TV with great interest. Zhao Chunmei is amazed. In her 40 years of life, it's the first time she's seen a dog watch TV like a person. "All right, give it a try." Tang Nian prepares coffee and hands it to Zhao Chunmei, then goes to get sugar cubes and milk powder for her to add. "This is sugar, and this is milk powder. You can add it yourself." Wow. To drink this foreign stuff you need so many things. It must cost a fortune. Zhao Chunmei is astonished. These items look very expensive. Under Tang Nian's guidance, she adds sugar and milk powder, stirs it with a spoon, and takes a sip. As soon as the coffee hits her tongue, her face scrunches up. She's unsure whether to spit it out or swallow it. It's such an expensive drink. It would be a shame to waste it, but swallowing it is quite a challenge for her. Zhao Chunmei drinks the cup of coffee in one go, eyes closed, like a warrior facing a challenge. Tang Nian raises an eyebrow. Someone who didn't know might think she was drinking poison. Oh my, foreigners really have strange tastes. They must not have had anything good to eat. After eating a piece of cookie, Zhao Chunmei feels better and expresses her sympathy for foreigners. Drinking coffee that tastes like traditional medicine every day must be a tough way to live. Tang Nian smiles and moves the plate of cookies in front of her. Zhao Chunmei takes another piece and finds it delicious, then asks, "How much are these cookies?" If they're not too expensive, she'd like to buy some for her children. Homemade, no money spent.
Actually, it was made by Shun Xiao.
He loves desserts and enjoys baking various treats when he has free time, and Tang Nian lets him do his thing. Does Commander Shen also make snacks? Zhao Chunmei looks surprised. Shen Xiao is now a high-ranking officer, and she heard from her husband that he has achieved a lot and is expected to be promoted again next year. His rise in rank is faster than a rocket. He knows more than I do.
Tang Nian smile.
Shen Xiao can cook, farm, do woodworking, machinery repair, bake pastries, cook Chinese food, and handle all household chores. She only needs to focus on enjoying life and being with him. She doesn't have to do anything else. Zhao Chunmei felt very envious. Her own husband couldn't compare at all. He doesn't have Xin Zhao's rank, has a bad temper, and is quite lazy. When she had a cold and lay in bed for 2 days, the house became so messy that there was no place to step, and her husband and children were also a sight to behold. "You are the luckiest in our community," Zhao Chunmei said enviously. Luck is earned by oneself, not dependent on men.
Tang Nian ziplit gan li.
Tying happiness to a man creates an unequal relationship from the start. Relying on someone for money, regardless of who gives it, will eventually lead to being looked down upon. Although she has only lived here for a month and doesn't interact much with others, she has learned a few things. Many men here are very traditional and even abusive, and a harmonious family often relies on the woman's tolerance. For example, Zhao Chunmei's husband is nice and friendly to others, but at home, he has a bad temper and is very lazy. He wouldn't even pick up a spilled soy sauce bottle and speaks loudly to Zhao Chunmei, showing little respect for her. He probably thinks he is the pillar of the family and that his wife and children must depend on him and follow his orders without question. Zhao Chunmei might feel the same way, so she willingly works hard at home. Indeed, Zhao Chunmei disagreed with her, saying, when a man succeeds, it brings honor to the woman. Relying on her father at home, her husband after marriage, and her son when she gets old, this is how her elders taught her since childhood. Tang Nian didn't say anything more. Zhao Chunmei was clearly satisfied with her current life and enjoyed it. She only needed to take care of her own life. Respecting others' destinies is a virtue. Zhao Chunmei felt a bit awkward. She sensed she might have said something wrong, but she didn't know what it was. "I'll go home to cook. We're having dumplings for dinner, with chives and egg filling. I'll bring some for you later." Zhao Chunmei stood up to leave. Okay. Tang Nian didn't refuse. Zhao Chunmei was clean and her food tasted good. The phone rang. Tang Nian answered it. It was Xiang Hua, who had been transferred to the Foreign Affairs Department. Bao Liansheng and his mother have arrived in the city. He specifically wants to meet you. I'll meet him tomorrow. Tang Nian agreed readily. Since she had invited him, she had to be a good host. I'll go directly to the Jinjiang Hotel. They will arrange everything there. Bao Liansheng is a devoted son, so just prepare food according to his mother's tastes. Ningbo hometown dishes. The elderly lady wants to eat her hometown food. Tang Nian mentioned the preferences of Bao Liansheng and his mother, and Xiang Hua noted them down for later arrangements. The two hadn't seen each other for a while. After discussing business, Shangguan Jing chatted with her, asking if she would attend the upcoming Canton Fair and mentioned that several foreign merchants from last year were still looking for her for the spring fair.
What does Kurt want from me?
Tang Nian was a bit surprised. This guy had been scared half to death when she pretended to be Maria and the Grim Reaper, yet he still dared to come to her.
He wants to do business with you.
Your factory's crafts are very popular abroad. They can contact my uncle and third brother. They will be participating. I'm not really involved with the factory's matters now.
Tang Nian smiled.
She had mostly stepped back from the sock and craft factories, and in a couple of years, she would exit her shares. The craft factory in Xiangjiang was also doing very well, with orders lined up until the year after next. She had also invested in Xiang Hua's film company, and once the movie was released, she would receive dividends. With the rental income from her shops and office buildings in Xiangjiang, she could earn several million a year, which was more than enough to spend. Zhao Chunmei didn't want to listen at first, but seeing Tang Nian's confident and radiant demeanor, so beautiful and dazzling, she couldn't help but stay. Her envy was almost overflowing. When she was younger, she also dreamed of being someone who stood out. However, her experiences were limited. The woman she admired most was a distant aunt who worked at the post office in the county. She was very pretty, knew how to dress well, and married a man who drove a car for a leader. Both of them had good salaries, and their parents also earned money. Their family was among the best in the county. Whenever this distant aunt returned home for the new year, people in the village would say she was very lucky. Her parents said the same, so Zhao Chunmei's childhood idol was this distant aunt. But now, she thought Tang Nian was even more dazzling. Zhao Chunmei sighed, feeling a bit bitter. She had no education, was getting older, and still didn't have a job. This was how her life would be. However, in her hometown village, she was also someone others envied. When she returned home for the new year, the villagers praised her luck, just like they used to praise her distant aunt. Feeling a bit better, Zhao Chunmei went home to prepare lunch. Her husband was impatient, and if he came home to cold food, he would complain. Tang Nian had just finished a call with Shangguan Jing when her phone rang again. It was Tang Mantong, who was coming to participate in the trade fair. He arrived early for training, and Grandma Tang had sent a lot of things with him. Grandma was worried you'd be hungry, so she packed a big bag. My arms are about to break.
Tang Mantong Joker.
Uncle, come over to my place for a meal, Tang Nian said happily. We're coming now, and we want to see the military district too. After hanging up, Tang Nian took out a lot of ingredients from her storage, including chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, and seafood. With Tang Mantong, along with brothers Tang Jianshu, Tang Dongqiang, and Tang Lujin, plus Zhou Guiqing, she needed to prepare more dishes. Tang Dongqiang and Tang Lujin had just graduated from high school and were helping out at the factory. Tang Mantong took them out to see the world. Tang Nian set up 2 stoves, lit the fires, and started cooking the chicken and duck, while the stove in the house was for stir-frying vegetables. Xiao Tang, are you hosting a banquet? Zhao Chunmei heard the commotion next door and couldn't help but peek over the wall. Seeing so much meat, she couldn't help but be amazed. My uncle and his family are coming for dinner. Tang Nian skillfully prepared the crabs, steaming some while leaving the shrimp shells for later. Do you need help? Zhao Chunmei, noticing she was alone, kindly asked. Yes. Tang Nian didn't hesitate, realizing she was a bit overwhelmed. Zhao Chunmei jumped over the wall. She was quick and had good cooking skills, so her help made things much easier. When Shun Xiao returned, he also joined in to help. Where have you been? Is dinner not ready? The voice of Captain Zhou from next door came through, sounding quite displeased. Zhao Chunmei suddenly remembered that she had only prepared half the meal at home before rushing over to help. Frustrated, she dropped the knife and hurried back to finish cooking. Take these dishes back with you. Tang Nian served some of each dish onto a tray for Zhao Chunmei to take home, so she wouldn't have to cook again. No need, these are too precious. I have rice ready. I just need to stir-fry a couple of dishes. Zhao Chunmei said no, but her eyes were fixed on the food. Tang Nian asked Xin Xiao to help deliver it. When Xin Xiao arrived next door and explained, Captain Zhou's frown quickly turned into a smile. Your sister-in-law has nothing to do, so if there's work, just let her know. No need to be polite. He then told Zhao Chunmei, go help your sister-in-law cook. She can't manage alone. Okay. Zhao Chunmei agreed and prepared to return to help. No need to trouble your sister-in-law. I'm almost done. I just need to stir-fry a couple more dishes. Xin Xiao politely declined, as the main dishes were ready. He just needed to cook some vegetables when Tang Mantong and the others arrived. Captain Zhou looked surprised and blurted out, Shen, you can cook? Of course. Xin Xiao replied as if it were obvious, finding Captain Zhou's question odd. Zhao Chunmei couldn't help but add, Captain Zhou, Xin can even make desserts and does all the housework. The envy in the tone was very clear, and even the straightforward Captain Zhou noticed it. He glanced at his wife, and Zhao Chunmei shrank her neck and went into the kitchen. Today's lunch at the Zhou family was especially lavish, with steamed crab, braised fish, chicken with potatoes, duck with bamboo shoots, and braised pork. Tang Nian served herself a generous portion of everything, filling the table. Mom, what holiday are we celebrating today? Zhou's third son was happily eating his mouth full. It's from Aunt Tang next door. Zhao Chunmei served dishes to both children, but didn't take any for herself. She had 4 children. Her eldest daughter was 20, her second son was 18, both serving in different military districts. Her third son was 14, and her little girl was 12, still in school, and they all came home for meals every day. I won't call her aunt. She's only 4 years older than me, so I should call her sister. Zhou Haiying refused to call her aunt. He used to obediently follow his parents' wishes, but after learning that Tang Nian was only 18, he felt embarrassed. You still have to call her that. Your father and I are of the same generation, so you must call them uncle and aunt. Captain Zhou tapped his son on the head with his chopsticks, scolding him sternly. Generational titles must be respected. Hey, why are you scolding him while we're eating? Zhao Chunmei chided him, and Captain Zhou huffed, his expression serious. Zhou Haiying was intimidated by his father and didn't dare to speak further, quietly eating his meal. From next door, there were many voices, and it was quite lively. Tang Mantong and the others had arrived. Tang Mantong had bought a house in Hu City and even got a small car. He looked much more impressive now than last year when he wore baggy pants and a jacket, and his demeanor made people take him seriously. Your grandma said these rice cakes need to be soaked in water. Tang Mantong took out a large bag of rice cakes from the trunk. Tang Nian loved rice cakes, and Grandma Tang had specially prepared hundreds of pounds, sending over about 100 for her granddaughter. Tang Nian felt warm inside. She missed her grandmother and planned to bring her to the city for a while once she finished her current tasks. Lunch was set up in the yard, with a big table full of dishes. Tang Nian also brought out a bottle of Mao Dai, and everyone poured themselves a drink, except for Tang Mantong.
Pour me some.
Tang Mantong raised his cup, wanting to drink too. You're driving, you can't drink. Tang Nian refused, saying that she doesn't drink and drive. It's a basic principle. Just a little won't hurt, the police don't care, Tang Mantong said, unconcerned. He was confident in his drinking ability and thought a little wouldn't be a problem. No way. Tang Nian said sternly, warning, if you dare to drink and drive, I'll take the wheels off your car. Tang Mantong immediately backed down, saying, if you say so, I won't drink. He believed his niece would actually do it. He couldn't risk it. Everyone is so strict, it's always like this with women. Tang Mantong muttered quietly, not loud enough for others to hear. Tang Nian glanced at him, planning to ask more after dinner. After the meal, Tang Nian took out some washed fruit, and everyone sat down to eat and chat. Uncle, have you found a partner? Tang Nian suddenly asked. Tang Mantong, who was eating grapes, choked and nearly turned pale. Tang Jianshu gave him a hard pat on the back until he could breathe again. Who said I'm dating? That's nonsense. Tang Mantong shouted in denial, but he couldn't look his niece in the eye. Are you really dating? Everyone looked at him, shocked. The louder he protested, the more guilty he seemed, which suggested he was indeed dating. Under everyone's intense gaze, Tang Tong gradually lowered his head and admitted it. You have a partner. Why haven't you told Grandma? She's been worried sick. Tang Jiangua asked, confused. Right now, Grandma was most concerned about her youngest son's marriage. It's not the right time. I'll talk about it after the trade fair, Tang Tong stammered, his eyes darting around, clearly hiding something. Tang Nianyan frowned and asked directly, your partner isn't married, is she?
Oops.
Tang Jianshu, who was drinking tea, spat it out in shock. Tong, you can't make such a serious mistake. There are so many women in the world. Why choose someone else's? Zhou Guiqing said seriously, as this was a very serious issue. If Grandma finds out, she'll be furious. Brother Tang Jianshu and the others said in unison. That's nonsense. I'm not that kind of person. She's not a married woman. Tang Tong protested, but everyone looked at him with doubt. Really, her situation is a bit special. Her husband passed away, so she's a widow.
Tan man tung et lai hon stili. Huffed.
Tang Jianshu spat out his tea, glaring at the one responsible. Can he enjoy his tea in peace? Tang Tong described the woman. She is local to his city, a primary school teacher, young and beautiful, well-educated, and an only child. Both her parents are teachers, and her family is quite well off. Her first husband fell ill and passed away after just 2 years of marriage, and they didn't have any children. Her looks and personality matched Tang Tong's dreams for a future wife, except for the fact that she is a widow. Tang Tong hesitated for a while. He was a bit concerned about her being a widow, but later he genuinely liked her and no longer minded. However, he knew his mother would definitely care, so he didn't dare to tell his family. A widow without children isn't a big deal, as long as her personality is good and her family is easy to get along with. Zhou Guiqing emphasized the latter part. He actually wasn't optimistic about the families of local girls in his city. They might not be easy to deal with. I haven't met her parents yet. After the trade fair, I'll go meet them and then bring her home, Tang Tong said with a smile. Tang Nianyan also wasn't very optimistic. An only daughter from whose city with teacher parents, those 3 factors combined might make her uncle's marriage quite challenging. But she didn't want to remind him. Maybe she was wrong, and the girl's parents were reasonable. Uncle, how did you meet that woman? Tang Jianshu asked what everyone was thinking. We met at the movies. Our seats were right next to each other, and that's how we got to know each other. Tang Tong's face turned a bit red as he recalled the scene of meeting Joanna for the first time. He went to see a movie called Early Spring in June, an Albanian film. He wanted to try something new, so he bought a ticket and a bottle of soda to enjoy during the film. Albanian movie Early Spring. Joanna sat next to him and bought a soda, placing it on the other armrest. She became so engrossed in the movie that she forgot where she put her soda and accidentally took his instead. He noticed right away, but seeing a pretty girl in the movie light, he didn't say anything. After the movie ended, he mentioned the soda. Joanna felt embarrassed and offered to buy him another one. He, of course, didn't want her to pay and took the chance to ask about her job and family. They got to know each other and eventually started dating. After a while, he learned that Joanna had been married before. They drifted apart for some time, but he couldn't stop thinking about her and decided to reconnect. Joanna, besides being a widow, met all his expectations for a future wife. She was beautiful, playful, and especially when she said his name, her sweet voice made him want to marry her right away. Everyone could see from Tang Tong's excited expression that he had strong feelings for the widow and truly liked her. When I get back from the trade fair, I'll go to Anna's house to meet her parents and bring her back to the village, Tang Tong said with a smile. You should meet her parents first and see what they ask for, Tang Nianyan advised. She had a feeling that this marriage might not go smoothly and could fall through. Anna said her parents are very open-minded, Tang Tong replied confidently. Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes. Of course, daughters say their parents are open-minded. She had heard Anna talk about her grandmother being kind too. In reality, her grandmother could be quite fierce. I remember the first time I went to my wife's house. She said her father didn't drink, but during dinner, he got me so drunk that I revealed everything about my family. Zhou Guoqing chuckled as he shared his embarrassing story. Later, he found out that his father-in-law could drink a lot, easily handling 2 bottles of liquor with just a small dish. Tang Mantong paused, understanding Zhou Guoqing's hint. He felt a bit worried but didn't dwell on it. As long as he and Anna were in love, there shouldn't be any issues. After finishing their tea and sobering up, everyone stood up to say goodbye, needing to return to the hotel to study. 6 bottles, Dong Chong. Don't forget to read and do exercises while you're out. There are exams at the end of the year, Tang Nian reminded. It is early October now, and the notice about the resumption of college entrance exams will be announced by major media on October 21st. Actually, the higher-ups already know about it. Recently, Mr. Zhang probably called to urge her to study hard. Second sister, are they really going to resume the exams? Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang were very happy. Under Tang Nian's strict guidance, their grades had improved significantly. If the exams really resumed, they were confident they could get accepted into college. Yes, the newspapers will announce it soon. You two have been studying for a long time. If you don't pass, I'll be very disappointed. Tang Nian looked at her younger siblings with a serious expression, her words colder than ice. Lu Jin and Dong Chong shivered and quickly shook their heads, promising to study hard and get into college. Big brother, third brother, are you going to take the exam? Tang Nian asked. Maybe next year. We haven't prepared this year, replied Tang Jianguo's brothers. They also wanted to go to college since they had graduated from high school and had decent grades. Becoming college students would be a great honor for their family. Studying is important, but you also need to manage the factory, Tang Nian said firmly, even encouraging her uncle to study for the college entrance exam. I won't join in. If everyone goes to college, who will run the factory? You all just focus on the exams. Tang Mantong shook his head repeatedly. He had forgotten everything he learned, and going back to study would be too difficult for him. Besides, he was doing well at work and earning good money, so he didn't need to go to college. Tang Nian didn't force her uncle to take the exam. There would be opportunities to continue learning later, and one could learn a lot in the school of life. Tang Mantong and the others drove away. Tang Nian turned to go inside when the door of the neighboring Lu family opened. Captain Lu came out with a happy expression and greeted her as he walked by. Xin Xiao was also heading to work. He rarely took on tasks now and spent most of his time in the military district, mainly training soldiers, earning him the nickname Living King of Hell. New recruits were most afraid of Xin Xiao. If they fell into his hands, they would at least go through a tough training session. Nian, I'll take care of the house when I get back.
Don't worry about it.
Xin Xiao reminded her as he left, knowing that Tang Nian disliked cleaning. Okay. Tang Nian didn't plan to clean up much. She would just wash the dishes, wipe the table, and take out the trash, leaving the rest for Xin Xiao to do when he returned. There were still plenty of grapes left after washing, and just then, Zhao Chunmei's 2 children passed by. Tang Nian called out to them. Take some grapes to school with you. She wrapped the grapes in a piece of newspaper and handed them to the siblings.
Thank you, Sister Tang.
Zhou Haiyang was very polite, but he stubbornly called her sister. Brother, Dad said to call her Aunt Tang. His sister Zhou Haixing reminded him, sweetly adding, Thank you, Aunt Tang. You're only 4 years older than me, so just call me sister. Zhou Haiyang mumbled quietly, unable to bring himself to call her aunt. Call me aunt. I'm the same generation as your parents. Tang Nian said firmly, playfully taking advantage of the kids.
Tang.
In the end, Zhou Haiyang gave in and obediently called her that. Tang Nian patted his head with satisfaction. Good, now go to school. Thanks to Xin Xiao, she became an aunt at such a young age, which was quite nice. Xiao Tang, you gave them food again? These kids are getting more spoiled. Zhao Chunmei came out of the house, feeling a bit embarrassed. The kids always ate what Tang Nian offered, and it felt like they owed her more and more. I just gave them the leftover grapes. I was going to throw them away. Tang Nian didn't tell the whole truth. They were originally meant for Baisho Fubao, but it felt a bit wrong to say that. Actually, during the past month with the military, she had changed quite a bit. At least she was better at talking than before. Zhao Chunmei smiled and said, "Thanks to you, my Haiyang and Haixing have tried a lot of interesting foods. I can't bear to spend money to buy them. I've eaten a lot from your family too. Xin Xiao especially loves the buns you make." Tang Nian smiled and prepared to take a nap. Zhao Chunmei was perceptive and knew she needed a nap at this time, so she went back home, planning to make more dumplings to send over later. When Tang Nian woke up, it was getting dark, and Xin Xiao still hadn't returned. She lay on the lounge chair, wrapped in a blanket, daydreaming. After waking up, she often took a moment to gather her thoughts before fully waking up. "Xiao Tang, you're awake." Zhao Chunmei leaned against the wall, laughing. She had seen it several times. Little Tang was sleeping so soundly, she felt envious. Tang Nian lazily responded, not wanting to move at all. "I made dumplings. I'll bring some over soon." "Okay." Tang Nian nodded, finally feeling more awake as she wrapped herself in a blanket and went back inside. Zhao Chunmei brought over a tray of dumplings, thin-skinned and generously filled, probably 50 or 60 of them. She smiled and said, "These are filled with egg, chives, and vermicelli. You and Captain Shin should try them." "Thank you." Tang Nian was a bit surprised. It was the first time Zhao Chunmei had given her so much food. "This is dried green bean, which I sun-dried myself. It's great for stews or stir-fries." Zhao Chunmei also handed her a bundle of dried green beans. She was very diligent, not only growing vegetables in her yard but also clearing land at the foot of the mountain. Any excess vegetables, she dried for later use. Tang Nian accepted everything without hesitation, planning to use the dried beans for a stew tomorrow. Next door, there was some noise, and Lu Guangliang's gentle voice came through. "What do you want to eat tonight? Noodles or rice?" "I'm not hungry." Su Yan's voice sounded weak, as if she were ill. "You have to eat something. You're not alone anymore." Lu Guangliang patiently persuaded her. Finally, Su Yan said she wanted dumplings, specifically with chives and egg filling. She felt uncomfortable after hearing Zhao Chunmei and Tang Nian talking. In the past, Zhao Chunmei used to cling to her and often brought her dumplings, but now she was trying to win over Tang Nian. It felt like she was being fickle. "I'll make them." Without hesitation, Lu Guangliang went to prepare the dough. He would do anything for Su Yan, even if she asked for something as outlandish as a rabbit from the moon. Zhao Chunmei rolled her eyes and quietly said, "Look at her, acting so impressive. It's just a baby. What's so great about that? Didn't she say she wouldn't have kids?" Tang Nian felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped Su Yan would stick to her decision. Zhao Chunmei scoffed and replied dismissively, "Captain Lu really means it this time. If she doesn't have kids, he'll want a divorce. I heard General Su even called to scold her. Without her family to back her up, she can't act tough and will have to comply. Just a month in, and she's already being picky. Captain Lu is going to have a lot to worry about in the future." Zhao Chunmei's tone was mixed with schadenfreude and jealousy. She had 4 children and had never tasted a meal cooked by her husband. Su Yan was only a month pregnant, and Lu Guangliang was already caring for her. The 2 men living next door, Shen Xiao and Lu Guangliang, both knew how to treat their wives well. In comparison, her husband felt as cold as ice in the depths of winter, leaving her heart frozen. Tang Nian didn't share her opinion. Su Yan and Lu Guangliang were a couple, and they could live however they wanted. Even if Lu Guangliang were to do something silly, it was no one else's business. Zhao Chunmei understood her temperament. She disliked gossip, so she didn't say much and went home. That evening, Tang Nian cooked dumplings and made a pot of pork stew with potatoes and green beans, served with the buns Zhao Chunmei had given her. Shen Xiao finished all the food and started cleaning the house. He wiped the tables, washed the dishes, and mopped the floor. After everything was done, he hung the cleaned clothes to dry. They had a washing machine in the yard. Before cleaning the house, Shen Xiao put the dirty clothes in the machine, so by the time he finished tidying up, the clothes were clean. Commander Zhou walked back and forth in front of the Shen and Lu homes, shaking his head. After dinner, he went out for a walk. Passing by the Shin house, he saw Shin Xiao doing laundry and Lu Guangliang kneading dough. On his way back, Shin Xiao was mopping the floor while Lu Guangliang was still working with the dough. He went to take out the trash, and Shin Xiao was hanging clothes while Lu Guangliang rolled out the dough. They never seemed to rest. The wives of Commander Shin and Captain Lu were too lazy, doing no chores at all. It made him worry that his own wife was starting to think the same way. It was true that being around lazy people could lead to laziness. With these two lazy neighbors, his hardworking wife was starting to lean toward being lazy herself. He decided he needed to have a serious talk with Shen Xiao and Lu Guangliang. Traditionally, men worked outside while women managed the home. This old rule shouldn't be broken. They couldn't spoil their wives like this, or they would only become lazier. The next day, Commander Zhou called Shin Xiao and Lu Guangliang together to give them a reminder. "I enjoy doing housework," Shin Xiao said coldly. "Su Yan is pregnant and shouldn't be overworked." Lu Guangliang explained. "Where do you find men doing housework? Real men should achieve great things, while women take care of the home and raise children. If you do all the chores, what will the women do?" Captain Zhou looked at Shin Xiao with disappointment. "Let her do whatever she wants," Shin Xiao replied. He didn't marry his wife just to have her work. Captain Zhou was speechless and wanted to knock on Shin Xiao's head to see what was inside. "And you, my wife has already given birth to 4 children, yet she still cooks and cleans. I haven't even washed my own socks. You two are really embarrassing men." Captain Zhou was frustrated. Both of them were so unmotivated. "Su Yan is not as healthy as your wife," Lu Guangliang chuckled. "Is it something to be proud of that you don't wash your socks?" Shin Xiao couldn't understand why Captain Zhou was so pleased. Not being able to wash socks was just too useless. Captain Zhou's smug expression froze, and he angrily said, "I work hard outside, and everything at home relies on me. Can I relax a bit when I get home?" "Of course you can," Lu Guangliang quickly replied. "As long as your wife is happy." Shin Xiao shrugged, tired of listening to Captain Zhou's nonsense, and walked away. He thought Captain Zhou was a bit crazy, wanting to make everyone around him lazy too. That was just wrong. Lu Guangliang also found an excuse to leave. His wife was finally pregnant, and no matter how hard it was, he needed to take care of her. Captain Zhou huffed in annoyance. He wouldn't bother with them anymore. Tang Nian was completely unaware of this. She had already entered the city. First, she went to pick up Guan Jing, then headed to the Jinjiang Hotel to meet Bao Liansheng. The car stopped at the entrance of the residential area. After walking for a few minutes, Tang Nian, dressed formally in a light green silk shirt and light gray linen pants, looked like a successful career woman. Su Yan was also on her way to work. She had just become pregnant and couldn't take maternity leave. She pushed her light blue women's bicycle, feeling a bit unwell. As a gynecologist, she knew that early pregnancy usually didn't have strong symptoms, but she felt uncomfortable, nauseous, dizzy, and lacked energy. She really didn't want to have a baby at all, but she didn't dare to bring it up. When her father called, he scolded her harshly and said that if she divorced again, she shouldn't come home.
Susan panicked.
She knew her father meant what he said, and without his support, she felt like nothing. So, she agreed to have a baby, but unfortunately, she got pregnant right away. A wave of nausea hit her, and Su Yan gagged a few times. She saw Tang Nian opening the car door and looked at her own bicycle, feeling a mix of emotions. Su Yan's light blue women's bicycle was bought when she got married. When she first got it, it caused quite a stir in the neighborhood. The bike's soft color and trendy design, along with Su Yan's stylish looks, made her the most eye-catching sight in the area. Every time she rode this bicycle to work, many women would envy her, which made her feel really good. Until Tang Nian arrived, she and her bicycle were the envy of everyone. But after Tang Nian came, both she and her bicycle lost their charm. Tang Nian was even more fashionable, wearing clothes that couldn't even be found in the department stores of their city. Su Yan had asked around and learned that they were bought in another city, so she gave up hope. That city was close to Hong Kong, and the styles there were much more fashionable than in her city. She couldn't take time off just to shop there. Moreover, Su-Yan didn't want to admit that all her savings combined couldn't buy even one outfit that Tang Nian had worn. And she definitely couldn't afford the car that Tang Nian drove. Before, the neighborhood gossipers would say, Su-Yan is so lucky, her parents spoil her, and her husband treats her well. She doesn't even have to wash dishes. Every woman should be like Su-Yan. Now, it had changed to, Tang Nian is the lucky one. I heard from Chun Mei that she sleeps in every day, and her breakfast is brought to her by Commander Shin. She doesn't have to cook at all. Commander Shin spoils her. What a great life she has. Su-Yan had heard these comments several times, and it made her feel even more bitter than vinegar. Her father was a general, while Tang Nian was just a girl from the countryside. How could she compare? The truth is, Tang Nian, this girl from the countryside, is doing better than the daughter of the military commander. She has better food, clothing, and living conditions. There's no comparison. Now, she has to give birth to a child, and Su-Yan feels a wave of nausea, developing a deep dislike for the baby inside her. Once a woman has a child, her body can change in ways that make her feel unattractive: sagging breasts, a fuller figure, stretch marks, and even various uncomfortable health issues. Just thinking about these things makes Su-Yan extremely frustrated. Dr. Su, are you heading to work? A few women carrying vegetable baskets walked by and greeted her. Su-Yan smiled weakly, her expression not very pleasant. Seeing her like this, the women hurried along. Everyone in the family area knew Su-Yan's sensitive nature, and out of respect for Commander Su and Lu Guangliang, they kept their distance and avoided bothering her. Little Tang, are you going to the city? The women approached Tang Nian warmly. I have some things to take care of in the city, she replied, closing the trunk of her car. The women were all from the family area, and while she couldn't recall their names, they looked familiar. Little Tang is really impressive. She can even drive. Little Tang is also a factory manager, earning more than Commander Shin. The women praised her openly. Although Tang Nian wasn't very cheerful or warm towards others, she treated everyone equally with her cool demeanor, even towards the commander's wife. Moreover, everyone thought Tang Nian was quite helpful. If someone asked for assistance, she would be willing to lend a hand. For example, since the military district is a bit far from the city, it's not very convenient to go in. Tang Nian drives a car, and if someone asked, she would gladly give them a ride. In reality, it was a misunderstanding. Tang Nian simply felt these requests were no trouble at all. However, if someone were to ask her to make a special trip just to take them into the city, she would surely refuse without hesitation. I have a meeting at 9, Tang Nian said, glancing at her watch. Then hurry up, don't be late. The women urged in unison. Tang Nian smiled, got into her car, closed the door, and quickly drove away. The women watched the car drive further away, and one of them sighed. If my daughter has even half the ability of Tang Nian, I will be so happy. Tang Nian really brings pride to us women. She's so capable. After sharing their thoughts, the women quickly returned to reality, carrying their baskets of groceries to prepare lunch for their husbands and children. Su-Yan heard everything and felt a pang of jealousy as she rode her bike to work. Feeling worse than if she had spilled a jar of spices, she felt a mix of sour, bitter, and spicy emotions. She really didn't want to go to work. She used to think being a doctor was great, respectable, and well-paid, but compared to Tang Nian, her monthly salary of 48 yuan seemed insignificant. With 48 yuan, she couldn't even afford one outfit like Tang Nian's. Even when adding her husband Lu Guangliang's salary of 86 yuan, they could barely buy a few clothes and had to live frugally. Lu Guangliang had 2 brothers and an elderly mother back home, and he sent 20 yuan to his family every month. During holidays, he would send even more. The remaining money he didn't give to her. He kept it for himself. The reason was that she spent money too freely, as her parents and Lu Guangliang told him. They said she shouldn't manage money after marriage, so they kept their salaries separate. She spent her own, while his was for household expenses. Su-Yan sighed, feeling suddenly downcast and lacking motivation for work. After parking her bike, Su-Yan walked into the office listlessly. Suddenly, her eyes brightened when she saw a fashionable and beautiful woman in front of her. The woman was tall and slender, wearing a white dress with blue polka dots, a style Su-Yan had inquired about before. It wasn't expensive, but it was unavailable in their city and could only be found in another city. Su-Yan had been hoping someone would travel to that city to bring her a dress. The woman in the polka dress was slightly bent over, pressing her hand against her stomach, looking very pained, with beads of cold sweat on her forehead. She was waiting in line at the registration window, but the line was long, and she looked unwell. Su-Yan approached her and asked, "Are you feeling unwell?" I have a stomach ache." The woman was in so much pain that she could hardly speak, and blood was running down her leg. Su-Yan's expression changed drastically. She supported the woman and called for a nurse to help. This situation could be a sign of an ectopic pregnancy, which is very dangerous. After the examination, it was confirmed to be an ectopic pregnancy and immediate surgery was needed, but a family member's signature was required. My husband is in the army, so I will sign it myself," the woman said. With a pale face, she insisted she could sign. Her fragile yet strong demeanor moved the doctors and nurses. The surgery went smoothly, and the woman was out of danger. Su-Yan made a special visit to see her and learned that her name was Haning, a military wife who worked in finance at a state-owned company. "Thank you, Dr. Su. I really appreciate it," Haning said weakly. "You're welcome. I'm a doctor, so just take care of yourself. If you need anything, just let me know," Su-Yan replied with a smile. "It's nothing. I'm used to it," Haning said with a self-deprecating smile, which resonated with Su-Yan. Although Lu Guangliang was caring, he was often away for more than half the year, leaving her alone. Sometimes, when she fell ill, there was no one to call. That feeling of loneliness was something only military wives could understand. Su-Yan wasn't usually very helpful, but she treated Haning well, visiting several times a day. The two quickly became good friends as they found they had much in common. Tang Nian first picked up Shangwan Jing and then went to the Jinjiang Hotel to meet Bao Liansheng and his mother. Mrs. Bao stayed in Xiangjiang this time. Old Mrs. Bao was in much better spirits than last month. Seeing Tang Nian made both her and her son very happy. "Home is the best. As soon as I returned, I felt so much better. Even drinking plain water feels good," the old lady said with a smile. "Now that you're back, you definitely shouldn't just drink plain water. Today, I'll take you both around the city and make sure you eat well," Tang Nian said cheerfully. She really liked old Mrs. Bao. Raising such a successful son like Bao Liansheng showed that she was not only loving but also had a big vision and was easy to get along with. "Great. Thank you so much." The old lady was looking forward to going out. She hadn't been back in decades and felt both familiar and strange in the city. The government arranged for Shangwan Jing to accompany them and provided plainclothes bodyguards hidden in the crowd. With Tang Nian around, safety was definitely not a concern. Since old Mrs. Bao was older and in poor health, a wheelchair was arranged for her. At the request of the old lady, I visited the city god temple, the Bund and Jing'an Temple, and I also went to an old alley where many people still live. "This is the place. Liansheng, do you remember? We lived here when we first arrived," the old lady said, pointing to an old-style stone gate building with a nostalgic look. "I remember. We lived in a small room, and you worked washing clothes. You would set up a breakfast stall before dawn to support my studies," Liansheng said, his eyes red as he recalled scenes from his childhood. The small room was the worst in the stone gate building, with a drying platform above and a kitchen below, only 6 or 7 square meters. It was cold in winter and hot in summer. He was from Ningbo, and his grandfather had some wealth, but his father was sick and passed away before he was born, leaving him and his mother alone, along with the land and house his father had left behind. His uncles took the land his father left, and his mother brought him to the city to make a living. She worked for others, washing clothes and running a breakfast stall, willing to do any job. His mother also supported his education. She had a small box, and every day, no matter how much she earned, she would put 3 coins in the box for his school fees. Even when there was no food at home, She would rather drink tap water to fill her stomach than open that box. Once, when his mother was too sick to get out of bed and was confused with fever, she refused to go to the hospital. In his worry, he opened the box and took money to take her to the hospital. His mother recovered, but the money in the box was gone. She scolded him for being thoughtless for the first time, but later she held him and cried, saying she was useless and that he had to suffer because of her. After that, his mother worked even harder. Every time he woke up in the middle of the night, he would see her busy at work, as if she never got tired, always working nonstop. He did very well in school, but when he reached high school, he refused to continue and instead became an apprentice at a foreign firm. He had studied this carefully. Any job related to foreign companies could earn a lot of money. So while he was studying, he focused on learning foreign languages and often went to places where foreigners gathered, hoping to practice speaking with them. Although he didn't have a high education, he could speak English. Within a year of being an apprentice at a foreign company, he successfully completed several impressive deals, earning the boss's recognition and becoming a formal agent, which greatly increased his income. Later, he became the most successful agent in Shanghai, starting his own company to do business with foreigners. He and his mother moved out of their small place and into a garden villa in the French concession, although his mother later returned to their hometown in Ningbo. The relatives who once bullied them saw him rise in status, but his mother acted as if nothing had changed, continuing to socialize with them and even encouraging him to repair the ancestral hall in their hometown. She said, "Liansheng, now that you are successful, you must be generous. It's normal to be careful when you're poor, and no one will blame you. But once you are prosperous, you shouldn't be stingy. It can attract trouble. You understand?" Liansheng wasn't afraid of attracting trouble, but he didn't want to upset his mother, so he followed her advice and repaired the ancestral hall, without seeking revenge on those who had bullied him. Thinking back on these memories, Liansheng felt a mix of emotions. It had been many years since he left Shanghai. When he arrived, he and his mother were alone and broke, but now they returned with family, feeling somewhat accomplished. Madame Bao gently patted her son's hand and said softly, "Liansheng, find a way to buy this place and keep it. Let Xiaoguang and the others come here to see how hard their father had it. They must not forget where they came from." Xiaoguang, Liansheng's grandson, had grown up in comfort and had no idea what hardship was. Madame Bao loved her great-grandson but worried that wealth might not last beyond 3 generations, which is why she gave this advice. "Mom, I will take care of it," Liansheng promised. "Our family cannot have a spendthrift. Xiaoguang is too extravagant. He spends tens of thousands on shoes. Are those shoes made of gold or silver? He must change this habit." Madame Bao continued to express her concerns, unable to accept her grandson and granddaughter-in-law's spending habits. To her, spending tens of thousands on clothes, shoes, and bags was wasteful. Liansheng also thought it was wasteful, but he was more open-minded. As long as his children and grandchildren didn't waste money in front of him, he wouldn't interfere. After all, the daughter-in-law has a generous dowry, and she spent her own money, so as a father-in-law, he has no say in it. "I know, I'll teach them a lesson when I get back." Bao Liansheng spent the whole time comforting his elderly mother. Tang Nianyan and Sheng Guanjing didn't say much. After half a day of shopping, Mrs. Bao was too tired and returned to the hotel. The mother and son would return to their hometown in Ningbo in a couple of days. The country values their return and specially sent Dr. Yi from the capital to treat Mrs. Bao. Of course, they would also discuss future business cooperation during this time. None of this concerned Tang Nianyan anymore. She had brought them back, and now it was the country's responsibility, so she wouldn't worry about it. For the past few days, Tang Nianyan had been entertaining guests. It wasn't until Bao Liansheng and his mother returned to Ningbo that she finally had some free time. After several days of waking up early, Tang Nianyan was exhausted. The next day, she slept until noon. After getting ready, she went straight to the yard to lie down, waiting for Xin Xiao to come back with lunch. She didn't want to lift a finger, feeling as peaceful as a statue. "Xiao Tang, are you just getting up?" Zhao Chunmei appeared over the wall, asking with concern.
"Yes."
Tang Nian didn't even open her eyes. You really can sleep. Here's a chive pie for you. Zhao Chunmei was quite envious. Whenever she tried to lie in bed a little longer, her back would hurt. She felt like a hard worker who couldn't even rest. Tang Nian was just hungry, and hearing about the chive pie perked her up. She quickly got up to take the pie Zhao Chunmei offered. There were 3 chive pies in a basket, and the aroma was delightful. Zhao Chunmei had calculated it perfectly. 2 for Xin Xiao and 1 for Tang Nian. Sister-in-law, how many did you make? Tang Nian took a big bite. It tasted great, but it was a bit too little. Zhao Chunmei paused and said, I made about 10. Realizing something, she asked uncertainly, Is it not enough for you? Not enough. Tang Nian answered honestly. 3 were barely enough to satisfy her. Zhao Chunmei was a good cook, and her food was delicious, but she always brought just a little, leaving Tang Nian and Xin Xiao feeling hungry and frustrated. I'll go get more. Zhao Chunmei was stunned for a few seconds, still feeling confused. After years of dealing with people, this was the first time she met someone so honest. The girl was truly sincere. She ran home and brought over the chive pockets she had made, a total of 12. She kept 9 for her own family, but now she brought them all to avoid looking stingy. They're delicious. Tang Nian ate 5 in one go, leaving 7 for Xin Xiao. She wiped her mouth, went home to grab a bag of flour and a basket of eggs, then climbed over the wall and placed the items on the ground. Sister-in-law, come out and get the stuff. After saying that, Tang Nian climbed back over the wall and returned home, continuing to relax. A gentle breeze blew, and the scent of osmanthus filled the air. She felt full and comfortable. Zhao Chunmei came out and saw the flour and eggs at the base of the wall, feeling both amused and helpless. There was at least 20 pounds of flour and about 30 eggs, enough to make chive pockets for many meals. Little Tang, you should take this back. A few chive pockets don't require so much. Zhao Chunmei wanted to return the items. Let's eat them later. Tang Nian was not being polite. She had plenty of supplies and just didn't want to bother. Zhao Chunmei chuckled softly, realizing the girl had a childlike attitude. She decided not to return the items and would just make extra food for the neighbor in the future. When Xin Xiao returned, Tang Nian was too lazy to move and told him to go to the kitchen for the chive pockets. They're made by sister-in-law and are really good. I ate 5. Why don't you eat some rice too? Xin Xiao got some food from the cafeteria, which included both meat and vegetables along with soup. Tang Nian smelled the delicious aroma and couldn't help but eat some more, satisfied and burping. Suddenly, there were angry shouts from next door. It sounded like Captain Zhou was yelling, along with Zhao Chunmei's cries. Tang Nian frowned, feeling displeased. She had sharp hearing and caught what Captain Zhou was saying. It was about the bag of flour and eggs she had given. Zhao Chunmei explained the situation, saying Captain Zhou was upset and embarrassed. Neighbors shouldn't take so much for just a few chive pockets. I work with Captain Shin. If others find out, I'll lose face. Hurry and return these. It's unacceptable. Little Tang insisted on bringing them over, saying she would make more chive pockets later. I didn't ask for them. Zhao Chunmei felt wronged and tried to explain. They were just being polite, and you really took it? You took some dumplings, and now what will others think of me? How can I stay in the army like this? I understand. I'll return it later. From now on, you are not allowed to accept anything at all. Am I making you eat less or drink less? You only care about money, acting so calculating. Captain Zhou's tone was harsh. Zhao Chunmei's expression changed, and her feelings of injustice burst out. Am I being calculating? Zhou Tianming, do you have any conscience saying that? When we got married, your monthly allowance was only 7 yuan. I took care of your parents at home and raised our children. I worked hard in the fields, cared for the sick, and I couldn't even afford to get sick myself. If I hadn't been careful with money, our family would have gone hungry. Why didn't you call me calculating back then? Now that you are a captain and have succeeded, you look down on me, always criticizing me for being unsophisticated, for not earning a salary. If you want to be like Qin Shimi, Just say it directly instead of making sarcastic comments. Zhao Chunmei cried as she shared the grievances and hardships of these years. She wasn't foolish. She could sense her husband's hidden disdain over the years. Sometimes when she made herself new clothes, her husband would make snide remarks, saying she didn't know how to earn money, spent it freely, and compared her to other working women in the neighborhood, constantly belittling her. She wasn't blind. She could hear the compliments and criticisms, but she had held back. After all, she was relatively satisfied with her life, and her family envied her good fortune in marriage. But now she didn't want to endure it anymore. She was a person too, contributing to the family. Why should she be looked down upon by her husband? Look at Xin Xiao, who has a higher rank than her husband and is so considerate to his wife. After enduring for over 20 years, Zhao Chunmei suddenly didn't want to hold back anymore and argued with Captain Zhou. Who wants to be like Qin Shimi? You're talking nonsense and ruining my reputation. Zhao Chunmei, don't be ungrateful. Captain Zhou was furious. He was upright and had a clean record. This woman seemed intent on ruining him. Return the items to me now. If you accept anything again, don't blame me for being rude. I can't afford to lose face by paying you back. Zhao Chunmei was also angry. Why should she repay anything? Have you gotten too bold? Zhao Chunmei, don't forget who earns money in this family. Zhao Chunmei felt a sting in her heart and softened her attitude. Zhou, the leader, smugly huffed. There had to be rules at home. Without rules, nothing would work. He was the pillar of the family, so he naturally had the final say. Noises came from the yard. Tang Nian climbed over the wall, followed closely by Xin Xiao. When Zhou ran out, he saw the couple climbing over the wall one after the other and looked at the front door, which was not closed. Why didn't you two use the front door? It's easier to climb over the wall, Tang Nian replied. Going through the front door would take too long. Zhou frowned. This was too disrespectful. Who climbs over someone else's wall? Just as he was about to say something to Xin Xiao, Tang Nian spoke up. Leader Zhou, that bag of flour and eggs was a gift for my sister-in-law. If you have a problem with it, talk to me. I have no problem with you. This is a family matter. Little Tang, stay out of it. Zhou's face showed some discomfort, but he still smiled politely. He was always courteous to outsiders. I heard you say my sister-in-law is calculating and ungrateful, and that the issue started because of my gift, so it does involve me. Tang Nian bluntly exposed Zhou's false front. She had no respect for men who acted tough at home. I'm sorry about this, little Tang. My sister-in-law will apologize to you later. Zhao Chunmei came out with red eyes, trying to smooth things over. She was worried that a fight would affect her husband's future. After all, Xin Xiao was well regarded in the military, and they couldn't afford to offend him. This has nothing to do with you. I'm asking Leader Zhou where I went wrong with my gifts.
Taniani and question seriously.
Zhou's expression darkened as he turned to Xin Xiao, saying, Leader Xin, what do you think about this? I support Nian, Xin Xiao stated. He also felt that Zhou was being unreasonable. Just a few days ago, he told him not to do housework, which was really annoying. The team leader's face looked worse, and he forced a smile, saying, what I mean is, there's no need to take so much food from the neighbors for just a few chive dumplings. Let your sister-in-law return the extras. It's better to rely on close neighbors than distant relatives. There's no need to be so particular about a little food. It's not just a few dumplings, it's 12. Both Xin Xiao and I have big appetites, and your sister-in-law makes delicious chive dumplings. I couldn't just take them for free, so I brought these things over. Tang Nian explained seriously, while Zhao Chunmei turned away, her eyes red, quietly crying. Your sister-in-law didn't explain clearly. She really should have. The team leader chuckled awkwardly. You didn't even give her a chance to explain. I heard you tell Xin Xiao not to do housework and that we shouldn't spoil women. Team leader, I have a big problem with you. You've gotten used to being a traditional man at home, and now you want to influence Xin Xiao to be the same. Do you want all the men in our neighborhood to act like you? Tang Nian questioned sarcastically, showing no respect for the team leader. After the team leader tried to influence Xin Xiao that day, he told her about it that night, and she was already upset with him. Today, She finally confronted him. The team leader's expression changed, and he looked at Shen Xiao with disappointment, thinking, why did this kid report me? That's not loyal. The commotion attracted a lot of people, and when they saw Tang Yan arguing with the team leader, they all came over to mediate. It's my fault. I didn't understand the situation. I said a few things to Chunmei, and since she and Xiao Tang are close, she came to me about it. It's really nothing serious. I'm sorry for disturbing everyone. The team leader downplayed the situation, taking the blame upon himself, thinking he was being considerate, but Tang Yan didn't appreciate it. She really disliked men like him, who appeared perfect outside, praised by colleagues and neighbors, but were harsh with their wives and children at home, showing two different faces. Couples argue sometimes. They fight in the morning and make up at night. It's normal. Men work hard outside, while we women manage things at home. Chunmei, just hang in there. It will pass. A woman's voice unexpectedly spoke up, and it was Huangdi. This statement pleased Captain Zhou, who looked at Huangdi with appreciation. He even thought that his wife had become this way because she spent too much time with Tang Yan. When his wife was on good terms with Huangdi, she never caused him any trouble. Ever since Tang Yan moved in, his wife had become more disobedient, and their conversations had become less pleasant. A man works outside to support the family. Does that mean a woman taking care of the house and raising children isn't contributing? Why should women tolerate men? Tang Yan fired back, as such comments made her very upset. What was even sadder was that the one saying this was a woman. Tang, you have a job and can avoid housework, but Chunmei doesn't work. What else can she do at home? You're speaking without understanding. Huangdi scoffed, feeling that Tang Yan was stirring trouble on purpose. Tang, Chunmei used to be quite good. Recently, I don't know what's happened, but her temper has worsened and her words have become harsh. It's no wonder Captain Zhou is upset. Huangdi sarcastically added, and Captain Zhou felt like giving her a reward for speaking his mind. Huangdi, stop it. My matters are none of your business. Zhao Chunmei's expression turned cold as she recognized Huangdi's ill intentions to stir conflict between her and Tang Yan. Tang Yan also caught on and sarcastically replied to Huangdi, so according to you, a woman without a job shouldn't even have a temper? The chairman said women hold up half the sky, but it seems there are still outdated ideas in the army. I've learned something new. Captain Zhou's expression changed, and he quickly said, of course women can hold up half the sky. Chunmei was a model worker back home. Today, it's all my fault for wasting everyone's time. My wife and I are just having a normal disagreement. It's nothing serious. Right. It's normal for a couple to argue. Let's all disperse. It's time to get back to work. The others also tried to smooth things over, and everyone began to leave. Huangdi left in disappointment. She had hoped to mend her relationship with Zhao Chunmei, but Tang Yan had ruined it. The team leader and Xin Xiao have gone to work, leaving the family area much quieter. Tang Yan is still lying in the yard, pretending to nap, when someone knocks on the door. It's not locked. Tang Yan is too lazy to move. She recognizes it's Zhao Chunmei. I'm sorry for the trouble you've had. Zhao Chunmei comes over to apologize. Little Tang kindly sent so many things, yet she faced unfair treatment and pressure from Huangdi. Zhao feels guilty about it. It's fine. Tang Yan doesn't take it to heart. She never lets things bother her. If there's an issue, she addresses it directly. If she can argue, she will. If not, she'll take action. In the end, only others get hurt. Zhao Chunmei sighs and suddenly says, I really envy you. You have a job, earn your own money, and don't have to deal with a man's temper. Your issues with men aren't really about having a job. Tang Yan corrects her. Even if she didn't earn money, Xin Xiao wouldn't give her a hard time. It's mainly that the team leader isn't great. However, she has learned to be diplomatic and decide some things are better left unsaid, fearing Zhao Chunmei might not handle it well. Zhao Chunmei gives a bitter smile and says, if I had a job, old Zhou wouldn't keep bringing it up. He used to be nice, but since he got promoted, his temper has gotten worse, and he seems to dislike me more. Then you should find a job. I can't find one. There used to be a clothing factory in the military district, but it closed down because it wasn't doing well. I don't have an education, so I can't get a good job. Zhao Chunmei continues to talk, feeling too frustrated and needing someone to share her thoughts with, or she might burst. Tang Nian is initially impatient, but when she hears there are many idle military wives without jobs in the district, she becomes interested. This is untapped labor. Are the machines still at that clothing factory? Yes, they are. They can't be sold. Sister-in-law, would you like to work?
Tang Nian ats?
Of course. I dream about it. Tang Nian beckons her closer and says, you should find out about the clothing factory situation, especially the military district's attitude, and count how many idle military wives there are in the family area. If you handle this well, I can arrange a good job for you. Little Tang, you're not joking with me, are you? Zhao Chunmei felt excited. If she could really get a job, she would find out everything, no matter how much effort it took. Don't worry, if you do this well, I promise your salary will be higher than Captain Zhou's. You can ride on his back, and he won't dare to say a word. Tang Nian painted a bright picture. Zhao Chunmei's eyes lit up as she imagined riding on her husband's back and couldn't help but laugh. Sister, if that day really comes, you will be my true sister. Zhao Chunmei's sadness vanished in an instant, and she hurried off to gather information. Next time you make dumplings, add more egg and noodles. Tang Nian made a serious request. Zhao Chunmei's dumplings and chive pockets were delicious, but there were too few eggs and too many chives, making her chew a lot of tea leaves to get rid of the taste.
Got it.
As Zhao Chunmei reached the door, she stumbled a bit and couldn't help but laugh. It was her first time meeting a girl like Tang Nian. At first, she thought Tang Nian would be hard to get along with because she seemed cold. But over time, she realized that Tang Nian was genuine, always speaking her mind and never gossiping behind others' backs. Unlike Huangdi, who pretended to be nice in front of people but stabbed others in the back. She would settle accounts with that woman later. The argument between Tang Nian and Captain Zhou spread quickly in the military district. Many people thought Tang Nian was spoiled and disrespectful. Although Shen Xiao held a higher rank than Captain Zhou, Tang Nian was just a family member, and she was not showing enough respect to Captain Zhou. Tang Nian didn't hear these rumors, and even if she did, she wouldn't care. Captain Zhou defended her, saying she was young enough to be his daughter, so it was normal for her to be a bit spoiled. He also asked everyone to stop spreading rumors about Tang Nian, as it could have a negative impact. Tang Nian had been very busy these days because Bao Liansheng and his mother returned to their hometown, and Deng Chongguang also brought his wife back, so she had to entertain guests. However, their return was timely. The country needed funds for economic development, and with these two top tycoons investing, it was a good start. Wealthy individuals from Xiangjiang would surely follow suit, leading to positive growth. Has Nian gone back home with Bao Liansheng and his mother? That evening, Deng Chongguang hosted a dinner for Tang Nian and asked about Bao Liansheng. Recently, Deng Chongguang was in high spirits, looking much younger than before. He had nearly finalized discussions with government officials in Huqing and was very pleased with the favorable policies offered. He planned to invest in Huqing after returning. In just a few years, he expected to see a significant return on this investment, and he envisioned a future filled with wealth. His gaze towards Tang Nian became even kinder. Yes, the old lady's time is nearing, and she wants to return to her roots, Tang Nian replied honestly. The old lady is very fortunate, Deng Chongguang sighed. Living to 87 is a long life, and being able to return home with her son by her side is indeed a blessing. Thinking about his own ungrateful children, his mood darkened. Madam, what is Jasmine up to lately? Tang Nian asked the lady of the house. She is preparing for university and has a tutor at home, studying late into the night, the lady of the house replied with a smile. She had grown fond of Deng Jasmine. The girl was determined, smart, and decisive, a promising talent. She will definitely succeed, Tang Nian expressed her confidence in Deng Jasmine. That's not certain. Her foundation is too weak, Deng Chongguang commented dismissively. Tang Nian chose not to respond. This old man was not as charming as Bao Liansheng and often spoke harshly. He had married 3 times, had many children, but none had achieved much due to his lack of discipline. In contrast, Bao Liansheng, despite being a bit stingy, had raised successful children. However, she believed the true strength of the Bao family was the old lady. A good woman can uplift 3 generations, while the opposite can ruin them. The Deng and Bao families were perfect examples of this. Deng Chongwang and his wife did not stay long in Huqing. After reaching an agreement with the government, he took 2 bodyguards back to Hong Kong. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao also received their rewards. Both were recognized for first-class merit, receiving military supplies and advanced machinery, along with the recognition for the return of Deng Chongwang and Bao Liansheng. There was also a second-class merit for capturing spies at the base, so now Tang Nian also has military honors, 1 first class and 1 second class, which is quite impressive even in the military district. Shen Zhao's promotion papers have also come through. He is now at the regiment level and has been promoted to deputy division level. His speed of advancement is faster than a rocket. Good news kept coming. One day, Tang Nian received a notice that the confiscated Tang family property would be returned to her, and she was asked to complete the paperwork. Half of the antique paintings and calligraphy are still missing. We only managed to recover these, along with 6 properties. The previous tenants have moved out, but the houses are somewhat damaged. The staff explained apologetically that Comrade Tang is a national hero, but they had not protected her property well, and they felt ashamed. You've worked hard. Tang Nian was not surprised. She had not expected to recover much of the antiques and paintings. Finding a third of them back was unexpected, and it was clear the government had put in a lot of effort. The staff took her to see the 6 properties, which were all garden villas, some large and some small. 3 of them were in very good condition. These 3 were previously assigned to consulate staff and have been well maintained, the staff explained. The other 3 had been given to several families, and their condition was quite poor. The doors and windows were broken, the gardens were in disarray with vegetables planted everywhere, and the floors were severely damaged. Fortunately, the Tang family had used good materials when building, so with some repairs, they could be restored. The government worked efficiently, and within a few days, the property return paperwork was completed. The list of antiques and paintings also arrived in Tang Nian's hands. Although it was only a third, it was still a significant amount. After completing the handover with the relevant departments, Tang Nian stored the antiques and paintings in her space. The 6 properties would remain vacant for now, and she planned to find craftsmen to repair them before renting them out. She also took some time to visit Tang village to bring her beloved old lady back and also picked up Aunt Zhang along the way. One reason was that she needed someone to help clean the house, and another was that she missed Aunt Zhang's homemade noodles. Aunt Zhang and the old lady hit it off immediately, becoming fast friends in less than an hour, chatting very comfortably. Moreover, Aunt Zhang had a great talent for languages. Living alone in the city, she learned the local dialect in less than 6 months and spoke it very fluently, so much so that no one could tell she was from out of town when she went to the market. The dialects of Hu City and Zhu City are very similar, so communication between the 2 is easy. Aunt Zhang, wanting to please, shared some fresh gossip she heard in Hu City, keeping Grandma Tang entertained and talking all the way. Tang Nian smiled, realizing that taking Grandma Tang out for a while was a great idea. Her laughter was even louder than in Tang village. Nian, are those real guns? When they arrived at the military district and saw the soldiers standing guard at the entrance, Grandma Tang immediately became respectful and spoke in a lower voice.
Yes, Grandma.
Aunt Zhang, please get out of the car to register. Tang Nian parked the car. New arrivals needed to register their information, including their names and household registration. Since Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang didn't know many characters, Tang Nian took out their household registration book to help them register, and they quickly gained entry. Wow, I was so scared I broke out in a cold sweat, Aunt Zhang whispered after getting back in the car. If you haven't done anything wrong, there's nothing to fear. You're really lacking confidence. No wonder your mother-in-law bullies you. Grandma Tang said with a hint of disdain, forgetting that she had also felt nervous just moments ago. Aunt, if I had ambition, I wouldn't be a nanny, Aunt Zhang sighed. She lacked education and skills, so being a nanny was her only option. It really was a bit disheartening. Work is valuable no matter what it is. Every job can lead to success. Being a nanny is good too. Nian Nian says your noodles are delicious. No one else has your skills, Grandma Tang quickly reassured her. She had just learned from their earlier conversation that Aunt Zhang had to become a nanny because of a difficult mother-in-law, making her quite a sympathetic character. I'll make you and Nian Nian some noodles with sauce tonight, Aunt Zhang said with a smile.
Great.
I've never heard of noodles with sauce before. I can't wait to try. Grandma Tang misheard it as deer noodles, which immediately made her hungry. Even though she didn't understand why a bowl of noodles would be called that, it sounded delicious. Tang Nian Nian parked at the intersection, took luggage from the trunk, which included quite a bit of stuff, even a few live chickens that Aunt Zhang had raised at her previous home. She also brought vegetables she had grown. Little Tang is back. Who are these two? Someone greeted them. My grandmother and aunt. Tang Nian Nian briefly introduced them and handed a large handful of green beans to the other person. Aunt Zhang is great at gardening. She picked over 30 pounds of beans and can't eat them all. These beans are so fresh. Thank you, Xiao Tang. The woman happily walked away with the beans. A few more people passed by, and Tang Nian Nian gave each of them a handful of beans. This made Grandma Tang frown, thinking, what a waste. This girl is too generous. She could have saved enough beans to last the winter. Feeling upset, Grandma Tang didn't stop her. This isn't Tang Village. It's the military district, and she had to maintain her granddaughter's reputation. Before long, Tang Nian Nian had given away half of the beans, leaving her with the other half. Xiao Tang is back. Huang Di approached, having seen Tang Nian Nian giving away beans from a distance. She wanted some too. It would save her a couple of days' worth of groceries.
Yes.
Tang Nian Nian replied coldly and didn't give her any beans. Even for feeding chickens, she wouldn't give anything to someone she disliked. Grandma Tang exchanged glances with Aunt Zhang, realizing that this woman was not liked by Nian Nian and should be avoided in the future. Huang Di waited a long time but didn't receive any beans, so she asked, you can't eat all those beans, right? I'll dry the beans and cook them with meat. Tang Nian Nian glanced into her basket and noticed a strange smell. There was something bloody in the corner, wrapped in newspaper. It didn't look like meat or fish, and it was hard to tell what it was. The newspaper was soaked in blood and coming apart, revealing a corner that looked like pig lungs but was smaller and smelled worse. Did you buy meat, Sister He? Tang Nian Nian asked curiously, genuinely wondering what the bloody item was. Huang Di was usually very frugal and rarely bought meat. It was odd for her to buy some now. Huang Di's expression changed, and she moved the basket back, grabbing some vegetables to cover the bloody meat. She forced a smile and said, yes, just a little for my husband. She glanced longingly at the beans and hurried away. She had worked hard to get that meat, and Tang Nian Nian wanting to trade beans for it?
Dream on.
Once she walked away, Aunt Zhang whispered, that's the placenta. Old Lady Tang nodded. She had recognized it right away. Tang Nian Nian's eyes widened. The placenta? Is that what she was thinking of? When they got home, Old Lady Tang said, yes, it's the placenta. I can smell that strong odor. It's very nutritious. I only learned that this thing is a health supplement after coming to the south. Back in my hometown, no one wants it. They just bury it under trees, Aunt Zhang said. After moving to the city, she got along well with her neighbors and learned many new things, including that the placenta is highly valued in the South. Hospitals are eager to get it, and it's hard to obtain. I used to get a few for my husband. He was shot by the Japanese when he was young, and it hurt his lungs. Every winter he would cough. This stuff is good for the lungs. I had to ask someone to get it, and it helped a bit, but unfortunately, it couldn't cure the root of the problem. Old Lady Tang sighed, wishing her husband were still alive. Grandma, sit here. Tang Nian Nian moved 2 chairs under the osmanthus tree, interrupting Old Lady Tang's sadness. This yard is great. We can raise chickens here, and we won't have to buy eggs anymore. Aunt Zhang pulled Old Lady Tang to plan the yard, deciding where to keep chickens and where to plant vegetables, making everything clear, which lifted the old lady's spirits. Tang Nian smiled. With Aunt Zhang around, her little grandma would surely not feel lonely. As for raising chickens, well, if it made the little grandma happy, why not? At worst, they could just make Shen Xiao work a bit harder cleaning up after them. That evening, instead of making noodles, Aunt Zhang cooked a big pot of stewed noodles with green beans, which tasted great, and they finished the whole pot. Old Lady Tang and Aunt Zhang were thriving in the family area, and within a couple of days, they had bonded with the military wives, making connections even better than Tang Nian's. That woman we ran into the other day, the one buying the placenta, her husband is not doing well. During dinner, Old Lady Tang suddenly revealed some juicy gossip. Right, he can't last 3 minutes. Huandi wants a son, and her husband does too, but unfortunately, it's been 3 years, and there's been no sign of a baby, Aunt Zhang eagerly added, sharing more details and names, clearly well-informed. Tang Nian swallowed her food and couldn't help but ask, Aunt Zhang, how do you know about them in 3 minutes? Did Aunt Zhang hide under their bed to eavesdrop? The soundproofing in the building is terrible. You can hear someone snoring at night. Huandi is so loud that the whole building can hear her. Her husband doesn't last 3 minutes. It's just a little over 2 minutes sometimes, and sometimes even less. Aunt Zhang spoke animatedly, and Grandma Tang, not to be outdone, shared the latest news. That placenta is useless. Her husband can't even last 2 minutes now.
What?
Not even 2 minutes? Yes, just a little over a minute yesterday, according to the neighbor next door. How can they have a son if he can't even produce an egg? Eating tofu and pickles every day won't help. Grandma Tang was even more knowledgeable than a doctor, concluding that the reason Huandi's husband was struggling was mainly due to his poor diet. With tofu and pickles every day, even a strong man would weaken. The two of them excitedly exchanged gossip, completely forgetting about the other 2 people at the table, as if they didn't exist. While Tang Nian was shocked, she also felt a bit sentimental. In the past, her grandmother would never have talked about such gossip at the dinner table or shared it with her. Now that she was married, her grandmother spoke freely. Tang Nian felt regretful, thinking about how many interesting stories she had missed out on before. With so many people in Tang Village, there must be plenty of juicy gossip, yet she didn't know any of it. Aunt Zhang, Huandi's husband, is a company commander, and he earns a decent salary. Why do they live so poorly? Aunt Zhang was confused. You don't know, Huandi hasn't had a son. Her husband said he plans to rely on his nephew for support in the future, so he sends most of his salary back home to support the nephew, Grandma Tang scoffed. The old lady thought Huandi's husband was foolish. He couldn't even rely on his own son, yet he expected to depend on his nephew. What a hopeless fool. How silly. The nephew doesn't have dead parents. Why would he support his uncle instead of his own? Aunt Zhang laughed and scolded. Huandi is foolish for agreeing to that. She is indeed foolish. She treats her own daughter poorly, always scolding or hitting her. The children she raised have no manners, Old Lady Tang said, looking down on the whole family. Those 4 daughters are greedy and lazy, just like Huandi. She's so foolish. Instead of relying on her nephew, she should focus on raising her daughters well. Aunt Zhang's views were more open-minded than many people in the countryside today. She had no sons herself and had to work as a nanny due to her difficult mother-in-law. My husband is a good man and treats our daughter well. When he saw how we were mistreated, he took us and moved out. Back then, we had just a thatched hut, an old quilt, 2 broken bowls, and a bag of sorghum as our entire belongings. Aunt Zhang sighed, her eyes turning red. Now you have made it through tough times. Your daughter is doing well in school, and you built a new house. That's impressive for the village. Old Lady Tang comforted her. Of course. The village chief's house isn't as grand as mine. Humph. That shameless uncle of mine and my in-laws still want to take advantage of us, saying our daughter will get married, and we will need to rely on the nephew. They want us to give our new house to him for his marriage. How ridiculous. Aunt Zhang gritted her teeth and continued, my eldest daughter is 18 and has a strong character like mine. The other day, she picked up a stick and blocked the door, refusing to let her uncle and grandparents in. She said she would choose her own husband and take care of us. Your daughter is remarkable. Girls should be strong. If they are too soft, they will be bullied. Old Lady Tang praised her, appreciating girls with a strong spirit. She preferred her second daughter-in-law over the first, who was always crying and complaining. My daughter's father is a good man, but since I haven't been home for years, no one has protected the children. My eldest daughter has grown strong because of that, and I feel guilty for not being there for them. Aunt Xiang wiped her eyes. She felt she owed her daughters, but she had no regrets. If she hadn't become a nanny, her family would still be living in a shack, eating sorghum buns. How could they have a proper house or white buns to eat? Her two daughters also couldn't afford to go to school. Children protected by their parents may be soft, but those without protection become strong. That's a good thing. Your blessings are still to come. Grandma Tang comforted her. I think the same way. My eldest daughter studies well and is now a substitute teacher at the village primary school. Many people have come to propose marriage, but I haven't agreed to any. In the past, I would have chosen someone from a wealthy family, but now I want both my daughters to go to college and become city people. Aunt Xiang has bigger plans for her daughters' futures. Before, she wanted to find a well-off young man in town, but now she is no longer interested. Tang Nian had hinted to her about the college entrance exam a long time ago. She made a special trip home to ensure her daughters studied hard to get into university and even sent back the study materials Tang Nian had given her. Aunt Xiang dreams of her daughters getting into college. Even if just one of them does, it would change their family's farming situation, allowing future generations to leave the countryside. The exam is in December. They should study well. Even if they don't pass this time, they can try again next time, Tang Nian said. I call home every few days to have their father supervise them. Both kids are working hard, studying until midnight every night, Aunt Zhang said, feeling very pleased and grateful. Fortunately, she came out here to learn about college early. Some young people in the village just found out and couldn't even buy the materials, and they were almost panicking. I hope all the kids at home can get into college. Grandma Tang clasped her hands together, silently praying for blessings. During this time, Tang Nian had not gone out. She was either at home with Grandma or studying for the college entrance exam. One day, Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang decided to fry some crispy meat because Tang Nian had casually mentioned wanting to eat it, so they made plans. The smell of fried crispy meat filled the neighborhood, and many children were drawn to it. However, the children were polite and only watched from a distance, not coming in to ask for food. Tang Nian waved to the children and gave each of them a few pieces of the cooled crispy meat. Thank you, Aunt Tang. The children politely thanked her, showing good manners. Grandma Tang remarked, children from the military are well taught. They are so polite. Everyone living here is a leader. Of course, leaders teach their children well. Aunt Zhang laughed. However, her words were quickly proven wrong. For girls ran over, the older ones around 10 years old, and the younger ones about 3 or 4. Unlike the other children in the family area, these 4 sisters were dressed in tattered clothes with patches, their hair messy, and their faces dirty. They were the 4 daughters of Huangdi, named Panu, Menga, Zhaoa, and Inger, clearly showing a strong desire for a son. The 4 sisters entered the yard and stood in a row, eagerly watching the crispy meat frying in the oil, with the youngest girl drooling. Here, go eat outside. Grandma Tang handed each of them a piece of crispy meat to eat outside, to avoid any accidents with the hot oil. The sisters took the meat without even saying thank you and quickly ran outside, standing at the gate to eat. Grandma Tang frowned, disliking the 4 sisters very much.
Wah.
My meat. The youngest, Inger, cried loudly because her crispy meat was snatched away by her 3 sisters, leaving her with only 1 piece. The oldest sister took the most. She was strong, and the younger 3 were afraid of her. Panner gobbled down her piece of meat, ignoring her crying little sister, and returned to the yard, staring intently at the frying oil, getting very close without saying a word. The other three sisters followed her inside, standing neatly in a row, their eyes shining with desire. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. The youngest, Inger, sniffled and shouted, reaching for the crispy meat in the basket with her dirty hands. Grandma Tang quickly lifted the basket, feeling helpless. She didn't want to scold the children, so she said patiently, "There's none left. You all should go home." But there's still so much. The four sisters refused to leave, their eyes wide and pleading. Grandma Tang's face darkened with frustration. She had never seen such persistent children, and she felt unlucky. Go home. Tang Nian came out with a cold expression, her eyes icy. She had just gone inside to find Baisher and Fubao to bring them out for crispy meat, and in that short time, her meat was nearly ruined by these four messy kids. During the past month with the army, Tang Nian has calmed down a lot, and most people in the family area are quite reasonable. Even someone like Su Yan rarely causes trouble. She has always believed in the principle of not bothering others if they don't bother her, so she hasn't lost her temper in over a month, leading many to mistakenly think she is easy to bully. The four sisters were still unaware of their limits and ignored Tang Nian, focusing instead on the delicious meat. Nian, Grandma Tang, worried that her granddaughter would cause trouble, tried to intervene, but before she could finish, Tang Nian took action. You're not allowed to come to my house anymore. Tang Nian grabbed the youngest, Inger, and tossed her outside the gate. Inger fell to the ground, but Tang Nian was careful, so the child was unharmed, though Inger was scared and started to cry loudly. Go home and cry. Tang Nian shouted, causing Inger to stop crying, sniffling with tears in her eyes. The other three girls were frightened. The second and third ran away, but the eldest hesitated. She looked around and reached for the meat on Fubao's plate. Bai Sui and Fubao had their own plate filled with delicious meat, and they were enjoying it when a dirty little hand reached out.
Ugh.
Fubao bared its teeth in warning. It really disliked humans who lacked awareness. This was its food. The eldest girl turned pale with fear, forgetting to pull her hand back, and saw Fubao's sharp teeth ready to bite her hand. Tang Nian acted quickly, grabbing the girl by her collar and throwing her outside the gate. Don't come back again, or I'll let the dog bite you. Tang Nian scolded coldly, having no fondness for these messy and persistent children. The four sisters trembled in fear, not daring to stay any longer, and quickly ran away, leaving their sister on the ground. Inger got up, pouted, and ran home crying. Those girls will definitely go home and complain. Grandma Tang frowned, worried that Huangdi would come to cause trouble. It's fine, Tang Nian said confidently. If they dare to cause trouble, she'll deal with it. Once the meat was ready, Tang Nian served a plate and asked Aunt Zhang to take it to Zhao Chunmei's house next door. Zhao Chunmei has been very busy these days and is not at home, but her two children are there. They are quite polite and came over to say thank you. It smells so good. It must be crispy meat. A strange woman's voice came from outside.
Come in, my house is a bit messy.
Suyan opened the door and invited her friend, Han-ing, inside. They met in the hospital. After Han-ing was discharged, she wanted to express her gratitude by giving Su-yen 2 fashionable outfits from Yangcheng. Their friendship grew quickly, and they became very close sisters who shared everything. It's quite tidy. You're always so modest, Yen, Han-ing said with a smile. Not at all. I'm just speaking the truth. My husband, Lao Lu, has been busy with work lately and hasn't had time to tidy up. Isn't your husband a captain? Why is he so busy? It seems there are some urgent tasks from above, but I'm not sure. Let me make you some tea. While they were talking in the yard, Tang Nian overheard them. She understood why Lu Guangliang was busy. Due to ongoing disputes at the southwestern border, they were preparing for potential action, so all military districts were increasing their training. Xin Xiao was also very busy. I'm going next door to deliver some meat. Tang Nian filled a plate with crispy meat and took it next door. Su Yan was sitting in the yard talking to a stylish woman. The door was open, and when Tang Nian knocked, Su Yan looked surprised since she rarely visited others. I brought some crispy meat. Tang Nian entered the yard and handed over the meat. Thank you. I could smell it from far away. This crispy meat looks delicious, Suyan said with a smile as she took the meat and went to the kitchen to get another plate, returning with an empty one. Tang Nian glanced at Haning and casually asked, Your trench coat is very pretty. Where did you buy it? Han Ing was wearing a cream-colored trench coat paired with jeans, looking very fashionable. With her good figure and beauty, she looked like a star. I bought it in Yangcheng. My partner is stationed there, and I got it while visiting, Haning replied with a smile. This trench coat is really nice. My relative is on a business trip to Yangcheng. I'll ask them to bring me one, Tang Nian said, showing her interest in the coat. Suyan was also interested and said, Can your relative help me get one too? I'll pay you. She then asked Suyan, How much is this trench coat? 30. I think 38. I can't remember clearly. I bought a lot of things at that time. Haning showed a bit of nervousness, hesitating. Suyan didn't suspect anything and ran back to her room to get 40 yuan, handing it to Tang Nian. Can you ask your relative to help me get one? If it's not enough, I'll pay the difference, okay? Sure, whether it's 1 or 2, it doesn't matter, Tang Nian readily agreed, taking the 40 yuan. But she didn't leave. She asked about the bag Haning was carrying. This bag is really stylish. I haven't seen this kind in the department store. Did you buy it in Yang City too? Yes, there are more styles in Yang City, and many come from Hong Kong. Han Ing instinctively moved the bag a little behind her, feeling uneasy. Is your partner in the military too? Why didn't you go with him? Tang Nian, usually aloof, became quite chatty. His rank doesn't meet the requirements for me to go with him. I visit him when I have time, Haning replied with a smile, but she felt even more anxious. You two have a really good relationship. Tang Nian decided to sit down and chat with Haning, leaving Suyan feeling a bit left out and uneasy. Tang Nian had never talked to her much before. Why was she so friendly today? Was it because she felt less charming than Haning? Are you going to the mountains to look for mushrooms? Suyan is pregnant, so it's not convenient. I'll go with you. I want to eat mushrooms too. When Tang Nian learned that Haning had come specifically to look for mushrooms, she eagerly offered to join. I'm light on my feet. I can go up the mountain, Suyan said, feeling a bit jealous. After all, Haning was her friend, so why was Tang Nian trying to take her friend away? Then, let's all go together. Tang Nian was easygoing, went home to change her shoes, and even brought a basket, showing more enthusiasm than Haning. Thank you so much. Haning expressed her gratitude all the way, while Suyan shrugged it off, saying, No need to be polite. We're friends. I have nothing to do anyway, and I didn't want to go to the mountains alone. It's perfect to have you both with me. Tang Nian smiled, but her eyes were on Haning. The woman carried a bag with her all the way, occasionally taking out a handkerchief to wipe her face. To reach the back mountain, they had to pass by a military camp where soldiers were training. Tang Nian lagged behind, coldly watching Haning in front of her, who was wiping sweat more frequently. Why are you sweating so much? Tang Nian asked on purpose. I'm feeling a bit weak. I sweat easily after walking a bit, and I'm even weaker since I got out of the hospital, Haning explained with a gushao. Ingzi was hospitalized for an ectopic pregnancy recently, so she's not in great shape, Suyan added. Ectopic pregnancy is very dangerous. Isn't your partner coming back? Tang Nian asked with concern. He's too busy and can't find the time, Haning replied, her smile more cool. Marrying a soldier is like this. You don't get to enjoy much and have to endure a lot, Suyan said with disappointment. Lu Guangliang was considered better, but he had been so busy lately that he was hardly seen, leaving all the household chores to her, which exhausted her. The three of them reached the back mountain. It wasn't high and had many vegetable fields tended by hardworking military wives. They searched the area for mushrooms, but returned empty-handed. We'll come back to pick them after it rains. There will definitely be mushrooms, Suyan comforted as they descended. Okay. Haning seemed to be in a good mood and didn't wipe her sweat on the way back. At the foot of the mountain, there was a small river. Tang Nian walked over to Haning, pretended to slip, and accidentally bumped her into the river. The water was shallow, only reaching her waist, but she couldn't swim. Help!
Ah.
Haning was frightened and flailed around. Ingzi, don't be afraid. I'll save you, Su Yan said, trying to jump in, but Tang Nian stopped her. I'll go save her. She jumped into the water, approached Haning from behind, and discreetly released her little snake, Zhao Kai. This greedy little snake had been living comfortably in her space and had grown quite plump, so it was time to stretch its muscles. Zhao Kai understood its owner's intention and quickly slithered into Han Ying's clothes.
Ah.
What is that on me? Haning felt something slippery and was terrified. She dropped the bag she had been holding tightly, and it fell into the water. There's a snake. Tang Nian pretended to be scared and moved away from her, but secretly stepped on her bag underwater and quietly stored it away.
Ah.
Han Ning was terrified. She was most afraid of snakes. Su Yan was also scared. She was afraid of snakes too. Don't move. The snake will leave soon, Tang Nian advised. Han Ning slowly calmed down. Sure enough, after a while, she felt something slippery sliding up her back, making her shiver with fear. She used all her strength to stay still. Zhao Kai poked its head out from her collar, looked around, and curiously turned to Tang Nian as if to show off. Go away. Tang Nian signaled with her eyes. Zhao Kai understood perfectly, quickly climbed out, jumped into the water, and swam away happily, but actually was taken into Tang Nian's space. Terrified, Haning was helped back to shore by Tang Nian. Both of their clothes were wet, and it was the end of October, with a cool autumn breeze making them shiver. Where did my bag go? Haning finally noticed her bag was missing, and her face turned pale as she screamed. It might have been washed away. As long as you're okay, we can buy another bag later, Su Yan comforted her. No way. That bag is irreplaceable. I have to find it. Haning was frantic and tried to jump back into the water. She couldn't lose that bag. Are you crazy? It's just a bag. Is it really worth this? Su Yan pulled her back, confused about why Haning suddenly cared so much about a bag. She used to be generous with gifts of clothes and bags that were worth much more than the one that was lost. You don't understand. This bag is very important to me. Yanzi, please don't stop me. I have to find it. Haning insisted on searching for the bag, but was careful not to pull too hard, considering Su Yan's pregnancy. Nothing is more important than your health. You just had surgery, and your body needs to recover. Come back home with me.
Su Yan spoke firmly.
An ectopic pregnancy is very hard on the body, and being in cold water now would be harmful. She pulled Han Ing toward the residential area. Don't worry about me. Where's my bag? Where did it go? What should I do? Han Ing struggled to break free, causing Su Yan to lose her balance and nearly fall. Tang Nian caught her. Thank you. Su Yan was anxious. If she had fallen, it could have harmed her baby. Han Ing, are you crazy? Su Yan was angry. To her, no material possession was worth risking her health, especially since Han Ing almost endangered her child. Although she didn't like children and felt uneasy when she first got pregnant, as the baby grew inside her, their bond deepened. Now, all she wanted was to safely give birth and raise her child. Having almost fallen, Su Yan was truly frightened and felt displeased with Han Ing. Han Ing, undeterred, jumped into the river to search for her bag. The water was shallow, and she steadied herself, bending down to look. Su Yan frowned at the sight. Achoo! Tang Nian sneezed and said to Su Yan, I'm going back. She had retrieved the bag and didn't want to deal with the two anymore. Han Ing, if you don't come up soon, I'm really going to be angry. Su Yan's voice was cold. She couldn't leave Han Ing alone. If she wandered off, it could cause trouble for her and Lu Guangliang. After searching in the water, Han Ing found nothing. Her face was pale and her heart sank, but she felt a bit relieved, thinking the bag might float downstream into the sea, where it wouldn't be discovered.
I'm sorry, Yanzi.
I was too anxious just now. Are you okay? Han Ing climbed ashore, soaked and shivering. Thank goodness Tang helped you. What were you thinking? It was just a bag. Su Yan's tone softened a little. That bag was a gift from my partner. It cost him a month's salary. I'm sorry, I lost my composure and did something foolish. Please don't be mad, Yanzi. Haning trembled in the autumn wind, looking quite pitiful. Su Yan's anger faded, and she sighed, advising, even if it was a gift from your partner, it's not worth risking your life. If your partner knew, they would have stopped you. I understand, I won't do it again. Han Ing obediently replied, acting very compliant. Let's hurry back so you don't catch a cold. Su Yan held her hand as they walked towards the residential area. Tang Nian walked ahead, occasionally sneezing loudly. She thought she might deserve some recognition for this, and planned to discuss with the military district if this could be credited to her family's Shinshao.
Achoo.
Tang Nian quickened her pace. She was freezing and wanted to get home to change clothes and ask Aunt Zhang to make her some ginger and brown sugar water. Even if your family has a higher rank, you shouldn't bully children, right? If you don't want to give them food, that's fine, but why let the dog scare them? Look at how frightened the child is. She's completely terrified. He Wangdi's voice carried from a distance as she stood at the gate with her 4 daughters, causing a scene. Are you being reasonable? Who let the dog scare the child? Your child was greedy and tried to take food from the dog's bowl. The dog is an animal. It only knows how to protect its food. If my granddaughter hadn't reacted quickly, your daughter would have definitely lost a piece of meat. And you have the nerve to come to my house and cause trouble? Grandma Tang was much more restrained than in Tang village. She was worried about affecting Shen Zhao's future in the military, so she didn't dare to speak too harshly. You are twisting the truth. It was your dog that scared my child, taking advantage of your husband's rank to bully our family. He Wangdi acted shamelessly, and her arrogance infuriated Grandma Tang. How can you call yourself a military family when you have no sense of decency? You're worse than the widow Zhang from my hometown. You can't teach your daughter properly. She's greedy and dirty, coming to my house asking for food. My granddaughter kindly offered them some fried meat, and they devoured it like they were starving. They wouldn't leave, crowding around the frying pan, staring at the meat, and trying to grab food from the dog's bowl. What kind of child behaves like yours? Even poor kids in the countryside wouldn't act so shamelessly. After all, we all have parents to teach us. Angry, Grandma Tang was ready to confront Huangdi, criticizing her for not teaching her child proper manners. Aunt Zhang immediately joined in, saying, the kids in my hometown village aren't this greedy. Even when they're poor, they don't beg for food from others. They're not beggars. Children are young and don't understand. They need adults to teach them. That's why we say it's the parent's fault if the child is not taught. To put it bluntly, even my dog isn't this greedy. It eats well at home and never begs from others, all thanks to my granddaughter's good teaching. Old Lady Tang took a sip of tea and quickly added her thoughts. She and Aunt Zhang worked together to corner Huangdi, leaving her with no chance to speak, making her so angry her nostrils flared. The nearby neighbors gathered around. When they saw it was Huangdi, they didn't even ask what happened. They all knew she was causing trouble. Huangdi, have some respect for your family and children. You argue every day over a little food. Your family isn't starving. Zhao Chunmei felt embarrassed. How could she be from the same hometown as this person? It was so shameful. Who is starving? My family eats well. It's Tang Nian who is bullying us and letting her dog bite my child. Am I not allowed to seek justice for my child? Huangdi pulled her eldest daughter over, pointing at her torn pants and complaining, look, her pants are torn, and she's bleeding. Your 4 kids have torn pants too. Besides, kids play rough, they get hurt all the time. I remember in spring, your daughter Piawa hit her head and bled a lot, but you didn't take her to the hospital. You just stuck a matchbox cover on it. I couldn't stand it and took her to the hospital myself. Zhao Chunmei smirked as she recalled the past, making Huangdi's face turn red and green, feeling embarrassed. Huangdi is always scolding or hitting her 4 daughters. When did she start caring for them so much? She doesn't care for them. She just wants to take advantage of Comrade Tang. Didn't you hear her say the pants were torn? Having someone like her in our neighborhood is really embarrassing. People might think we're all like her. The other neighbors began to speak loudly, expressing their dissatisfaction with Huangdi. Huangdi is not well liked in the neighborhood. She is stingy and always tries to take advantage of others. Her 4 daughters are lazy, greedy, and unhygienic, making them disliked by everyone. Everyone is on Tang Nianyan's side, collectively criticizing Huangdi. Excuse me, achoo. Tang Nianyan is freezing from the wind and is trying to push through the crowd. Oh, dear, little Tang, why are you soaked? Everyone is startled, thinking she fell into the river. Achoo. I went to the mountain to pick mushrooms and accidentally fell into the river. Achoo. Tang Nianyan sneezes several times without even looking at Huangdi. She grabs her and throws her 100 meters away. Whoosh. Everyone turns their heads in unison as Huangdi lands with a thud. Everyone's hearts race. Little Tang is surprisingly strong. Are you being greedy again? There are no mushrooms in this season. Hurry and change your clothes. You're married now, yet you still cause trouble. If I don't discipline you for 3 days, you'll get restless. Grandma Tang, frustrated, gives her granddaughter several pats and hurriedly tells Aunt Zhang to make ginger tea. Xiao Zhang, chop the ginger finely and boil it longer. Add more brown sugar. This girl isn't used to the taste of ginger.
Got it.
Aunt Zhang rushes off to prepare the ginger tea. The whole family is busy, ignoring Huangdi. Su Yan and Haning have returned, so Grandma Tang asks Aunt Zhang to make 2 more bowls. Tang Nian comes out after changing clothes, holding a large bowl of ginger tea. The strong ginger smell makes her eyes water. Did Aunt Zhang use all the ginger in the world? She pinches her nose and finishes the ginger tea, then lets out a loud sneeze, feeling much better. Huangdi has gotten back up and is now at the door, looking quite bold. Before she can speak, Tang Nian steps in front of her and says coldly, "Your 4 daughters came to my house asking for food, and I gave them some. But after they ate, they refused to leave and even tried to take the meat meant for my family's special celebration. Your children lack proper upbringing. What kind of well-mannered child fights with dogs for food? Considering we all live in the family area, I saved your daughter and kept her from getting hurt. But if your daughter tries to take food from my dog again, I won't care what happens to her. Also, my dog and the wolf have fought before. They won't bite first, but if they do, they won't hold back." You're bullying me." Huangdi felt overwhelmed by Tang Nianyan's presence, as if a mountain was pressing down on her, and she couldn't speak. "I'm just seeking justice for my dog. If you want to see that as bullying, there's nothing I can do." Tang Nianyan sneered and moved closer to Huangdi, looking down at her and mocking, "I know what you want. You want me to buy your daughter a new pair of pants and give you some compensation for the fright, right?" Huangdi's face turned red as her thoughts were exposed, and she stubbornly replied, I didn't think that at all. Don't accuse me."
Fine, accuse you.
"You're so noble and selfless, so why are you causing a scene? Why not just go home?" Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes, tired of arguing with this woman. She preferred to settle things with strength. If this woman didn't leave soon, she would throw a punch. Huangdi, left speechless, walked away reluctantly, her voice still heard scolding her daughter, along with the child's cries. "Little Tang, don't argue with her. Everyone knows what she's like. If her kids come again, don't give them food. Those 4 sisters are shameless. Just a little food and they won't leave. It's a shame how a good child has been raised like this." The neighbors chimed in, all criticizing Huangdi. Tang Nianyan didn't join the discussion. While Huangdi was at fault, her husband shared the blame too. Neither of them were good people. Whenever the topic of child-rearing came up, everyone blamed the mother, pushing all responsibility onto her. Did the father just disappear? Ancient wisdom said, if a child is not taught, it's the father's fault. But in modern society, it seems to have regressed to if a child is not taught, it's all the mother's fault. They are even worse than the ancients. That evening, Grandma Tang made several dishes, and the family sat down to eat together. Aunt Zhang still ate in the kitchen, refusing to join them at the table, and Grandma Tang's persuasion was in vain. Outside, There were angry shouts from a man and the cries of a woman, sounding like Huangdi. Tang Nian frowned. This family really had serious issues. Xin Xiao went out to handle the situation, and indeed it was Huangdi and her husband. She was being dragged along, her face bruised, clearly having been hit. Deputy Commander Shen, my wife is being unreasonable and causing trouble for your family. Captain Su forced a smile, but then shot a fierce glare at his wife. He had heard about the incident from others, and in his anger, he had come home and given this foolish woman a beating before dragging her here to apologize, fearing it would affect his future. Huangdi cried and apologized, but her sincerity was lacking as she implied that Tang Nian was bullying her. Captain Su, with a dark expression, kicked her in the stomach. I'm going to die. Oh, I'm going to die. Huangdi clutched her stomach and lay on the ground groaning. Take your arguments home. Don't fight in front of my house. Xin Xiao said coldly, indifferent to Huangdi's pain. He was only worried it would disrupt Nian's meal. Make sure to control your household with children and women. If you cause trouble at my door again, I'll set my dog on you. Tang Nian's icy voice came through. She hated noise while eating. It ruined her appetite. And did this couple think they could act in front of her house as if she were a fool? Go home and don't come back. Xin Xiao was angry. His Nian loved to eat in peace, and these two were ruining that. How infuriating. If it weren't for their colleague relationship, he would have been much harsher. I came to apologize, Deputy Shen.
Hey.
I haven't finished speaking. Captain Su was cut off as Xin Xiao lifted him and tossed him far away. Huangdi, frightened, scrambled to her feet and ran off quickly, forgetting about her husband. She finally remembered Xin Zhao's fearsome reputation. He was known as the living king of hell. How could she dare to cause a scene in his home? Terrified, Huangdi ran all the way back home. Captain Su got up, limping back, filled with anger and a sense of frustration. If he had a good family background like Xin Xiao, he would definitely have a higher position now. Although his position is a bit lower, he is older than Xin Xiao and has spent more time in the military, so it's very disrespectful. After dealing with those two, Xin Xiao closed the door and went back to continue eating. Grandma Tang didn't ask anything. She simply thought that her son-in-law had a higher rank than that guy, so why worry? After dinner, Tang Nian pulled Xin Xiao into the room and took out Han Ying's bag, which was still wet. This bag has a camera inside. Please contact Uncle Ming. Tang Nian didn't open the bag because she wanted to keep the evidence. This was proof of Shen Zhao's promotion. Let's go together. Shen Xiao didn't ask much and took her to find Ming Jinxing. Ming Jinxing also lived in the military district, not far away. When they arrived, his family was still having dinner. Come sit down and eat with us. Seeing them, Ming Jinxing was very happy and invited them to join. Mrs. Ming was also very welcoming and went to get bowls and chopsticks from the kitchen. It was just the couple at home. Their son was in another military district, and their daughter lived at work and only came home during holidays. We're not eating, Uncle Ming. Please hurry and eat. I have something to discuss with you. Xin Xiao stopped Mrs. Ming, as he was already full. What is it? Ming Jinxing's interest was piqued, and he lost his appetite for the dragon meat. You can talk after you finish eating. If you don't tell me, I can't eat. If I tell you, you won't be able to eat either. The two of them held out for a while, but in the end, Ming Jinxing gave in and obediently ate. However, he was anxious, reducing his usual 3 bowls of rice to just 1, and quickly finished it, urging Xin Xiao to speak. Let's go to the study. Xin Xiao didn't want Mrs. Ming to overhear. Spies are everywhere, and while Mrs. Ming is trustworthy, one can never be too careful. Ming Jinxing led them to the study, his expression serious, knowing it must be important since Xin Xiao was being so cautious. Look at this bag. Xin Xiao took out the bag, and the water was already wiped off. It looked like an ordinary bag, just a bit more exquisite and stylish. What's wrong with this bag? Ming Jinxing looked at the bag for a long time, but found nothing unusual. It was just an ordinary women's bag, but the material seemed to be genuine leather and felt very soft. There's a camera inside. Xin Xiao opened the bag's compartment and indeed revealed a tiny camera. Ming Jinxing's expression changed, and his voice became more intense. Where did it come from? Darn it, spies had infiltrated his territory. They really didn't take him seriously. It belongs to Su Yan's friend. Tang Nian continued, briefly explaining her suspicions about Haning. She's just an ordinary finance worker, and her husband is only a company commander in the army. Together, their salaries are around $100, but her clothes and bags are very expensive. That salary can't support her spending. Also, she lacks experience and seems to have just been corrupted. On the way to pick mushrooms in the back mountain, she was very nervous, frequently opening her bag to wipe sweat with a handkerchief. Her behavior was too suspicious. I pushed her into the river and took the opportunity to hide the bag. When Haning acted crazy, I was even more certain there was something wrong with it. Actually, when Haning fell into the river, Tang Nian wasn't sure yet, but the woman valued that bag so much that she risked her life for it, which made Tang Nian completely certain. Tang Nian's suspicion arose from the coat Haning was wearing, because it was from her grandmother Zhao Fenghua's brand. Tang Nian knew very well that this brand couldn't be found anywhere in the mainland, and there was only one specialty store in Hong Kong. Moreover, that coat couldn't possibly be bought for $38. It would cost at least 10 times that.
Good job, Xiao Tang.
You've done it again. Ming Jinxing gave a thumbs up, showing that he liked Tang Nian even more than Xin Xiao. Uncle Ming, can you credit this achievement to Xin Xiao? Tang Nian requested. Nonsense. Achievements can't just be credited to anyone. They belong to the person who earned them. Ming Jinxing laughed and scolded her, calling her childish. Tang Nian pouted. The credit wouldn't benefit her since she wasn't in the army. Don't worry, you and Xin Xiao are a team. If you succeed, it will help him get promoted in the army. Ming Jinxing noticed her thoughts and felt comforted. Xin Xiao had been lonely for so many years, and finally, he had someone who cared for and looked after him. Tang Nian was finally satisfied and got up to go home and sleep. She had been busy all day and was exhausted. Ming Jinxing did not try to keep them. There was a spy in the military district, and they would be busy for the next few days. Xiao, come with me. He called out to someone as he was good at catching spies like Xin Xiao, always successful. Tang Nian went home alone. Just as she fell asleep, she heard noises from next door, including Su Yan's startled cries and Lu Guangliang's voice. Why are you arresting me? What did I do wrong?
Suzanne shouted angrily.
Dr. Su, please cooperate with our work. If you refuse, we will have to take stronger measures. In the end, Lu Guangliang managed to calm his wife down, and the couple was taken away. Although the commotion was not loud, it alarmed many people. Seeing Lu Guangliang and his wife being taken away frightened everyone, and they lost their sleep. What happened? What did Captain Lu and Dr. Su do wrong? I don't know. They were taken away in the middle of the night. It must be serious. Everyone was anxious and did not dare to discuss it further, fearing they might get involved. That night, many people had trouble sleeping, but Tang Nian was unaffected and slept soundly until dawn, unaware of when Xin Xiao returned. The smell of soy milk wafted in from outside, waking Tang Nian up. Last time she mentioned wanting salty soy milk, and Zhang had somehow found a small stone mill, and now she could enjoy fresh soy milk every day, even better than store-bought. How did things go? Tang Nian stretched and lazily asked. All of them have been apprehended. Haning was corrupted by her lover, who is a spy from the island nation, along with a few of his accomplices. We caught them all last night, Xin Xiao replied. Through Haning, they uncovered 7 or 8 people, and this time, Nian should receive a second-class merit. Why are there so many spies? A bunch of traitors. Tang Nian tightened her fists, all of them betraying their ancestors. Dinner is ready. Grandma Tang called out. Tang Nian jumped out of bed and quickly washed up before heading to breakfast. There was steaming salty soy milk and golden pot stickers. Aunt Zhang's cooking was getting better and better. The couple next door was taken away last night. I wonder what happened. They seemed so flustered, Old Lady Tang whispered. Grandma, don't go asking about it. It's military confidential. Tang Nian warned her, worried that the old lady might get into trouble. I'm not curious about that. I only care about village gossip, old lady Tang replied, shaking her head. While she loved hearing gossip, she only wanted to know about small village matters, not military secrets. Aunt Zhang didn't ask any questions. She only enjoyed hearing about affairs and scandals, showing no interest in anything else. By the time news about Lu Guangliang and his wife came around, the weather had turned cool. Su Yan lost her baby due to emotional distress, and even though she was in the hospital, she still had to face an investigation, regardless of her father's rank as a general. Moreover, Deputy General Su publicly stated that the relevant authorities must thoroughly investigate his daughter without giving him any special treatment. Lu Guangliang was cleared of suspicion. He was always cautious and never discussed work at home, so he hadn't leaked any secrets. However, Su Yan worked at the military hospital and interacted with military personnel daily. Hanning used her to gain access to many secrets, which were passed on to her lover. Fortunately, these secrets weren't critical and didn't cause significant damage. But when Su Yan brought Hanning home, if it weren't for Tang Nian's vigilance, the military plans could have been photographed by Hanning. Lu Guangliang and Su Yan divorced. Although he was cleared of suspicion, he still faced consequences and was demoted. He is now Captain Lu and voluntarily transferred to the Southwest Military District, where the situation was tense. He wanted to go to the front lines to find peace, and Ming Jinqing agreed. Su Yan was charged with treason, and although she was unaware of her actions, the facts were established, and she had to face a military trial, ruining her future. After Lu Guangliang went to the front lines, news came that Su Yan had committed suicide. She hadn't even had the chance to face the military court. While receiving in the hospital, she died when air was injected into her vein after the medication finished. Her brother was the one to handle her affairs. Their parents didn't come, and no funeral was held. She simply vanished without a trace. The house next door is also empty now. Tang Nian feels nothing about Su Yan's death. She was just an unimportant person. Moreover, Su Yan's death was entirely her own fault. As the daughter of a deputy commander, she grew up surrounded by privilege and had no sense of caution, which also affected her family. Lu Guangliang was demoted because of her, and Su Yan's parents and siblings would also be impacted. It's unfortunate for a family to have such a troublemaker. In mid-November, the autumn trade fair ended, and Tang Mantong and the others returned triumphantly, bringing back many gifts. I don't want this dress. It's too flashy. If I wear it, people will think I'm crazy. Grandma Tang held the colorful cotton jacket her son had given her. Although she complained, she couldn't help but glance at it. Many old ladies in Yangqing wear this, and it looks great on them. Just ask Lu Jin. Tang Mantong held the jacket up to Grandma Tang.
Really?
Tang Lu Jin nodded vigorously, confirming that his uncle wasn't lying. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Their trip to Yangqing opened their eyes. The people there were truly fashionable, even more so than in Hu City. Grandma Tang, half convinced, put on the colorful cotton jacket and looked at herself in the mirror. She turned her waist, lifted her hips, and posed for a long time. The more she looked, the more confident she became, and she couldn't stop smiling. Will people say anything if I wear this? No way. Who would dare say anything? I'll scold them. Does it look crazy? Not at all. You look like a beautiful grandma. Tang Mantong and Grandma Tang exchanged compliments, and her mood was quite cheerful. She was beaming with joy. I'll save it for the new year. Grandma Tang put away the new cotton jacket since it wasn't cold enough to wear yet. She also brought Aunt Zhang a similar colorful cotton jacket, which moved Aunt Zhang to tears. She felt so lucky to have such a generous and easygoing employer. Tang Nian received even more gifts, the latest style of coats, bags, and leather boots, all sent from Xiangjiang. She had a whole big bag of gifts, enough to wear a different outfit every day from the 1st to the 15th day of the new year. These 2 outfits are too short. Nian can't wear them. What were you thinking when you bought them? Mrs. Tang picked out 2 coats that were noticeably shorter, than the others. They were quite stylish and made of good material, both being cashmere coats, one red and one camel-colored. This is something someone asked me to bring. Tang Mantong quickly took the two coats. A woman asked you to bring these? Are you too close? You're not dating, are you? Mrs. Tang was not easily fooled. She knew her younger son well. She sensed that the third son was hiding something and was definitely not telling the truth. No, we are just friends, Mom. Don't be suspicious. Tang Mantong firmly denied it. He hadn't even met the girl's parents, so it wasn't the right time to explain. Mrs. Tang gave him a meaningful look, but didn't press further. After lunch, Tang Mantong left. They had signed many orders at the trade fair, and there was a lot to do at the factory, so they were very busy. As soon as they left, Mrs. Tang pulled Tang Nian aside to ask, "Is your uncle dating someone? What's she like? Is she someone we shouldn't be proud of?" Mrs. Tang asked 3 questions in a row, making Tang Nian feel uneasy. "Grandma, I don't know." As soon as Tang Nian finished speaking, she received a slap on the head that made her ears ring. "Grandma, why did you hit me? I'm not hiding anything from you. You should be scolding Uncle." Tang Nian was upset. Why was she being punished? "You're not reporting what you know, so you deserve it. Hurry up and tell me what she's like. She must be someone we shouldn't be proud of. Otherwise, your uncle would have come home to show her off." Mrs. Tang suddenly thought of something and slapped her thigh in worry.
She's not a divorcee, is she?
Tang Nian's silence was deafening. She really suspected her grandma had a way of knowing everything. Her guesses were always right. Is she really a divorcee? That brat is going too far. He deserves a good scolding. Seeing Tang Nian's expression, Mrs. Tang knew she was right. Anger surged within her, and she gritted her teeth, ready to go into town and teach that brat a lesson. Call that brat right now and tell him to come over quickly. Mrs. Tang didn't know her younger son's phone number, so she had to ask Tang Nian to call. Tang Nian didn't dare to disobey and had to honestly call Tang Mantong's place. The phone rang for a long time, but no one answered, clearly indicating they were not home. "Grandma, they aren't home." Tang Nian sighed in relief. That rascal. After introducing so many nice young ladies, he chooses a divorced woman. He must want to drive me crazy. Grandma Tang was so angry she could hardly breathe. Aunt Zhang patted her back to calm her down and said, "Children grow up and make their own choices. You should try to understand and not get too upset. Besides, being divorced isn't always bad. Let's find out more about the woman. She might be a good match." "What's good about a divorced woman?" "My man Tang is still a young man," Grandma Tang exclaimed. "Grandma, you said Uncle isn't, right?" Tang Nian countered. "You don't know anything." The old lady glared, and Tang Nian obediently fell silent. "Tell me about this divorced woman. Why did she get divorced?" Grandma Tang demanded, her fierce gaze intimidating. Tang Nian had no choice but to explain everything. "I'm not sure. Uncle said she is an elementary school teacher, and both her parents are teachers too. Her husband passed away, and they didn't have any children." "A family of teachers? The husband died, and there are no kids?" "This divorced woman sounds fine," Aunt Zhang quickly added, earning a disapproving look from Grandma Tang, which made her quiet down. "Grandma, you need to broaden your perspective. Being divorced isn't that big of a deal. Even emperors used to marry widows, and those widows had children."
Tang Nian advis.
Yes, I've heard that in plays," Aunt Zhang agreed. Grandma Tang's anger slowly faded, and her tone softened. "I need to see what kind of person she is, and how her parents are." She could reluctantly accept a divorced woman, but if the woman and her parents were difficult to get along with, she would definitely not agree. "I'll call Uncle and have him arrange a meeting." Tang Nian stood up to make the call, but Grandma Tang gritted her teeth and glared. That mischievous girl was trying to outsmart her. She couldn't get through before, but now she could? They had been scheming together since they were little, causing trouble. Tang Nian called the hotel and asked Tang Jianshu to find Uncle. "Tell my uncle that Grandma agrees to his relationship with that widow, but she wants to meet her and her parents, so he should arrange it quickly." Grandma agreed? "Did you convince her, Nian?" Tang Jianshu couldn't believe it. After all, Tang Mantong was good-looking and a sales manager at a sock factory, earning a decent salary. Grandma had high standards when introducing matches, so how could she agree to a widow? Anyway, Grandma agreed. Hurry and find my uncle. Tang Nian was getting impatient and hung up the phone. She turned to Grandma with a pleasing smile. Grandma, it's all arranged. Grandma snorted and shot her a stern look. Tang Nian stuck out her tongue. Grandma was getting more difficult to please. Aunt Nian, how about I clear some land on the back mountain to grow vegetables? Aunt Zhang suggested, changing the topic. Clearing land is hard work, and we won't eat much. Just buy it fresh. Tang Nian disagreed. She had invited Aunt Zhang to be a caretaker, not to farm. Grandma's expression softened. She had wanted to clear land for a long time. There was so much unused space on the back mountain, and every time she saw it, she felt sorry. It was such good land. Wasting it was a shame. But she was torn. Her granddaughter was paying Aunt Zhang a caretaker's wage, and asking her to farm felt like exploitation.
Grandma felt guilty about that.
Store-bought vegetables aren't as good as homegrown. It doesn't take much effort. I'm so idle that my bones are getting stiff. I need something to do. Aunt Zhang genuinely wanted to work. She was eating well with fewer chores and she was gaining weight. If she didn't find something to do, her new clothes wouldn't fit. She spoke sincerely, and Grandma offered to help. Tang Nian agreed. Just don't clear too much land. A small plot is enough. Got it. We won't clear too much. Aunt Zhang agreed readily, but thought to herself that a small plot wouldn't be enough. At least half an acre would be better. The next morning, Aunt Zhang and Grandma took hoes to the back mountain. On the way, they ran into Zhao Chunmei, who was also heading there to water her vegetable garden. Zhao Chunmei was very diligent. Besides growing vegetables in her own yard, she had also planted some on the back mountain. She raised about 10 chickens, feeding them any leftover vegetables, so she didn't have to buy vegetables or eggs. To get to the back mountain, you have to pass by the family building. Hiwandi lives on the first floor. She is working at the door, rubbing salt and chili powder into the mustard greens she has prepared. Once done, she puts them in a pickle jar to last through the winter. Where did you buy that salt? Zhao Chunmei actually didn't want to talk to her, but since she was passing by, it felt rude not to say hello. After all, she hadn't officially fallen out with Hiwandi. Moreover, she really thought the salt Hiwandi was using seemed off, different from the salt she usually bought. It was free, I picked it up. Hiwandi looked very pleased, and even made a noise at Old Lady Tang. Old Lady Tang made an even louder noise and rolled her eyes. Is there really free salt? Where did you find it? I want to get some too. Zhao Chunmei didn't believe her at all. She suspected Hiwandi had stolen it. This woman has always been sneaky. Just on the road. Last year it snowed, and people were spreading salt on the road like it was nothing. I picked up a big bag, and I still have some left. Hiwandi was quite proud, thinking she saved a year's worth of salt money. But she wasn't telling the truth. That bag of salt was stolen. Workers were spreading salt in front of her, and she picked it up from behind. The workers even told her that the salt wasn't safe to eat, but she didn't believe them. The salt tasted just like the kind she bought, and her family had been eating it for a year without any problems. What nonsense! Zhao Chunmei's expression changed, and she advised, "That's industrial salt. It's toxic." You really don't understand. How can good salt be toxic? We've been eating it for a year, and we're fine. Hiwandi frowned and rubbed the salt harder into the mustard greens. The toxicity isn't strong. You won't notice it right away. If you don't believe me, ask a doctor. Zhao Chunmei kindly warned. Doctors don't know anything. Enough already. Mind your own business. Hiwandi waved her hand impatiently, not wanting to hear another word. Zhao Chunmei sighed. Seeing the water still on the mustard greens she was putting in the jar made her uncomfortable. She couldn't help but say, "You haven't dried the water off the mustard greens. They will get moldy in the jar." As a woman who excelled at household chores, she couldn't stand to see such carelessness with pickling. It bothered her more than anything else. Hiwandi threw the mustard greens on the ground and angrily said, "So only you. Zhao Chunmei, know how to make pickles, huh? I've been doing this for over 10 years, and it's delicious. I haven't been harmed, so you don't need to show off in front of me. Xiao, let's go. Grandma Tang called out from a distance. I'm coming. Zhao Chunmei jogged over. He Wangdi snorted loudly and said, What are you showing off for? I'm not falling for that. Hearing this, Zhao Chunmei smiled wryly and quickly pulled Grandma Tang away. You're just meddling. She can use whatever salt she wants and pickle vegetables however she likes. It's not going into your stomach, so why are you worried? Once they were far away, Grandma Tang spoke up, feeling that Zhao Chunmei was indeed being a bit nosy. Auntie, we are from the same hometown and that salt is really harmful. I can't just ignore it, Zhao Chunmei sighed. Is that salt really harmful? Grandma Tang was startled. She thought that salt looked just like regular salt. That's industrial salt used for melting snow on the roads. It is harmful, but it won't kill you right away, Zhao Chunmei patiently explained, having heard it from someone else. Well, I haven't heard Huangdi say anything bad about it after using it for a year. That bag of salt isn't very big, and once they finish pickling, it should be fine. She had no idea about industrial salt, and since Huangdi had been fine for a year, clearly, it wasn't very toxic. That's true. That bag of salt isn't much. Zhao Chunmei also felt relieved, as she didn't know much about industrial salt either, just what she had heard. Aunt Zhang and Grandma Tang were quite capable. They had cultivated a large piece of land on the back mountain and buried chicken manure as fertilizer, growing several types of vegetables, which they checked on every day. A couple of days later, Tang Mantong called to confirm whether his mother really didn't mind that his partner was a widow. How old are you? And you quietly found a partner, and she's a divorcee. What does that make me as your mother? I'm nothing. Now that you're a manager, you think you're all that, with money and power. How can I, an unaccomplished rural woman, dare to interfere with your affairs? Manager Tang. Tang's mother sarcastically expressed her feelings, leaving Tang Mantong on the other end of the line feeling ashamed, almost wanting to bow down to the phone. Mom, saying that makes me feel terrible. I didn't mean to hide it from you. I just wanted to introduce you to Anna's parents first before telling you. Your opinion is very important. If you disagree, I will definitely break up with her. Then I disagree. You should break up with her. Tang's mother scoffed. She wasn't falling for sweet talk anymore. There was a moment of silence on the line. Mom, why not meet Anna first? She's really nice, pretty, gentle, and educated. She's an elementary school teacher and very popular with her students. I'm sure you'll like her once you meet. Tang Mantong desperately praised his partner. He didn't want to lose her after finally finding someone he liked. Anna, and she's not even married yet, and her name sounds like a rich girl. What decent family names their daughter Anna? Tang's mother was very unhappy with Joanna, whom she had never met. Even if Tang Mantong described her as a flower, she still didn't like her. The elderly woman held some superstitious beliefs, thinking that Joanna, having been married for only 2 years before her husband passed away without having children, might bring bad luck. She worried that her younger son might not be strong enough and could be affected by this widow. But she couldn't use that reason to oppose the relationship, as it seemed unreasonable. So, Tang's mother felt frustrated. She didn't like this widow but didn't want to create distance with her son either. She couldn't find a valid reason to oppose it, which troubled her. Mom, Anna is such a trendy name. If I have a daughter in the future, I want to name her Angel. Anna said that in English, angel means fairy, which sounds lovely. Tang Mantong had beautiful and happy plans for the future, with Joanna as the female lead and himself as the male lead. They wanted to have a son and a daughter, as good things come in pairs. You might as well call her something else. You're thinking too far ahead without even meeting Anna's parents. Let's meet them first before discussing anything else. Grandma Tang was very angry. If that rascal gave his granddaughter a foreign name, she would break his legs. I'll take care of it. Tang Mantong was very happy. It was good that his mom agreed. Hurry up. I need to go back to Tang village in a few days. I know.
Tang Man từng zip lít easily.
Grandma Tang hung up the phone and scoffed. Aunt, Why are you leaving? There's nothing happening at home. Aunt Zhang didn't want Grandma Tang to go. There are plenty of things to do at home. Without me, it will surely be a mess. Grandma Tang didn't want to leave either, but she couldn't stay any longer. Without her, the house would turn chaotic, especially with the New Year approaching. She needed to go back to prepare for the celebrations. Then wait until after the New Year to come back. Aunt Zhang smiled. Okay, I'll come back after the first month and leave after meeting Anna's parents. Grandma Tang sighed, but soon she was excited again and started discussing wedding plans with Aunt Zhang. She's from the city, and her parents both work, so they must be well off. The betrothal gift should be high. We can't let her relatives laugh at us. I heard that city weddings are held in restaurants, which must cost a lot. We definitely need to buy a TV, a sewing machine, and some furniture. Xiaozhong, can you help me figure out if 1,000 yuan is enough? Grandma Tang was confused with the calculations and asked Aunt Zhang for help. That's more than enough. 1,000 yuan in my hometown could marry 10 beautiful brides. Aunt Zhang was shocked. 1,000 yuan? She had worked as a nanny for over a decade and had only saved that much, making her one of the wealthier people in the village. Aunt, you say you're not satisfied, but you actually like it. You're willing to spend so much on a wedding. Aunt Zhang teased. I don't like it. It's just that the rascal likes her. Since he has agreed, the wedding must be grand to avoid embarrassing the Tang family.
Gờ răng ma tang húp phét.
She didn't like the woman named Anna at all, but parents can't always go against their children. If she forced her younger son to break up, their relationship might become strained.
Sigh.
Originally, Grandma Tang thought she would meet Anna's parents in a couple of days, but Tang Mantong called and said, Mom, Anna's parents are busy with work and can't find the time. We'll arrange it in a few days. How busy can work be? They can't spare a moment to meet? I can't believe they act like they're the principals. When Grandma Tang heard this, she became unhappy. It was clear that they looked down on her, the mother-in-law from the countryside. They are really busy. Anna's parents are both main subject teachers with a heavy teaching load. Once they have time, I'll arrange a meeting. Tang Mantong spoke well of his future in-laws. If they don't want to meet, that's fine. I'm busy too, with so much work waiting for me at the factory. Tell them that not meeting is okay, but according to the rules of Tang Village, if the parents don't meet, the wedding can't happen. You and your partner can figure it out. Grandma Tang sarcastically hung up the phone. What a useless person, acting all high and mighty before even getting married. Just because they're from the city, they think they're special. Grandma Tang was furious. She wasn't foolish. Being an elementary school teacher isn't that demanding. Besides, meeting for just an hour in the evening is possible. They clearly wanted to put her in her place. Her daughter is already a widow, yet she acts superior in front of me. Ugh, I won't fall for that. The more Grandma Tang thought about it, the angrier she became. She wished she could rush into the city and pull her younger son by the ear, forcing him to break up with his partner. However, she calmed down, knowing that such actions would only harm their mother-son relationship and give Anna's parents a sense of victory. Aunt Zhang tried to advise her, and Grandma Tang's anger lessened a bit, but her impression of Anna dropped to the lowest point. If the parents were so snobbish, their daughter couldn't be much better. Not necessarily. Let's meet first. There might be a misunderstanding, Aunt Zhang suggested. Right now it's them who refuse to meet me, acting all high and mighty. Grandma Tang sneered and turned her anger towards Tang Mantong. What a disappointing person, making her suffer too. When Tang Nian heard about this, she also lost her good impression of Joanna's family. How could they act so superior before even meeting? To be blunt, Joanna's situation isn't that great. Teachers don't have high status or pay, and Joanna is a widow. This family really lacks self-awareness, thinking too highly of themselves. However, Tang Nian did not object. When it comes to matters of the heart, she rarely disagrees. Adults have the freedom to choose their partners, and even if she knows the other person is making a poor choice, she won't try to stop them. Because it's pointless to argue, so why waste her breath? Tang Mantong didn't know how to explain things to Joanna's family. Finally, they were free and scheduled to meet in 3 days at Joanna's house to discuss the wedding gifts and marriage plans. Now you're not busy? Weren't you busier than the principal? Are you willing to meet with me, an old woman from the countryside? Tang's grandmother expressed her frustration. She was holding back a lot of anger. Mom, it's a misunderstanding. Anna's parents didn't mean it that way. Tang Montong's voice sounded guilty. Have you never met a woman? With so many young ladies available, why do you want to marry a widow, especially one with a family that isn't all there? Are you used to a good life and want to go through trouble with them? Tang's grandmother was furious. She was upset that her younger son was always defending Anna's family. It was very disappointing. Mom, I like Anna. She's different from her parents. She's really a good person. Tang Mantong defended his partner. Can a phoenix really come from a rat's nest? Fine, if you're blind and can't see the truth, I won't waste my breath. We'll talk again in 3 days. But let me make it clear, if her parents act all high and mighty in front of me, I won't hold back. Tang's grandmother was frustrated. Her younger son was blinded by love and couldn't hear any good advice, just like Tang Hongxing and Tang Wujin. This was something Tang Nian had said, and the grandmother completely agreed. I won't let that happen. I've already talked to them. Tang Mantong quickly assured her. He was also upset and had lost his temper in front of Anna, who dared to look down on his mother. If that was the case, he wouldn't go through with the marriage. No matter how much he liked Joanna, his mother would always come first. Tang's grandmother snorted and hung up the phone. She complained to Tang Nian, even before marriage, he's already leaning towards that widow's family. You've raised your uncle for nothing. Grandma, I don't think my uncle is that foolish. Tang Nian still had some faith in her uncle. He wouldn't be as foolish as Tang Wujin and Tang Hongxing. Well, he's not that smart either. Old Lady Tang was feeling angry. She hardly ate anything for dinner. Just thinking about Joanna's family made her feel sick. Aunt Zhang understood her feelings and comforted her, saying, there's no use worrying so much. After they get married, they will definitely live in the city and won't be living with you. Out of sight, out of mind. Besides, you have more than one son. You still have 2 at home. I'm just not willing to accept it. I raised my son with so much effort, and now he's going to be with someone else. Old Lady Tang replied. She truly felt upset. It wasn't that she wanted to be a mean mother-in-law, but she just didn't want her younger son to marry into Joanna's family. It was too hard for her to accept. He's not going to be a son-in-law. It's not like he's being raised by someone else. You're just worrying for no reason. Aunt Zhang laughed. If he dares to go that route, I'll break his legs. Old Lady Tang said, her eyebrows furrowed in anger. The idea of a son-in-law was her sore spot. Traditionally, only weak men would become son-in-laws, living a life of being looked down upon and enduring the wife's family's pressure. Even if they were poor, she would never agree to her son becoming a son-in-law, let alone now that their family was doing well. Her younger son had a car and a house and was making good money. If he became a son-in-law, he would surely be laughed at. The agreed-upon time was 3 days away, but Old Lady Tang felt like time was dragging on. It seemed like forever, but only 1 day had passed. Life in the neighborhood was as noisy as ever. Old Lady Tang often visited others and learned a lot of gossip. That Huangdi is lazy and greedy, and she doesn't keep clean. Her floors are so dirty that no one can stand on them, and all 4 of her daughters are just like her, she said during dinner. She's very lazy, always complaining about not having money, yet she still buys vegetables. There are so many empty spaces behind her house, but she won't plant anything. Aunt Zhang added, she's lazy and unclean, and her hands and feet are dirty. People like that are just. Old Lady Tang shook her head. Today, when she passed by Huangdi's house, she saw the greasy, dark floors and almost lost her lunch. Even the laziest daughter-in-law in Tang village kept her home cleaner than Huangdi's. It was truly unacceptable. She even gave me a jar of pickled vegetables, saying it was all a misunderstanding. I couldn't refuse, so I just took it back. As soon as Grandma Tang brought it back, she tossed the pickled vegetables aside. After seeing the dirty floor at Huangdi's house, she couldn't eat the pickled vegetables made by that woman. She also noticed that there seemed to be green mold floating on the surface of the water in the jar of pickled vegetables. She wasn't sure, though, as her eyesight wasn't great, and she might have been mistaken. Xiao Zhang, throw away that pickled vegetable. Don't let Huangdi see it, Grandma Tang instructed. Got it, I'll throw it in the trash tomorrow, Aunt Zhang replied. She also made pickled vegetables that were clean and tasty, so there was no need to eat Huangdi's. Tang Nian focused on her meal and had no interest in Huangdi's situation. After finishing her meal, she went back to her room to study. The college entrance exam was next month, and she needed to review. Late at night, a loud cry echoed through the family area. Help! Someone, please come. Tang Nian was just falling asleep when she was disturbed. She turned over, annoyed, and kicked Xin Xiao, urging him to go check what was happening. No need. Grandma and Aunt Zhang went out, Xin Xiao replied, not wanting to get up. He didn't smell anything alarming, so it was probably just a minor issue, not worth his concern. In Xin Xiao's view, an enemy invasion of the military district was a big deal. Everything else was minor and didn't affect his sleep with his wife. You're so lazy. Tang Nian poked him in annoyance and went back to sleep comfortably. As the weather turned cold, the outside of the blanket felt distant. Unless it was $1 million issue, she wasn't getting out of bed. What happened? It sounds like someone is in serious trouble. Where is that noise coming from? Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang peeked out at the gate, but didn't see anything wrong. Many people were awakened by the noise. The residents of the family area were kind-hearted and got up, except for the lazy pair, Xin Xiao and Tang Nian. It seems to be coming from the family building. Let's go check. Zhao Chunmei and her husband got up and ran toward the family building, and Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang followed without hesitation to see what was happening. A crowd had gathered near the family building, and it was noisy. The incident involved Huangdi's family. It looks like they might have food poisoning. Huangdi and her 4 daughters are unconscious and have vomited everywhere. Captain Su also got sick. He ate less, so it wasn't as bad for him. He ran out to call for help. What did they eat to get poisoned? Who knows? We need to hurry and take them to the hospital. The entrance to the He family's home was crowded with people. Inside, it was a terrible mess, with vomit and waste everywhere. They were throwing up and having diarrhea, unable to make it to the bathroom in time. A strong smell filled the air, and Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang quickly moved away. They watched as some kind-hearted people carried Huangdi and her 4 daughters out. They were unconscious, their faces pale, and looking very unwell. Make way, the car is coming. Someone drove up in a jeep, but it couldn't fit 5 people. Although Zhao was not in serious condition, he was swaying and couldn't hold on. Commander Ming and the others went to Jinling for a meeting, and all the cars are gone. Someone said. It was just bad luck for the He family that it coincided with the military officials going to Jinling for a meeting, and all the cars had left, leaving only one behind. The cafeteria had a truck for buying groceries, but it had broken down recently and wasn't fixed yet. They had been using a tricycle for shopping. Deputy Commander Shen's wife has a small car. Someone mentioned. Grandma Tang initially wanted to slip away, but since someone spoke up, she couldn't leave without being criticized for not being supportive as the family of Deputy Commander Shen. My granddaughter Nian and Xiao Shen have been so busy working these days, they're exhausted and sleep like logs at night. They don't even know what's happening. I'll go wake her up. Grandma Tang quickly ran back home with Aunt Zhang, gritting her teeth and cursing the person who brought it up in her mind. She knew her granddaughter was the cleanest one, and the He family was in such a dirty state. If they lay in her granddaughter's car, she feared her granddaughter's temper would make her want to get rid of the car. Nian, get up. We need your car. It's a matter of life and death. Grandma Tang called from the doorway. Who's dying? Tang Nian asked. The He family of 6 is in serious trouble. Get the car keys, so I can take them to the hospital. Wait a moment. Tang Nian took the car keys from the drawer and handed them to Xin Xiao. Even though she didn't like the He family, She wouldn't be stingy about using a car when lives were at stake.
Nian nian,
They threw up everywhere and it smells a bit. Grandma Tang said hesitantly. Did they get something on them? Tang Nian Nian gritted her teeth. She couldn't stand it. Grandma Tang fell silent. Get rid of it. Tang Nian Nian frowned but agreed. She could always switch cars. She couldn't let it affect Shen Zhao's future. If people thought Shen Zhao didn't care about his comrades, it would definitely have an impact. Shen Zhao personally went to deliver the keys. With such a commotion, he needed to check on it. Many people in the military district could drive. He took a quick look and then left it to the driver, heading home to sleep. Grandma Tang returned to report the situation. Don't worry, they are all wrapped up so they won't get the car dirty. The military folks are thorough. They took the bedding from the He family, wrapped it tightly, and placed it in the car. After all, the Jeep was for the leaders. If it got dirty, how could the leaders use it? How did their family get poisoned? Tang Nian Nian asked curiously. She was wide awake now, after being woken up twice, even more alert than during the day. I don't know. It's pretty serious, and we don't know what they ate. Grandma Tang was a bit worried. Although she didn't like that family, life is precious, and she hoped the He family would be safe. The next morning, Zhao Chunmei and her husband returned looking tired. They had stayed at the hospital all night.
How are they?
Grandma Tang quickly asked. He Wangdi didn't make it, and the 4 daughters are still being treated. Zhao Chunmei sighed. He Wangdi had eaten the most and was poisoned the worst. The doctor announced her death in the morning. The 4 daughters were also in bad shape. From what the doctor said, it didn't sound good.
Sai, what did they eat?
Grandma Tang sighed too. After all, it was a matter of life and death. The doctor said it was some kind of nitrite poisoning, along with some mold. I don't understand it all, but they said Wangdi didn't prepare the pickled vegetables properly and used the wrong salt, which caused the poisoning. I had warned her before that industrial salt is not safe, but she wouldn't listen. Zhao Chunmei felt guilty. She should have insisted more, and maybe it wouldn't have happened. It has nothing to do with you. You advised her that day, but she wouldn't listen. She hoped to save all 4 children. May Buddha bless them. Old Lady Tang clasped her hands together and murmured a prayer. But bad news kept coming. The youngest daughter passed away in the morning, and the second daughter in the afternoon. Captain Su was fine. He didn't like pickled vegetables and only had a few bites, so he was okay the next day. However, his wife and 2 daughters were gone, and the other 2 daughters were still in danger. The pressure on him was immense. Another day passed, and Zhao Chunmei brought both good and bad news. The eldest daughter was saved, but the 3rd daughter had died. Out of the 6 family members, only 2 were left. The cause of their deaths was the pickled vegetables, which contained a lot of sodium nitrite. He Wangdi didn't maintain cleanliness while pickling, resulting in moldy vegetables. The combination of mold and sodium nitrite led to their deaths. This incident caught the attention of the military leaders. After a meeting, they instructed the publicity department to hold a science lecture for the families to educate them about food safety. That was a later matter. Tang Nian Nian didn't feel much about the deaths of He Wangdi and her daughters. Old Lady Tang and Aunt Zhang discussed it for 2 days, but then stopped. Now, there was something more important: meeting Joanna's parents. Old Lady Tang put on a newly made dark blue cashmere coat, new black corduroy pants, and new leather shoes. If it weren't for the current policies, she would have worn a heavy gold bracelet to impress that snobbish couple. Xiao Zhang, how does this outfit look? Old Lady Tang checked herself in the mirror again, still feeling a bit unsure. After all, Joanna's family was from a big city and were educated teachers, which made them seem prestigious in her eyes. She was uneducated and from the countryside, so she couldn't afford to lose face on her first visit and embarrass her son. It looks great. The secretary's wife from my hometown's commune can't compare to you. Aunt Zhang genuinely praised her. The saying clothes make the man is true. Old Lady Tang usually dressed simply, looking like an ordinary rural grandmother. But now, after a little effort, she exuded a certain presence. Is it really that good-looking just because you say so? Grandma Tang couldn't stop smiling, her face beaming with joy, but she still felt a bit unsure. It's even better than gold. Aunt, you can confidently meet your future in-laws. They won't underestimate you at all, Aunt Zhang assured her, patting her chest. She had 2 daughters, and if her future in-laws looked as impressive as Grandma Tang when they came to visit, she would definitely consider the marriage seriously. There were 2 reasons for this. First, it showed that the future in-laws were wealthy enough to afford such nice clothes. Second, it indicated that the future mother-in-law valued the marriage enough to dress up nicely for the visit. With these 2 points, as long as the future son-in-law didn't have bad habits or mistreat his wife, she would agree to her daughter marrying him. After all, women get married for a stable and prosperous life, right? What more could they want? Then I'll wear this outfit, but it's a pity I can't wear a gold bracelet. Grandma Tang felt a bit regretful. Nowadays, not many people wore jewelry on the streets, and with such a heavy bracelet, she would surely be criticized for not following the principle of simplicity. Aunt, if you wear a bracelet, I'm afraid that Ms. Anna's family won't be able to handle you. We're going to meet the in-laws, not to start a fight, so you should tone it down a bit. Aunt Zhang knew how to talk and quickly made Grandma Tang smile, making her regret about the bracelet disappear. Tang Nian silently gave a thumbs up. Aunt Zhang was better at comforting than most men. Mom, are you ready yet? Tang Tong urged from the other room, worried they would be late. What's the rush? We agreed to meet at 3, and it's only 2 now. Why are you hurrying? Grandma Tang scolded with a strong voice. In the past, getting this kid to do anything took a lot of nagging, but now he was so eager. Humph. Mom, I just don't want to be late. All right, take your time getting ready. Tang Tong dared not push further, and sat down helplessly. Although Grandma Tang was scolding, she moved quickly, neatly arranging her hair. She even dampened her comb a bit to make her hairstyle perfect, with not a single hair out of place. After checking her appearance in the mirror a few times and confirming she looked tidy, she finally got ready to leave. Tang Tong drove, with Grandma Tang in the passenger seat and Tang Nian tagging along, bringing 2 bottles of Mao Tai and 2 cans of Rambutan, which was quite a generous gift these days. Rambutan Joanna lives in an old stone house in a narrow alley where cars cannot enter, so they have to park on the roadside. It is November now, and the weather is nice with clear skies. Many elderly people are sitting in the alley enjoying the sun, and a few children are playing, creating a lively atmosphere. A car parked at the entrance of the alley caught a lot of people's attention, and they all turned to look. Is that Joanna's son-in-law visiting? As soon as they saw Tang Tong, everyone started to tease him. Tang Tong had visited Joanna's parents a few days ago in the afternoon, so the elderly people recognized him and knew who he was. He greeted everyone politely. Oh wow, 2 bottles of Mao Tai and 2 cans of Rambutan. That's quite a generous gift. Everyone noticed the gifts Tang Tong was carrying, their eyes bright with envy and jealousy for Joanna's good fortune. At first, they looked down on him because he was from a rural area in Zhejiang, but they thought it was good for Joanna, a widow, to find such a young man. Now, this young man drives a car and brings such heavy gifts, outshining many local young men. When it comes to marrying, it's all about having a good life. No matter where someone is from, as long as they have money and treat women well, they make a good husband. Joanna is really lucky. Tang Tong also introduced his mother and niece. This is my mom and my niece. They came with me to meet you. Everyone looked them over, and they were surprised. Tang's mother was wearing clothes worth several $100s. And his niece, the little girl, looked so impressive, far from a rural girl. Much better than Joanna. Their jealousy grew deeper, secretly cursing Tang Tong for choosing Joanna. Today you must be discussing marriage, right? I went to the market with Teacher Mao this morning, and she didn't mention you were coming. What a surprise. One elderly lady said with a smile. Teacher Mao is Joanna's mother. Yes, Teacher Mao's family kept it a secret. Not a word was said, and I didn't see her buying any snacks or fruits. They did a great job keeping it under wraps. Another lady replied with a smile. We didn't know about this either. Anna didn't say anything. Oh, we never talk about Teacher Mao's family. As for Anna's first boyfriend, we don't know much, except that the boyfriend is married. Oh, dear, I still have water boiling at home. I have to go. The woman speaking suddenly realized she had said something wrong, quickly covered her mouth, smiled awkwardly, and hurried away. My house is also boiling water. A few gossiping women found excuses to leave, while the remaining men exchanged knowing glances, making Tang Mantong feel uneasy. Grandma Tang looked unhappy. The women's words revealed several important pieces of information. First, Joanna's parents did not care about this meeting at all, not even preparing a simple fruit platter, clearly not valuing her. Second, Joanna's family had a bad reputation. The neighbors did not like them, indicating they were difficult to get along with. Third, Joanna had been involved with more than one boyfriend, and one of them was married. She could overlook the first 2 points, but she absolutely could not tolerate her getting involved with a married man. The Tang family could not accept such a shameless woman. Mom, Anna explained that she was tricked. When she found out, she broke up with him on her own.
Tang whispered.
At first, he was concerned, but after Joanna explained, crying and looking pitiful, he softened and felt he was overthinking. Do you believe everything she says? I think you've been enchanted by her. Grandma Tang slapped him lightly and scolded him quietly, wanting to save face for her son in public, but planning to deal with it at home. Mom, it's true. Anna isn't that kind of person. You should trust your son's judgment. Your judgment is clouded. Go away. Grandma Tang glared at him and pushed him aside, feeling annoyed. However, Grandma Tang did not plan to leave. Since she was already there, she wanted to meet the family and see what they were like. But Joanna's impression in her mind had already dropped to a failing grade. Tang Nian glanced coolly at her uncle. Her impression of Joanna was also not good. Just the fact that she was involved with a married man showed there was something wrong with her character. However, it's too early to make a conclusion. She might need to verify things first. Why are you so late? You know my parents dislike people who are not punctual. A woman with a sweet appearance approached and started complaining upon seeing Tang Mantong, without acknowledging Grandma Tang and Tang Nian behind her. Grandma Tang's expression darkened, and she lowered her opinion of this future daughter-in-law even more. We agreed on 3 o'clock, and it's only 2:55. How is that being late? Tang Nian said coldly. She didn't like people who were late, but she hated those who spoke carelessly even more. Only then did Joanna notice them, looking surprised and a bit wronged. She glanced at Tang Mantong and quietly said, "My clock says it's already past 3. Your clock is broken." Tang Nian showed no mercy. She had already decided she didn't like Joanna. She couldn't stand the act of being a delicate flower, pretending to be wronged. Who is she, Mantong? Joanna's expression turned sour. It was their first meeting and she was being treated this way. Who is this woman? My niece, as I mentioned before. Tang Mantong felt caught in the middle and looked at Tang Nian with a pleading gaze. Tang Nian ignored him and led Grandma Tang away, not paying attention to them. After all, this marriage wouldn't happen. Her grandmother's face was as dark as coal. She definitely wouldn't agree, and neither would Tang Nian. If her uncle insisted on marrying, she would kick him out of the house and wouldn't let him stay at the factory either. Joanna's eyes turned red, biting her lip in frustration, and she remained silent, just looking at Tang Mantong. My niece has a strong personality. You're the elder, so please be patient. Tang Mantong spoke softly, not thinking there was a problem with Nian. He was used to her behavior. If she ever smiled at him, he wouldn't know how to respond. What kind of attitude is that? It's my first time at her house, and she acts like this. How am I supposed to get along with her in the future? Joanna thought in disbelief that she was expected to endure this. Shouldn't she teach that disrespectful girl a lesson right now? Why should she be the one to tolerate it? Nian means no harm. She has this attitude towards me too. If you spend enough time with her, you'll understand. All right, let's go upstairs quickly. Don't keep your parents waiting. Joanna wasn't fully convinced, but she was worried about her parents waiting too long, so she decided to hold back for now and deal with it later. She married for a comfortable life, not to be unhappy. Tang Nian Nian and Grandma Tang were waiting at the door, both looking displeased. They had previously mentioned being punctual, but now they were dragging their feet. Such double standards. Tang Mantong held Joanna's hand as they walked over. He felt a lot of pressure, having tasted the difficulties of being caught in the middle before even getting married. On one side was his mother, and on the other was his beloved wife. Both were hard to please. And let's not forget his dear niece, who was even harder to manage.
Sigh.
Nian Nian? Someone called out in surprise. Tang Nian Nian looked up and saw Xiang Jing, dressed neatly in a khaki waist-length outfit, exuding the confidence of a professional woman. Jing Jie, do you live here? Tang Nian Nian asked, a bit surprised as she walked over. No. I'm here to visit an elder. Xiang Jing hadn't noticed Tang Mantong and Joanna yet. She smiled at Grandma Tang and said, Hello, Grandma Tang. Hello, leader. Grandma Tang felt a bit awkward, thinking Xiang Jing seemed even more imposing than the commune secretary, not daring to breathe too loudly. I'm Nian Nian's friend. You can just call me by my name, Grandma Tang, Xiang Jing said with a smile. Comrade Xiang. Tang Mantong approached to greet her, still holding Joanna's hand. Joanna's expression changed when she saw Xiang Jing, and she quickly turned her head, hoping not to be noticed. But Xiang Jing had already seen her. She glanced at their joined hands and smiled, saying, Congratulations, Manager Tang. Thank you. Tang Mantong didn't notice the tension between the two women. Tang Nian Nian looked between Xiang Jing and Joanna and directly asked, Jing Jie, do you know my uncle's girlfriend? Judging by Joanna's guilty look, it was clear they weren't friends. I don't know her. I don't know her at all. Joanna denied it vehemently, sweating noticeably, which even Tang Mantong and Grandma Tang picked up on. Once, we met briefly, Xiang Jing said calmly. She never lies. If she has seen someone, she has. I forgot. Maybe we really have met. Mantong, let's go up. My parents are still waiting for us. Joanna pinched Tang Mantong's hand. She didn't want to stay, even a second longer. I have something to do, so I'll leave first.
Goodbye.
Xiang Jing smiled and left, her back straight and steady, just like her personality. Joanna visibly relaxed. Her behavior was too suspicious. Even Tang Mantong noticed and looked at her curiously, but he didn't ask anything. The Qiao family lived on the second floor. They were in a rented apartment assigned by the government, with 2 rooms in total. The kitchen was shared on the first floor. This old building housed 7 or 8 families, making it feel very crowded. Uncle, Auntie, this is my mom and niece, Tang Mantong introduced as he entered, placing the gifts on the coffee table. Joanna's parents sat on the sofa, without getting up. They looked unhappy, and their expressions were uncomfortable. However, when they saw the 2 bottles of Maotai and Candrambutin, Joanna's mother's expression softened a bit, and she stood up. Xiao Tang, we agreed to meet at 3 o'clock, and now it's 1:15. You really need to work on being punctual. If you act like this at work, your boss will have issues with you. Although Qiao's mother spoke in a teasing tone, it was clear she was scolding him. Yes, I will change in the future, Tang Mantong replied with a smile, agreeing readily. Qiao's mother was satisfied with his attitude, which allowed her to focus on caring for Tang Laotai and Tang Ninian. She politely but distantly said, Please, dear mother-in-law, have a seat. I was in such a rush that I didn't prepare anything. I hope you don't mind? She brewed 2 cups of tea, and the leaves looked old. The coffee table had nothing on it, not even sunflower seeds. You teachers are busy even on Sundays. You really are hard-working gardeners, even more than us farmers who work in the fields every day, Tang Laodai remarked with a forced smile, pointing out that they had agreed on the time 3 days ago. The excuse of being rushed was clearly insincere. She couldn't bear it. Mother Qiao's expression changed, feeling angry. How could an old woman from the countryside act so proud in front of her? Mother-in-law, have some tea. Little Tang, do you know your niece's name yet? Mother Qiao sat down, smiling insincerely. Next to her, Father Qiao didn't stand up at all and wore a serious face. Just call me Comrade Tang. Tang Nian didn't smile either. She wasn't the type to laugh much. As for the 2 cups of tea, she and Grandma Tang didn't even glance at them. The tea used to make tea eggs at her home was of better quality than this. Grandma Tang pushed the 3 cups of tea aside, forcing a smile, and said, "Actually, I don't agree with this marriage. After all, my son is young, and your daughter is a widow."
My son would be at a disadvantage, Mom.
Tang Mantong whispered a reminder. "We adults are discussing things. Don't interrupt." Grandma Tang shot a fierce glare. She had come with good intentions, but if this family didn't behave, she wouldn't hold back. Tang Mantong helplessly fell silent, looking at Tang Nian, hoping she could help. Tang Nian rolled her eyes. She wasn't going to help. She was already holding back. Tang Mantong sat anxiously, silently praying, "Please, let these 2 not lose their tempers." The expressions of Joanna's parents changed, and Father Chiao huffed, clearly unhappy. "Mother-in-law, to be honest, both Anna's father and I were initially against this marriage. Although Anna is in her 2nd marriage, she is the jewel of our family. She is beautiful and has a respectable job. I'm not exaggerating. In the past 2 years, countless young men have pursued Anna, enough to line up from here to Nanjing Road." Mother Chiao said. Joanna blushed but felt a bit proud. No wonder she has had so many suitors. Grandma Tang's face turned serious, and her words darkened the mood for the Chiao family. "My Anna has good morals. Even with so many admirers, she has remained pure and hasn't dated anyone in these years." "If you say that, I might get angry," Mother Chiao said, her tone rising and her expression growing darker. "Tang Mantong, do you really want to marry Anna? If so, there's no need to discuss this today." Father Chiao finally spoke, glaring at Tang Mantong. "I do want to, Uncle and Aunt. Mom, let's sit down and talk properly." Tang Mantong felt overwhelmed. He didn't expect their first meeting to be like this. Grandma Tang held back her sharp words, deciding to give this young man a bit of respect. Mother Chiao also held her tongue. Her daughter was getting older, and while Tang Mantong had good qualities and was generous, she was still somewhat concerned that he came from a rural background. "We definitely agree to the marriage, but even though Anna is divorced, she is still the treasure of our family. We cannot let her be unhappy in this marriage," Mother Chiao said. Of course, Tang Mantong nodded repeatedly. He would never make the girl he liked unhappy. Grandma Tang added, "Although our family is from the countryside, we will definitely show sincerity when it comes to marrying a daughter-in-law." Mother Chiao smiled more. She recognized the high-quality clothes worn by Grandma Tang and Tang Nian, which were worth several $100s. "Don't worry, I only have Anna as my daughter, and we will treat Mantong like our own son," Mother Chiao said sweetly. Her words sounded nice, but Grandma Tang remained silent, glancing at the 3 cups of old tea on the table with a smirk. Treating him like a son, yet serving old tea that her family wouldn't drink even at 100 years old. "Mother-in-law, may I ask how much bride price you are planning to offer?" Mother Chiao inquired. "The bride price will naturally follow the standards of the city," Grandma Tang replied without giving a direct answer, wanting to gauge their family's stance. "Mother-in-law, there isn't a fixed standard for bride prices in the city. Some are as low as 100, while others can be 200 or 300, or even 1,000 or 2,000. It mainly depends on the sincerity of the groom's family," Mother Chiao said with a smile. "Then how much do you think is appropriate?" Mother Chiao thought she was really being asked to make a request, so she quickly pulled out a list from her pocket that she had prepared earlier and handed it to Grandma Tang. "Mother-in-law, here are our requirements. Please take a look." Grandma Tang took it and handed it to Tang Nian. Tang Nian looked at the long list and thought, "Wow, this is quite a demand. 1,000 in cash, a sofa, coffee table, dresser, wardrobe, 8 immortals table, bed, at least 48 legs of furniture, a 14-inch TV, a fan, a tape recorder, a sewing machine, 1 women's bicycle, for cashmere coats, and the property on Nanhai Road in your uncle's name, changed to Joanna." Tang Nian read aloud firmly, and Tang Mantong's expression darkened. He didn't expect the Chiao family to make so many demands. Did they think he was easy to take advantage of? He glanced at Joanna and felt a bit hesitant for the first time. If Joanna was also involved in this list of demands, he needed to think carefully about this marriage. Grandma Tang listened, barely holding back her anger. She grabbed a cup of tea and took a sip. Wiping her mouth, she complained, "This tea is so bad it could be fed to pigs." The Qiao family changed their expressions. This was a clear insult.
Mother-in-law, what do you mean by that?
"I made tea for guests, and you don't have to insult me if you don't like it," Qiao's mother scolded. "Don't call me mother-in-law. We country folks can't afford that. Keep this list safe, don't lose it. Take your daughter to the market and hang this list at the pork stall. I bet some old man will take it." Grandma Tang slammed the list on the coffee table, showing no respect. "Mom, please don't say that." Tang Mantong also looked unhappy. He really liked Joanna. "Shut up. If you keep talking, I'll break your legs. How could you bring home such a thing? You made me come here to endure this nonsense. A widow asking for so much in dowry, thinking I'm an easy target? Hurry and get a scale to weigh this stuff. I can tell you, my family can afford it, but it depends on the person. Your daughter isn't worthy." Grandma Tang finally let out the anger she had been holding for days. What nonsense! Mr. and Mrs. Qiao were so angry they were shaking, and Joanna cried, asking Tang Mantong through her tears, You just watch them humiliate me like this? Enough, everyone be quiet. Anna, I just want to ask you, do you know about this list of demands? Tang Mantong picked up the list of gifts and hoped she was unaware. Joanna avoided his gaze, tears in her eyes, and asked, "Didn't you say you loved me and would give me everything?" To Tang Mantong, it was just a small matter, showing that his feelings for her were not as strong as he thought. With disappointment in his eyes, he set down the list and said to himself, "So it was all planned by your family. I misunderstood and disturbed you." He turned to his mother and niece, saying, "Let's go." Tang Mantong, what do you mean? Joanna, forgetting her tears, questioned angrily. Tang Nian picked up the Mao Tai and rambutan from the table and mocked, "It means my uncle is saying goodbye to you." Such fine gifts were not worthy of the Zhou family. The Zhou family was furious, having never seen someone return gifts that were offered to them. It was very rude. Typical country folks, no manners at all. It makes me so angry. Joanna's mother shouted. Yes, we may lack manners, but we wouldn't sell our daughters for a high bride price. You city folks really know how to be polite. Tang Nian retorted loudly, knowing this marriage wouldn't happen, so she didn't need to hold back. Nian, stop it. Let's go. Tang Mantong still had feelings for Joanna and didn't want things to get worse, so he pulled his niece away. Tang Nian angrily shook off his hand and complained to Grandma Tang, "Grandma, my uncle hurt me." With a stern face, Grandma Tang slapped her hand down and took her granddaughter away from the Zhou family, vowing never to return to such a place. Tang Mantong sighed and took one last look at Joanna before leaving, feeling quite upset. He never expected that his first experience with love would end like this. It wasn't about the money or the house. What bothered him was that Joanna's feelings for him were genuine, and her family's behavior was too much to bear. After marriage, his money would be Joanna's money. So, why did they have to calculate everything before the wedding? To marry a second time, they want 1,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, 48 pieces of furniture for cashmere coats, a 14-inch TV, a fan, a recorder, a sewing machine, and a bicycle. They also want a house. Ugh, even a starving ghost wouldn't ask for such ridiculous things. It's not like my family can't find a bride. Old Lady Tang stood at the door, loudly expressing her frustration before taking Tang Nian away. She wouldn't let anyone bully her. She was determined to let the neighbors know how unreasonable the Qiao family was, so they wouldn't say later that her son abandoned someone. Tang Mantong didn't dare to speak up again. His hand still stung from the slap. "I'll teach you a lesson when we get home, you blind fool." Old Lady Tang glared fiercely, satisfied to see a crowd of neighbors gathering, which lifted her spirits. "Mantong, do you really have to be so heartless?" From the second-floor window, Qiao Anna peeked out, looking pitiful and tearful. Tang Mantong hesitated, stopping in his tracks. "Miss Qiao, Your family's expectations are too high. My family can't afford the betrothal gifts you want. We don't have 1,000 yuan, a house, or the money for a TV, a recorder, a bicycle, a sewing machine, a fan, or even 4 cashmere coats and 48 pieces of furniture. It would cost thousands to marry you, and my family can't manage that. Old Lady Tang raised her head, speaking firmly but politely. Xiao Anna turned pale, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Tang Mantong with deep emotion and a sense of injustice, resembling a delicate flower. Mantong, you say you love me and are willing to give everything for me. Is this really your love? Xiao Anna questioned him confidently, knowing well about Tang Mantong's ability to earn money. She didn't think her mother's list of betrothal gifts was unreasonable, believing she was unique and deserving of such a high price. Tang Mantong opened his mouth to respond but was suddenly elbowed in the side, causing him to wince in pain. It was Tang Nian who had nudged him, and Old Lady Tang looked at her granddaughter with approval. Among all her children and grandchildren, Nian was the one who truly understood her. All right, I don't understand your romantic feelings, and don't ask my son about this marriage. Miss Jiao, you should find someone better. Grandma Tang remained polite and didn't speak harshly. In front of others, she had to maintain her family's image and not bring shame to the Tang family. After saying this, she pulled hard, nearly causing Tang Mantong to fall. Let's go. Grandma Tang shouted angrily and deliberately raised her voice, saying, Forget about this. Are you willing to let the whole family suffer just to marry a wife? Hurry up and leave. Mom, I didn't. Ouch. Be gentle. Tang Mantong wanted to say he could afford the expenses without making the family suffer, but he felt a sharp pinch at his waist that hurt a lot. Tang Nian came over, grabbed his other hand, and along with Grandma Tang, dragged the confused young man away. Joanna sadly closed the window. She regretted agreeing to her parents' high demands for the bride price. After finally finding someone like Tang Mantong with such good conditions, she thought she would have a comfortable life after marriage, but now it was all falling apart. Don't cry. I see that Tang still has feelings for you. Let me tell you, men are easy to comfort and parents can't resist their children. In a few days, go find Tang, say some sweet words, and shift the responsibility onto me and your dad. Just say you initially disagreed, but couldn't go against us. You can figure out how to say it. As long as you win Tang over, that old lady won't be a problem. Joanna's mother wasn't worried. Her insight was sharper than anyone else's. She could tell Tang Mantong still had feelings for her daughter. As long as a man still likes a woman, things can be resolved easily. Mom, what about the bride price? Joanna stopped crying and felt more at ease. We won't change the house title for now. I was a bit too hasty. We'll think about changing it after the wedding. Right now, your priority is to win Tang's heart. Even if there's no wedding banquet, you need to figure out how to get the marriage certificate and take control of the family finances. Then you can buy whatever you want without worrying about anyone else's opinion. Confident, Joanna's mother remained calm, like a general commanding a battle, not at all flustered. His mother and cousin are quite difficult to deal with. Joanna pouted. She didn't like Grandma Tang and Tang Nian. Use your brain. That old lady lives in a rural area of Zhejiang province, and she has sons and grandsons. How could she possibly stay in the city every day? Her niece is already married, and no matter how much she tries, she can't control her uncle and aunt's private matters. In the future, you and little Tang will live in a big villa in the city, without in-laws or sisters-in-law, and plenty of money to spend. Life will be so enjoyable. Joanna's mother glared at her daughter and patiently broke down her analysis. She had always been very satisfied with Tang Mantong, but didn't show it, wanting to raise her daughter's value. The list of bride prices was intentionally brought out as a test. If Tang Mantong agreed, it would be the best outcome. If he didn't, that was fine too. It would just mean her daughter would have to work a little harder to win him over. In the future, they could deal with the Tang family with more understanding, spending less time in Tang village and more in the city, avoiding contact. Joanna's mother was at home teaching her daughter how to win over men, unaware that chaos had erupted in the neighborhood. The neighbors gathered together, whispering about the gossip surrounding the Qiao family. The Qiao family really dares to ask for so much. Their daughter from a second marriage is priced higher than a first marriage. Do they think their daughter is a beauty? Fortunately, little Tang's mother isn't easy to deal with either. I doubt this marriage will happen. Not necessarily. I think little Tang still has feelings for Joanna. No matter how strict the parents are, they can't be too harsh on their son. It might still work out. Can that young man really come up with such a large bride price? He drives a car and reportedly owns a house on Nanhai Road. He has plenty of money. The neighbors felt both disdain and envy towards Joanna. No one wanted this marriage to succeed. They all hoped Tang Mantong would come to his senses and quickly break up with Joanna to marry someone else. It wasn't that the neighbors were petty, it was mainly because the Qiao family had a poor reputation. They were all proud and looked down on others, considering their neighbors rude and uncultured. Even if they were uncultured, they wouldn't sell their daughter. There's a saying in opera, "Those who are righteous often harm the innocent, while the heartless are usually well-educated." It fits the Qiao family perfectly, someone remarked. Everyone agreed. It was indeed true. Do you all remember that man who was with Joanna? What a nice guy. He was always friendly and did all the chores at home. Joanna didn't even have to wash a dish. She lived more comfortably than a wealthy woman. It's a shame that good people don't get rewarded. A neighbor sighed, recalling Joanna's late husband. Of course I remember him. He was a good man. Too bad he didn't marry a good woman. My niece's brother-in-law's family lived in the same alley as that young man. They said his illness was diagnosed early, and the doctor said there was a good chance of recovery, but it would cost some money. The young man calculated that the money he saved before and after getting married, plus a little borrowed, would be enough. But when he asked Joanna for help, she said she had spent it all and her family wouldn't lend him any. That young man was pitiful. He was ruined by Joanna's family. An aunt who knew the details defended Joanna's late husband. Joanna's family should be afraid of karma. They're shameless about money. They don't care. The neighbors shook their heads, looking down on Joanna's family. Tang Nian hid around the corner, listening carefully, and then quietly left. Grandma Tang and Tang Mantong were waiting in the car. When they saw her, both had hopeful expressions. However, they were thinking different things. Grandma Tang wanted to hear proof that Joanna wasn't a good match, while Tang Mantong hoped to clear Joanna's name. What did they say? Grandma Tang asked anxiously. Not much. The Joanna family is worse than trash in the alley. Uncle, your taste is really poor. In such a big city, you picked out a piece of trash. Tang Nian scoffed, not holding back her sarcasm. Grandma Tang shot a fierce glare at her son and said, his eyes must be blinded by trash. He thinks trash smells good. Tang Mantong didn't dare to speak. One was his mother, and the other was his niece, both of whom he couldn't afford to offend. Tang Nian recounted everything she had just heard. Ugh, that whole family is heartless, spending the money meant to save their former son-in-law. They should be afraid of karma. Grandma Tang cursed loudly, having never seen such greedy people. Thank goodness the marriage didn't happen. Tang Mantong's face looked very grim. He didn't expect Joanna to have such a past. It was quite heartless. Uncle, if you really marry Joanna, you must ensure you are wealthy and healthy for life. If you ever get sick, just wait for Joanna to take the money and run. Tang Nian said coldly. Not only will she take the money, but she might also betray you. That woman is capable of it. Tang Laotai added another harsh remark. Tang Mantong's face turned dark, and his teeth clenched tightly. I'll drive. Uncle, you should calm down. Tang Nian pulled him out of the driver's seat and took over. On the way back, Tang Mantong remained silent. They first returned to the military district before Tang Mantong drove them home. Third, let me be clear. If you continue to have anything to do with Joanna, don't come back to the Tang family, and don't visit your father's grave. Tang Laotai made it clear. She absolutely opposed Joanna joining the family. If Tang Mantong insisted on marrying her, she would kick him out. Understood. Tang Mantong replied in a low voice. troubled as he left. Tang Laodai snorted. She could tell her son still had feelings for Joanna. What a disappointment. Aunt Zhang quickly came over to ask about the meeting. Tang Laodai shared everything, even mimicking Joanna's parents' snobbishness. Her father was glued to his seat. From the moment we arrived until we left, he didn't move an inch, not even a sound, acting like his wife had cheated on him. Her mother is like a smiling assassin. She smiles on the outside but watches everything I take, secretly plotting how to hurt my son. Just look at her. Tang Laodai imitated Joanna's mother, lifting her chin and squinting her eyes, her smile not reaching her eyes, which made Aunt Zhang laugh. When they heard about the exorbitant bride price, Aunt Zhang was left speechless for a long time before saying, "Wow, with that much money, I could marry 30 brides back in my hometown, and each month would be a different one." Tang Laodai rolled her eyes. "What are you talking about? Our Tang family is a respectable, honest family. Marrying 30 women is something only wealthy landlords do. The Tang family cannot act recklessly. Aunt, I was just making an example. Don't be upset. Anyway, since we won't be related, we won't have to deal with each other in the future." Aunt Zhang comforted. Old Lady Tang sighed. What worried her now was that Tang Mantong was still not giving up on Xiao Anna. The next day, Tang Nian went to find Shangguan Jing to ask about Xiao Anna. She chose the lunch break, and as Shangguan Jing just got off work, she called ahead and waited at the entrance of the office. At the entrance, there were many people coming and going. Tang Nian noticed a man pacing at the door, occasionally looking inside, clearly waiting for someone. The man was about 30, wearing glasses, looking refined and well-dressed in a dark blue suit, with a pen in his pocket, indicating he was educated. However, his hair was a bit messy, and his shoes looked a little dusty. Tang Nian glanced at the man and then turned her head, focusing on waiting for Shangguan Jing. Shangguan Jing quickly walked out, still wearing the same outfit from yesterday, looking steady and elegant. She waved happily when she saw Tang Nian from a distance. Tang Nian waved back and took a few steps toward her, but someone was faster. It was the man in the suit. Xiao Jing. The man ran over with a joyful expression, calling her in a familiar way. Shangguan Jing frowned, took a few steps back, and said sternly, "What are you doing here? I made it very clear last time. We are divorced, and I will not go back. Ouyang-Qing, don't make me lose respect for you." Xiao Jing, it was all my fault before. I will change. I truly regret it. Can you give me another chance? Don't our 8 years together mean anything to you? Ouyang-Qing pleaded desperately, trying to reach for Shangguan Jing's hand. Tang Nian stood a short distance away, clearly hearing that this man was Shangguan Jing's ex-husband, now trying to reconcile. Don't say 8 years. Even if it were 80 years, once I got involved with something dirty, I wouldn't look back. Ouyang-Qing, you are the one who betrayed our marriage. Don't act pitiful in front of me. Don't you think you look disgusting right now? Shangguan Jing sneered, feeling truly sickened, even more than if she had eaten something terrible. She hated herself for wasting 8 years on such a man. Xiao Jing, I just couldn't resist temptation for a moment. Joanna charmed me, but I kept rejecting her. Really, believe me, that day was all her doing. You have to trust me. Ouyang-Qing pushed all the blame onto Joanna. Shangguan Jing could no longer hold back and said, "Enough. You don't even have the courage to admit your mistakes. You disgust me even more than Joanna does. Leave, and don't show up in front of me again." Xiao Jing, why do you have to say such harsh things? You still have feelings for me. Otherwise, after 3 years of divorce, why haven't you remarried? Aren't you just waiting for me? Ouyang-Qing not only didn't leave, but also said something even more repulsive. He felt proud, thinking that Shangguan Jing's single status meant she still had feelings for him and was waiting for him to change his mind. He initially thought Shangguan Jing would come to him for reconciliation, but after waiting a long time without her doing so, he decided to soften his approach and admit his mistakes. Ouyang-Qing was confident about this visit, believing that Shangguan Jing would not refuse him. He had heard that Shangguan Jing had been successful in her career over the past 3 years, unlike him, who had made no progress. He needed her support, and having a wife like her, beautiful, with a respectable job and a good education, would make him look good, far better than someone like Joanna. Xiao Jing, I've come to you like this. What more do you want? Do you really want me to kneel and beg you? Ouyang-Qing's tone became harsher. He felt he had given her a chance, but Shang Guanjing was not cooperating. A woman can be a bit temperamental at times, but going too far is unreasonable, and he didn't like unreasonable women. Shang Guanjing's face turned red with anger. She wanted to shout at him, but her upbringing prevented her from losing her composure in public. Ouyang-Qing, I will say this one last time. We can never get back together. Even if you were in front of me, I wouldn't blink. Leave. Shang Guanjing shouted the harshest words of her life. Tang Nian shook her head. Yelling at a scoundrel was useless. The best way to deal with him was to fight. Many people had gathered around, recognizing Shang Guanjing and whispering among themselves. Shang Guanjing felt embarrassed and angry, ready to leave, but Ouyang-Qing grabbed her hand. Tang Nian frowned, preparing to confront the scoundrel. Someone was faster than her. Tang Mantong. What are you doing? Harassing a lady in broad daylight? Do you want trouble? Tang Mantong pushed Ouyang-Qing away and stood protectively behind Shang Guanjing. He had come to ask Shang Guanjing something and had rushed over upon seeing the harassment. Xiao Jing, what is your relationship with him? Ouyang-Qing, looking furious, questioned her as if he had been betrayed. I have a comrade relationship with Shang Guan. Besides, what our relationship is to you? Who do you think you are? Leave, or I'll make you regret it. Tang Mantong grabbed Ouyang-Qing's collar and lifted him effortlessly. Dealing with someone like Ouyang-Qing was easy for Tang Mantong. Let go of me. Ouyang-Qing struggled, gasping for air, his legs flailing in the air, looking ridiculous. Tang Mantong scoffed and released him, causing Ouyang-Qing to fall to the ground. Shang Guanjing, I'm so disappointed in you for associating with such a rough man. You're just lowering yourself. Ouyang-Qing got up and shouted from a distance. Leave. You, a man who cheats while married, have no right to judge others. Get lost. Furious, Shang Guanjing threw her bag at Ouyang-Qing, hitting him on the head. A brick was handed to her, and in her anger, she took it without thinking and threw it at Ouyang-Qing. However, her aim was off, and the brick landed at his feet with a loud thud, startling Ouyang-Qing and making him look at Shang Guanjing with more disdain. I didn't expect you to be so rough now. It seems that being around bad people has influenced you. You really disappoint me. Ouyang-Qing looked at her as if she had fallen from grace, which made Shang Guanjing feel like she could explode with anger. Another brick was handed over thoughtfully, and Shang Guanjing gritted her teeth and threw it, but this time she still missed, and Ouyang-Qing escaped. It's okay. Tang Nian patted Shang Guanjing on the shoulder. Thank you both. Shang Guanjing expressed her gratitude, relieved to have these two around. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed with anger alone. Don't be upset. That jerk isn't worth it. Let's go eat. It's on me. Tang Nian pulled her to eat, and Tang Mantong followed, as he had questions to ask. There was a restaurant nearby, and Tang Nian ordered braised fish, braised pork chops, stir-fried vegetables, and a 3-flavor soup. The three of them ate until they were almost full. Jingjia, can I ask you something? Joanna used to be with that jerk, right? Tang Nian asked directly. Her uncle had hesitated several times, which made her frustrated. Tang Mantong almost dropped his spoon into the soup, chuckling awkwardly. His ears perked up. Shang Guanjing put down her chopsticks, swallowed her food, and said, I don't like talking behind people's backs, but since you are involved, you have the right to know. Joanna and Ouyang-Qing, who is that jerk, were together when I was still married to him. Our relationship had no issues at that time. I'm sure Joanna knew Ouyang-Qing was married, because she once came to me to mock me. Tang Mantong clenched his teeth, shocked to learn that Joanna had such a side to her. That's all I know about Joanna. I don't have any other information. After saying that, Shang Guanjing lowered her head to eat, no longer commenting on Joanna. She didn't actually hate Joanna. The real issue lay with Ouyang-Qing. The man's inability to resist temptation was the root cause of their broken marriage. Even without Joanna, there would be others like Li Anna or Wang Anna. Tang Nian glanced at her uncle, who looked upset, and said to Shangguan Jing, "Thank you, Jing Jia. Thank you for helping me out just now. I really couldn't handle that jerk on my own." Shangguan Jing smiled, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile. She had been with Liansheng for 8 years and had thought he was the one she would spend her life with. However, after only 2 years of marriage, he betrayed her, and now he was still bothering her like a nuisance. It wasn't that she still had feelings for Liansheng. She was just sad about the love she had wasted on such a jerk. 8 years down the drain felt like a huge loss. If that jerk comes back to cause trouble, you need to be tougher. There's no need to be polite with someone like him. Tang Nian thought for a moment, then took a knife out of her bag and placed it on the table with a loud thud. Shangguan Jing was startled. What was she planning to do? Tang Mantong quickly said, "Put the knife away. Don't scare anyone." The other customers at the tables turned to look. If she didn't put away soon, the police would probably be called. "This knife isn't sharp. It won't hurt anyone, just meant to scare," Tang Nian said. She pulled out the knife and poked it at Tang Mantong, confirming it was indeed dull. She had taken it from her storage. It was perfect for scaring off bad guys. The customers relaxed, and the server, who had picked up the phone to call the police, put the receiver down. Shangguan Jing picked up the knife and examined it, smiling. "Thank you. I'll keep it." She really should be braver and not always rely on others. Next time Liansheng bothers her, she would stand up for herself. "Why thank me? It's everyone's duty to deal with bad men." Tang Nian said this matter-of-factly, and then turned to Tang Mantong. "If you're still with that Joanna, Grandma will definitely be furious with you." Joanna's parents were greedy and snobbish, which wasn't a deal-breaker, but if she acted inappropriately, she could never be accepted as part of the family. Tang Mantong sighed, feeling quite upset. He had genuinely liked Joanna and invested real feelings and effort into their relationship, never expecting it to end this way. After dinner, Shangguan Jing went back to work. Tang Mantong headed home to calm down, and Tang Nian returned to report to Grandma Tang. "Don't tell Grandma just yet. I'll talk to her myself," Tang Mantong said as he left. "I'll tell her when I get back." Tang Nian let out a cold snort and rolled her eyes. Most men were quite disappointing. They knew Joanna had a bad reputation, but still couldn't let go of their feelings. If it weren't for her long-standing bond with her uncle, she would have definitely confronted him. "Do whatever you want." Tang Mantong felt helpless. He couldn't fight her and didn't dare to scold her, so he decided to let it go. After all, he wouldn't be marrying Joanna. When Tang Nian returned to the military district, her car had just stopped when Grandma Tang rushed over, followed by Aunt Zhang, both looking eagerly at her.
"Come home and talk."
Tang Nian closed the car door, and the three of them went inside. Aunt Zhang kindly made her tea and brought out freshly fried savory spring rolls, golden and crispy, which were Tang Nian's favorite. Aunt Zhang used to only make sweet spring rolls, but after coming to the city, she learned to make savory ones. The filling was made from shredded yellow bean sprouts, black fungus, carrots, and fresh meat, all stir-fried with a little salt, making it very delicious. The savory spring rolls were juicy and tasty. Tang Nian loved these spring rolls. She quickly ate 3 and was about to grab a 4th when Grandma Tang, who was waiting impatiently, slapped her hand away. "Stop eating and hurry up and tell us." The spring roll in Tang Nian's hand fell onto the coffee table. She reluctantly picked it up and ate it, then took a sip of tea before sharing what she had found out. "I told you this woman isn't good. She's definitely trouble." Grandma Tang slammed her hand on the coffee table in anger, gritting her teeth as she scolded. "Aunt, we absolutely cannot let a woman like her into our family. It will bring chaos." Aunt Zhang advised. "As long as I am alive, that troublemaker will never enter the Tang family." Grandma Tang declared firmly. She believed in marrying someone virtuous, as her husband often said. Looks were secondary. What mattered most was good character and capability. Her eldest daughter-in-law, Su Jinfeng, had some flaws, but she was reliable on important matters and was timid, never daring to do anything wrong or cause trouble. Her second daughter-in-law, Xianjinju, was very satisfactory. She was beautiful, capable, and her family was easy to get along with, not the type to stir up trouble. Grandma Tang had high expectations for her youngest daughter-in-law. Tang Mantong was the most successful of her 3 sons, brave, clever, and lively. If he married a timid wife, he wouldn't be able to manage his life well. So, when Grandma Tang asked for introductions, her requirements were clear: a stable personality, graceful and dignified, someone who could handle situations well. Joanna did not meet any of these criteria. The more Grandma Tang thought about it, the angrier she became. Suddenly, she stood up to call and scold her son for choosing such a poor match. She was furious. "Nana, Uncle is feeling sad. Let him take his time." Tang Nianyan stopped her. "Is he still sad? Is he still thinking about that woman?" Grandma Tang was fuming. "Aunt, they were together for a while, so there must be some feelings. Even if it's a cat or dog, you get attached after a long time." Aunt Zhang advised. "Choosing that woman is worse than raising a cat or dog. They would be more sensible." Grandma Tang calmed down a bit and sat down, still upset. The mentioned dog, Bai Shui, proudly raised its head, thinking it was better than its owner's foolish uncle. 3 days later, Tang Mantong finally came home, looking okay. As soon as Grandma Tang saw him, she slapped him. "How could you choose someone like that? You have no shame. Have you cut ties with that woman? Stop hitting me." "I did cut ties. She came to see me yesterday, but I didn't let her in." "Ouch, Mom. Be gentle." Tang Mantong covered his head and tried to escape, but still got hit several times. "How dare she come to see you? Ugh. She has no shame. I warn you, if you dare to see that woman again, I will break your legs and kick you out of the Tang family. Don't call me Mom anymore, and don't go to your father's grave. I don't want to anger him into coming back to slap you." Grandma Tang's expression was serious. She was not joking. If Tang Mantong dared to go against her, she would throw him out, leaving her with only 2 sons. "Mom, I won't see her again." Hearing her determination, Tang Mantong felt a chill and promised seriously. He had thought things through over the past 3 days. From now on, he would focus on his career and let love come naturally. Old Mrs. Tang felt relieved, but after Tang Mantong left, she reminded Tang Nianyan, "Keep an eye on your uncle. He can be quite foolish. Don't let some charming words from a temptress distract him and make him lose his mind." "I know, Grandma. Don't worry." Tang Nianyan promised, determined to keep a close watch. Old Mrs. Tang stayed a few more days before returning to Tang village. Tang Mantong drove her back, bringing many bags filled with things to show off in the village. None could be left behind. The college entrance exam was approaching. Each province had its own exam papers, and the exam dates varied. It started on November 21st and lasted a month. In Hucheng, the exam was on December 11th and 12th. The day finally arrived. Shen Xiao took a day off to drive Tang Nianyan to the exam. "I'll wait for you outside. After the exam, we can go eat at Guanghui restaurant. Their braised pork chop is delicious." Shen Xiao spoke casually, as if he were taking his wife shopping. "And I want braised fish too. Did you bring enough money?" Tang Nianyan felt relaxed. She had prepared well. In her previous life, she had taken the Hucheng exam in 77, and the questions were quite easy for her. "I have enough. Hurry and go in." Shen Xiao opened his wallet, showing enough money for a nice meal. Tang Nianyan smiled and confidently entered the exam hall. Shen Xiao returned to the car to rest. He had taken 2 days off just to support her during the exam. Compared to their calmness, other students appeared much more nervous. There was a wide age range among the candidates, from 17 or 18-year-olds to older men with beards, and even women carrying babies who had to feed their children before entering. Tang Nianyan felt a mix of emotions. The first college entrance exam only gave students 3 months to prepare, and many lacked proper materials, forcing them to copy from others. Many candidates are married with children and in their 30s, balancing work and study. Some, who are sent to the countryside as youth, have to work every day and can only study at night. There are also women in their breastfeeding period who, while caring for their babies, find time to study despite not having fully recovered. The conditions are very tough. There are 5.2 million candidates nationwide, but only about 300,000 get accepted into universities. These individuals are truly talented, with top-notch intelligence, determination, and resilience, making their achievements very valuable. The two-day exam quickly concluded, followed by filling out college preferences. Tang Nian filled in every section with Fudan University. Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang took the exam in Zhucheng and, having studied early, estimated their scores to be quite good. Tang Nian suggested they apply to universities in Hucheng. The siblings agreed, and both chose foreign language majors. After attending the Canton Fair, they decided their future career path would be in foreign trade. A month later, the college entrance exam scores were released. Tang Nian was accepted into Fudan University as the top science student, and Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang were also accepted. Yu Lamei also got into Fudan University, majoring in Chinese, just like in her previous life. Suddenly, 4 college students emerged from Tang village, causing a stir in the entire commune. Even the commune officials came to congratulate them. Grandma Tang felt like she was floating, hardly touching the ground. We're hosting a feast and inviting the whole village. Grandma Tang was very generous, deciding not to charge the villagers for the celebration, just to share the joy. The 3 brothers Tang Manjin fully supported this. Ever since they learned their scores, they had been tight-lipped, carrying packs of cigarettes wherever they went, offering them to others. They would say, "What a beautiful day. My daughter, niece, got into Fudan, first place. The other 2 did well too, they all got in." Even Tang Manjin, who usually doesn't say much, has been boasting about his 2 daughters getting into college, and his nephew also being accepted. Naturally, the villagers praised them, but secretly planned for their own children to study hard, determined that they must get into college next year. The graduation banquet was held on New Year's Eve, and the acceptance letters had already arrived. Grandma Tang had the 2 pigs she raised slaughtered, and Tang Nian took out a lot of beef, lamb, and seafood from her storage, telling Grandma it was bought through connections. The chef they invited was surprised. He had been cooking for 30 years, but had never hosted such a grand banquet. He didn't want to disappoint, and put all his skills to use. Grandma Tang also invited the Yu siblings. Several banners were hung at the village entrance, saying, "Congratulations to Tang Nian for becoming the top science student in the city and being accepted by Fudan University. Congratulations to Yu Lamei for being accepted by Fudan University. Congratulations to Tang Lujin for being accepted by City University. Congratulations to Tang Dongqiang for being accepted by City University." The red banners with golden letters fluttered in the wind, their words elegant and beautiful, written by the commune secretary, who personally requested them. Everyone in the village, young and old, came to the banquet. Even those who usually had disagreements with Grandma Tang were invited. The tables and dishes were brought by the villagers, with about 200 tables set up, even spilling onto the road. Such a celebration had never happened in Tang village before. The team leader was in charge of the banquet. He raised his glass and addressed the villagers loudly. "Today is a great day for Tang village. For university students, our village's golden phoenixes will be the backbone of our country. Let's raise our glasses to wish these 4 children a bright future and great success." Everyone in the village stood up and echoed, "A bright future and great success." Then they all drank from their glasses. These 4 children have set a great example for us in Tang village, showing that with hard work, university is achievable. Our village has a scholarship fund, and as long as the children are motivated, we will provide financial support for their education. I hope our village can produce more golden phoenixes who will leave Tang village and become talented individuals for our country. The team leader became more and more excited, his eyes reddening. In his lifetime, Tang village became prosperous. Villagers could eat meat and wear new clothes, improving their material lives. However, spiritual nourishment was equally important. Therefore, his next task was to strengthen spiritual development, encouraging the village's children to study hard, aiming for everyone to become a university student. Once they succeed, they can give back to Tang village and help make it the wealthiest village. The villagers were inspired by the team leader's words, clapping their hands enthusiastically until their palms turned red. They also want a college student in the family, so they won't let the child work anymore. Instead, they want them to study hard and aim for university, to work in an office, enjoy a stable job, and bring honor to the family. Delicious dishes were served one after another. Steamed crab, braised fish, braised pork, boiled lamb, sauced beef, and beef bone soup, all rich and hearty meals, with a variety of delicacies. The villagers had never eaten such a feast in their lives. Everyone enjoyed the food, eating with great delight, and any leftovers were shared by Grandma Tang, allowing the villagers to take some home. The banquet was joyful for everyone, but a small, unpleasant incident occurred. Nian Nian's father and stepmother also came to the banquet. After eating, they approached Nian Nian and asked her for the money from the county government, the commune, and Tang village. This time, only one student from the city was accepted into Fudan University, and the county government awarded 100 yuan, the commune 50 yuan, and Tang village 200 yuan from the scholarship fund. This scholarship totaled 350 yuan, a significant amount, which made Yu Qianjin and He Guixiang envious and eager to claim it for themselves. Your father is sick, and the family has no money. You should use that prize money for his medical treatment. He Guixiang casually made up a reason. She wanted to use that 350 yuan to find a beautiful bride for her son. Then let's go to the county hospital now. I won't refuse any necessary treatments or expenses. Nian Nian replied coldly, looking at her father, who appeared healthy. Yu Qianjin worked as a laborer in a factory, earning about 30 yuan a month, and since he didn't have to support her and her brother, the family was doing much better. How could he be sick? You are going to school now, so you won't have time for the hospital. Just give me the money, and I will take your father for treatment. He Guixiang reached out, impatiently insisting, when we divided the family property, it was agreed that if your father was sick, you would pay. If you don't care about your father's well-being, I will go to Fudan and complain to the school leaders. He Guixiang's tone was very threatening. She secretly hoped Nian Nian would refuse to give the money, giving her a reason to cause trouble at the school. She was determined to ruin this girl's reputation and get her expelled from school. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Under the pressure of the entire village, the couple, Yu Qianjin and his wife, returned home feeling defeated. They dared not cause any more trouble because the captain warned them that if they caused any more disturbances, they would have no second chances and their entire family would be expelled from Tang village. Yu Qianjin's job as a laborer was also suspended. The captain said he would evaluate his performance. If he did well, he might be rehired in the future, but if he did poorly, he would never work again. The couple was completely subdued. They earned 30 yuan a month, which helped their family a lot. Without this job, how would they survive? Their bad intentions were completely cut off. Although they were unwilling, they dared not cause any more trouble. They understood the importance of having enough food to eat. As a result, Yu Lame and her brother had a joyful new year. Just as spring began, they were preparing to report to school. Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang arrived in Hu City a day early. They brought fashionable suitcases, bought for them by Tang Mantong, and the siblings dressed as well as the locals. Tang Nian Nian picked them up at the station and took them home for the night before they would report to school the next day. Second sister, Dongchang and I can go to report by ourselves tomorrow. You don't need to take us, Tang Lujin said. Tang Dongchang nodded in agreement. Your uncle will take you to school. I won't be going, Tang Nian Nian replied. She had no plans to take them. They were adults and could handle their own matters. Second sister, we'll come to visit you at your school in the future.
Tang Lujin Edgar Lim Etsitenli.
She still felt like she was dreaming. She had actually become a college student, which was unbelievable. However, she knew it was all thanks to her second sister. Without her encouragement and the valuable study materials she provided, she wouldn't have worked so hard, and it was uncertain whether she would have been accepted into college. Sure, Tang Nian replied, happy to agree. When they arrived at the military district, Tang Nian registered Lu Jin and Dong Chong, and they were allowed inside. After parking the car, she saw Zhao Chunmei dramatically rushing over, holding on to her son and daughter. Little Tang, let them touch you to share your talent, she exclaimed. Zhou Haiyang and Zhou Haixing, the siblings, blushed and turned their heads in embarrassment. Zhao Chunmei didn't care about their shyness. She insisted on shaking hands with Tang Nian, claiming it was to share the success of a top student. Tang Nian twitched her lips but did not refuse, allowing them to hold her hand. Little Tang, let my child touch too. And mine. Soon, many eager mothers joined in, bringing their children, even infants who were still being breastfed. Tang Nian was hesitant to hold them tightly, afraid she might hurt them. Little Tang, you are amazing, a top student in science. Oh, when I go back home for the new year, I will tell everyone that we live next to a star student. They will be so envious. Zhao Chunmei exaggerated. The women exchanged glances, all looking at the empty house next door, which used to belong to Su Yan, and no one had moved in yet. They needed to quickly have their husband's request to move next to the star student. All the mothers had the same thought, but they kept it to themselves. Such matters had to be handled quietly. Tang Nian introduced her younger siblings, and when the mothers learned they had also been accepted into university, they let their children touch them again, satisfied before heading home. Tang Lu Jin and Tang Dong Chong were embarrassed, their faces turning red. Some of the children they had just met were quite older, both boys and girls, which made them feel shy. Your children are raised so well. They are good-looking and smart. Truly wonderful. Zhao Chunmei praised them while looking them over, making the siblings blush even more, unable to look up. Your Haiyang and Haixing are great too. Give these to them. Tang Nian handed over a pack of bean cakes. You are always so polite. I won't be polite this time. Wait a moment, I brought you some food. Zhao Chunmei had prepared ahead and ran back home to bring a big bag of treats. This is flour bread. You can steam it to eat. This is fried dough, and this is a pancake that can be wrapped with any vegetable. The best is to wrap it with green onions, but unfortunately, I didn't bring any since the green onions here don't taste as good as those from my hometown. During the new year, Zhao Chunmei also took her children back home and brought back many local specialties, which she had set aside for Tang Nian. Oh, these buns are so beautiful, like works of art. Tang Lu Jin took out a beautifully crafted flower bun shaped like a peony, so realistic that it looked real from a distance. Tang Nian also presented a chubby little tiger bun, which was adorable. How long can this last? Tang Nian didn't want to eat it. It seemed too precious to consume. This is for eating, not just for display. You should eat it quickly before it spoils in the heat. Zhao Chunmei chuckled, still showing her childlike spirit. Seeing that Tang Nian hesitated, she added, once you finish, I'll make you another one. Isn't it difficult to make this? Tang Nian asked. It's not hard. If you have hands, you can do it, Zhao Chunmei replied. In her hometown, making flour buns was a skill every woman learned, just like eating and sleeping, something they did from a young age. Tang Nian quietly looked at her hands. 2 words floated through her mind. Useless. Second sister, I think foreigners would like this flour bun, Tang Lu Jin said, picking up the little tiger bun. What? What do foreigners like? Zhao Chunmei didn't catch the whole sentence, only hearing foreigners. Feeling a bit shy, Tang Lu Jin glanced at her second sister. With Tang Nian's encouraging look, she gained confidence and exclaimed, I think foreigners would love these flour buns. We could start a flour bun factory, package them for export, and earn foreign currency. Can buns really be exported? Zhao Chunmei found it hard to believe. To her, flour buns were very common. In her hometown, they were made for festivals, birthdays, weddings, and ancestral offerings. She couldn't imagine such a regular item being exported. Don't underestimate these flour buns. Our Chinese civilization has lasted 5,000 years, and many things that seem ordinary to us are highly valued by foreigners. Just like the simple straw fans from our village, they They are very popular and have earned us a lot of foreign currency. Tang Lujin spoke confidently, her fair and delicate face shining with assurance. Last autumn, she attended the Canton Fair and was amazed to see how much foreigners liked Chinese crafts. Moreover, at the fair last year, I overheard some foreigners chatting, saying that China doesn't have exquisite pastries. They claimed Western cakes can take many shapes. If they saw such beautiful flower buns, they wouldn't say such ignorant things. Tang Lujin became more and more excited. Previously, she had only stayed in Zhucheng and hadn't seen the wider world, so she didn't feel a strong sense of patriotism. But after seeing the world, her deep-rooted love for her country felt awakened, and she couldn't stand anyone saying anything negative about it. When she heard that, she wanted to argue with those foreigners, but her English wasn't good enough to win the argument. Plus, at that time, she didn't know about flower buns, so she couldn't effectively counter the foreigners. So she held back, thinking there would be a chance to confront those foreigners later. Zhao Chunmei suddenly stood up, angrily saying, "What have those foreigners ever eaten that's good? They treat that bitter coffee like a treasure. How dare they say we don't have good pastries? When we were making pastries, those foreigners were still eating raw meat. That's right, foreigners really haven't eaten anything good." Tang Nian agreed wholeheartedly. The food culture of foreigners, like their history, is too vast to cover in a single page. Encouraged, Zhao Chunmei became even more excited and exclaimed, "If you start a factory, I can provide the workers. The women in my village are all skilled, and the flower buns we make will surely amaze the foreigners." Tang Lujin was also excited and looked hopefully at her sister. She felt uncertain and didn't know if the flower bun factory could really be established. "We definitely won't make it for the spring fair, but if we hurry, we should be able to catch the autumn fair," Tang Nian said, her tone uncertain. If it were in Tang village, she could guarantee the timing. But in Zhao Chunmei's hometown, she wasn't so sure, fearing that the local officials and people might not cooperate. "Xiao Tang, can this flower bun factory really be established? Can we earn money from foreigners?" Zhao Chunmei picked up a flower bun, still unable to believe it felt like a dream. "Whether we can establish the factory depends on the cooperation from your hometown," Tang Nian replied. "What kind of cooperation is needed?" Zhao Chunmei asked anxiously. "First, local officials must fully support this and avoid bureaucracy. Second, local residents need to follow the management and not act individually. These 2 points are essential, otherwise, the factory won't succeed." Tang Nian emphasized these 2 crucial points. As long as these 2 conditions are met, the factory can be established at any time. Zhao Chunmei hesitated. She couldn't guarantee success. Starting a factory is a big deal, and she needed to discuss it with her husband. However, she truly hoped to set up the flower cake factory to improve the lives of people back home. "Sister-in-law, if you really want to start this flower cake factory, go back home to investigate. I can provide funding and guarantee sales, but I can't promise anything else." Tang Nian was straightforward. The flower cake factory was not essential for her. Even if it were to be established, she planned to let Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang gain experience, while she only provided the money and stayed out of other matters. "Okay, I'll call home to ask and let you know once I get a reply." Zhao Chunmei nodded in agreement, feeling confident that people back home would be happy about it. With someone willing to invest and guarantee sales, anyone with a bit of sense would agree. "Sister-in-law, how's the inquiry about the clothing factory going?" Tang Nian asked about the clothing factory. She had asked Zhao Chunmei to look into it before the new year, but there was still no news. The clothing factory situation is quite complicated. 6 people have already handled it, and now it's managed by Director Huang from the logistics office. I've approached him a few times, and he said there are a lot of messy accounts. Whoever takes it on will be in trouble, and he advised me to stay away. Zhao Chunmei reported honestly. She had a good relationship with old Huang, so she trusted his words, but she still felt a bit dissatisfied. Zhao Chunmei was frustrated because if the clothing factory couldn't be secured, she wouldn't be able to vent her frustrations on her husband. Moreover, she wanted a profitable job, so she wouldn't have to rely on her husband's mood in the future. Tang Nian frowned. Although she suspected the clothing factory situation was complicated, she didn't expect it to be this chaotic. However, she was not one to back down easily. She was determined to take on the clothing factory. How many military wives do we have available? She asked again. There are 28 people without jobs, including me. Zhao Chunmei had already counted. Most of these military wives came from rural areas, and 16 of them used to work in a clothing factory, and the other 12 mostly know how to operate sewing machines. Tang Nian was satisfied with this number. It was just right for starting a clothing factory. Sister-in-law, how much are the debts of the clothing factory?
Can you get a list?
I can. If you ask others, they might not be able to help, but you asked me, so I can. My husband Zhou and Huang are from the same hometown and have a good relationship. I'll get it. Zhao Chunmei was confident. The clothing factory was a mess that no one wanted to deal with, and the military district wanted to resolve it quickly. Unfortunately, too many influential people were involved, and no one wanted to offend anyone. She asked again, Xiao Tang, are you really planning to take over the clothing factory? It's quite complicated. Huang told me that whoever takes over must first settle the debts, and that amount is significant. She leaned in and whispered a number to Tang Nian. It was an amount she felt she could never earn in her lifetime. Tang Nian smiled slightly. It's not a big problem. You go get the list. 18 or 19,000 was not a problem for her. But she couldn't just pay that amount without getting some real benefits in return. Okay, I'll go find Huang right now. Zhao Chunmei hurried off. Second sister, do you want to start a clothing factory? Tang Lu Jin asked. Yes, I'm bored. Tang Nian took a bite of a pastry that tasted very good, salty and fragrant. However, it was best eaten warm. When it cooled down, the taste wasn't as good. She planned to heat it in the oven later. After eating one, she stopped and drank some water to clear her throat. If you want to start a flour pastry processing factory, there are 2 points you need to pay attention to, Tang Nian said. Second sister, what are the 2 points? Tang Lu Jin immediately perked up, and Tang Dongqiang listened attentively. They also wanted to build a career, and they would be satisfied with even a fraction of their second sister's success. First, you need to start a trading company in Tang Village. Bring the flour pastries made by Sister Chunmei over and showcase them at the trade fair under the name of the Tang Village Trading Company. Do you know why? After Tang Nian finished speaking, she looked at her younger siblings, curious if they understood. Tang Lu Jin spoke first. Second sister, people from outside are hard to manage, and there might be unexpected issues, right? Tang Nian nodded slightly and turned to Tang Dongqiang, who hadn't shared his thoughts yet. Tang Dongqiang, feeling a bit shy, said quietly, I think the same as Lu Jin. If we stick together as people from Tang Village, it will be easier to manage, and we can also bring in foreign currency for the village. He paused and added, Lu Jin and I are outsiders and still young. The people from Sister Chunmei's side might not accept us. We are putting in money and effort to help them set up a factory, but once it's running well, they might turn against us. We need to be cautious. After they finished speaking, the siblings looked eagerly at Tang Nian, waiting for her response. You both are right. You've made progress. Tang Nian praised them, and their faces turned red, but their eyes sparkled with happiness. Also, the trading company shouldn't only focus on flour buns. There are many local specialties from Sister Chunmei's hometown. You should do some market research there when you have time. Tang Nian added this point, recalling that a place from Zhao Chunmei's hometown was famous for its kites, which foreigners also liked. Second sister, we have to wait until summer vacation to have time. Tang Lu Jin felt a bit disappointed. She wanted to go investigate right away, but still had school.
Good things take time.
This factory will be a good practice for both of you, Tang Nian said with a smile. Thank you, second sister. Tang Lu Jin and Tang Dongqiang nodded excitedly. Don't neglect your studies, or I will take back the factory immediately, Tang Nian warned seriously. Don't worry, second sister. We will definitely study hard. Lu Jin and Dongqiang said in unison. They had just gotten into college and wouldn't waste their studies. After giving her siblings a lesson, Tang Nian rubbed her stomach and said confidently, "You two go cook. I'm hungry." With her younger siblings around, she couldn't do it herself and wanted ready-made food. "What do you want to eat, second sister? What is brother-in-law like?" Tang Lujin kindly went to the kitchen to cook, and there were plenty of ingredients at home, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. "Brother-in-law eats anything, just make a few dishes." Tang Nian yawned and let her younger siblings cook in the kitchen while she went to sleep. Aunt Zhang was not home. Her eldest daughter had been accepted into college, but her youngest daughter was struggling with her scores and needed to continue studying. Tang Nian suggested applying to a normal university in Hu City. Aunt Zhang's hometown was a small county in the north with limited opportunities, and since she had no son and her relationships with relatives back home were not good, it would be better for her two daughters to develop their careers in Hu City. Aunt Zhang, who listened well to advice, went back to her hometown to help her daughter with her applications. Tang Nian gave her a long break, and Aunt Zhang decided to come to Hu City with her eldest daughter to check in. Lunch was not ready yet when Zhao Chunmei excitedly arrived, only to see Tang Lujin and her siblings busy in the kitchen. "Where's your second sister?" "She's sleeping." "Aunt, please have a seat." Tang Lujin warmly welcomed her and even planned to make tea, but she hesitated to call her sister-in-law. Their second sister had said they should call each other by their names. "I can't stay. I need to go home and cook, but I'll come back later." Zhao Chunmei glanced at the delicious dishes on the table and then at Tang Lujin, who was working efficiently. Her admiration grew. She was truly a good girl, capable in both the kitchen and outside. She couldn't help but think of her eldest son, who was a squad leader in the army and had just turned 20, but still hadn't found a suitable partner. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Tang Lujin was a college student with such a talented sister like Tang Nian. Her son might not be good enough. "You sisters are truly exceptional, beautiful and capable," Zhao Chunmei sincerely praised. Tang Lujin shyly smiled and walked her to the door before returning to continue cooking. The delicious smell woke Tang Nian, and her stomach growled. She quickly got out of bed, washed up, and after eating, Zhao Chunmei came over with the clothing factory's account list. The accounts were a mess, making Tang Nian feel dizzy. After staring at them for a long time, she finally finished reviewing them. In summary, the clothing factory owed money to more than 10 companies, totaling over 189,000. Others have wanted to take over the clothing factory before, but no one wanted to invest that much money. Zhao Chunmei looked around and lowered her voice, speaking mysteriously. "Most of that money has gone into private pockets. No one wants to be the fool." Tang Nian didn't want to be taken advantage of either, so she planned to negotiate with the military district to get the best deal possible. Tang Nian is not in a hurry about the clothing factory. It is now 1978, and the reform and opening up documents will be issued in December. After that, she can start a private factory. She plans to partner with the military district, using their name, but she wants to hold the majority of the shares to have the most management and operational control. Negotiating now would not work, but after December it will be possible. Tang Nian is currently earning a good income, so her desire to make money is not as strong. Starting a clothing factory is just a way to pass the time. The next morning, Tang Tong came to pick them up to take the children to school for registration. Tang Yin and Tang Jin wanted to come too, but they were too busy with work at the factory. Shen Xiao took Tang Nian to the registration, and both cars left the military district at the same time. Everyone envied them. 3 students from one family. They heard that Aunt Zhang's daughter from the Shen family also got into college. The Shen family is truly lucky, and everyone wants to be their neighbor. Aunt Zhang called last night, saying she had arrived in Hu City and was staying at a guest house with her daughter, waiting to finish registration before returning to the military district. Tang Nian was pleased with her sense of boundaries. If Aunt Zhang had suddenly brought her daughter to stay overnight, she would have been unhappy. Even her own relatives must inform her in advance if they want to stay over. Tang Nian brought a light suitcase and bedding, as the school requires students to stay on campus, and she can only go home every Sunday. Shen Xiao parked at the school entrance and got out with the luggage. He wore a military green uniform, standing tall and straight like a cedar tree, making him stand out in the crowd. Tang Nian wore a black long coat and light beige pants. The coat had a waist tie, loosely knotted, accentuating her slim waist. However, her aloof demeanor made her seem unapproachable. Together with Shen Xiao, they were both the center of attention. The campus was even more crowded, filled with new students from all over, along with various registration stations for different majors. Shen Xiao, being tall, found the registration station for the mechanical and electrical engineering program and guided Tang Nian through the crowd. They walked carefully, as there were so many people, and many were carrying wooden boxes. If they got hit by a corner of a box, it could hurt. There were also many new students with scruffy appearances, looking older than average. Some even brought their families to help with registration. Tang Nian admired them. In just 3 months of study, they managed to get into Fudan University. These people are truly impressive. No wonder it's said that the first batch of college students has the highest value. At the registration office for the electromechanical major, most of the students were male, with very few female students. Tang Nian's presence caught everyone's attention. The registration process was not complicated. Tang Nian completed it in an hour and received daily necessities like bedding, mosquito nets, basins, and thermoses, which the school provided. The school also offered living allowances, divided into 4 levels based on family income. The highest level, A, provided 19.5 yuan per month, including 15 yuan in meal vouchers and 4.5 yuan in cash. Level B offered 17.5 yuan, Level C 15.5 yuan, and Level D 12.5 yuan. There was also a food allowance, with a maximum of 37 kilograms per month, usually for boys, while girls received about 30 kilograms. Tang Nian did not apply for it, as she didn't want to take up national resources. Tang, why didn't you fill this out? Asked a helpful teacher at the registration office. Even the lowest level, D, offered a monthly allowance of 12.5 yuan. The teacher thought Tang Nian had overlooked it and wanted to remind her. I'm fine with my own income, so I won't apply, Tang Nian explained with a smile. Everyone turned to look at Shen Xiao, originally thinking he was her brother, only to find out he was her husband. A few boys' hearts sank. They had planned to pursue the campus beauty, but their hopes were dashed. The boys had given Tang Nian the title of campus beauty, and no one disagreed. Tang Nian smiled at everyone and held Shen Xiao's hand as they left. Her assigned dormitory was 309, with 3 bunk beds accommodating 6 people. There were 2 classes in the electromechanical major and only 5 girls in total, leaving 1 bed for a girl from the automation class. 3 beds were already made, and Tang Nian was assigned the upper bunk, which she was quite happy with. After entering the dormitory, Shen Xiao went to get water and wiped the table, moving quickly. He made the beds, hung the mosquito net, and even put up a lovely floral curtain for Tang Nian's comfort. Once he finished, Shen Xiao returned to the military district, as he had a meeting in Nanjing later that afternoon. By evening, all 6 students in the dormitory had arrived. They came from 6 different places, with only Tang Nian being local. The other 5 were from other provinces. Yuan Hongmei from northeast China, Lu Donxia from Hunan Province, Wu Wanhua from Hangzhou, Sun Dongxiu from Hunan Province, and Tang Xiaofeng from the border area. Among them, Yuan Hongmei is 29 and Wu Wanhua is 28. Both are married with children and are the oldest in the dormitory. Lu Donxia is 27, but she is single and has a somewhat introverted personality. Sun Dongxiu and Tang Xiaofeng are both 21 and unmarried. Even though it was their first meeting, they quickly became familiar and shared their struggles in preparing for college. My mom is from Shanghai, and she dreams of returning there, so she fully supports my decision to go to college. Tang Xiaofeng has dimples when she smiles. Although she is Han Chinese, her features are quite distinct, resembling those of Uyghur girls, and she has very fair skin, making her very beautiful. Tang Nian understood immediately that Tang Xiaofeng's parents must have been workers in the construction corps. In the 1950s and 60s, many unmarried girls were recruited to help with the development in Shanghai and Zhejiang. dedicating their lives to that work. My mom doesn't support my education and always wants to marry me off. My dad, however, supports me. He is a private teacher and helped arrange for me to be a substitute teacher at the village primary school, which gave me a chance to study. Sun Dongxiu's eyes turned red as she spoke, choking back tears. My mom said if I don't get into college this time, I must get married. I actually appreciate her. If she hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't have been able to stick with it. Girls her age in the village have already had 2 or 3 children, and she understands her mother's concerns. The gossip in the village is harsh, and the pressure on parents is immense. I divorced my husband and left my child behind. Wu Wanhua said this with a self-mocking expression. She is from Hangzhou, but she spent 8 years in the wilderness of Beidawang, where she got married and had children. We can't say I abandoned them. We are just temporarily letting go of our ties to reach greater heights, Yuan Hongmei said with a smile. Wu Wanhua's eyes also turned red. Although she was smiling, it was painful to see. He didn't support my college plans, burned the study materials I had worked hard to gather, and pressured me every day. On the day of the exam, he locked me in the house, and it was my daughter who secretly found the key and let me out. After the exam, I filed for divorce. I won't spend my life with a man who hinders my progress. Right now, I'm just worried about my 2 children, and he refuses to give them to me. Wu Wanhua had kept too much pain inside her. When she talked to her family, they didn't understand her. She didn't have close friends either. Today, she unexpectedly touched on a sensitive topic and ended up sharing so much. Don't rush about the child. Wait until you are settled in the city before figuring out how to bring the child over, Yuan Hongmei said calmly, her demeanor steady. Wu Wanhua nodded. That was her plan too. Yuan Hongmei smiled and said, my partner and I both took the university entrance exam together. He didn't pass this time and plans to try again next year at a school here. You came to study, so your husband is taking care of the child? Others asked with concern. The grandparents are taking care of them. My in-laws have more free time, and the child loves being with them, Yuan Hongmei replied with a smile. You are really lucky.
Wu Wanhua spoke with envy.
She and her ex-husband were both young workers from different provinces, and neither family could help. They raised 2 children entirely on their own, and only she knew the hardships involved. Yuan Hongmei was tall, had fair skin, dressed fashionably, and looked healthy and happy, clearly coming from a good background. A woman's well-being after having children shows on her face. She was only a year younger than Yuan Hongmei, but her complexion was pale, her hair dry, and her eyes dark-circled. Standing together, she looked at least 10 years older. We 6 are gathered at Fudan, which shows how fortunate we are. Good days are ahead. Yuan Hongmei's words inspired everyone, and Wu Wanhua felt her spirits lift. The youngest in our dorm is Xiao Tang. She's beautiful and talented, which makes her enviable, Yuan Hongmei said sincerely. At 29, Yuan Hongmei felt she had missed the best years of her life. Even though she was now in university, she still felt a sense of regret. Beauty is fleeting, but talent lasts forever. Luckily, we all have talent, Tang Nianyan said seriously. Yuan Hongmei and the others were momentarily taken aback, then smiled. That's right, we're fortunate to have talent. After their conversation, the bond among the 6 roommates grew closer, and Tang Nianyan gained a better understanding of her roommates' personalities. Yuan Hongmei is articulate, comes from a good family, is emotionally stable, and is smooth in her interactions, but she is not two-faced. Wu Wanhua is sensitive and strong-willed, with a tough personality. Lu Donxia is quiet. She only introduced her name and hometown and hasn't spoken much since. Her personality is currently unknown, but she is definitely not outgoing or lively. Tong Xiaofang is pretty and innocent, the most naive among the 6, possibly because her parents protect her and she hasn't encountered much malice in the world. Sun Dongxiu is stubborn, strong-willed, introverted, and competitive. Overall, Tang Nianyan feels good about these 5 roommates. They are not troublemakers. On the first night of school, Tang Nianyan slept at the school. She pulled down the bed curtain and went straight to sleep in her space because she couldn't sleep outside. Yuan Hongmei snored, Wu Wanhua ground her teeth, and Sun Dongxiu talked in her sleep. Tang's sensitive hearing amplified these sounds, making it impossible for her to fall asleep. The next morning at 6, the school loudspeaker played powerful revolutionary songs, and the dormitory became noisy, especially in the water room. The dormitory is designed like a long building with a central corridor, dorm rooms on both sides, and shared bathrooms and water rooms at each end. Mornings are the busiest time, and although there are more than 10 faucets, they are not enough. She could only fill her water back in the dorm to wash up. It was early spring, and the cold water was biting, so she had to mix it with hot water. Every morning and after school, the school provides boiled water for 1 cent per pot. Tang Nian got up early and filled 2 pots of boiled water, then went to the cafeteria for breakfast, which included a bowl of rice porridge, 3 fried dough sticks, and 3 meat buns to take back to the dorm. She was the first to wake up in the dorm. By the time she returned, the other 5 were just getting up and washing up. Wanhua, don't use cold water. Use my hot water. Yuan Hongmei poured hot water from her kettle into Wu Wanhua's basin.
Thank you, Wu Wanhua said shyly.
After washing up, she left and did not return to the dorm. Yuan Hongmei understood that the school living allowance had not yet been issued, so Wu Wanhua likely had no money, not even for boiled water. I'll head to the classroom first. We meet at 8 in the classroom, so don't forget. Yuan Hongmei said goodbye to everyone and took the last 2 buns to leave. Tang Nian called out to her, I made too much for breakfast. Hongmei, could you please throw these away for me when you go out? She wrapped the 2 pancakes in paper and handed them over. Yuan Hongmei's eyes flickered as she accepted the pancakes and smiled. Sure. Throwing away such good pancakes is such a waste. Nian, you should make less next time. Tong Xiaofang said with a look of regret, feeling a bit unhappy with Tang Nian for wasting food. Okay. Tang Nian readily agreed. Hurry up and eat, or you'll be late. Sun Dongxiu reminded, shifting Tong Xiaofang's attention. Yuan Hongmei took the pancakes and meat buns outside and found Wu Wanhua in the garden near the teaching building. She took out the warm meat buns and pancakes and handed them over, saying, Xiao Tang and I made too much. We haven't eaten these, so please help us finish them to avoid wasting food. Wu Wanhua had actually come out on purpose. She only had 50 cents left, which she wanted to save for emergencies. She wasn't very hungry yet, so she didn't plan to spend that money. Seeing the food in Yuan Hongmei's hands, she felt touched but also a bit awkward. She didn't want to be pitted. It made her feel incapable. Just eat it. No one has a smooth life all the time. Everyone faces challenges. You just have to get through them. Yuan Hongmei gently encouraged as she pressed the food into Wu Wanhua's hands. Thank you, Wu Wanhua said softly, her voice choked. She opened the newspaper, and the aroma of the pancakes and meat buns wafted out. She took bites, and the delicious flavors warmed her heart, giving her more confidence for the future. She was determined to succeed and to bring her 2 children with her. What's there to thank for? It's rare for us to share a dorm. We're like sisters now. Everyone has tough times, and we should help each other. If I have difficulties in the future, you won't just stand by, right? Of course, but I hope I won't need to, Wu Wanhua smiled. She wished for her dorm sisters to have smooth lives and not to suffer as she had. Haha, who knows what the future holds? Come on, let's go to the classroom. Yuan Hongmei laughed cheerfully, taking her hand as they walked towards the teaching building. They ran into Tang Nian and the others downstairs. Wu Wanhua walked over to Tang Nian and whispered, Thank you. You're welcome. Tang Nian smiled slightly, feeling even better about Yuan Hongmei. She was in a good mood. All 5 of her roommates seemed normal, with no difficult personalities. She thought her next 4 years in college would be enjoyable. However, her good mood vanished when she saw the class advisor. Hello, students. I am your advisor, Ni Junlon. Ni Junlon wrote her name on the blackboard. She wore a camel-colored coat today and had cut her long hair into a short bob, looking quite mature.
Dann Nian Frau Wen.
She wasn't afraid of Ni Junlon. She just felt annoyed at the thought of having to call her teacher Ni in the future. Ni Junlon shot a challenging look her way. She was originally from the mechanical and electrical class too, but She had applied to be Tang Nian-Nian's advisor. She knew she couldn't compete with Tang Nian-Nian academically, but she was older. Just thinking about how Tang Nian-Nian would have to call her teacher, and I made her feel great. As the saying goes, once a teacher, always a parent. She could consider herself part of Tang Nian-Nian's family now, which felt wonderful. Although Ni Junlon didn't say anything, Tang Nian-Nian understood her meaning and snorted softly. What a nice thought. Tang Nian-Nian is the top science student in the college entrance exam from Hu City. She will serve as the class study representative. I hope she can work together with everyone to achieve excellent results. Ni Junlin's revenge came quickly, making Tang Nian-Nian take on a class leadership role. She simply wanted to give Tang Nian-Nian something to do to distract her from studying. The classmates looked at her with admiration, especially the boys, whose feelings were quite obvious. I can't take that role. I have no time. I have a 70-year-old grandmother to care for and a baby who hasn't been weaned yet. My partner works a lot, and I have to support the family. Tang Nian-Nian spoke confidently. The old lady she mentioned was her little grandmother, and the children who were still nursing were the two little ones named Rice Dumpling and Soup Ball. However, she exaggerated a bit. Grandma Tang wasn't even 70, and Rice Dumpling and Soup Ball no longer drank milk. A few boys in the class, who were just starting to have feelings, suddenly felt their excitement fade. Such a beautiful and talented girl was actually married.
Sigh.
Tang Nian-Nian, where did you get those nursing babies? Ni Junlon laughed in disbelief, claiming she hadn't even had kids and was making things up. How do you know I don't have any? If you don't believe me, go ask old Zhang. Tang Nian-Nian threatened her, saying if she kept talking nonsense, she would tell old Zhang. Ni Junlon gritted her teeth and gave up on that idea. Instead, she let another high-scoring boy become the class representative, while Yuan Hongmei, a party member, was appointed as the group leader. Tang Nian-Nian held no position and felt free. There were 28 students in the class, with only 3 girls. Her, Yuan Hongmei, and Wu Wanhua. The electromechanical major had 2 classes. They were in Class 1, while Class 2 had 27 students, with only Sun Dongxiu and Lu Danxia as the girls. Tong Xiaofeng was in Automation Class 1. In the morning, there wasn't much to do, mainly meeting the counselor and classmates, and then getting textbooks. In the afternoon, they had free time to go out and explore. Xiao Tang, do you know Teacher and I? On the way back to the dorm, Yuan Hongmei asked curiously. I've seen her a few times, but we're not close. Tang Nian-Nian answered honestly. Yuan Hongmei didn't ask further and instead inquired about which bus to take to the department store, as she wanted to buy gifts for her parents-in-law and husband's child. I'm going home this afternoon. I can give you a ride. Tang Nian-Nian didn't know which bus to take since she had never ridden one before. Yuan Hongmei thought nothing of it, assuming Tang Nian-Nian rode a bike, and said with a smile, that sounds great. Tong Xiaofeng and the others had already returned to the dorm. She was lively and did most of the talking, while Sun Dongxiu and Wu Wanhua occasionally replied, and Lu Danxia didn't say a word the entire time. After lunch, I'm going to the department store. My mom gave me a list. I need to buy a lot of things. Tong Xiaofeng pulled out a long list filled with items that could only be found in the city, many of which were for others. The farm has many aunts from Shanghai and Zhejiang who have a good relationship with my mom. Before school started, they specially came to her house to give her a gift for my studies and even made a list for her to bring things. I want to go to the department store to buy some daily necessities.
Sun Dongxiu said.
Then, let's go together. Hongmei, Danxia, Wanhua, Nian-Nian, do you want to join us? Tong Xiaofeng asked each of them. I'm not going, Wu Wanhuan declined. I want to take a nap before going out. Lu Danxia also said no. I'm going. Xiao Tang said she would take me. Yuan Hongmei smiled. Let's go together. Tang Nian-Nian said, it doesn't matter if 1 or 3 people are going. How will you take us? Nian-Nian, can you do acrobatics? Tong Xiaofeng suddenly imagined Tang Nian-Nian riding a bike with several people standing behind her like a peacock, spreading its feathers. She didn't doubt Tang Nian-Nian's biking skills. She just lacked confidence and was afraid she wouldn't be stable. Tang Nian-Nian's mouth twitched. This girl is really straightforward. Yes, I can. Tang Nian wanted to tease her, and seeing Tang Xiaofang's admiring expression made her feel good. Let's skip lunch and eat outside. I want soup dumplings and pan-fried buns. My mom talks about them every day, and I've been craving them for years. Tang Xiaofang said while drooling. She had heard her mom talk about the delicious food in Shanghai since she was little, and today she wanted to enjoy it. Okay, I want crab roe buns. Yuan Hongmei agreed. I heard the wontons here are tasty, Sun Dongxiu laughed. Everyone agreed, and went out together. Yuan Hongmei and the others actually planned to take the bus since there was only one bike. When they saw Tang Nian open the car door, their eyes widened. Nian, you drive to school? Tang Xiaofang stuttered a bit. She thought only important people could afford cars, and she didn't expect to have a classmate who drove. Big cities are indeed different. There are hidden talents everywhere. The company provided me with a car. Get in. Tang Nian smiled and invited them to hop in. Xin Xiao didn't drive back yesterday because he was going to Nanjing for a meeting, and the military district had a special car for him. Yuan Hongmei and the others carefully got into the car, feeling very excited. It seemed like they were classmates with someone really impressive. Xiao Tang, you aren't a big official, are you? Yuan Hongmei asked. Sun Dongxiu and Tang Xiaofang thought the same. I work at a factory and they provide a car to help me with my job, Tang Nian casually explained. The car was just labeled with the factory's name. Both the car and the gas were hers. The factory manager has a car. Xiao Tang, you are really amazing. Yuan Hongmei admired her sincerely. Nian, you can't be the factory manager, right? Tang Xiaofang asked in surprise. I'm the deputy manager, but I don't have much responsibility, Tang Nian clarified briefly. She had already parked the car downstairs at the department store and let them out. Ask about the bus schedule. I don't know which route to take, she said. We 3 adults can definitely get back to school. You be careful on the way. Yuan Hongmei waved goodbye, and once the car drove away, they all sighed in relief. Wow, Nian is so impressive, Tang Xiaofang said with admiration. Heroes are often young. Yuan Hongmei said calmly. Being older, she had a steady mindset. Sun Dongxiu remained silent, but she clenched her fists. The little pride she felt after getting into Fudan University had completely vanished. In university, there are many talented people just like Tang Nian. She felt she had no reason to be proud and decided to go back to school to study after shopping. Tang Nian returned to the military district. Aunt Zhang had arrived last night, bringing many local specialties, and Xin Xiao had also returned from a meeting in Jinling with lots of Jinling snacks, all stored away. For lunch, they had salted duck, steamed buns, and 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable. After the meal, Aunt Zhang took out 2 pairs of embroidered shoes with a blue base and peony flower designs. The craftsmanship was top-notch, and there were also 2 beautiful embroidered insoles. My eldest daughter made these by hand. I told her to match the style of the cloth shoes you usually wear. Her skills aren't perfect. Let me know if they fit. Aunt Zhang said this, but she wasn't worried. Her eldest daughter had always been strong and did a great job with the household chores. Most of the clothes and shoes for her father and younger sister were made by her eldest daughter. During the years she was away, her eldest daughter had taken on much of the family's responsibilities, which made Aunt Zhang proud. Tang Nian admired the insoles she received. They looked unexpectedly nice, and it seemed like there were no handmade insoles like this in Zhucheng. How many days does it take to make a pair of these insoles? Tang Nian placed the insoles in her shoes and walked a few steps. They were very comfortable, especially with the fine stitching on the insoles that felt like a foot massage. It takes a whole day if you do nothing else, but you can finish them in half a day. Aunt Zhang wasn't too sure because in her hometown, women made shoe soles whenever they had free time and never set aside specific time to make a pair. They're quite comfortable. Please thank your daughter for me. Tang Nian walked a few more steps. These shoes were not only beautiful, but also much more comfortable than the leather shoes she had bought. What thanks? It's thanks to you that my daughter got into college and will have a government job. You don't know how jealous people in our village are. Even my in-laws and uncles came to plead with my husband. saying that families shouldn't hold grudges and that we are all blood relatives, so there's no need to create tension. Humph. I told my husband that if he reconciles with his parents and brothers, I will divorce him immediately and take our 2 daughters to live in Huqing. Aunt Zhang spoke excitedly, finally releasing the frustration she had held for 20 years. What did your husband say? Tang Nian asked. He listens to me and our daughter. She said we can only choose one side. If we choose the grandparents, then they will come with me to Huqing. My husband was so upset he cried, saying he would come with us and couldn't be left behind. Aunt Zhang laughed as she spoke, clearly pleased. She continued, if they hadn't been so harsh in the past, I wouldn't have been so tough. When they forced us out, I hadn't even finished my month of recovery after giving birth. They wouldn't even give me an egg, saying I didn't deserve it because I couldn't have a son. At that time, I thought that even if I starved or froze, I would never ask that family for help. Even though many years had passed, Aunt Zhang still felt angry when recalling the past. You all work together as a family, and things will get better and better. Tang Nian comforted her, supporting Aunt Zhang in not reconciling with her in-laws. Why should she? When times are tough, you remember the pain even after healing. You must hold on to your grudges. Forgiveness is for saints. Ordinary people should repay kindness with kindness and seek revenge for wrongs. That's right. I have good people supporting me, and things will definitely get better. Aunt Zhang wiped her tears and smiled happily. Her benefactors are Shun Xiao and his wife. Ever since she met them, her family's life has been improving steadily. Blessings and good fortune. A boy's voice came from the door, accompanied by a delicious smell. A yellow and a white figure dashed out like lightning, and then voices were heard at the entrance. Don't rush. Each of you gets 3. You've eaten so much of my field mouse meat. Can I at least get a hug?
Growl.
Bai Sui and Fu Bao growled, clearly not agreeing. They weren't going to be swayed by just a little mouse meat. You guys are hard to please. My dad won my mom over with 8 roasted mice back in the day.
Sigh.
The boy sighed sadly, wanting to leave. He didn't want to please these 2 cold dogs anymore, but he couldn't help it. In his 15 years, he had never seen such majestic and beautiful dogs. He really liked them. How many mice do I need to hug you?
8, 10, 12.
The boy looked eagerly at Bai Sui and Fu Bao. To show respect, he even knelt down to talk to them face to face. Tang Nian couldn't help but smile at the boy's antics. Where did this silly kid come from? That's the child of the new Colonel Yan who moved in next door, named Yan Zhongjia. They've been here for 2 days and love our Bai Sui and Fu Bao, catching field mice for them every day, Aunt Zhang explained quietly. Don't go. If I can't hug you, can I at least pet your head? Yan Zhongjia called out to Bai Sui and Fu Bao, who were full and ready to go home. He raised his hands in a pleading gesture, and Bai Sui and Fu Bao understood, reluctantly stopping to look at him, urging him to hurry. The roasted field mouse meat this human kid made was quite tasty. A quick pet wouldn't hurt, or else there might not be any meat left later.
Haha.
I finally got to pet you. So soft and comfortable. Yan Zhongjia was very happy, his hands busy. With his left hand, he petted Bai Sui, and with his right hand, he petted Fu Bao, even wanting to reach for their tails.
Roar.
Bai Sui bared its teeth, warning him not to go too far. Yan Zhongjia quickly pulled back his hands and smiled sweetly. After letting him pet them 3 times, Bai Sui and Fu Bao ran back home, without hesitation. Really hard to please. Yan Zhongjia stood up and sighed lightly, but he was still very satisfied. At least he got to pet them 3 times. People in the courtyard said Bai Sui and Fu Bao were very aloof, not even giving the military commander face. He was the only one in the entire military district who got to touch Bai Sui and Fu Bao's heads. Thinking this, Yan Zhongjia felt proud. He clapped his hands, ready to go home, and bumped into Tang Nian, who was opening the door. Beautiful sister, are you a fairy from the sky? Yan Zhongjia was stunned. No wonder Bai Sui and Fu Bao were so good-looking. They took after their owner. Tang Nian couldn't help but laugh. This boy would surely succeed in the future. He had good looks, was tall, came from a good family, and had a sweet tongue. He would do well wherever he went. You should call me Auntie. Tang Nian didn't feel she was taking advantage at all. She and the boy's parents were definitely of the same generation, so calling her Auntie was appropriate. Beautiful Auntie. Yan Zhongjie didn't hesitate at all. He was fine with any title, as long as, Auntie, can you tell Bai Shui and Fu Bao to let me hold them? No, they are mine. Only I can hold them. Tang Nian firmly refused, and seeing the smile fade from Yan Zhongjie's face made her feel even better. It felt great to tease a child. She took a salted duck and 10 salted duck eggs to visit her new neighbors. Commander Yan was not home. His wife was a beautiful woman in her 30s. According to Aunt Zhang, Commander Yan's wife was a dancer in the military art troupe and had only one child, Yan Zhongjie. The couple usually didn't pay much attention to their child, as they were workaholics. Hello, I'm Tang Nian from next door. Tang Nian knocked on the door and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Gao Qian. I moved in the day before yesterday. You're too polite. I haven't even visited you yet. Gao Qian wanted to make tea, but there was no water in the kettle. She felt a bit embarrassed and decided to go to the kitchen to boil some water. No need, I live next door. You don't have to be polite, I'll head back. Tang Nian stopped her. The things in the house were not organized well. Everything was messy, and there weren't even any seasonings in the kitchen. Aunt Zhang was right. This couple hardly cooked, and the whole family ate at the cafeteria. I'm really sorry. My house is such a mess. Gao Qian felt very embarrassed as she walked her to the door. It's like this, because we just moved in. Tang Nian smiled, understanding that if it weren't for Xiao, her own home would probably be even messier. Gao Qian felt relieved. She sensed that Tang Nian truly didn't mind. Unlike other visiting women who said it was fine but looked at her with disdain, they probably thought she wasn't fit to be a military wife or a mother. But she really didn't know how to do housework, not even making scrambled eggs with tomatoes. She thought the cafeteria food was quite tasty, it saved time, and it was nutritious enough. There was no need to waste time in the kitchen. However, many people, including her mother-in-law, didn't understand her. They thought she was lazy and used various excuses to avoid her responsibilities as a wife and mother. Fortunately, her husband and son supported her. To avoid her mother-in-law's nagging, her husband even moved them from Beijing to Shanghai so they wouldn't have to listen to her anymore. Wait a minute. Gao Qian suddenly slapped her forehead and called out to Tang Nian. She ran back to her room to get a box of snacks from Beijing. These are snacks from Beijing. Take them home and try them. Thank you. Tang Nian accepted the snacks, smiled at her, and opened the door to the yard. Not long after, there was some noise coming from next door. Oh my gosh, Yan Zhongjie. Don't come over here. Stay away from me. Don't call me mom. Just call me your ancestor, okay?
Ah.
Yan Zhongjie, you're in big trouble. I'll tell Dad to punish you tonight. Mom, didn't you eat this before? Dad said he won you over back then with 8 rats and you enjoyed it. Stop talking.
Ah.
Hurry and put that away. Your dad tricked me into thinking it was lamb. He cut it into pieces and skewered it, then sprinkled cumin and chili powder on it. How was I supposed to know? If I had known it was rat meat, I would never have married him. And I definitely wouldn't have had you. The mother and son were making a lot of noise, like they were performing a comedy routine. Tang Nian was laughing and ran outside to see what was happening. Gao Qian stood at a distance, while Yan Zhongjie held a few field mice in his hands, which were still alive and squeaking. Throw them away quickly. Yan Zhongjie, I'm telling you, if you don't get rid of those mice, you can't come home. Gao Qian said firmly, as she was very afraid of mice. I won't throw them. Yan Zhongjie refused, as these mice were a special treat for Baisho Fubao. If necessary, he could just set up a tent in the yard at night. If you don't throw them away, you can't come home. Gao Qian threatened. Then I won't come in. Yan Zhongjie shrugged, not caring. His parents often wanted time alone, so he would stay with his grandparents for a few days until they were done, and then come back home. The commotion between the mother and son attracted quite a few onlookers. Gao Qian felt a bit embarrassed and shot a glare at her son, silently saying, "Just wait. When her husband returned, she would definitely tell him." Yan Zhongjie looked up unbothered. "Zhongjie, did your dad really roast 8 mice while chasing your mom?" Someone joked. "Ask my dad." Yan Zhongjie replied mischievously. His dad always had a serious face, so no one would dare to ask him. "Your mom won't let you in, and your dad will definitely listen to her. What will you do tonight?" Someone laughed and asked. "I'll just chill." Yan Zhongjie grinned, not taking the situation seriously at all. "If your dad won't let you in, come sleep at my house." Zhao Chunmei offered. "No way," Zhou Haiying said. His dad snores louder than thunder at night. Yan Zhongjie declined, preferring to set up his own tent. Everyone burst into laughter, enjoying Yan Zhongjie's boldness and quick wit. He was a clever kid, a good candidate for the army. Later that evening, after dinner, Tang Nian climbed over the wall and saw Yan Zhongjie standing in the yard. Because Chief Yan had told him to throw away the field mice and he refused, he had to stand in the yard for 2 hours as a consequence. "Come here." Tang Nian waved her hand. Yan Zhongjie's eyes lit up, and he tiptoed over. "Have you eaten yet?" Tang Nian asked. Yan Zhongjie shook his head, and his stomach made a rumbling sound. He planned to finish standing still, and then go to the cafeteria to ask Uncle Zhao for a bowl of noodles. Uncle Zhao was the head of the cooking team, and they had become familiar in just 2 days. "Come eat at my house." Tang Nian invited the boy to her home for a big meal. Yan Zhongjie hesitated, looking toward the house. If his dad found out, he would definitely be punished again. Let Bai Shui Fubao keep watch. Tang Nian thought that Commander Yan was being a bit too strict. It was just catching a few mice. What was the big deal? She had caught a 5-step snake when she was younger, and Grandpa Tang had praised her for it. Yan Zhongjie's eyes lit up as he quickly jumped over the wall, and Bai Shui Fubao lay on the wall to keep watch. There was still plenty of braised pork left for dinner, and there were many steamed buns too. Aunt Zhang made a dish of chives and eggs along with a vegetable and tofu soup. Yan Zhongjie was very hungry and grabbed a steamed bun to eat quickly. "Eat slowly, don't choke." Aunt Zhang watched with concern. How could she let the child go hungry? Yan Zhongjie slowed down, taking a bite of meat, then a bite of bun, followed by a sip of soup. Tang Nian said from the side, "Make sure to finish all your vegetables." "Okay." Yan Zhongjie nodded and continued eating. He finished 6 buns and all the vegetables. Burp. Yan Zhongjie let out a satisfied burp and exclaimed, "Thank you, Annie." "Thank you, Sister Tang."
Woof.
Bai Shui made a warning sound. Yan Zhongjie dashed out like the wind. Commander Yan came out to check if his son was behaving and saw him standing obediently, slightly hunched over. He couldn't help but feel soft-hearted. He had forgotten that his son hadn't eaten. The main reason was that the little rascal had been so annoying. He had accidentally mentioned the mouse meat to his wife after drinking, and how could the boy tell her? It made him sleep on the sofa tonight. "Go find Uncle Zhao to eat," Commander Yan said sternly, and then went back to comfort his wife. Yan Zhongjie was a bit surprised. How could his dad be so easygoing today after just standing for an hour? He patted his belly, thinking how delicious the food at Sister Tang's house was. He accidentally ate too much and burped. Yan Zhongjie climbed over the wall, hugging Bai Shui and Fubao closely, saying, "Goodbye, Shui. Good Fubao. Thank you." Then he ran to find Tang Nian, showering her with sweet words. "Sister Tang, can I eat at your house from now on? I'll pay for my meals. Your cooking is better than the state banquet restaurant. Really, after eating your food, I can't eat anything else. What should I do?" Aunt Zhang laughed so hard, she almost cried. He was such a lovable kid. "You can't ask me. You need to ask Aunt Zhang. She cooks." Tang Nian pushed away the clingy Yan Zhongjie, who was more attached than a dog. "Aunt Zhang, dear aunt." Yan Zhongjie grabbed Aunt Zhang's arm, being very clingy. Aunt Zhang couldn't resist such sweet talk and looked at Tang Nian, knowing she couldn't agree to this. "If you don't mind the trouble, you can take him," Tang Nian said with a hint of annoyance. "It's not a hassle, just one person's meals." Aunt Zhang happily agreed. She liked Yan Zhongjie. He was handsome and sweet-talking, very charming. Yan Zhongjie happily ran home, interrupting his father, Colonel Yan, who was trying to cheer up his wife. "Give me $30 for meals." "Here you go." Colonel Yan took $30 from the drawer and waved him off to not disturb him while he was comforting his wife. Yan Zhongjie took the $30, climbed back over the wall, and handed the money to Aunt Zhong. "Aunt, this is for this month's meals. You don't need that much. Half is enough." Aunt Zhong was surprised and tried to give back half. "I need it. I eat a lot." Yan Zhongjie insisted she keep it, and with Tang Yanyan's approval, Aunt Zhong accepted it. The next morning, Yan Zhongjie came over. When Shen Xiao saw him, he didn't ask anything and let him go to the kitchen to get his own bowl and chopsticks. For breakfast, they had vegetable rice cakes and 2 fried eggs each. "What is this white stuff?" Yan Zhongjie had never eaten rice cakes before. After taking a bite, he found it was a taste he had never experienced before, and it was delicious. "There's still some rice cake in the pot. You can serve yourself," Aunt Zhong said. "Okay." Yan Zhongjie was not polite at all. After finishing 1 plate of rice cake, he went for another, and he and Shen Xiao finished all the remaining rice cake in the pot. "My dad did 2 things right in his life." Burp. Yan Zhongjie patted his belly in satisfaction, reflecting on his father's life. "What are the 2 things?" Aunt Zhong asked curiously. "First, he married my mom with 8 mice. Without his mom, he wouldn't exist, so he had to give praise. Second, he moved to this city. Otherwise, how could I meet Sister Tang and Aunt Zhong and enjoy so much delicious food?" Yan Zhongjie's words were as sweet as honey, making Aunt Zhong smile widely, and even Tang Nian's cold expression softened a bit. "Wash the dishes." Shen Xiao suddenly spoke up, telling Yan Zhongjie to wash the dishes. With such smooth talk, he couldn't just sit idle. Yan Zhongjie shrank his neck, feeling a slight chill. His quick mind soon figured out the reason and quickly added, "I know why my dad came to this city. It's because he has long admired your reputation, Brother Shen. You don't know, Brother Shen is famous in all the military districts. Even 3-year-olds know him. I've heard about his heroic deeds since I was little, and seeing him today, it's truly as expected." Shen Zhao's stern expression visibly softened. He cleared his throat and said coldly, "You shouldn't believe everything you hear. It's all true. My dad rarely praises anyone, but when it comes to you, Brother Shen, he can't stop speaking highly of you. He even told me to learn from you when I was a kid." Yan Zhongjie sincerely flattered him, wanting to stay at the Shuns for a few more years, so he couldn't offend Shen Xiao. Although in reality, he was quite unconvinced by Shen Xiao, believing that beneath the fame, it was hard to live up to expectations. Once he joined the army, he would surely be better than Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao curled the corners of his mouth slightly, but quickly suppressed it. However, his gaze towards Yan Zhongjie became much kinder. He felt he had been too harsh on the kid earlier. It was fine if the dishes didn't get washed. "I'll wash the dishes." Aunt Zhong interjected perfectly, carrying a stack of dishes to the kitchen. "Aunt, let me help you wash." Yan Zhongjie followed along, and with his insistence, he helped wash a pair of chopsticks and wiped the stove. Tang Nian struggled to hold back her laughter. She had never noticed before that Shen Xiao was so easily swayed. No wonder the radio always warned about sweet traps. Their power is indeed strong. After all, he's just a child. It's not good to make him work. Shen Xiao explained, but his reasoning wasn't convincing enough. "I know." Tang Nian didn't call him out because she also enjoyed sweet talk. They were quite similar in that regard, so there was nothing more to say. "I'm going to school, and we'll be back on Sunday." Tang Nian grabbed the car keys. She had classes to attend. "Tang sister, you still have school?" "Wow. Shen brother, you're really going for someone younger." Yan Zhongjie came out of the kitchen and blurted out after hearing Tang Nian's words. Shen Zhao's face visibly darkened, and his cold glare was sharper than a knife. Yan Zhongjie quickly ran away, climbing over the wall to escape, taking the lucky charm with him.
Ha ha ha.
Tang Nian burst into laughter. Yan Zhongjie was really funny. Shen Xiao reluctantly went to work. The new recruits were all complaining, not knowing who had angered the strict instructor, making their training even tougher. Time passed quickly, and soon it was June. The semester was almost over, and the new round of college entrance exams was approaching. Tang Jiangwo and Tang Jianshu were both preparing for the exams, along with Tang Jiangwo's wife, who was a teacher at the local elementary school. She had a solid foundation, so her chances of passing were high. Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang planned to visit Zhao Chunmei's hometown during the summer vacation, as well as Aunt Zheng's home. Aunt Zheng's daughter made beautiful and practical shoe soles that foreigners would surely like. Tang Niannian only reminded them to be safe and to have someone review the contract when signing. She didn't interfere with anything else. At the end of June, summer vacation began and Grandma Tang brought Jiao Jin over. The little girl had grown quite a bit. Once they arrived at the military area, she was in awe, especially seeing the soldiers on duty with their rifles. She was so envious. "Grandma, I want to be a soldier in the future," Jiao Jin declared boldly. "Then you must study hard. Otherwise, the army won't accept you." Grandma Tang took the opportunity to encourage her granddaughter to study. The little girl was smart but didn't enjoy studying. If she could focus, she would surely do well. "Okay." Tang Jujin agreed. Old Lady Tang didn't take this seriously, thinking the little girl was just joking. But after Jujin went home, she changed completely. She listened to her lessons carefully every day, and the teacher praised her for making great progress. But that's another story. "Bai Shui, Fu Bao, look what I brought you." As soon as Jujin entered the house, she called out to her friends and took out the special gift she had brought, dried field mice. She caught the field mice on the mountain, skinned them, removed the insides, and dried them. Bai Shui and Fu Bao loved to eat them and would rush over whenever there was dried field mouse. However, today Bai Shui and Fu Bao were lazy. They glanced at Jujin but didn't move, continuing to lie in the shade. "Dried field mouse, your favorite." Jujin was not discouraged and tried to tempt them with the dried field mouse, but Bai Shui and Fu Bao remained indifferent because they knew that Yan Zhongjie would soon bring delicious roasted field mice. Roasted field mice sprinkled with cumin and honey were so tasty. "Grandma, is Bai Shui and Fu Bao sick?" Jujin was worried and ran to find Old Lady Tang. "How can a dog be sick? If they don't eat, it just means they're not hungry." Old Lady Tang thought she was being silly. Dogs were much healthier than people. Jujin didn't believe it. She thought Bai Shui and Fu Bao must be sick, but unfortunately, her second sister hadn't returned yet. Otherwise, they could go to the hospital. "Bai Shui, Fu Bao, I sprinkled chili powder on it today." Yan Zhongjie came running with several carefully roasted field mice, and Bai Shui and Fu Bao immediately went to him, wagging their tails, completely different from their earlier indifference. Jujin was furious. How dare he tempt her Bai Shui and Fu Bao?
Who are you?
Why are you trying to attract my Bai Shui and Fu Bao? Jujin rushed over, pushed Yan Zhongjie aside, stood in front of Bai Shui and Fu Bao with her hands on her hips. At 1.50 meters tall, she had an impressive presence. Yan Zhongjie was stunned for a few seconds, then realized he was facing a chubby little girl. He teased her, "Bai Shui and Fu Bao are yours? Then why do they listen to me?" After saying that, he waved the fragrant field mouse meat at Bai Shui Fu Bao. Bai Shui Fu Bao, feeling annoyed, pushed aside the troublesome Jujin and ran to Yan Zhongjie, wagging its tail, clearly trying to please him. "Don't worry, everyone gets 3 pieces." Yan Zhongjie patted their heads a few times and deliberately lifted his chin at Jujin with a smug look. Jujin's little face turned red with anger. She had never felt so embarrassed in her 9 years of life. She didn't blame Bai Shui Fu Bao. She only blamed that annoying guy for stealing her Bai Shui Fu Bao's attention. "I'll take you on." Jujin clenched her fists and charged at him like a little cannonball. She needed to defend her lost dignity. Bai Shui Fu Bao, quick and clever, snatched the meat from Yan Zhongjie's hand and went to the side to enjoy it, ignoring the 2 human kids' drama. "Hey, why are you so angry? I'm family with your sister."
Ouch.
"Are you serious? Good guys don't fight with girls. I'm just letting you have this ouch. You're really fierce. I'm going to fight back." Yan Zhongjie thought it was funny at first, but he didn't expect Jujin to be so strong. Before long, he had taken several punches and even got bitten, drawing blood. If he didn't fight back soon, this little girl would have him in a headlock. That would be so embarrassing. Although he fought back, Yan Zhongjie only used a third of his strength, afraid of hurting Jujin. Hey, Jujin, let go. Grandma Tang rushed out with a feather duster, but with the two of them tangled up, she couldn't get a swing in. Yan Zhongjie, you can't even handle a little girl. When your dad comes back, he'll definitely scold you. Gao Qian leaned over the wall, enjoying the scene and stirring things up. Gao, you should say less. Aunt Zhang shook her head, finding it hard to believe how Gao Qian interacted with her son, never cooking or doing chores, and not acting like a proper mom. It's fine. Yan Zhongjie is tough. A few hits won't hurt him. Gao Qian didn't care and even jumped over the wall to watch the fight, cheering Jujin on. Grandma Tang was confused and quietly asked Aunt Zhang, "Is she a stepmother?" "She's her real mother." Aunt Zhang replied softly. Grandma Tang twitched her lips. This real mother seemed a bit unreliable. "When I grow taller, I will definitely beat you," Jin said, as Yan Zhongjie held her hands, making her unable to move. She was very unhappy. If she were as tall as this annoying guy, she would surely win. "All right, when you are as tall as me, I'll fight you," Yan Zhongjie said, trying not to laugh. However, he admired the girl. She was strong and quick, and even though she had a rough style, her fighting ability was impressive. Boys her age might not be able to beat her. "Then you better wait for me." Tang Jiojin puffed her cheeks, planning to eat an extra bowl of rice that night. She was determined to grow taller and stronger, then make this annoying guy cry for help. Yan Zhongjie let her go and said to Gao Qian, "Mom, instead of watching this show, you should prepare me some new clothes and shoes. I've grown taller again." After saying that, he stretched his arms and lifted his feet. Indeed, his sleeves were short, and his shoes were tight. "How did you grow again? Didn't you just get new ones in spring?" Gao Qian frowned and asked. "It's my fault for growing too fast." Yan Zhongjie joked. "I'll take you to the department store when I have time to buy some," Gao Qian said. Gao Qian didn't know how to make clothes. She always bought ready-made ones from the department store. She had no experience buying men's clothes since her husband received his from the army and didn't need her to buy more. Over the years, she had only bought clothes and shoes for her son, and often got the sizes wrong. "Mom, I'm 175 centimeters tall and wear size 41 shoes, so please don't buy the wrong size again," Yan Zhongjie said, still a bit worried. "Just give me the money, and I'll buy them myself." "All right," Gao Qian agreed. She had been busy choreographing for the National Day performance and hardly had time to rest. "Why don't you make your own clothes and shoes? Buying ready-made ones from the department store is 3 times more expensive. It's not worth it," Tang Jiojin said, frowning more with each word. This family was too wasteful, and she couldn't help but remind them. "My mom can't sew," Yan Zhongjie explained. "My mom can sew, and so can my aunt." Jiojin then showed off the floral dress she was wearing, which was newly made by Su Jinfeng. "Your mom and aunt are impressive, but my mom is also amazing. She's the best," Yan Zhongjie said with a smile. Gao Qian, who felt a bit embarrassed, felt better after hearing this. When she took out money, she accidentally grabbed an extra 5 yuan and handed it all to her son. Yan Zhongjie noticed the extra 5 yuan but quietly put it in his pocket without saying anything. His mom had a habit of being easily swayed. When she heard sweet words, her already not-so-sharp mind would become even more confused, to the point where she couldn't even count properly. "I'm off to work." Gao Qian hurriedly left. Recently, Commander Yan and Xin Xiao were not at home. They had both been sent to the Southwest Military Region. The situation at the southwest border was tense, and many troops and leaders from various military districts had been sent there for training. The famous battle would begin next February. In fact, the border had not been peaceful for years. The neighboring country was constantly provoking our sovereignty, and the country's leaders, who had fought hard for their territory, would not tolerate such provocations. They would surely teach them a harsh lesson. Both Shen Xiao and Commander Yen volunteered to go to the southwest. A soldier who had never been on the battlefield or experienced the sound of cannon fire was definitely not a qualified soldier. Hey, are you going to the department store to buy clothes? Tang Jiujin gently nudged Yan Zhongjie and asked quietly. Yes, are you going too? Yan Zhongjie thought she wanted to have fun at the department store. There's nothing fun at the department store. Let me tell you, if you buy fabric and have someone make the clothes, you can save a lot of money. Tang Jiujin perfectly inherited her grandmother's knack for budgeting. She calculated the expenses for Yan Zhongjie, and the more he thought about it, the more he regretted how much money he had lost over the years. Who can make the clothes for me? Yan Zhongjie asked humbly. There are many people in the family area who can sew. I can help you find someone, and once it's done, you just need to give me 2 yuan for my trouble. Tang Jiujin revealed her true intention. She just wanted to earn a little fee for running errands, and 2 yuan was a fair price. Yan Zhongjie's moment of emotion disappeared completely. He thought he could become close like siblings with this girl, but instead, she only talked about money. What a waste of his feelings. You don't need to find someone. Aunt Zhang can do it. Old Lady Tang glared and turned back to scold the girl. How did she become so focused on money? Zhongjie, you go buy the fabric, and I'll make it for you. Aunt Zhang said with a smile. It's easy to make a couple of outfits with a sewing machine at home. Okay, I'll go buy it now. Yan Zhongjie smiled obediently and asked Tang Jiujin, do you want to go to the zoo? Are there tigers and lions? Tang Jiujin became interested. Yes, and giant pandas too. I want to go. Tang Jiujin shouted happily, looking at Old Lady Tang. Go ahead, take this money and the water bottle. Old Lady Tang agreed, giving her granddaughter $1 and a bottle of cold tea for the trip. Yan Zhongjie rode his bicycle home, with Jiujin sitting on the back, and they quickly rode off. Jiujin and Zhongjie really got along quickly, and Zhang said with a smile. This girl is more mischievous than the boy. Just now, she saw a soldier on duty and said she wants to be a soldier in the future. Old Lady Tang spoke with a mix of helplessness and pride. Her granddaughter is strong-willed and won't be bullied. She's more worried about her bullying others. Being a soldier is great. Our Jiujin could be a female general in the future. Aunt Zhang flattered. Thank you for your kind words. As long as she doesn't cause trouble, I'll be grateful. Old Lady Tang smiled widely, but she didn't really expect Jiujin to become a general. She just hoped she would be safe and could hold a decent job. Tang Nian was still at school taking her final exams. After finishing her last subject, she returned to her dorm to pack her things, preparing to go back to the military district. Hongmei, are you going home for the break? Everyone was in the dorm. Tong Xiaofang was braiding her hair in front of the mirror while chatting with Yuan Hongmei. Not yet. My partner is done with the college entrance exam and is bringing the kids here to play. I'm waiting for them, Yuan Hongmei replied with a smile. Next month is the second college entrance exam. She asked her husband to apply to universities in the city, as she hopes both of them can stay there and eventually bring their 2 children over. In the past, the exam was held on July 7th, 8th, and 9th, commonly known as Black July. Although the Northeast is doing well now, Yuan Hongmei feels that the economic focus will shift to the South in the future. That's why she wants to apply to universities in the South, to lay a foundation early. Xiaofeng, do you have a date? Is it with that guy from the foreign language department? Yuan Hongmei teased. Tong Xiaofeng is pretty and has a good personality, making her popular among the boys at school. Recently, she has been getting close to a boy from the foreign language department, and it seems like they have a special relationship. I haven't agreed yet. He asked me to go see a movie, but I want to avoid the peak times these days, so I plan to buy a ticket for next month instead. Since I have nothing else to do, I agreed, she explained shyly, her cheeks turning red. Watching a movie is fine, but don't stay out too late. And don't let his sweet talk distract you. Some things should only happen after you're married, Yuan Hongmei advised seriously. She wasn't worried about the other 2 unmarried girls, Sun Dongxiu and Lu Donxia, as they are quite independent. But she was concerned about Tong Xiaofeng, who is too innocent and pretty. She feared the girl might be swayed by a boy's charm. Tong Xiaofeng blushed deeply and replied, I haven't agreed to anything yet. I'll definitely come back after the movie. I won't do anything reckless. My mom warned me before college that if I misbehave, she would be very upset. Listening to your mom is definitely the right choice. Yuan Hongmei felt relieved, grateful that Tang Xiaofang has a good mother. She then asked Sun Dongxiu and the others if they were going home. I'm not going back. I want to find some work here, so I can study in the evenings, Sun Dongxiu replied. I'm not going back either. I'll look for work with Dongxiu, Lu Donxia said, sounding a bit more friendly than at the start of the semester, though she still wasn't very talkative. Me too, said Wu Wanhua, looking healthier than at the beginning of the semester. She also wanted to stay and find work to earn money. Have you found any work yet? Tang Yanyan asked. Not yet, but Jia Dong said he could help ask around since his mom is a community worker, Sun Dongxiu said, looking a bit worried. She knew nothing about the city, and job hunting felt like trying to feel an elephant blindfolded. Jia Dong, a local classmate, was quite helpful, but he couldn't guarantee a job. It's probably tough on the streets. Many locals are unemployed, and even simple jobs like making paper boxes and twisting ropes are hard to get, Tang Nian said honestly. She heard this from Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang had met many locals when she lived in a villa, and after moving to the military district, she often went into the city to chat with them and learned a lot about city life. In the past 2 years, the number of unemployed youth in the city had increased significantly due to the return of educated youth, putting more pressure on the streets. Jobs that were once looked down upon, like making paper boxes and twisting ropes, had become sought after, and one needed connections to get them. Sun Dongxiu and the others looked a bit down but didn't lose hope. There's always a way out. We have 2 months of summer vacation. We will definitely find work, Wu Wanhua said, though she seemed a bit uncertain. She actually had another way to make money, but it involved risks, and she didn't have a supply channel. After thinking for a moment, she said, I saw many people selling small items on the street, like cassette tapes, electronic watches, and postcards. They seem to be doing well. Making a few dollars a day should be possible. But that's risky business. If caught, there could be serious consequences. Sun Dongxiu's face turned pale with fear. She worried that Wu Wanhua might take a wrong turn and advised, Sister Wanhua, we worked hard to get into college. We must not be foolish for a little profit. If caught, we could be expelled. Wu Wanhua smiled and said, I won't do it. I have no capital or connections. I'm just saying. I won't either, Lu Donxia added. Let's focus on finding a proper job. Earning a little less is okay. Peace of mind is the most important. Sun Dongxiu said. The loudspeaker in the dormitory crackled, and the dormitory aunt's voice boomed. Student Tang Xiaofang from room 309. Someone is looking for you. Tang Xiaofang blushed, grabbed her bag, and ran to the door. I'm going out, bye. She waved her hand and ran off like a butterfly. That guy is downstairs. Wow, he looks good, but he's a bit short. If Xiaofang wears high heels, she might be taller than him. Yuan Hongmei looked down from the windowsill, jokingly expressing her disapproval. She thought Tang Xiaofang should find a better man. As long as Xiaofang is happy, that's what matters. I heard this man is local and comes from a good family. Xiaofang's mom hopes she finds someone from Shanghai or Zhejiang, Sun Dongxiu said. Tang Nian also went to the windowsill to watch. The man stood next to Tang Xiaofang. He wasn't very tall, but they seemed to have a good relationship, laughing and talking. Tang Xiaofang was giggling and covering her mouth. If you want to find work, I can introduce you to a job. If you do well, you can earn $20 to $30 a month, but it's not local, Tang Nian offered. Tang Nian was referring to a job packing socks. The sock factory in Tang Village was thriving. The factory moved to the county town, turning Tang Village into a branch. Packing socks didn't require much skill. Anyone with hands could do it. Many elderly women in Tang Village would take socks home to pack while chatting, easily earning $7 or $8 a month. For the rural elderly women, earning $7 or $8 a month made them very content. Where will we work? Sun Dongxiu asked. In Zhu City, Zhejiang, my hometown. I'm the assistant manager, and I can arrange summer sock packing jobs for you. You can stay in the factory dormitory for free, And for meals, you can buy meal tickets in the cafeteria. You don't have to worry about safety. My uncle and cousin work at the factory and will help you if needed. Tang Nian explained quickly, waiting for their response. I want to go. Thank you, Nian. Sun Dongxiu said gratefully. I want to go too. Wu Wanhua and Lu Donxia agreed. With familiar faces around and Zhu City not far from Shanghai, they were definitely interested. Even if they earned $20 a month, that would add up to $40 in 2 months, which was a good amount. Tang Nian wrote down the sock factory's address and phone number, handing it to Wu Wanhua. Tang Jianshu is my cousin. Just call him when you get to Zhu City, and he will help you. Okay, thank you. The three said sincerely. No need to thank me. If you don't work hard, you won't earn much. Once you're in the factory, you have to follow the rules. My connections won't help, Tang Nian said honestly. Of course, we have to follow the rules. We won't embarrass you, Wu Wanhua said with a smile. She wasn't afraid of hard work. She had endured the tough times in Beidawing, so working in the factory would surely be easier. Tang Nian was at the school phone booth, calling Tang Jianshu to tell him she would introduce 3 female classmates to work at the factory packaging socks and asked him to look after them. No problem, just have them come directly. Tang Jianshu readily agreed, as he would definitely take care of his cousin's classmates. How is your studying going? Do you feel prepared for the exam next month? Tang Nian asked. I feel a bit confident, but not too much. I can't say for sure, Tang Jianshu replied, lacking confidence. Just do your best. If you really can't pass, you can always go to night school and still learn something, Tang Nian reassured him. Yeah, I'll try my best to pass. Tang Jianshu felt a lot of pressure lift off his shoulders. At least he had the option of night school, but he still wanted to go to college since a diploma from there would be much more valuable. After hanging up, Tang Nian returned to the dorm and said, I talked to my cousin. You can take the train to Zhucheng, and after you get off, call him. He will come to pick you up. Thank you so much. You've been really helpful. Wu Wanhua and the others felt a bit embarrassed. It's nothing, I'm heading home now. Tang Nian spoke in a calm tone, seeming hard to approach, but after a semester together, everyone knew her temperament and didn't find her difficult. Nian, can you give me a ride? I need to go to the department store. Yuan Hongmei said with a smile. Tang Nian nodded and left with her bag. Lu Donxia thought for a moment and followed them out. She had run out of tissue and needed to buy some. I can just buy it at the school store, no need to go out, Lu Donxia explained, not wanting to hitch a ride. The 3 of them walked out of the dormitory building toward the main road where Tang Nian's vehicle was parked, and the store was also in that direction, so they continued together. Lu Donxia. A man's voice called out, and Lu Donxia shivered slightly upon hearing it. Her expression changed as she slowly turned around and saw the man, her fists clenching tightly. Your parents didn't lie to me. They really let you get into Fudan. A man limped over, smiling, but his smile was quite uncomfortable. He looked rather unkempt, dressed in a way that seemed out of place compared to Lu Donxia, yet he spoke to her as if they were very familiar. I'll take you out to eat. Let's talk outside. Lu Donxia's voice was cold as she told Tang Nian and Yuan Hongmei, my hometown friend is here. I'm taking him out to eat. What friend? Lu Donxia. You are my woman. You can't deny it after we've been together. The man's voice trailed off under Lu Donxia's icy gaze, showing that he was somewhat intimidated by her. Lu Donxia walked quickly, and the man struggled to keep up, looking quite awkward as they moved away from the others. He spoke in a fast dialect from the northwest, which Yuan Hongmei couldn't understand, but Tang Nian caught some of it. This man seems strange. I have a bad feeling about him. Yuan Hongmei said, worried. It's fine. Lu Donxia can handle it. Tang Nian didn't share what the man had said, as she wasn't sure of the details. She noticed that the man was wary of Lu Donxia, so there shouldn't be any immediate problems. After dropping Yuan Hongmei off at the department store, she returned to the military district. Jiao Jin saw her and rushed over, excitedly presenting her with a carefully prepared gift, a basket of wild fruits she had picked before coming down from the mountain. Tang Nian playfully pinched the little girl's chubby cheek and quickly slipped her a bill when Grandma Tang wasn't looking. Jin quickly tucked the bill into her pocket. The two sisters exchanged a knowing smile. Wow, what delicious treat is this? Yan Zhongjie walked in and saw the bright red fruits, drooling at the sight. Wild fruits. Tang Nian grabbed a handful and stuffed them into his mouth. Yan Zhongjie's eyes widened in delight, as if he were a dog from Tang village enjoying a can of food, feeling an unmatched satisfaction. Delicious. So good. Why didn't my dad come to the south sooner? He mumbled as he ate, lamenting all the tasty food he had missed. This is nothing. There are even more delicious foods during summer vacation, like black rice, wild hawthorn, and so on. They are all tasty, and I can't eat enough of them. Tang Jujin looked down on his lack of experience and listed a long list of delicious foods, making Yan Zhongjie tear up for the 100th time while complaining about his dad. Jujin, can I spend the summer vacation at your house? I'll cover my living expenses. Yan Zhongjie squatted down to discuss with the little girl. At first, Jujin didn't want to agree, but when she heard about the living expenses, her eyes lit up and she quietly asked, "How much will you give me for living expenses?" Is 30 enough? That's enough. Jujin quickly calculated. If she gave her mom 20 for living expenses, her mom would be very happy, and the remaining 10 would be her introduction fee. I'll go back in a few days. I just got here. Jujin didn't want to leave her sister and wanted to stay a few more days. Yan Zhongjie had no problem with that and even said he would take Jujin to the big yard to play and introduce her to his friends. The two of them were whispering, and Tang Nian heard everything but didn't want to interfere. After staying home for 3 days, Tang Nian needed to go to school to get her report card. As soon as she arrived at the dormitory, Yuan Hongmei pulled her outside to talk quietly, looking worried. Lu Danxia seems to be doing something foolish. She didn't go to your hometown to work and has been going out with that man every day, even buying him drinks. Tang Nian frowned and asked, Lu Danxia didn't go to Zhucheng for work? Yuan Hongmei shook her head, looking concerned. She said she needed to entertain relatives. That man she met is the one she's with. After the relatives leave, she plans to go to Zhucheng to find Manhwa and Dongxiu. I just feel something is off about that man. She couldn't understand what Lu Danxia and that man were saying, but the atmosphere between them didn't seem like relatives. It just felt strange. Where is Lu Danxia? Tang Nian didn't see her in the dormitory. She's been out all day and only comes back at night. She even borrowed 10 yuan for me to treat that man to dinner every day. Yuan Hongmei grew more worried and said urgently, Danxia wouldn't really do something foolish, would she? She definitely won't. Lu Danxia knows what she's doing. Tang Nian comforted her, but she knew that Yuan Hongmei's worries were not unfounded. The man's relationship with Lu Danxia was likely complicated. It seemed that the man had something on Lu Danxia, something serious enough to make her leave school, which is why she was trying to please him even by borrowing money. Such people often have endless demands, and no amount of money from Lu Danxia would be enough, especially since she had little to begin with. She and Wu Wanhua were the most frugal in their dormitory, barely managing with the basic vegetables provided by the school's living allowance. When a person's desires cannot be satisfied, there are usually two outcomes. One is that they are destroyed by the other. The other is that they destroy the other. Tang Nian suspected Lu Danxia would choose the latter. Yuan Hongmei sighed, I hope everything is fine. It's not easy to get into college. Let's not have any more trouble. Lu Danxia was very secretive about her past and never talked about her time as a youth worker. Like Wu Wanhua, she had also been sent to the countryside, but they went to different places. Wu Wanhua went to Beidawang, while Lu Danxia went to the northwest. Although Lu Danxia never spoke about it, everyone could tell that her experience was not pleasant. In fact, few female youth workers had a good time. The conditions were tough, and they faced more dangers than their male counterparts. Wu Wanhua rushed to marry because she wanted a safeguard. Otherwise, as a single, attractive female youth worker, it would be hard to endure 8 years. Yuan Hongmei, someone is looking for you, the loudspeaker announced, and Yuan Hongmei looked at her watch, frustrated. Oh no, I forgot. My hometown friend's birthday lunch. She quickly grabbed the birthday gift she had prepared and rushed downstairs. The loudspeaker sounded again, this time calling for Tang Xiaofeng. While fixing her hair in front of a mirror, Tang Xiaofeng ran to the window and called down, "Wait for me for 5 minutes." The man below said something, and Tang Xiaofeng smiled sweetly, clearly in the blissful phase of a relationship. Now, only Tang Nian and Tang Xiaofeng were in the dormitory. Tang Nian had already taken her report card. She unpacked her mosquito net, bed curtains, and pillowcases, casually stuffing them into her bag. She noticed Tang Xiaofeng undoing her carefully braided hair to redo it. For minutes have passed. Tang Nian kindly reminded, noting there was only 1 minute left, and there was no time to braid hair. She didn't understand why it had to be so elaborate when she saw that man every day. The problem was that she couldn't wear makeup, and with only a few hairstyle and outfit options, even if she spent 24 hours on it, she couldn't create something special. It really wasn't necessary to waste so much time. It's okay, Gao Yuhui is very patient. Tang Xiaofeng's face was flushed, her smile charming and radiant, even more beautiful than at the start of the school year. "Have you two confirmed your relationship?" Tang Nian casually asked. "Yes," Yuhui said he would take me home to meet his parents during the new year. Tang Xiaofeng said softly, her eyes filled with happy shyness. "Why not meet them now?" Tang Nian didn't understand. Since they had confirmed their relationship, why wait until the new year? His parents work out of town and won't be back until then, Tang Xiaofeng explained for her partner. "Congratulations." Tang Nian sincerely congratulated her. Although Tang Xiaofeng had some intentions in choosing Gao Yuhui, it was normal. Tang Xiaofeng was beautiful, pure-hearted, and a student at a prestigious university. Gao Yuhui likely considered this too. In matters of marriage, men often think more strategically than women. "Thank you." Tang Xiaofeng blushed, happily finishing 2 braids and adding some decorative flowers. She looked in the mirror again, still unsure, and asked, Nian, do I look good like this?" "You look great." Tang Nian glanced up to answer. "Look more carefully." "I can see clearly. You look very beautiful." Tang Nian felt a bit helpless. She couldn't understand this fuss, and wondered if she was too casual or if Tang Xiaofeng was too concerned. "It's just a man. Is it really that important?" Tang Xiaofeng shot her a playful glare, checked herself in the mirror a few more times, then happily grabbed her bag and hummed a tune as she left. Tang Nian shrugged, picked up her bag, and went downstairs, locking the dorm room door behind her. She planned to look for Lu Danxia nearby. If she found her in an hour, she would get involved, but if not, it was meant to be, and she would go home to sleep. Tang Nian walked quickly and soon saw the 2 people ahead, who were close together but not holding hands in broad daylight. They were talking quietly, and Gao Yuhui was quite charming, making Tang Xiaofeng laugh. "Xiaofeng, your hometown must be beautiful, right?" Gao Yuhui asked with a smile. "Actually, it's not really my hometown. My mom is from Zhejiang, and my dad is from Hebei. My grandparents live in our hometown, but I grew up there. In my heart, the border area is my hometown. It has its beauty in every season, but I love spring the most. The mountains are filled with blooming apricot flowers. I can't describe that beauty. You have to see it for yourself." Tang Xiaofeng spoke enthusiastically about her hometown. She often talked about it in the dormitory, and everyone became very interested in the border area through her descriptions. Tang Nian had walked up behind them and was just about to pass by when she stopped and glanced at Gao Yuhui. At the same time, Ni Junlan, who was walking from the opposite side, also looked over at Gao Yuhui. "Tang Xiaofeng." Ni Junlan called out. Tang Xiaofeng was startled and quickly stepped aside, distancing herself from Gao Yuhui, standing up straight and cautiously saying, "Teacher Ni. Is he your boyfriend?" Ni Junlan asked Gao Yuhui. "Yes." Tang Xiaofeng nodded shyly. The school didn't mind students dating, especially since many new students were older. "Hello, Teacher Ni. I'm Gao Yuhui from the Foreign Language Department." Gao Yuhui introduced himself confidently. Ni Junlan raised her chin and looked him up and down, asking, "Which class is from Teacher Du?" "That's right." Gao Yuhui nodded. What are you all going out for? What time will you be back? Have you ever stayed out overnight? And Jumon questioned like a strict parent. We're going to watch a movie, then take pictures at the Bund, and I'll return to the dormitory afterward. Tang Xiaofeng blushed deeply, but answered truthfully. I will inform the dorm supervisor. If you don't return by 8 tonight, they will notify me. And Junlon still has her old temper, and her tone can be quite unpleasant. However, as a counselor now, it's responsible of her to speak this way. Tang Xiaofeng and Gao Yuhui promised they wouldn't stay out late, behaving even better than elementary school students. From your accent, you must be from Old Huqing? And Junlon suddenly asked Gao Yuhui in Huqing dialect. Yes, my great-grandfather came to Huqing and lived there all his life. Gao Yuhui replied fluently in Huqing dialect. And Junlon, like a mother asking about her daughter's future husband, asked many casual questions, even about the alley where Gao Yuhui lived as a child. That's a coincidence. I have a relative who used to live in that alley. When I was a child, I loved the fried snacks made by Grandma Huang there. I would buy one every time I visited. I haven't tasted that flavor in a long time. Also, Master Mao from the breakfast shop made delicious dumplings that everyone in the alley loved. As Junlon spoke, she swallowed, looking like she was truly reminiscing about childhood treats. I also remember those delicious foods from my childhood. I loved Grandma Huang's fried snacks even more. The mix of shredded radish, flour, and eggs fried in oil has a wonderful texture and is very tasty, Gao Yuhui said, looking nostalgic and swallowing hard when he mentioned the fried snacks. The fried snacks made by the alley's grandma are the best. Just one bite, and it's so delicious. Tang Xiaofeng understood some Huqing dialect, but Gao Yuhui and Junlon spoke a bit too fast for her. She only caught part of the conversation, but she understood they were talking about tasty food, and she couldn't help but swallow. Yuhui, were those fried snacks? Are they really that good? Tang Xiaofeng asked, feeling tempted. They're really delicious. I'll take you to try them later. They're a childhood favorite for kids from Huqing, Gao Yuhui said with a smile.
Great.
I also want to eat those dumplings and crab roe buns. I want to eat everything, Tang Xiaofeng said playfully. With her heavy study load, she rarely went out, so she wanted to enjoy this time. Gao Yuhui looked at her with affection, and their interaction was sweet, but they didn't dare leave without Junlin's permission. Go ahead, but Tang Xiaofeng, you must return to the dormitory by 8 o'clock. Junlon said sternly. Yes, we will. Goodbye, teacher and I. Tang Xiaofeng obediently promised, waved her hand, smiled at Tang Nianyan, and pulled Gao Yuhui away.
Ni Hunlan suddenly frowned.
She caught a glimpse of Tang Nianyan and said irritably, What are you still doing here? The road isn't yours, so it's none of your business if I stand here.
Tang Nianyan ziplit zuderli.
I'm your teacher, and you're being disrespectful. And Junlon was so angry she gritted her teeth. Tang Nianyan hadn't called her teacher even once. It was very impolite. Just because you're a teacher, does that mean you can take over a public road? Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes, thinking that even though she became a counselor, she hadn't improved much. Actually, she had improved a little. At least she noticed the problem in time. Her alertness was quite good. I won't argue with you because I'm a teacher and should be tolerant.
Ni Hunlan snorted.
She had important matters to attend to and didn't have time to argue. After walking a few steps, she noticed Tang Nianyan was still following her and impatiently said, Why are you following me like a shadow? You want to check on Gao Yuhui, right? Tang Nianyan stated confidently. And Junlon stumbled in shock, almost falling over, and asked through gritted teeth, How did you know? She wanted to scream in frustration. She thought she could take credit for something, but now Tang Nianyan knew, and she would have to share the credit. What a loss. You asked so obviously. I'm not stupid. Tang Nianyan teased her. And Junlin's thoughts were practically written on her face. She wanted to take credit, but didn't want to share it. And Junlon would definitely be disappointed. She had to share the credit. Are you trying to take my credit? And Junlon took it seriously, thinking it was her reminder that made Tang Nianyan aware, and she felt a pang of regret. Since you're a teacher, can't you communicate better? We discovered it at the same time, so we should both get credit. Tang Mianyan rolled her eyes, pushed her lightly, and teased, if you don't go check soon, it'll be too late. And Junlon gritted her teeth, glared at her angrily, and stormed off to find the school security. She originally wanted to check Gao Yuhui's file with Teacher Du, but now it's unnecessary. Although Tang Nian is annoying, her alertness is top-notch. If she suspects something, it shows that Gao Yuhui definitely has issues. Tang Nian silently followed with her luggage. How did you find out? And Junlon asked, feeling unconvinced. Home. Tang Nian only said 2 words, and Junlon fell silent. She realized something was off after hearing those 2 words. A native Chinese person wouldn't use Gusheng, hometown, in casual conversation. They would typically say Zhesheng, home. Using Gusheng sounds awkward. Foreigners might not notice, but a Chinese person would catch it right away. Except for Tang Xiaofeng, who is a bit clueless. And Junlon, feeling a bit defensive, shared her other observations. Gao Yuhui mentioned a grandma named Huang who made fried snacks in the alley, but she didn't use radish filling, it was lotus root filling. And Master Mao from the breakfast shop made really bad dumplings that no one in the alley wanted to eat. If Gao Yuhui really lived in that alley, he would definitely know these details. Very clever. Tang Nian sincerely complimented her, though not very enthusiastically. And Junlon huffed, proudly saying, I'll share this half with you this time, but I won't share again in the future. Thank you.
Tang Nian ziplit beats me sin.
She realized that Junlon was straightforward, with both clear flaws and strengths. She couldn't truly dislike or like someone like that, but if she needed to ask someone for an important favor, she would choose Junlon over Tang Xiaofeng. The school had police on duty every day. When Junlon and Tang Nian reached the office, they immediately put the police on high alert. I need to check the file of Gao Yuhui from the foreign language department, she said. Upon hearing there was a spy at the school, the police were startled awake. He is currently pursuing a female classmate in my class named Tang Xiaofeng, and she has no idea. Please don't scare her. And Junlon added. Tang Xiaofeng is her student, and as a counselor, she must protect every student in her class. That's a basic principle of being a teacher. Don't worry, teacher and I. If Tang Xiaofeng really doesn't know anything, there won't be any problems. The police didn't sound too certain. If Tang Xiaofeng accidentally leaked information to Gao Yuhui, it could harm the country, and she would definitely face consequences. And Junlon frowned, secretly scolding Tang Xiaofeng for being foolish. It was hard enough for her to get into college, and now she was getting involved in a pointless romance. What a silly girl. I think I know why Gao Yuhui is pursuing Tang Xiaofeng, Tang Nian interjected. What purpose? Both the police and Junlon asked in unison. Tang Nian mentioned a code name that the police didn't understand. And Junlon's expression changed as she muttered, impossible. Tang Xiaofeng hasn't performed well among this year's freshmen. They wouldn't choose her for the project team. Old Zhang said that to train this year's college students, every student will have an internship in the project team. They will only have access to the outer layer, but Gao Yuhui and his group will likely find a way to get Tang Xiaofeng into the core. At that point, core data could be stolen by spies. After noticing Gao Yuhui's odd behavior, Tang Nian guessed his intentions. Although Tang Xiaofeng wasn't outstanding, she wasn't bad either. Gao Yuhui definitely wasn't working alone. His accomplices were probably infiltrated in various departments, and there might even be high-ranking officials involved. It wouldn't be hard to arrange for a few people to join the project team. Getting into the core isn't that easy. Do you think it's a market? And Junlon countered. Weren't you in there before? Tang Nian shot back. I'm much stronger than Tang Xiaofeng. Actually, you're not better than her. At least she got in through the proper channels. Tang Nian, I'm your teacher. Don't you understand respect for your teacher? And Junlon was so angry she was jumping up and down. Not taking the college entrance exam was a sore spot for her, but she didn't have the courage to take it again. She feared failing and being laughed at. Just because you're loud doesn't mean you're right. Tang Nian didn't want to argue and temporarily conceded. She then said to the police, "I will report this case to the military district. Please don't alert them. Gao Yuhui definitely has a whole network behind him." Gao Yuhui speaks fluent Shanghai dialect and knows the city very well, which means he must have lived there since childhood. His parents and relatives are real, and such a careful arrangement suggests a large organization behind it. Tang Nian is worried that the police might not have enough manpower. The military district has more experience and resources in capturing spies. When the police learned that her husband is Deputy Division Chief Shin from the military district, they immediately showed respect and had no objections. Tang Nian used the police phone to call Ming Jinxing and briefly explain the situation. "I will send someone to investigate. You don't need to worry," shouting. "After we catch them, I'll make sure to commend you," he said. Ming Jinxing had no doubts. He trusted Tang Nian's abilities and knew she wouldn't report false information. However, he couldn't help but feel that such a wonderful girl was lucky to be with that rascal Shin Xiao. "Also, there's Ni Junlan. We discovered this together," Tang Nian reminded him. Ming Jinxing acknowledged this. After reporting, Tang Nian decided not to get involved further, picked up her bag, and left. "Is that it? Don't we need to help them with the work?" Ni Junlan felt it was too simple. Where was the grand operation she had imagined? "Someone will come to talk to you later. Keep quiet and don't tell anyone about this. Or else." Tang Nian gestured at her neck, indicating the seriousness of the situation. "Do you think I'm not cautious? I've known about confidentiality since I was 3. My dad works in that field and never talks about his job at home. To this day, my mom and I still don't know exactly what he does," Ni Junlan replied, rolling her eyes. Tang Nian didn't say much more. Although Ni Junlan could be spoiled, she wouldn't compromise on principles, so she felt reassured. She placed her bag in the trunk, started the car, and left the school. Instead of rushing back to the military district, she drove around the area to see if she could find Lu Danxia. Tang Nian wasn't overly eager, so she only searched for an hour. She wasn't aimlessly looking. Yuan Hongmei had mentioned that Lu Danxia often went out to eat and drink with men, and since it was almost lunchtime, she should be at a restaurant. After just half an hour of searching, Tang Nian spotted Lu Danxia with a man. The man changed into a new shirt, looking much more spirited than when he arrived, with a particularly proud expression. He walked ahead of Lu Danxia and pushed open the door of a restaurant. Lu Danxia paused outside for a moment, her gaze cold, as if she had made up her mind. "Aren't you coming to pay?" the man shouted from inside. Lu Danxia entered, paid the bill, and found she had very little money left. Her expression grew colder as she glanced at the man who was already drinking. "No matter where you run, I will find you. You are mine in life and in death. If you don't behave, I will report you to the police for murder." The man, having had a few drinks, appeared dazed and began to speak nonsense. He might not be drunk. He could just be warning Lu Danxia. "Don't just drink. Eat something." Lu Danxia served him some food and even poured him more drink. The man was particularly pleased and reached out to touch her face, but Lu Danxia turned away, her eyes filled with disgust. "How dare you complain? You didn't mind when we were together. Even if you get into college, you are still mine and must have my children. Otherwise, I will report you to the police and get you in serious trouble." The man spoke in a local dialect, quickly and urgently. The restaurant staff couldn't understand and thought the couple was just arguing, so no one intervened. "If you keep shouting outside, the police will take me away, and you'll be left with nothing." Lu Danxia replied in the same dialect, and the man immediately fell silent. In the past few days, he had experienced a life he never dared to dream of, unaware that the world outside could be so exciting. He should have come out sooner. From now on, he planned to rely on Lu Danxia for a good life. Tang Nian, wearing a hat and a mask, entered the restaurant and ordered a bowl of wontons, overhearing their conversation. Lu Danxia had committed a crime, and the man was using this to threaten her. However, she felt there must be more to the story. Lu Danxia didn't seem like the type to kill without reason. After finishing a bottle of wine and 2 dishes, the man had eaten everything while Lu Donxia hadn't touched her food. Let's go to the park and then watch a movie. I'm also a city person. The man was drunk, swaying as he walked. Lu Donxia offered to support him gently, saying, "Let's go to the park." Strolling. The man was not fully aware of his surroundings as he followed Lu Donxia. There was a park nearby, but it was noon, and the sun was blazing, leaving the park almost empty. Lu Donxia bought 2 tickets and helped the man inside. Tang Yan also bought a ticket, which cost 1 cent. She followed at a distance, watching as Lu Donxia assisted the man toward the lake in the park, realizing what Lu Donxia intended to do. Tang Yan hid behind a tree. Lu Donxia and the man had reached the lake's edge, and with a little push, the man could fall in. The likely outcome for a drunken man in the water was grim. "You're my woman. It's only natural for me to be with you. Don't you dare hide. I'll report you to the police for what you did to my brother." The man suddenly became aggressive, trying to embrace Lu Donxia in broad daylight, but she managed to evade him, prompting him to shout angrily. At noon, the sun was scorching, and there wasn't even a dog in the park. Lu Donxia coldly watched the man spewing insults, her fists tightening, her nails digging into her skin, the metallic taste of blood growing stronger in her mouth. Memories of that night flooded her mind, along with the man's ugly face and his triumphant laughter echoing in her ears. She hadn't thought about those moments in a long time. She believed she could forget the past and start anew. So she studied late into the night, sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day, pushing herself to the point of nosebleeds and hair loss, never considering giving up. She succeeded and got into the best university. This semester at school was the happiest time of her life, so blissful that she almost forgot the dark, bloody years behind her. The arrival of Wei Shizhu shattered her illusion of happiness. She was wrong. Her ancestors were right. One must eliminate the root of the problem. She shouldn't have spared Wei Shizhu's life back then. "Wei Shizhu, you killed your brother," Lu Donxia said coldly, her words striking like a block of ice, momentarily awakening Wei Shizhu. He struggled to keep his eyes open, and in front of him, Lu Donxia seemed to multiply into several figures, spinning around. He blinked, and Lu Donxia turned into her brother, covered in blood, pointing at him with bloodied fingers, shouting, "Shizhu, how could you be so cruel? It wasn't me, it was you. You killed my brother. It was you. You used an axe to chop off his head, and you even threw him into the mountains to feed the wolves," Lu Donxia said, emphasizing each word. "No, it was him who tried to attack me first. I was just defending myself. It's all your fault. You deliberately got my brother drunk and stirred up trouble. You're the real killer." The man's mind began to clear as he recalled many past events. He and his brother had always been close, but ever since he married that woman, their bond had weakened. Especially his brother, who had developed a drinking habit, consuming a bottle every day. When drunk, he would insult him and sometimes even hit him. At first, he tolerated it because he was his brother. But later, his brother's temper grew worse, and his violence became more reckless. Once, during a heated argument, his brother grabbed a machete and swung it at him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been seriously injured. Since then, he had developed a grudge against his brother, and their relationship deteriorated. They fought almost every day, and during one intense clash, both had knives drawn. If the villagers hadn't intervened, it would have ended in bloodshed. That night, he couldn't even remember why they had fought again. It seemed to start when his brother insisted on changing their arrangement, wanting to take 5 days a week while he only got 2. Originally, he had 3 days and his brother had 4. Lu Donxia was a wife they had bought together. As the younger brother, it was fair he had 1 day less. But his brother was greedy and wanted 5 days. Of course, he disagreed, and they began to argue. Before long, his brother grabbed the machete, looking fierce, shouting that he would kill him. Then, in a moment of rage, he struck his brother down with the axe. Blood spilled everywhere, and the smell of it filled the room. His brother's eyes were wide open, staring at him with anger and disbelief. He could never forget the look in his brother's eyes when he died. Every night, he dreamed of those eyes, and only after drinking could he sleep peacefully. Wei Shizhu, your brother is behind you. Turn around and look. He is waiting for you. Lu Donxia's voice seemed magical as she walked towards Wei Shizhu while speaking. You're lying.
He's dead.
I threw him on the mountain, and wild wolves have already eaten him. Although Wei Shizhu acted tough, he looked scared and anxious, stepping back closer to the lake. Tang Nian, hiding behind a tree, guessed Lu Donxia's plan. She wanted to make it look like Wei Shizhu fell into the water after getting drunk. However, she felt something was off with Wei Shizhu. His eyes were bloodshot and wild, and he shouldn't be like this after just one bottle of alcohol. Don't believe me? Look behind you. He's right there. Lu Donxia kept pressing forward and suddenly shouted, Wei Taizhu. Wei Shizhu jumped in fright, trembling violently, his eyes bloodshot and frantic. He didn't dare turn around, fearing he would see his brother's bloody face and those unblinking eyes. Brother, it's her fault. Don't come after me. Wei Shizhu kept retreating until he fell into the water with a splash. He struggled desperately in the lake. The cold water jolted him awake, and in his final moments, he seemed to understand many things, his expression turning fearful as he shouted, You did this on purpose. Lu Donxia coldly watched the man struggling in the water, her expression unchanged. Yes, she did it on purpose. Even if she fell into the mud, she wouldn't give up. Anyone who tried to stop her would face the consequences. After a few minutes of splashing, the man became still, and bubbles rose to the surface before the lake returned to calm. Help! Someone has fallen into the water. Lu Donxia shouted, panicking and sweating. The park was empty, with no staff around, just an old man at the ticket booth dozing off. Is anyone there? Please help him. Lu Donxia was almost in tears. She ran to the ticket booth to ask the old man for help. Startled awake, he quickly called the police and followed Lu Donxia to rescue the man. The old man was a good swimmer and managed to pull Wei Shizhu's body out. Lu Donxia checked for his breath and finally felt relieved. I'm so upset. How am I going to explain this to my relatives? Lu Donxia cried as she wiped her tears. The elderly man patted her shoulder and comforted her, saying, Once someone is gone, they can't come back. You should inform their family. The police arrived quickly. They questioned the elderly man and Lu Donxia. From what they could see, it appeared that Wei Shizhu had drunk too much and accidentally fell into the water, which both the elderly man and Lu Donxia could confirm. This man was so drunk he could barely walk, and the smell of alcohol was overwhelming. The elderly man said, He is a distant relative who came to borrow money from me. He has a bad temper and loves to drink. I tried to advise him, but he wouldn't listen. It's my fault for buying him alcohol, Lu Donxia said, feeling very guilty. However, since the police arrived, she had stopped crying and appeared calm, though her calmness was mixed with guilt and relief, which was very complicated and did not escape the police's sharp eyes. What was your relationship with the deceased? The police asked. A distant relative. Why would a distant relative come to the city to borrow money from you? I'm the only relative he has in the city, so he must have come to find me. Lu Donxia's answers had no flaws, but the police's suspicion grew stronger. They took Wei Shizhu's body away, and Lu Donxia went with them to give her statement. Tang Nian had been hiding nearby, concealing her presence so well that even the police couldn't find her. After the police and Lu Donxia left, Tang Nian came out. She glanced at the calm lake and took out a small paper bag from her pocket. Inside was a small amount of dark brown powder. The powder was something Tang Nian found on the table at the restaurant where Lu Donxia and Wei Shizhu had eaten. Lu Donxia had poured alcohol for Wei Shizhu, mixing in this powder. Tang Nian didn't recognize the powder, but she guessed that Lu Donxia wouldn't have added it to the drink for no reason. So, when Lu Donxia and Wei Shizhu left the restaurant, she scraped up the powder left on the table. Lu Donxia must have been nervous at the time, as her hand shook a bit while adding the powder, causing some to spill, and she didn't notice. Tang Nian found a nearby hospital, registered for a traditional medicine consultation, and showed the doctor the powder. "Doctor, could you please help me identify this powder? Does it have any effects for enhancing vitality? My mom specially got this and spent $10. She said to soak it in alcohol for my dad to drink. It's supposed to be very nourishing." Tang Nian casually made an excuse, since men at her dad's age need supplements. The doctor smelled the powder, frowned, and said seriously, "This is nonsense. This is powdered sulfur, stalactite, and cinnabar. They are all hot and toxic substances. Who told your mom this ridiculous remedy? It's dangerous and could harm your dad. He shouldn't drink this. It could lead to serious problems." Tang Nian pretended to be shocked and asked in disbelief, "Is it really toxic? My dad has been drinking it for a while and it seems to have some effect. My mom hasn't yelled at anyone these past few days, but before, she would scold anyone, even our dog." The doctor looked at her meaningfully. This girl seemed quite filial, worrying about her parents' matters. These mineral powders are known for their effects on vitality. Have you heard of five-stone powder? Its ingredients are similar to this. If taken for too long, it can cause confusion, erratic behavior, irritability, and even shorten life. Go ask your mom if she wants to be a widow or a living widow. The doctor's tone was stern. He was frustrated with people believing in folk remedies. There are proper hospitals available, yet some still choose to trust so-called folk remedies. Some have a bit of scientific basis, but others are just nonsense and can be dangerous. Tang Nian blushed and said shyly, "I understand. I'll pour out the alcohol when I get home." "Thank you, doctor. Have your mom bring your dad to the hospital for treatment. Don't always rely on folk remedies." The doctor felt pleased, filled with a sense of accomplishment, having saved another person from a dangerous situation. "Okay, thank you, doctor." Tang Nian obediently agreed. She left the hospital with the powder and burned it in a trash can on her way out. Now she understood that Lu Danxia had added the mineral powder to Wei Shizhu's drink, causing him to become confused and possibly hallucinate. Then Lu Danxia used words to manipulate him, leading to his panic and fall into the water. Also, Wei Shizhu mentioned his brother, who seemed to have died accidentally during a fight between the two. But Lu Danxia was present at that time, and Wei Shizhu insisted she was responsible for his brother's death. She must have used these mineral powders too, right? Tang Nian didn't plan to meddle in other people's business. The only reason she wanted to investigate the powder was to satisfy her curiosity. That Wei Shizhu clearly wasn't a good person. If he was dead, so be it. It was none of her concern. Tang Nian drove back to the military district, where Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang were making mulberry tofu in the yard. "Why are you suddenly making this?" Tang Nian asked. "Zhongjia hasn't tried it, so I'm making it for him," Grandma Tang replied. She had put on a clean plastic bag over her hands and was vigorously kneading a cloth bag filled with mulberry seeds in cold water. The sticky juice that came out mixed with the cold water, forming a transparent, bouncy block. This was the refreshing summer snack known as mulberry tofu. Mulberry tofu. "Grandma, I want to eat soybean tofu." Tang Nian wasn't interested in mulberry tofu. She had been craving soybean tofu for a year. "Do you want to eat soybean cake instead?" Grandma Tang shot her a glare. They were already making mulberry tofu, and she still wanted soybean tofu. That spoiled girl deserved a scolding.
No.
Tang Nian huffed proudly and went back to her room with her bag. "Aunt, what is soybean tofu? Should we make some for Nian?" Aunt Zhang asked quietly. "Just spoil her. Today we eat mulberry tofu, and tomorrow we'll make soybean tofu." Grandma Tang replied grumpily. What kind of girl was this? Even after getting married, she still craved food all the time. "Aunt, you spoil her more than I do. I work for my pay and do my job honestly, but you truly care for Nian," Aunt Zhang said with a smile. Grandma Tang's expression softened a bit from her flattery, and she proudly said, "I don't spoil her. That girl drives me crazy every day. I just scold her. You may seem fierce, but you care deep down." Aunt Zhang observed closely. She had seen all of Grandma Tang's granddaughters, and it was clear that Grandma Tang favored Tang Nian the most. Among the granddaughters, Tang Nian Nian was also the most promising, so it was normal for the elder to be a bit partial. Tang Nian Nian heard everything from her room, a smile creeping onto her face. She would get to eat soybean tofu tomorrow, and she felt happy. Grandma Tang, can we eat now? Yan Zhongjia's voice rang out, followed by the sound of Jujin, who was sweating profusely after their outing on the mountain. Chill it in the fridge for an hour. Grandma Tang covered the bowl with a cloth and put it in the fridge. After an hour, it would become clear and bouncy mulberry tofu. Aunt Zhang went to pick some mint leaves and crush them into juice, which she would add to the mulberry tofu later. Grandma, Yan Zhongjie said, he wants to stay at my house, and he will pay for his living expenses.
Tang Juzin shouted.
What's so good about the countryside? Are you tired of living well? Grandma Tang joked, as she quite liked Yan Zhongjie. Grandma, Jiujin says there are many delicious foods in Tang Village. Please agree to let me go back with him, and I'll bring Bai Shui and Fu Bao too, okay? Yan Zhongjie pleaded, and even Grandma Tang's tough heart softened a bit. However, she still didn't agree. It doesn't matter if I agree. Your parents have to agree too. My parents will definitely agree. They never bother about me when I'm at home. I take care of myself. When Yan Zhongjie said this, he looked a bit disappointed, but it was just for a moment. He quickly turned back into his cheerful self. Grandma Tang felt a bit sorry for him. Yan's parents were indeed very busy, often without time to cook. Yan Zhongjie was like a natural at taking care of himself, and thankfully, he had a good character and an open heart. You need to talk to your parents. They have to agree. Okay, I'll have my parents talk to you later. Yan Zhongjie understood and planned to negotiate with his dad that evening. After all, his dad would be happy for him to be out of the house, as he wanted to enjoy time alone with his mom. When Tang Nian Nian woke up from a nap, she heard Yan Zhongjie's loud voice in the yard. This is so delicious. I should have been born in the south. I love all the snacks here. What do you not love? You even sniff Bai Shui's poop. Jiujin teased. She had never seen anyone as greedy as Yan Zhongjie, who seemed to have never tasted good food. How can you speak like that? No respect. Grandma Tang frowned and glared at him. Jiujin stuck out her tongue, not daring to speak. Grandma, Jiujin and I are siblings from different parents, so it's fine. Yan Zhongjie didn't care at all and had a big smile on his face. He had never eaten well, having grown up eating in the cafeteria. Tang Nian Nian came out, and Grandma Tang prepared a bowl for her. She scooped some with lotus tofu into the bowl, added a few drops of mint juice, and poured in some brown sugar water. It was cool and sweet, making her feel refreshed all over after eating. Grandma, what is Uncle doing? Tang Nian Nian asked about Tang Mantong. After his engagement with Joanna fell through last year, he seemed a bit affected and had been busy running orders outside. While he was unsuccessful in love, he was doing well in his career and had taken on many orders. What else can he do? He's on a business trip. He won't even come back for blind dates and says he won't marry before he's 30. Always talking nonsense. Grandma Tang was frustrated whenever she mentioned her younger son. Was it really worth it to be hurt over someone like Joanna? Fortunately, even though her son was a bit blind to love, he was still determined. Joanna later came back to him, crying and saying it was her parents' idea and that she was forced into it. She claimed she didn't want a dowry or a wedding, just to get a marriage certificate with him. Luckily, her son was firm and not swayed by this widow. Tang Nian Nian didn't express her opinion. She didn't care if her uncle got married, as long as he didn't marry someone foolish. In the case of Joanna, her uncle was still clear-headed enough to realize it wasn't right and stopped in time. Aunt, let the younger generation find their own happiness. Don't worry. Besides, Manager Tang is talented and successful. If he wants to find someone, he can anytime. Why rush? Aunt Zhang advised. I'm not in a hurry. Let him be. Grandma Tang huffed. At the door, a head peeked in. Tang Nian Nian recognized it as the eldest daughter of Huangdi. Out of a family of 6, only she and Captain Su were left. Grandma Tang also saw her, sighed, and filled a bowl with lotus tofu, walking out to hand it to Su Panu.
Here, eat this.
Thank you. Su Panner hesitated for a moment before taking the wood lotus tofu. Compared to her previous rude behavior, she was much more refined now, dressed neatly and cleanly, looking like a different person. After finishing the wood lotus tofu, Su Panner returned the bowl but didn't leave, occasionally glancing at Tang Jiujin. "Do you want more?" Grandma Tang asked. "No, thank you." Su Panner shook her head and mustered the courage to ask Jiujin, "Can I play with you?" She wanted to play with Tang Jiujin but was afraid of being rejected, which is why she lingered at the door. "Sure, but I'm going back home in a few days," Tang Jiujin replied generously, unaware of Su Panner's past. Tang Lao Tai frowned slightly but didn't speak up to stop them. Adults shouldn't interfere in children's matters. Besides, Su Panner was a bit of a handful. "Can we play before you go back home?" Su Panner asked. "Yes, let's go catch field mice on the mountain later," Jiujin said happily. "Thank you." Su Panner smiled widely and said she would go home first and come back quickly. "Hurry up. I'll be right back. I need to tell my mom that I made a friend." Su Panner ran off quickly and soon disappeared from sight. Tang Nian found it strange and asked, "Didn't her mom pass away? She came back to life?" Aunt Su found a widow from her hometown who has no children, and she's much better than the last one. Her home is neat, and both Captain Su and his daughter are well taken care of, Aunt Zhang said. "I don't know what she thinks, but she seems to be doing well." Su Panner is much more likable now. How a child turns out depends on how the adults raise them. Tang Lao Tai also gave this woman a high rating. Tang Nian curiously asked, "When did Captain Su remarry?" "He remarried less than 100 days after He Huangdi passed away, without a ceremony. Her name is Xiang Hua, and she's a decent person, though she has had a tough life." Aunt Zhang was well informed and mentioned that Xiang Hua and He Huangdi were from the same village and were distant relatives. Xiang Hua married a man who was very ill. Her family was poor, and her two brothers couldn't afford brides, so they sold her to the sick man for good luck, getting 200 yuan as a bride price to help her brothers marry. Less than 6 months after she married, the sick man died, and she didn't even get to enjoy her marriage. Her in-laws blamed her for his death and wouldn't allow her to remarry. Aunt Zhang felt sorry for Xiang Hua, having cruel parents and unkind in-laws. Her life was tough. How did she end up marrying Captain Su then? Tang Nian asked, puzzled. Her father-in-law fell ill, and the family had no money, so they sold her for 50 yuan to Captain Su. 50 yuan for a beautiful girl. Captain Su got a great deal. Aunt Zhang frowned. She didn't like Captain Su and felt he wasn't a good match for Xiang Hua. "I'm back." Su Panner ran in, carrying several steaming meat buns. "My mom makes the best meat buns. She puts in a lot of meat." "Your mom treats you well," Grandma Tang said with a smile. "Yes, she even made me a new dress that I can wear tomorrow." Su Panner called her mom very affectionately, making it seem like she was her real mother. Before He Huangdi passed away, their mother-daughter relationship wasn't this close. "Your mom is good to you, so you should be good to her too. Relationships go both ways," Grandma Tang couldn't help but advise. Su Panner only understood part of it, but she replied, "When my mom has a baby brother, I'll take care of her. Dad always says he wants a baby brother, and she also wants one. If they have a brother, Dad won't give all the money to her cousins, and they can have meat more often at home." The meat buns were finished by Tang Jiujin and Yan Zhongjia, and they tasted great. Xiang Hua was clean, and her food was hygienic. "Let's go." Jiujin wiped his mouth, waved his hand, and set off with Su Panner and Bai Sui Fu Bao towards the mountain, with Yan Zhongjia following behind. "Is Xiang Hua pregnant?" After they left, Grandma Tang asked. "No. She told me yesterday that she was worried about not being able to have a child. Captain Su asks her 3 times a day, and she's really stressed." Aunt Zhang shook her head. Grandma Tang scoffed. "He can't last 3 minutes and thinks he can have a son? That's wishful thinking." Aunt Zhang also scoffed, looking down on him. "He thinks he's something special, always pushing Xiang Hua and saying her body is uncooperative. Men only look up and can't see their own shortcomings." Grandma Tang summed it up wisely. Aunt Zhang agreed wholeheartedly. After Tang Nian finished her with lotus tofu, She returned to her room to continue sleeping. After lying at home for 2 days, she received a call from the police. She thought it was about Gao Yuhui, but it was about Lu Danxia. Comrade Tang, your classmate Lu Danxia is involved in a serious case, and we would like to ask you some questions.
Can you come in?
Public security is very polite, she said. Tang Nian drove to the police station and found Yuan Hongmei there as well. When she saw her, Yuan Hongmei smiled, but it was a bit forced. Did something happen to Danxia? The police won't say anything. They asked me a lot of questions, and I'm really worried. Once Tang Nian sat down, Yuan Hongmei whispered to her, "Don't panic. What did you tell the police?" Not much. They asked about Lu Danxia's relationship with the deceased. I don't know, so I said they might be relatives. They also asked about Lu Danxia's daily life, and I answered honestly. Yuan Hongmei looked around and leaned in closer, whispering, "Don't tell the police about my call to you. If they get suspicious, it could cause trouble for Danxia." I understand. Tang Nian nodded, as she hadn't planned to mention it anyway. Tang Nian, come over here. A female officer called her for questioning. The questions were similar to what Yuan Hongmei had faced. After the officer finished, Tang Nian asked, "So, according to you, the person named Wei fell into the water after drinking too much and died accidentally. Why are you saying my classmate is involved in a homicide?" Yuan Hongmei joined in, exclaiming, "Exactly. It was clearly an accident. Why are you asking so many questions? Thankfully, it's summer vacation. If classmates find out, they might think my friend is a murderer, which would be terrible. Lu Danxia is only a suspect. We are currently gathering evidence and hope you will cooperate with our investigation." The female officer replied. "Why is she a suspect? Did she kill that person named Wei? Why would she do that? Lu Danxia is a promising university student. Why would she ruin her future by committing murder?" Tang Nian fired off a series of questions, and Yuan Hongmei nodded vigorously, agreeing with her. The young female officer seemed overwhelmed by their questions, and an older officer came over, smiling kindly. "Ladies, please don't be nervous. We are just following strict procedures in our investigation. As long as Lu Danxia is innocent, it will not affect her future."
Can we leave now?
Tang Nian asked. Of course. The police treated them well, allowing them to sign and leave. Tang Nian and Yuan Hongmei went straight back to school to find Lu Danxia. Lu Danxia was in her dormitory reading. She seemed calm, focused on her book and taking notes. Tong Xiaofang was not in the dorm, so it was just the three of them. Seeing them, Lu Danxia appeared prepared for the conversation. She closed her book and asked, "The police came to see you, right?" "Yes, they asked about your relationship with that man and we said we didn't know."
Yuan Hongmei hesitated.
She suspected that Lu Danxia's relationship with Wei Shizhu was more than just family, or else the police wouldn't be suspicious. "I am not related to him. His name is Wei Shizhu, and he has a brother named Wei Taizhu. They bought me for 50 yuan, and I am their shared wife." Although Lu Danxia's voice was calm, her fists were tightly clenched. Yuan Hongmei was shocked. She had heard about such things from older people, but never expected it to happen to someone she knew.
"You
weren't you sent to the countryside for work? How could this happen?" "I went to a remote village in the northwest. It was very backward, and women had a lower status than livestock. Any attractive young woman was mistreated by the village leaders, and no one stood up for us. If we dared to resist, the consequences would be worse." Lu Danxia's eyes were filled with anger. Even though she had escaped that terrible place, she couldn't remain calm when recalling the past. "I planned to escape with 2 other young women. We intended to go to the county to report what happened, but we were caught at night because we didn't know the area well. They locked us in a cave, and every day there were men." Lu Danxia couldn't continue, and her eyes turned red. "Don't say any more. It's all in the past." Yuan Hongmei hugged her, feeling regret for asking. This was more painful than reopening old wounds. Lu Danxia continued, "We were held for 10 days. The other 2 couldn't take it anymore and committed suicide by hitting their heads against the wall. I was the only one who survived. They were afraid I would try to end my life too, so they sold me to the Wei brothers. They even marked my village records as if I were dead. I used to be called Lu Chun Tao. Lu Chun Tao is dead. Now Lu Donxia is alive. After I was sold to Wei Shiju's brothers, they locked me up. Fortunately, they had a disagreement, and during a fight, Wei Shiju accidentally killed his brother. I took the chance to escape from that village, but I didn't expect him to find me at school. Luckily, he drowned. After sharing her story, Lu Donxia remained calm, as if she were talking about someone else, while Yuan Hongmei couldn't stop crying. It's okay now. It's all in the past, Lu Donxia comforted her. Yes, things will get better from now on, Yuan Hongmei said, wiping her tears, believing Lu Donxia's words.
Tang Nian said nothing.
She knew Lu Donxia wasn't telling the whole truth, but she understood that Lu Donxia was just trying to protect herself. Now she could connect all the dots. Lu Donxia was sold to Wei Shiju's brothers, pretended to obey, and stirred up trouble between them. She might have even added something to their drinks to make them fight, leading to Wei Shiju accidentally killing his brother. Lu Donxia then escaped but was found by Wei Shiju again, and she used her old tricks to get rid of him. Tang Nian admired Lu Donxia for her resilience, decisiveness, and intelligence. She was certainly stronger than most people. In the end, Wei Shiju's case was closed as an accident. He was left alone, with no one to claim his ashes. Lu Donxia stepped in to take them back and scattered them in a dirty ditch. Lu Donxia went to Zhuqing to meet Wu Wanhua and Sun Dongxiu. However, she returned to Huqing after just a couple of days, carrying 2 large bags of socks, selling them on the streets. Business was good, and she could earn around 10 yuan a day, much better than working in a factory. Tang Nian wasn't surprised at all. Lu Donxia was bold and had her own ideas. She definitely wouldn't just sit in a factory packaging socks. She preferred to earn money with some risk. Wanhua and Dongxiu are too scared to do it. I can handle it myself. If I'm careful, nothing will happen. Lu Donxia explained her reasons for going solo. She had approached Wu Wanhua and Sun Dongxiu, but they were afraid of getting into trouble. But she wasn't scared. She had already dealt with 2 people, and there was nothing left in this world that could frighten her. Just be careful. Tang Nian didn't give any advice. Now the policies have become much more relaxed, and by the end of the year, reform documents will be released. There won't be any more speculation in the future. Soon it was July, and the second college entrance exam was over. Yuan Hongmei waited every day for her husband and child. Tang Xiaofang and Gao Yuhui's relationship was getting better. They went out on dates every day. However, her family called, urging her to come home. Only then did Tang Xiaofang go to the train station to buy a ticket. She had tried many times but still couldn't get one, and her mouth was getting sore from the stress. I don't know what's going on. It's not even peak season, yet the tickets are so hard to get, not even standing tickets are available. Tang Xiaofang returned with a gloomy face and complained as soon as she entered the dormitory. It's impossible. My daughter's father managed to get a ticket and even arranged for a sleeper. Yuan Hongmei said, puzzled. The summer peak mainly sees college students returning home. Most students have already left, so sleeper tickets are hard to find, but there shouldn't be a shortage of standing tickets. I've asked 3 times, and each time they say there are no tickets. They don't say when there will be tickets either. They just tell me to wait. If I keep waiting, school will start. The more Tang Xiaofang spoke, the more anxious she became, and her beautiful face showed signs of worry. She had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. Maybe tickets to your home are tighter. Just wait a bit longer. Maybe tickets will be available soon, Yuan Hongmei comforted her. Tang Xiaofang nodded. There was nothing else to do but wait. Traveling from Hu City to her home required several transfers and would take at least 5 or 6 days. The round trip would take almost half a month. She hoped to get a ticket soon. She couldn't wait to go home and tell her parents about Gao Yuhui. 309 Tang Xiaofang, someone is looking for you. The dormitory supervisor's voice came through the speaker. The gloom on Tang Xiaofang's face disappeared instantly, replaced by sweetness. It's hard to say goodbye. Didn't we just have lunch together? Yuan Hongmei teased. He finally managed to get tickets for the movie Chase, and he's been queuing every day, Tang Xiaofeng said happily. She took out a mirror to fix her hair, washed her face in the restroom, checked her reflection a few more times, and felt ready before heading downstairs with her bag. After the movie, tell me how it was. I'll take my partner and child to see it too. Yuan Hongmei smiled. I know, bye-bye. Tang Xiaofeng ran out of the dormitory like a cheerful little bird. Yuan Hongmei leaned against the windowsill and looked down. Gao Yuhui was standing below, tall and straight. Although he wasn't very tall, he had a gentle and refined presence that matched well with Tang Xiaofeng. It seems we'll soon be celebrating Xiaofeng's happiness, Yuan Hongmei said with a smile. Lu Danxia was reading. She looked up and smiled but didn't say anything, returning to her book. Now, she was busy selling socks on the streets, which took up a lot of her time. She had to make the most of every moment to study and couldn't let her learning suffer.
Danxia, you should take a break.
Your eyes might get tired, Yuan Hongmei advised. She had never seen anyone as hardworking as Lu Danxia. When the lights went out in the dorm at night, this girl would go read under the hallway light. Often, when Yuan Hongmei got up to use the restroom, she would see Lu Danxia still studying in the corridor. I already took a break during meals. I need to finish this material during the summer vacation. Lu Danxia didn't look up. After earning some money from selling socks, she bought a stack of thick study materials and would dive into them whenever she had free time. You need to balance work and rest. Your health is important. If you push too hard, you might break down, Yuan Hongmei gently advised, worried that Lu Danxia was too stressed and would eventually crack under pressure. I know, but I have no way back. I can only keep moving forward. Stopping means failure. Lu Danxia raised her head, looking serious. Behind her was a deep abyss. While others could take a step back and find relief, for her, stepping back meant losing everything. So, she had to push herself to the limit. Yuan Hongmei sighed and stopped insisting. Continuing would only make her seem insensitive. After thinking for a moment, she took out a pack of milk powder from her drawer, which she had originally bought for a child. Make sure to take care of your nutrition. A healthy body helps you move faster. Yuan Hongmei handed over the milk powder with a gentle smile. Lu Danxia hesitated for a moment but accepted the milk powder, softly saying, Thank you. Don't mention it. Keep studying. I'll go for a walk, Yuan Hongmei said cheerfully, grabbing her keys and preparing to step out without interrupting Lu Danxia's studies. After she left, Lu Danxia looked at the milk powder on the table. Her cold gaze softened a bit, and her frozen heart began to melt. She smiled and continued reading. After watching the movie, Tang Xiaofeng and Gao Yuhui stepped outside. It was dark, and the area around the cinema was filled with couples. People seemed bolder at night, holding hands and whispering sweet words to each other. Gao Yuhui took Tang Xiaofeng's hand, and they stood close enough to feel each other's breath. When is your train? Gao Yuhui asked. Don't mention it. I've tried buying tickets 3 times and couldn't get any, not even standing tickets. I'll try again tomorrow, Tang Xiaofeng replied. She had been in a good mood, but mentioning this made her frustrated, and she started complaining to her boyfriend. Gao Yuhui frowned slightly and asked, It's not peak season, so why can't you get a ticket? I wonder too, but I just can't. I'll check again tomorrow, she said, growing more annoyed. She couldn't help but say, It's better for you locals. Going home is so easy. You'll be a local too, Gao Yuhui said with a smile. Tang Xiaofeng understood and blushed, playfully looking at him and whispering, My parents and your parents don't know yet. My parents will definitely agree and praise me for finding such a beautiful and talented girlfriend, he replied. Tang Xiaofeng felt dizzy from his sweet words, her heart sweeter than honey, and her frustration about the tickets vanished. I'll go with you to buy tickets tomorrow, she said. Gao Yuhui seemed to think of something, and a shadow crossed his eyes. Okay, she replied, feeling even happier, completely immersed in the sweetness and happiness of love, unaware that the smile had faded from the man's face and that he seemed a bit impatient. Xiaofeng, I arranged an internship for you. You can start working when school begins. This opportunity is precious, so make sure to learn well. Gao Yuhui said gently. Tang Xiaofeng was taken aback and asked excitedly, "Is it the project you mentioned last time?" "Yes, I used some connections. Once you start, be sure to learn from your seniors and ask if you don't understand anything. They might be busy, but if you tell me, I can help find answers for you." Gao Yuhui's smile was gently charming, and Tang Xiaofeng was so moved that her eyes became watery. She hesitantly asked, "Why are you so nice to me? You're my girlfriend, my future wife, the person I want to spend my life with. If I don't treat you well, who should I treat well?" Gao Yuhui's affectionate tone made Tang Xiaofeng feel overwhelmed with emotion. She looked around to see if anyone was watching, then stood on her tiptoes and quickly kissed his cheek. The two found a quiet corner to share a tender moment. In the heat of the moment, they almost crossed a line, but Gao Yuhui suggested going to a nearby inn, and Tang Xiaofeng declined. "Let's wait until we get our marriage certificate, okay?" Although Tang Xiaofeng was swept away by her feelings, she remembered her mother's warning that if she acted recklessly before marriage, her mother would be very upset. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Gao Yuhui pushed down his frustration, keeping his voice gentle and affectionate. He walked Tang Xiaofeng back to school, then headed into an alley, easily finding his way to a shikumen house. He went upstairs and knocked on a door. A graceful woman opened the door, and as soon as it closed, they embraced tightly, clothes scattered around. An hour later, the storm had passed. Gao Yuhui calmly put on his clothes, transforming back into a refined gentleman. The woman was still lying on the bed, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. She teased, "Has Gao Yuhui not won over that college student yet?" Gao Yuhui's expression darkened as he shot her a warning glance. "Has Gao Yuhui's charm faded?"
Do you want me to help you?
The woman exhaled another puff of smoke, ignoring his warning and laughing playfully. "Don't be foolish. If you mess this up, you can forget about going back," Gao Yuhui warned coldly. The woman scoffed, mocking, "Go back? Can we even go back?" "Of course we can," Gao Yuhui replied confidently. He had been told that as long as he could obtain the important data for the military project, he could return home and live a normal life again. Gao Yuhui is still such a naive child. "Good luck." The woman sighed, extinguished her cigarette, turned to pretend to sleep, and added, "Close the door when you leave. We can definitely go back. I've used my connections to secure a spot in the project team. Once we get the important data, we can all return," Gao Yuhui reassured. "Okay." The woman didn't turn around. Her voice was low, as if she were asleep. Gao Yuhui left and closed the door. The woman opened her eyes, slowly turned to her side, looked at the closed door, and sighed softly. Gao Yejuan didn't know that once he stepped into this murky water, there would be no turning back. The best outcome was to live under this false identity. The door opened again. It was Gao Yuhui returning. He said, "You need to go to the train station tomorrow to buy a ticket back to the border. Tang Xiaofeng has tried 3 times and couldn't get one. Didn't you say you have connections at the station?" The woman, who had been lying lazily, suddenly sat up and asked in a low voice, "She couldn't get a ticket?" "Yes, it might be tight right now." Gao Yuhui was surprised by her reaction. Since he met Huizi, she always seemed lazy and unmotivated. Tasks assigned from above that could be done in 3 days, she would stretch to a week. Huizi often said negative things that annoyed him. If she hadn't helped him a lot in the past, he would have reported her long ago. "You've been exposed. Hurry up and leave. Don't come back here." Huizi spoke firmly. She needed to find a way to escape. "That's impossible. I've been very careful. How could I be exposed?" Gao Yuhui refused to believe it. He was confident in himself. During training, he had the best results. He even tested himself in the market and alley, and the local people didn't suspect he was from another country. They thought he was a native. His interactions with Tang Xiaofeng had been normal, without any flaws. There was absolutely no way he could be exposed. "I warned you."
Leave now.
Huizi sneered, thinking he was a foolishly confident idiot. Gao Yuhui left anxiously. Once he was gone, Huizi changed into a loose coat and put on an elderly disguise, transforming from a charming young woman into a hunched older lady. She took out a bag containing some letters of introduction and documents she planned to use to escape, which she finally needed. Huizi opened the door and walked down the stairs unsteadily. It was completely dark outside, and the alley was empty, with only a dim street light shining. As she walked quietly down the street, two plainclothes men stopped her. Huizi was not surprised. Instead, she remained calm and smiled wryly, thinking that they had finally come. She did not resist and followed the two men, but when they weren't paying attention, she quietly dropped a broken flower. That night was very quiet, and the residents slept soundly. The next morning, just before dawn, the alley began to stir. The first to emerge was the night soil collector, pushing a cart through the alley. The collector rang a bell, and then each household brought out their used toilets to empty into the cart, cleaning them for use that night. After the night soil cart left, the garbage truck came next, also ringing a bell. Families dumped their day's trash, as this was the only time they could do so. In the hot weather, if garbage wasn't disposed of promptly, it would rot and smell bad. Ding, ding, ding. The familiar sound of the bell rang out, and many people stood at their doors with trash bins, waiting to dump their garbage when the truck arrived. Hey, why isn't Master Wang here? Someone noticed that the garbage truck driver was a different person, not the familiar Master Wang. Master Wang is feeling unwell. The new driver wore a hat that covered most of his face, thick work clothes and gloves, with no skin showing. No one suspected anything. Master Wang was older, and it was normal for him to have minor health issues. They disposed of their trash and went back to prepare breakfast, as mornings were the busiest time of the day, leaving no room for delays. The garbage driver moved slowly today, slower than usual. He waited a long time, but did not see the woman come out. His heart sank as he pulled the cart and slowly walked out of the alley. At the corner by the road, he spotted the broken flower. It was a cherry blossom, Huizi's favorite flower, said to be a precious gift from her fiancé, but now it lay forgotten in the corner. The garbage driver's expression changed dramatically. He quickly pulled the cart away, disappearing into another alley, leaving the cart behind. Tang Nian has been living a carefree life lately, even better than a fairy. With Shun Xiao not at home, Grandma Tang took Jiojin back to Tang village, along with Yan Zhongjia. Now it's just her and Aunt Zhang at home. She can sleep as long as she wants and eat whatever she likes, without anyone nagging her. Aunt Zhang, I want dumplings for lunch, with pickled vegetables and meat filling. Already awake but not wanting to get out of bed, Tang Nian ordered through the door.
Got it.
Aunt Zhang replied. For her, making dumplings is easier than cooking stir-fried dishes. After moving to the south, she learned that people here cook several dishes for every meal, even if it's just for one person. They prepare 3 dishes, each in small amounts, with a mix of meat and vegetables, plus soup, which is quite a hassle. Back home, she ate more noodles and less rice, and her stir-frying skills weren't great. She only learned to cook after arriving in the south. Tang Nian happily rolled over in bed, enjoying her fairy-like days. I wonder how Shin Xiao is doing in the southwest? Should I go check on him? After thinking for a moment, she decided against it. Since there hasn't been a formal declaration of war yet, just small-scale conflicts, there's no need for her to join in. She'll go when the real battle starts. The phone rang while Aunt Zhang was preparing the dough, and she called for Tang Nian to answer it.
Hello.
Tang Nian jumped out of bed, and as soon as she picked up, she heard an urgent voice on the other end. Help me. Beep beep. It was Ni Junlin's voice. She only managed to say one sentence before the call dropped, and Tang Nian also heard a slap. Tang Nian called Ming Zhenxing, and once connected, she asked, What's going on with Gao Yuhui? He's missing, his accomplices have been caught. Ming Zhenxing sounded frustrated. Before the call, he had already scolded his subordinates for losing track of such a big person. He went to the school and took Ni Junlin hostage. There might be other classmates involved. I'm going to check it out now. Tang Nian suspected that Tang Xiaofang might also be taken hostage, but she couldn't figure out how Ni Junlin got involved. Xiao Tang, I sent someone over, you don't. Ming Jingxing hadn't finished speaking when the call ended, and a series of beeping sounds came through. He had to swallow the rest of his words. After all, that girl was skilled and should be fine. He called his subordinates and told them to track down Gao Yuhui. We must ensure the safety of the hostages and comrade Tang Nian. Ming Jingxing pressed his temples, feeling a bit frustrated. He preferred direct confrontations. Thinking too much was tiring for him since he wasn't very sharp. Darn it, why haven't those troublemakers been dealt with yet? If it came to it, he would volunteer to attack them. Adding another province to Huaxia would be great, so they wouldn't have to deal with endless spies and troubles. Tang Nian drove to the school, first heading to the dormitory. Yuan Hongmei wasn't there. Her husband and child were staying at a guest house for a while. Lu Donxia was reading. Where's Tong Xiaofeng? Tang Nian asked from the doorway. Teacher and I called her to the office. When did she call? About an hour ago. Is something wrong? Lu Donxia sensed something was off and put down her book. Nothing, just keep reading. Tang Nian turned to leave. Teacher and I had called 36 minutes ago, and she and Tong Xiaofeng had been taken by Gao Yuhui. Is something wrong with Xiaofeng? Lu Donxia hurried after her. Yes, but don't ask, and don't tell anyone else.
Just pretend you don't know.
Tang Nian's expression was serious. Gao Yuhui likely had a weapon, and she couldn't let Lu Donxia get involved. Okay, be careful. Lu Donxia agreed, understanding Tang Nian's intent. Since she couldn't help, she wouldn't complicate things. Don't worry. Tang Nian smiled and walked away. She first went to Teacher Ni's office. The door was open, the chair was on the floor, the phone's receiver hung in midair, and there was Tong Xiaofeng's bag on the ground, indicating that Gao Yuhui had burst in and taken both of them. It was summer vacation, but there were still many students and teachers on campus. Someone must have seen Gao Yuhui take them. Tang Nian was at the bottom of the teaching building when a man called out to her. People have run to the suburbs. Gao Yuhui has driven away. The man was a subordinate of Ming Jingxing, sent to inform her. Tang Nian nodded and drove towards the suburbs, not paying attention to the plainclothes man behind her, as she preferred to act alone. The plainclothes man smiled wryly. He had hoped to hitch a ride but had no choice but to ride his bicycle towards the suburbs. The two wheels quickly fell behind the four wheels of her car. When Tang Nian arrived in the suburbs, she found an empty car at the foot of the mountain. There was a faint scent of perfume, likely from Junlan. The car was empty, but on a small path up the mountain, she discovered a pink button. There were also several messy footprints, indicating that Ming Jingxing's subordinates had gone up the mountain as well. It seemed Gao Yuhui intended to take 2 hostages through the mountains, but that didn't make sense. Junlan and Tong Xiaofeng were not physically strong enough to be of help. Gao Yuhui wasn't that foolish. Tang Nian furrowed her brow, worried that Junlan and Tong Xiaofeng might be in danger. She quickened her pace up the mountain. Gao Yuhui's original plan was likely to kidnap Tong Xiaofeng and use her as a hostage to escape from the city. However, after being exposed, he must have encountered roadblocks at every intersection. With his escape plan failing, he could only flee through the mountains. Though the mountain wasn't very high, it stretched for dozens of miles, with many villages below. The rural terrain was complex and less manageable than the city, making it a suitable escape route for Gao Yuhui. Once he reached Zhejiang province, he could assume a new identity and disappear. With the country being so vast, capturing him would be like finding a needle in a haystack. Tang Nian wasn't particularly anxious to save them. She wasn't overly concerned about Junlan and Tong Xiaofeng's lives, since they weren't people she cared about. If she could save them, she would. If not, it was no big deal. At that moment, Junlan and Tong Xiaofeng were also on the move. They were bound and had cloth stuffed in their mouths, while Gao Yuhui walked behind them, holding a knife. Move faster. Gao Yuhui's previously gentle face turned fierce, his eyes filled with menace. He hadn't expected the actions in the city to be so swift. He had planned to drive away with the 2 hostages, hoping they could buy him some time if he encountered anyone trying to capture him. He saw a checkpoint at the city exit where every car was being checked. So, He changed his mind at the last minute and took 2 hostages up the mountain. They would cross the mountain, head to Snake Mountain Town, and then go to Zhejiang Province to get new identities and leave.
Woo.
Tang Xiaofang's eyes were filled with anger and disbelief. She still couldn't believe that her boyfriend, who had been so gentle and caring just yesterday, was now holding a knife against her and had slapped teacher and I. The fierce look in Gao Yuhui's eyes sent chills down her spine. How could her boyfriend change so drastically? Was Gao Yuhui always pretending, and this was his true self? And Junlon glared angrily at Gao Yuhui. She had gone to the school to find Tang Xiaofang because of an internship project and ended up calling her to the office. Then, this bully showed up and slapped her without warning, leaving her face still stinging. That awful bully. She had never been hit in her life. She needed to find a way to deal with him. Otherwise, both she and Tang Xiaofang might die on this mountain. With the heat, by the time the police arrived, her beautiful face might be covered in flies. Imagining herself covered in maggots made her shudder, strengthening her resolve to take care of Gao Yuhui. Her father had told her that in dangerous situations, don't panic. Running is the best option. If you can't escape, fight back. Since death was inevitable, it was better to take a chance. Maybe she'd get lucky and survive.
Woo.
I need to use the bathroom. And Junlon shouted, but her mouth was covered with cloth, making it hard to speak clearly. Shout again, and I'll make you regret it. Gao Yuhui growled, shaking the sharp knife near her face, almost cutting her. Tang Xiaofang was terrified and cried. She didn't want to die. She had just gotten into college and hadn't even made a name for herself yet.
Woo.
And Junlon jumped up, indicating she really needed to go. Just wet yourself. Don't try any tricks. Gao Yuhui scoffed, annoyed they were moving too slowly. He walked ahead, pulling the rope hard, forcing Junlon and Tang Xiaofang to run after him, and they stumbled a few times. Enough! Gao Yuhui shouted in frustration. He looked back, feeling increasingly uneasy. He couldn't delay any longer. He had to deal with these 2 burdens. And Junlon sensed his intent and felt a chill run down her spine. She glanced at Tang Xiaofang, signaling her to fight together. Tang Xiaofang understood her look and nodded slightly. The 2 charged at Gao Yuhui, ready to take him down together. It was better than dying at his hands. Gao Yuhui was caught off guard and was knocked down by them. However, Junlon was injured by a knife and was bleeding. Tang Xiaofang got up and charged at Gao Yuhui again. She was lucky. The cloth in her mouth fell out, and she bit down hard on Gao Yuhui's ear. Gao Yuhui cried out in pain and stabbed at Tang Xiaofang with his knife, aiming for a vital spot. And Junlon rushed in and kicked his hand, causing the dagger to drop. But with her hands still tied, she lost her balance and fell again. When Tang Nianyan and a few plainclothes officers arrived, they saw the 3 of them tangled in a struggle. Fortunately, Gao Yuhui was not very strong, and he was evenly matched with the 2 women. Tang Xiaofang had bitten off one of his ears, while Junlon had taken a chunk of flesh from his face. Both women were covered in blood, some of it their own, and some of Gao Yuhui's, looking as if they had just eaten raw meat. I'll bite you to death, you scoundrel. Cursed little devil. And Junlon was on top of Gao Yuhui, pressing her foot firmly on his neck, while Tang Xiaofang continued to bite his other ear. The 3 were in a bizarre tangle, locked in a standoff. Tang Nianyan raised an eyebrow. These 2 were surprisingly tough, leaving Gao Yuhui disfigured. You finally made it. Hurry up and help take down this little devil. Seeing Tang Nianyan, Junlin's tears of relief flowed. She had witnessed Tang Nianyan's fierceness. 10 Gao Yuhui's wouldn't stand a chance against her.
She was saved.
Thank you, party. Thank you, Dad. Tang Xiaofang also shed tears of joy. She wouldn't have to die. She promised to study hard from now on and never date again. Tang Nianyan didn't even need to lift a finger. The plainclothes officers subdued Gao Yuhui. Gao Yuhui looked determined. He was ready to bite down on the poison hidden in his back teeth to end his life, but the undercover officers, already aware of his tricks, dislocated his jaw, and removed the poison from his mouth. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? As Junlon began to calm down, she finally felt the pain. Looking down, she saw the bloody wound on her stomach, and her face turned pale as she fainted. Teacher and I. Tang Xiaofang cried out in agony, tears filling her eyes. She thought Junlon was really going to die with such a serious injury. How could she survive? It's all my fault for bringing trouble here. I caused teacher and I to get hurt. Tang Xiaofang felt so guilty that she wanted to apologize with her life, crying uncontrollably, her face smeared with a mix of blood and tears. Tang Nian had already checked Junlin's injuries. They weren't life-threatening. She didn't tell Tang Xiaofang, knowing she would find out at the hospital. A few undercover officers took Junlon and Tang Xiaofang to the hospital. Gao Yuhui also needed treatment for his wounds, while Tang Nian returned to the military district, as she still hadn't eaten the dumplings Aunt Zhang made. 2 days later, Tang Xiaofang called, wanting to invite Tang Nian to dinner. No need, it was just a small favor. Aren't you going home? Tang Nian declined, feeling too lazy to go out in the heat. I have to stay to cooperate with the investigation. I won't be going back this summer. Tang Xiaofang's voice was low, but she secretly felt relieved that she hadn't joined that project team for an internship. Otherwise, she would have been an accomplice and could have ended up in jail. Nian, thank you. Tang Xiaofang sincerely expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. Tang Nian replied, but inside, she was calculating her recent good deeds, planning to settle up later. About 10 days later, Junlon came to visit, bringing some gifts, a box of pastries, a can of malt extract, and a large watermelon in the basket on her bicycle. Tang Nian, come help me with the watermelon. I can't lift it. Junlon called from the door, still in pain from her injuries. Tang Nian lazily came out, carried the watermelon inside, and ignored Junlon behind her. Thanks for your help last time. After entering the house, Junlon awkwardly said this after a moment of hesitation. Aunt Zhang brought over half a chilled watermelon. The watermelon was taken from Tang Nian's space, with red flesh and black seeds, still steaming, looking very tempting. It's really sweet. Your watermelon is sweeter than the ones I buy. Junlon couldn't stop after eating one piece. She had 3 pieces and felt completely refreshed. You didn't come just to eat watermelon, did you? Tang Nian joked. At first, she didn't have a strong impression of this girl, but she didn't dislike her either. However, Junlin's performance on the mountain made her see her in a new light and gave her a better impression. I came to thank you and to ask if you're going to that project team. Junlon mentioned the project's code name. She wanted to join, but her application was not approved. I'm going to help out for a few days. Tang Nian was indeed going to the project team for calculations, strongly recommended by old Zhang, who needed her calculation skills. Junlon looked envious, but wasn't surprised. Although she didn't want to admit it, Tang Nian's calculation skills were top-notch, much better than hers. Can I come to visit you in the future? As she was leaving, Junlon asked, just call before you come. Tang Nian didn't refuse. Junlon wasn't as annoying as before. Perhaps she had matured. Xiao Tang. Zhao Chunmei rushed in and bumped into Junlon.
Sorry.
They both apologized at the same time and smiled at each other. Are you Xiao Tang's friend? Zhao Chunmei asked with a smile. I'm her teacher. Junlon said proudly, adding, I came for a home visit. Suddenly, a cold glare shot over, and Junlon regretted her moment of excitement. We're both teachers and friends, Junlon quickly added before hurrying away. Zhao Chunmei came to report to Tang Nian. Recently, she accompanied Tang Lujin and Tang Dongqiang back to their hometown to discuss starting a kite factory. The flower buns are food items, which have hygiene and factory requirements, so they won't be starting that for now. The kite business is easier. They just need to find a few craftsmen to get it going. The kite factory has already started, Xiao Tang. Do foreigners really buy this stuff? They will. Just focus on making them, and make them varied. Tang Nian spoke with certainty, and Zhao Chunmei finally felt at ease. She asked Anai Junlan, "Does that girl have a partner? If not, how about I introduce someone? Introduce her to your second son?" Tang Nian thought Zhao Chunmei wanted to matchmake with her family. Zhou Haitao was the second son of the Zhou family, 19 years old, and seemed to be a squad leader in the army. Zhao Chunmei rolled her eyes. My Haitao is not good enough for her. She's a university teacher, and besides, they are not a good match in age. I was talking about Qiu Lan's son, Xiaoyu. He works as a camp advisor in the Jinling military district, a strong and handsome young man, 25 years old. Qiu Lan is always worried about her son's marriage. When I saw you, I thought of Xiaoyu. What do you think? I don't know them well. Tang Nian shook her head. Marriage is a serious matter that shouldn't be taken lightly. However, she added, my friend is Anai Junlan. She might be a bit difficult to get along with, but her character is good. She was speaking honestly, and what happened next was not her concern. University teachers can be a bit strict, it's normal. Qiulan just wants a well-educated daughter-in-law. Should I talk to her now? Yu Guangyuan will be back to visit in a couple of days. It would be a good chance for them to meet. Zhao Chunmei was very excited and wanted to discuss this with Wen Qiulan right away, but Tang Nian stopped her. Why are you in such a hurry? Let me talk to the girl first. What if she already has a partner? Right, we need to find that out first.
Zhao Chunmei nodded vigorously.
Seeing that Tang Nian hadn't moved for a while, she urged little Tang. Why aren't you calling? They're still on the road. Why are you in such a rush? If someone didn't know better, they might think you want to marry off your son yourself. Tang Nian was speechless. From Zhao Chunmei, she felt the urgency of Grandma Tang, always pushing as if in a hurry to get things done. Zhao Chunmei smiled sheepishly and said, I do want to find a daughter-in-law, but I haven't found the right one. My Haitao is too picky. Good girls don't like him, and I don't want someone with average conditions.
Sigh.
He's only 19. There's no need to rush. Tang Nian felt she was being too impatient. She had met Zhou Haitao a couple of times, and he wasn't as hypocritical as his father. He was a straightforward young man. These years were a great time for soldiers to achieve success. As long as Zhou Haitao seized the opportunity and gave it his all, he would accomplish a lot. Xiao Tang, you got married at 18, Zhao Chunmei said softly. It was easy for her to say, having married early herself, while expecting others not to rush. Tang Nian was taken aback and had no response, her expression sulking. After a moment, she replied irritably, How can I be the same as your son? I've known Shen Xiao since we were kids. Has your son had that? Well, he has. He already has 3 kids. Zhao Chunmei sighed. The 4 children had grown up in her hometown, especially the oldest 2, who were always playing outside. They even picked up sheep droppings to eat and grew up wearing split pants. The girls who grew up with the second child got married early and already had 3 kids. Tang Nian didn't know what to say, so she decided to stay quiet. In fact, she wanted to say that even if those rural girls weren't married with kids, Zhao Chunmei probably wouldn't approve because she had mentioned wanting to find a cultured girl for her son. Many girls from her hometown had only attended a couple of years of elementary school, and some hadn't even set foot in a school, unable to read. After a while, Tang Nian called Anai Junlan. Anai Junlan had a phone at home. Her father held a high position and had one installed. You called right after I got home. What's up? Anai Junlan was surprised, feeling that Tang Nian seemed to like her more than she let on. This thought made her quite happy, and her tone softened. I want to ask you something. Do you have a boyfriend? Tang Nian asked directly, without beating around the bush. No, are you going to introduce someone to me? Anai Junlan joked, adding military officers are pretty good, but they have to be tall, good-looking, and ambitious. She listed several requirements, emphasizing that she wanted someone handsome, tall, with good character and a bright future in the military. Tang Nian put the phone to Zhao Chunmei's ear for her to listen. There are plenty who fit the bill. Zhao Chunmei nodded repeatedly. On the other end of the phone, Anai Junlan shyly said, Tang Nian, why didn't you say someone was next to you? There is someone here, it's Chunmei, whom you just met. She wants to introduce you to a match. He meets all your conditions and is about your age. He's 25. Tang Nian asked directly, without beating around the bush. He's good-looking, tall, and a young officer with a bright future. Zhao Chunmei almost grabbed the phone to speak herself, feeling that Tang Nian wasn't doing a good job of introducing him and wasn't mentioning any of his good qualities. Do you have a photo? Ni Junlon asked, sounding a bit shy. Yes, I have one. Should I send it over, or will you come to get it? Zhao Chunmei, feeling frustrated talking from the side, pushed Tang Nian aside, excited as if she were looking for a daughter-in-law herself. Tang Nian rubbed her backside and glanced at Zhao Chunmei, thinking that this must be the strong build her grandmother often mentioned for having sons. She decided to hand the phone to Zhao Chunmei and let her take over. Zhao Chunmei didn't say much and quickly hung up, smiling as she walked away. But she soon returned, looking radiant, holding a photo. What are you back for? Tang Nian blurted out. Teacher and I is coming to see the photo soon, and Sister Qilan will secretly look at it at my house. Don't say anything. Zhao Chunmei, familiar with her temperament, sat down comfortably, waiting for Ni Junlon to arrive. Tang Nian raised her eyebrows, surprised that Ni Junlon was actually eager to get married. Ni Junlon, who had just left, came back under the sun, clearly feeling the pressure to marry at 24, with her parents and relatives constantly urging her. However, she didn't want to settle for just anyone. She wanted someone she truly liked and who was respectable. Zhao Chunmei's mention of the officer made her feel intrigued, but she knew she needed to see him in person. Sister Chunmei, Ni Junlon called as she entered, her face a bit flushed, not from shyness but from the sun. As a woman of 24, she felt there was no need to be shy about marriage. Teacher and I, look. This is Yu Guangyuan. Isn't he handsome? He's 1.8 meters tall, a very strong and good-looking young man. You two would be a perfect match. Zhao Chunmei took out a photo and praised Yu Guangyuan highly. In the photo, Yu Guangyuan was wearing a military uniform and a cap, looking quite impressive. Ni Junlon immediately liked him, and his height was exactly what she wanted. She wanted a tall and handsome boyfriend to show off. What are his requirements for a partner? Ni Junlon wanted to be sure. She didn't want to have one-sided feelings and end up disappointed. He wants someone pretty, educated, who shares common interests, and comes from a good background. Teacher and I, you definitely meet those criteria. In a few days, Yu Guangyuan will be back to visit his family. How about you two meet? Zhao Chunmei was not making this introduction lightly. Ni Junlon came from a good family, was beautiful, had a respectable job, and was educated. She and Yu Guangyuan were well matched. If they liked each other, they would be a perfect couple. Ni Junlon was thrilled by the compliments. She felt she was quite impressive and could match with 99% of excellent men. The remaining 1% must just not see her worth. Sure, I'm free every day. Sister Chunmei, just set it up and let me know. Ni Junlon acted confidently, showing no shyness, which made Wen Qilan, who was listening nearby, very pleased. She wanted a daughter-in-law like this. She couldn't stand stingy girls. Suddenly, Tang Nian, who had been listening, interjected, Ni Junlon, you can't call Sister Chunmei. When you and Yu Guangyuan meet, he should call her Auntie, and you should call me Auntie too. Remember that. How nice. She was gaining a new title for no reason. Tang Nian felt very happy, looking kindly at Ni Junlon, waiting for her to call her Auntie. When you and Yu Guangyuan get together, as an elder, I will definitely give you a red envelope and a fee for changing how you address me. How about you change it now? I have a red envelope ready. Tang Nian, like performing a magic trick, pulled out a red envelope and placed a $5 bill in front of Ni Junlon. Ni Junlon was lost in thought for a while before finally reacting. She quickly grabbed the red envelope and said through gritted teeth, "Dream on. I'm still your teacher, and you haven't even called me that. From now on, let's keep things separate." She accepted the red envelope since Tang Nian wasn't short on money. After all, she had taken advantage of her earlier, so she had to grab the envelope. Tang Nianyan rolled her eyes but didn't try to take the envelope back. Teasing this girl was quite fun. Zhao Chunmei smiled and added, "Let's keep things separate then. Little and I wait for my call." "Alright, I'm heading back." And Junlan took the photo and left. Her bicycle was parked in the yard, and her eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at it, just like the sneaky Wen Qiulan. After she left, Zhao Chunmei rushed to the wall and asked, "Sister Qiulan, how did it go?" "Good. I'll have Guang Yuan come back to meet her soon." Wen Qiulan was very pleased. She carried herself with confidence and was not petty. Although she had a bit of a temper, she was reasonable, and it was normal for someone like Junlan with her looks and background to have a strong personality. Little Tang even mentioned that Junlan had captured enemy spies and had done great things. Wen Qiulan was a bit worried that Junlan might not be interested in her son. "I think little I likes Guang Yuan. Once he comes back and they meet, we'll know if it works out," Zhao Chunmei said with a smile. Wen Qiulan's face was full of smiles. She even went around the wall and entered through the front gate to thank Tang Nianyan. "If it works out, you should thank Sister Chunmei. I didn't do much." Tang Nianyan replied honestly, saying she knew nothing about matchmaking but was quite good at breaking things apart. "If it works out, both you and Chunmei will have done well, and I'll give you a big red envelope." Wen Qiulan laughed as she left. That night, she was so excited she couldn't sleep, so she got up to count the cash at home and planned which guests to invite to the wedding. The more she calculated, the more energized she felt, and she wasn't tired at all. A week later, Guang Yuan returned. When Tang Nianyan met him in person, she found him quite handsome, though not as much as her own Xin Xiao. The meeting place for Junlan and Guang Yuan was arranged at Tang Nianyan's house. Junlan had dressed up nicely, while Guang Yuan was in military uniform, which is the best attire for a man. Both were quite satisfied with each other, and their personalities complemented one another. Guang Yuan is calm and steady, while Junlan is outgoing and lively. They're a good match, and their relationship is progressing well. That evening, they went to see the popular imported movie The Chase. The film, starring Takakura Ken, is a classic. Since its release in Shanghai, a trend for the duqiu hairstyle, trench coats, and sunglasses has swept the city. Many young men have gone hungry to save money for a duqiu trench coat, getting a buzz cut, and dressing up like Takakura Ken's character in the movie. However, many find it hard to replicate Takakura Ken's tough guy image. Before this movie was introduced, the popular style in the country was more like that of Tang Guiqiang, with his big eyes, double eyelids, fair skin, and handsome face, which young men admired. The movie The Chase actually premiered in the book 2 months early. It should have been released in Shanghai after October 1978 and remains one of the most popular Japanese films to date, having a significant impact. Junlan and Guang Yuan naturally became a couple, much to the delight of Wen Qiulan, who was relieved of her worries. When Guang Yuan's family visit ended, he returned to the army, and he and Junlan began exchanging letters. Their feelings for each other grew quickly, and both sets of parents had met. They were just waiting for Guang Yuan's marriage report to be approved so they could get their marriage certificate. Before they knew it, it was back-to-school season, and the school welcomed a new group of students. Yuan Hongmei's husband was admitted to Tongji University in Shanghai. During the summer, they took their 2 children around the city, visiting places like the Double Dragon Cave and Westlake in Zhejiang Province and Suzhou, before sending the kids back to northeast China and returning for the new school year. Tang Jianshu was accepted into a vocational college in Shanghai, while Tang Zhengwo missed out by just a few points. His wife was accepted into a teacher's college in Hangzhou, and he planned to study for another year to retake the exam. The team leader slaughtered a pig and held a graduation banquet, celebrating 2 college graduates in the family. That day, he got so drunk for only the 2nd time in his life that he didn't even recognize his father. The first time he drank like this was on his wedding day. As Tang Jianshu went off to college, Tang Village's craft factory, sock factory, and the fan factory established last year were temporarily managed by Tang Zhengwo, who also had to oversee the machinery factory. Fortunately, They had trained, capable assistants to help share the workload. As for Tang Mantong, Tang Nianyan did not allow him to participate in factory management and only assigned him to sales. There is also a newly established trading company, which is managed by Tang Lujin and Tang Dongchang. They balance their studies with running the factory. At first, they were a bit overwhelmed, but now they are getting the hang of it and are preparing to attend the autumn trade fair in October. Tang Nian rarely gets involved in factory matters now. She mostly offers ideas or solves some difficult problems and doesn't even visit the factory regularly. Zhao Chunmei is still waiting for news from the clothing factory. Tang Nian told her to wait for the right moment, but she doesn't know when that will be. From summer to autumn, and now to winter, her enthusiasm has faded. She feels that the day she can rely on her husband may never come. On December 18, 1978, the third plenary session of the 11th Central Committee was held in the capital, officially announcing the shift in focus to socialist modernization. The winds of reform and opening up would soon spread across the country. Sister-in-law, go find Director Huang and tell him I want to take over the clothing factory. Ask him to make arrangements. Tang Nian called for Zhao Chunmei. Zhao Chunmei, who had given up on relying on her husband, was momentarily stunned. After a moment, she slapped her thigh excitedly and said, "Little Tang, is the moment finally here? Yes. You can rely on Comrade Zhou now."
Tang Nian smiled mysteriously.
I'm going to find old Huang right now. Zhao Chunmei was so excited that she didn't even take off her apron. She ran halfway and then came back to remove her apron and fix her hair before eagerly heading to find old Huang. Taking over the clothing factory isn't actually difficult. As long as the previous debts are settled, the military district is eager for someone to take over the factory. Before Tang Nian approached, others had shown interest in taking over, but when they heard about the debts of around 180,000, they backed out. With 180,000 in funds, they could start their own factory, so why bother taking over a struggling one? Therefore, Tang Nian's takeover of the clothing factory went smoothly. She stated that she could settle the debts, but the factory would need to carry the military district's name. However, the military district would not interfere in the factory's operations and management. She would give the military district 20% of the profits each year and prioritize hiring unemployed military wives. She wanted the military district as a strong endorsement. No matter if they faced big or small challenges, or even the toughest situations, just mentioning the military district would make others back down. Moreover, having military spouses work brought many benefits, making it a win-win situation for both sides. After signing the contract, Tang Nian quickly settled her debts without missing a penny. She bought some sewing machines and hired an excellent sample maker and designer, and the clothing factory was ready to open. The factory's first order was for trench coats like the ones worn by Takakura Ken in the movie The Chase. This film was a huge hit, and everyone across the country started wearing trench coats, sunglasses, and short hairstyles. Tang Nian also had the designer and sample maker create outfits worn by the female lead, Mayumi, in the movie, and she had the workshop work overtime to meet demand. All 28 idle military spouses found jobs at the clothing factory. Tang Nian implemented a piece rate pay system, allowing fast workers to earn over 100 a month, while slower workers made around 50 or 60. Zhao Chunmei was appointed as the workshop supervisor, earning a base salary plus bonuses linked to production targets. The more they produced, the higher the bonuses. Due to the popularity of the chase, the trench coats and women's clothing sold out as soon as they hit the market. This scenario is not fictional. The popularity of the chase back then was even more intense than I described. The sewing machines in the workshop were working hard, and the military spouses wished they had 48 hours in a day. The money was right in front of them, yet they still had to sleep. They could never earn enough. Tang Nian bought several storefronts to open clothing stores. She hired a few attractive young women as sales assistants, offering a base salary plus commission. The girls were full of energy and didn't need supervision from the boss. They were self-motivated, and their daily sales were impressive. Thus, within just half a year of opening, Tang Nian's clothing factory was rolling in money. Although she had to give 20% of the profits to the military district, she still made a significant profit. The trend from the chase would last another year or two. Tang Nian also brought out some popular styles from the future, made slight adjustments, and had the factory produce them, with almost every style selling out quickly. People in the 1970s mostly wore shades of blue, black, white, and gray. Everyone loves beauty and colorful designs, and after being suppressed for over a decade, this natural desire was suddenly unleashed, becoming unstoppable. Tang Nian's brightly colored clothes received a warm welcome after their launch, and her brand Step by Step to Lotus quickly gained popularity across the country. The name Step by Step to Lotus was chosen by Tang Nian on a whim. Unfortunately, there was no trademark law in the country at that time, and soon various knockoff versions of her clothes appeared, with poor quality that made her very frustrated. Time flew by, and soon it was the summer of 1979. The clothing factory was doing very well. Zhao Chunmei was busy every day, managing most of the factory's operations, and anything she couldn't handle was reported to Tang Nian. Therefore, Zhao Chunmei was practically the deputy factory manager, and her salary had risen significantly, surpassing that of team leader Zhao. With newfound confidence, Zhao Chunmei became more youthful and beautiful. She no longer wanted to rely on her husband and found the idea quite laughable. With a broader perspective, Zhao Chunmei even had a bold thought. If her husband continued to belittle her, she would be fine living without him. After all, she could support her 2 children on her own, as both the eldest and the second were earning salaries and didn't need her help. She decided she would no longer tolerate any mistreatment from men. Another summer vacation arrived, and Tang Nian went to Hong Kong to collect money from the films she had previously invested in, which were now profitable. Deng Moli's record company had also grown, and her brother Tang Chongfeng's band became a top band in Hong Kong with daily gigs. With the help of Bao Liansheng, the Tang family's company expanded and entered the ranks of the wealthiest in Hong Kong. Tang Jinglin arranged his return to the mainland, planning to come back before the new year, visit Tang village to pay respects to the elder Tang, and then spend a family reunion in Shanghai. As for the 6 properties and antiques returned by the government, both Tang Jinglin and his son decided to let Tang Nian keep them as her dowry. After spending more than half a month in Hong Kong, Tang Nian returned to Shanghai. Xin Xiao came back for a few days but soon left for the southwestern border, as battles had begun and military districts nationwide were on alert, taking turns to go to the front lines. Yu Guangyuan also went to the battlefield. His marriage application had already been approved, and he was initially planning to get married, but with the war starting, he postponed the wedding, worried that any mishap might delay an Junlan. Tang Nian returned in August, and the weather was still hot. Even though she and Xin Xiao were far apart, they met every night in their shared space and learned a lot about the battlefield. It was brutal. There were casualties every day, and the militia at the border had joined the fight for reinforcements. Although the battles were fierce, Tang Nian knew that their side would win, and this conflict would last for several years. One day, an Junlan came over, her eyes dark and her spirit low. Tang Nian, I want to go to the border. An Junlan said softly.
Why?
Tang Nian asked. I dreamed that Yu Guangyuan was covered in blood, holding on until the end, and then he died. And Junlan's eyes were red. The dream felt too real. In her dream, she could smell the blood and the smoke of the battlefield. She heard Yu Guangyuan telling her not to wait for him and to find a good man to live well. Dreams are often the opposite, which means Yu Guangyuan is fine. Tang Nian tried to comfort her. No, I have a feeling that Yu Guangyuan is in danger. I want to apply to join the medical team. Maybe I can find him. And Junlan had never felt so anxious. For days, her heart felt heavy, as if a large stone was pressing down on her. After dreaming of Yu Guangyuan last night, she understood it was a sign from above. Yu Guangyuan was definitely in danger. You might as well ask your future father-in-law. He must know about his son's situation, Tang Nian suggested. I asked, but Uncle Yu wouldn't say anything. He must be in danger, and Junlan replied, her face pale but her expression determined. She pleaded, Tang Nian Nian, can I borrow your car? I want to drive to the border. She couldn't buy a ticket, her parents wouldn't let her go, and Yu Guangyuan's parents also disagreed. But she had to go. No one could stop her. What can you do there? You've never even held a gun. Tang Nian Nian refused, not wanting to watch her friend walk into danger. I've practiced shooting. Don't underestimate me. I grew up in the military. And Junlon was not convinced. She had lived in the military camp when she was young, and after her father was transferred to a confidential unit, she left the military area. Her father had even taken her to throw grenades when she was a child. I'll find out about Yu Guangyuan and tell you tomorrow. Tang Nian Nian planned to ask Shen Xiao, as he should know. And Junlon agreed and left, feeling unsettled. That evening, Tang Nian Nian met Shen Xiao in the space and asked about Yu Guangyuan. The battalion he is in has been ordered to hold an important position until the last moment. Shen Xiao replied. Tang Nian Nian frowned tightly, and Junlin's intuition was correct. Yu Guangyuan was indeed in a difficult situation. If nothing changed, his battalion would likely face heavy losses. Isn't there any way to send reinforcements? Tang Nian Nian asked. I'm not in the same unit as him, and I don't know the situation there well. They probably have limited forces. If it were Shen Zhao's unit, he would definitely go to support, but he and Yu Guangyuan belonged to different military districts and couldn't cross boundaries. Tang Nian Nian furrowed her brow. She didn't understand military strategy. These were young lives that could turn into cold gravestones because of an order. She could understand the military's needs, but if the order had been given to Shen Xiao, she certainly wouldn't accept it. Perhaps being away from the end of the world for too long had softened Tang Nian Nian's heart a bit. She felt a pang of compassion. I want to go there. Tang Nian Nian wasn't doing it just for Junlon. She had planned to go to the battlefield to stretch her muscles, and this opportunity was perfect. I can't leave here. Be careful, Shen Xiao said. He didn't stop her. He had confidence in his wife, and if she encountered danger, she could always retreat to the space. Don't worry. Tang Nian Nian gave an okay sign, then went to gather a bunch of weapons and set off that night. When she left the space, it was 8 in the evening. She told Aunt Zhang she was going out and drove away. First, she went to Junlin's house. She didn't go inside but knocked on the window of Junlin's room with a stone. The window opened, and Junlin's eyes lit up as she silently asked, Is there news? Tang Nian Nian wrote a sentence on a piece of paper, folded it into a paper airplane, and shot it through the window. Junlon opened it and immediately got busy. 10 minutes later, she packed a bag and climbed down from the second-floor window. Let's go. Tang Nian Nian shook her head. Both of them were dressed in long clothes and pants for easy movement. Are we going to the border now? Are you coming too? Junlon was a bit excited. She had planned to leave tomorrow, but didn't expect Tang Nian Nian to act faster. I'm going to see my family member Shen Xiao. He's on the battlefield too. Tang Nian Nian drove towards the suburbs. Are we driving there?
No.
Tang Nian Nian denied it. Driving was too slow, and she had a faster mode of transportation. They arrived at a secluded house in the suburbs. She told Junlon to wait outside while she drove in.
Ni Yunlei nodded obediently.
Tang Nian Nian entered the yard and was quiet for a while. Outside, it was pitch dark, and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face, with strange sounds making her back feel cold. But thinking of Yu Guangyuan still in danger, she felt braver. If she couldn't handle this little bit, how could she go to the battlefield?
Come in.
Tang Nian Nian's voice came from inside. Junlon opened the door, and a strong light shone in, along with the sound of a strong wind, making it hard for her to open her eyes. Guilon widened her eyes in surprise. There was actually a helicopter parked in the spacious yard. Where did Tang Nian Nian get it? Where did you get this? Guilon jumped onto the helicopter, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I got it through connections. Don't tell anyone. I won't say a word. Thank you. Junlon was very grateful and felt a bit embarrassed. She used to be difficult with Tang Nian Nian, and she regretted it. Tang Nian Nian, I'm sorry for how I acted before. If I make it back alive, you'll be my best friend, and I'll do anything you ask. And Junlon made a promise. Hold on tight. Tang Mian ignored her. This girl was a bit overly sentimental, and she didn't want to discourage her.
Let her think that way.
The helicopter was something she had taken from her space, but Shen Xiao helped her find a legitimate excuse, so even if they checked, she could handle it. She skillfully ascended into the sky and headed towards the southwestern border. For hours later, her plane landed in an empty forest, and she covered it with some branches. And Junlon had no doubts about the plane's origin. She believed it belonged to the military district, and Shen Xiao was an important figure there, so getting a plane wouldn't be difficult. At this time, it was early morning, and the forest was deserted. Tang Mian took out a rope and asked Junlon to tie her collar and pant legs tightly to prevent any poisonous insects or leeches from getting inside. Leeches in the tropical rainforest can be deadly, and there are many unknown poisonous snakes and insects in the forest, which are more frightening than the enemy. Tang Mian pulled out a map. She had chosen a landing spot close to Guangyuan, about 30 miles away. They should reach it by dawn, but first, she needed to get Junlon to safety. The map was drawn by Shen Xiao and was very detailed. There was a temporary medical team 10 miles away that could help Junlon, but since she couldn't assist her, Tang Mian preferred to act alone. After 2 hours of walking, they arrived at the temporary medical team's location, and in the distance, they could see lights. Junlon exclaimed, "It's our people." "Yeah, goodbye." After saying this, Tang Mian knocked her out, tucked her under her arm, and left her outside the tent.
Who's there?
Someone came out, and Tang Mian quickly slipped away. "There's a woman. No visible injuries. Let's wake her up and ask her." 2 men in white coats came out and carried Junlon into the tent. Tang Mian continued on her way. Moving alone made her much faster, and by dawn, she reached a battlefield filled with smoke. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, along with the stench of burnt flesh. Bodies lay everywhere, and the scene was horrific. Tang Mian was fully armed, with her face covered and wearing the best bulletproof vest. Instead of looking for Yu Guangyuan, she sought the best high ground. She used binoculars to observe the enemy troops across the way, who were already restless and likely to attack soon. Tang Mian took out various weapons, all suitable for long-range attacks. She didn't know much about fighting, she only knew how to kill. So, she planned to eliminate all the enemies across from her, leaving none alive. The sun rose, and the soldiers who had a brief rest on the battlefield woke up, forcing themselves to prepare for the next round of fighting. Their orders from higher-ups were to hold their ground until the last moment, ensuring that the enemy could not take this high ground. Even if they ran out of ammunition and supplies, even if only one person remained, the 5-star red flag must stay planted on this high ground. With a face covered in dirt and blood, Yu Guangyuan picked up his binoculars to observe the enemy camp. The company commander and deputy commander had been killed, and the instructor was severely injured and unconscious. He was now the highest-ranking officer on the battlefield, leading the upcoming battle. At this moment, Yu Guangyuan looked very disheveled, lacking the confidence he had when he returned from visiting family. His left arm was in a sling, his cheek was injured from shrapnel, and his right leg had also been hit, forcing him to kneel on the ground. The enemy is about to attack. Prepare for battle. Yu Guangyuan issued the order coldly, fully aware that he might not return this time. Fortunately, he hadn't held a wedding, so he wouldn't hold up Junlon. The soldiers on the battlefield entered combat mode. There were hardly any who were uninjured. Each soldier bore wounds, their faces smeared with blood, and some, despite serious injuries, still held their rifles. "My wife is due next month, and I don't even know what we'll have. I haven't named the baby yet," said a simple-looking soldier, sounding a bit regretful. He wasn't afraid of dying, but he regretted not being able to see his child born or hear them call him Dad. "Write a letter and put it in your pocket. No matter if it's a boy or a girl. Name them Victory," suggested a more refined-looking soldier. He hoped for victory in this battle so that future children wouldn't have to fight. "Victory sounds good. Let's name them Victory." The simple soldier took out a cigarette box and, without a pen, used some blood on his body to write a few words on the box paper. The baby will be named Yu Xingli. After finishing, he carefully folded the paper and placed it in his pocket, gently patting it and smiling. The enemy is coming. Darn them. I'll take them down. A nearby soldier cursed, and everyone tensed up. The enemy was about to attack. A bloody battle was imminent, and they wondered how many brothers would fall this time. Everyone was very excited, but their mood was heavy because they knew they would likely fall at this position. However, they hoped to hold on for a few more days until reinforcements arrived. Yu Guangyuan looked through his binoculars and saw a large number of enemies at the foot of the mountain, along with cannons lined up, aimed at their high ground. Clearly, the enemy was determined to take the high ground and had increased their weaponry. Darn it! Yu Guangyuan spat out some blood. This battle would surely be more brutal, and perhaps he and his brothers would die, but he was not afraid. He just felt a bit regretful. He wasn't married yet. The enemies at the foot of the mountain were still, preparing to fire their cannons, clearly intending to bombard them. Yu Guangyuan ordered the soldiers to take cover in the trenches while he continued to observe the enemy with his binoculars. Something strange appeared in the binoculars. The enemy loading the cannons suddenly fell down, followed by another and another. One after another, like dumplings dropping. Within minutes, the enemy's artillery crew had all collapsed, each one hit in the heart, a single shot fatal. Yu Guangyuan couldn't see clearly through the binoculars, but he saw the enemy camp turn chaotic. What are those guys doing? Did they all die? The soldiers who had been waiting in the trench couldn't stay still any longer and crawled out. Yu Guangyuan glanced at one of them and realized he hadn't noticed before that this guy had a knack for predicting things accurately.
Wow.
It exploded. Someone shouted excitedly. Everyone saw that a shell had been fired from their direction, hitting the enemy accurately. The enemy soldiers were thrown into the air, screaming in panic.
Boom.
Several shells were fired in succession, turning the enemy camp into a sea of fire. The enemy soldiers fled in all directions, unable to focus on attacking the high ground. Watching this scene, the soldiers on the high ground were stunned. Do we still have shells?
Yu Guangyuan asked.
We ran out yesterday. We barely have any grenades left, someone replied. They had held their position for 4 days and were about to run out of supplies, so it was impossible for them to have any shells left. Everyone looked at each other, all glancing in the direction of the cannon fire. Who was that on their high ground? How could there still be so many shells? This guy is incredible. He actually hid so many shells. I need to check it out. A rugged man was extremely excited and prepared to sneak over to see who it was. Are you trying to get killed? Stay put. He was pulled back. They were all hiding, and going out would expose their position. The enemy would hit them without fail. At this moment, Tang Nian was getting more and more excited. Her blood was boiling, and she felt like she was back in the apocalypse. The smell of blood and gunpowder on the battlefield felt familiar to her. After firing dozens of shells, the enemy camp was in chaos, with many bodies on the ground, some barely alive. The enemy commander was trying to regroup his troops, and they were still somewhat disciplined, quickly assembling to prepare for another attack. But as soon as they gathered, more shells came flying in. This was the moment Tang Nian had been waiting for. The enemy commander shouted in frustration, "How do they still have shells? Didn't they run out yesterday?" No one answered him. Everyone was too busy trying to escape. Retreat. The enemy commander had no choice but to issue a retreat order. Their assessment of the situation was wrong. The Huaxia army's firepower was too strong, and reinforcements must have arrived. They needed to request additional troops. The enemy is retreating. Yu Guangyuan licked his dry lips. They were not only short on ammunition, but also on water. The soldiers could only drink dew in the morning to quench their thirst. Look, someone is chasing them. A young soldier shouted excitedly. Everyone saw a slender black figure darting down the mountain like an arrow, holding a submachine gun. They blinked, and the figure was already at the foot of the mountain. "Brother Yu, let's go help," everyone urged, not wanting to leave someone to fight alone. It felt unfair. Yu Guangyuan sent half the people down to provide support while keeping the other half to defend the high ground. He couldn't move well, so he had to stay behind. But when the reinforcements reached the foot of the mountain, they were met with a scene of devastation. Bodies everywhere, not a single survivor, not even the enemy commander, who had been shot to pieces. Didn't see that person. She ran away really fast. The soldiers brought in the enemy's weapons, food, and water. Their supplies were suddenly full, allowing them to hold on for a few more days. This water bottle is hanging on the tree, and there's a note. A soldier handed the note to Yu Guangyuan, which read, "For the injured soldiers, 1 sip each." "Yu, what's in this water bottle?" someone asked. Yu Guangyuan opened the lid, and a strong medicinal smell wafted out. He didn't hesitate for long and had the medicine given to the seriously injured brothers. Although the source was unknown, she was definitely an ally and wouldn't harm them. The medicine worked wonders. Within an hour, several feverish injured soldiers had their fevers break, and even the severely injured instructor regained consciousness. This must be a miraculous medicine, right? Everyone was amazed, and one soldier even bit his finger hard to confirm he wasn't dreaming. They had truly encountered someone extraordinary. Though no one said it aloud, everyone felt that the mysterious shadow might be a divine being. The shadow did not appear again. Yu Guangyuan limped to the place where the shadow had hidden before, but found nothing, as if that morning's events were just an illusion. "Brother Yu, could it really be a divine being?" a young soldier whispered.
Don't say that.
Yu Guangyuan stopped him. Some things should remain unspoken. It was enough for everyone to understand. At that moment, Tang Nian appeared at the enemy's stronghold. She wasn't done yet, and decided to attack the enemy's base for some excitement. By nightfall, she had wiped out 3 enemy outposts, leaving no survivors. Tang Nian's method was simple and brutal. She used artillery during the day and at night, concealed herself in the shadows, planting explosives around the outposts before detonating them. She initially planned to continue the next day, but was advised by Xin Xiao to return home. "They're already investigating. Nian, you need to go back." Xin Xiao felt a bit helpless. He didn't expect his wife to create such a big scene. If she kept going, she might end up directly confronting the enemy's leader. While this approach was exciting, it had its downsides. A soldier needs to grow through the trials of battle. Sacrifice is necessary. If everyone takes shortcuts, the army will just be for show. This campaign requires military districts from across the country to take turns on the battlefield to train them. If you do all their work for them, they will never grow. Xin Xiao patiently explained to his wife. In truth, his wife, Nian, had the kindest heart. Seeing soldiers sacrifice themselves made her soft-hearted, and she wanted to help. This approach wasn't entirely wrong, but it should only be done occasionally. Tang Nian was munching on braised pork, made by Xin Xiao, and it was especially delicious. She had already eaten 3 bowls. "Got it, I'll leave at dawn." Tang Nian nodded while chewing the meat. She was satisfied. "When you go back, park the helicopter at our house in the suburbs. I will handle any inquiries that come up." Xin Xiao served her more braised pork and some vegetables, emphasizing the need for a balanced diet. He had modified that helicopter. If questioned, he would say it was a second-hand helicopter from Hong Kong that he had disassembled and brought back to reassemble. With his skills, he could manage it without anyone noticing. "Understood, but stop giving me vegetables." Tang Nian pouted, annoyed that he kept serving her greens after she had already eaten some. Xin Xiao smiled and switched to eating the vegetables himself. After dinner, Xin Xiao washed the dishes. Once Tang Nian fell asleep, he left the space. Outside the tent, someone was waiting to discuss an urgent meeting. Xin Xiao went to the meeting room, where important leaders were gathered, all looking serious. The meeting's topic was the mysterious person who had appeared. Because of her, the conflict between our army and the enemy had ended early. It was originally expected to last at least another half-month, but now they could take a break. The mysterious person has a lot of new weapons and a miraculous healing medicine. Those who were severely injured and unconscious have woken up after taking the medicine. Doctors have checked their injuries, and they are no longer in danger, someone said. Is there any of that medicine left? Another person asked. There's none left, just one pot. There are too many injured, so in the end, we mixed it with water to drink, which reduced its effectiveness a lot. Everyone felt a bit regretful. If some of this good medicine had been saved, they might have found the formula. What they didn't know was that Yu Guangyuan did this on purpose. He felt that the mysterious person didn't want to be disturbed, so he forbade his subordinates from discussing them and made sure to finish the entire pot of medicine, even diluting the last drop with water several times to erase all traces of the mysterious person. Deputy Commander Shen, what do you think? Everyone looked at Shen Xiao, eager to hear his opinion. Shen Xiao had the strongest individual combat ability. There was no one in the national military districts who could match him, so he might have other insights. There are many patriotic experts who usually stay hidden, but they appear when the country is in trouble. The mysterious person that Yu Guangyuan encountered must be a highly skilled civilian expert. Such an expert can be as powerful as an entire division. Shen Xiao replied. But even if she is a civilian expert, where did she get so many weapons? Someone questioned. As long as they have money, they can buy planes and artillery from across the river. Shen Xiao used himself as an example. I bought a helicopter from across the river, took it apart, brought it back, and reassembled it. It's just like new. Since the helicopter issue couldn't be hidden anymore, it was better to come clean. The others looked envious. They knew Shen Xiao often went across the river for missions, and he had a super wealthy father-in-law there who could indeed afford a helicopter. This guy is really lucky. Brother Xiao, when we get back to the city, can I try your plane? A young man nudged Shen Xiao, sounding particularly flattering. Sure. Shen Xiao readily agreed. This guy was from the Yan family in the capital, a cousin of Yan Zhongjia, with a powerful background. Having his help to get the helicopter through would make it easier to bring things out from the space in the future. Brother Xiao is really loyal. Just let me know if you need anything in the future. Yan Tianjie smiled brightly. His dream was to be a pilot, but he didn't pass the physical exam, so he joined the army instead and could only satisfy his craving by flying a helicopter. With Shen Zhao's explanation, the mysterious aura around the mysterious person faded a lot. Perhaps they really were just a civilian expert? The next morning, Tang Nian came out of her space and took a walk in the mountains before heading to Ni Junlan. Yu Guangyuan and the others had already left the high ground and completed their handover with other units. He met Ni Junlan at the medical point at the foot of the mountain. When he saw her, Yu Guangyuan was in shock for a long time. He even thought he was really dead and that everything from yesterday until now was just an illusion. It wasn't until Ni Junlan rushed over and hugged him, crying loudly, that he slowly came back to reality. The salty tears and her heart-wrenching cries were so loud they hurt his ears, confirming that this was real, not a dream. When Tang Nian arrived, Yu Guangyuan was still giving orders. Ni Junlan listened obediently, not arguing at all. Where's your sharp tongue? Why aren't you speaking up? Tang Nian looked down on her. Talking to her was like dealing with a firecracker, always sharp-tongued, while she spoke sweetly to men. It was disappointing. You're back? Are you okay?
Ni Yun lane Joey Filiroshzoa.
After not seeing her for a day and night, she was worried sick, fearing something had happened to Tang Nian.
I'm fine.
Your sweetheart saw me, so I should head back. Tang Nian dodged the girl's enthusiastic hug. Now that her business here was done, she was ready to return to the city and enjoy life. When Yu Guangyuan saw her, his gaze became thoughtful. He asked Ni Junlan about the timing of her arrival, which coincided perfectly with the mysterious person's appearance. Moreover, Tang Nian's figure resembled that of the mysterious person. Although Ni Junlan refused to say how they arrived, it was clear they must have come by helicopter given the short time frame. If Tang Nian could get a helicopter, she could also acquire a lot of weapons. He instinctively felt that the mysterious person was Tang Nian. Junlan, you and Miss Tang should head back now. Be obedient. Yu Guangyuan reached out to Tang Nian, saying earnestly, Thank you, Comrade Tang. You're welcome. Tang Nian shook his hand, and they exchanged a knowing glance without saying a word. Some things are better left unspoken. Although Ni Junlon was reluctant to leave, she understood that she couldn't help by staying. Seeing that Yu Guangyuan was okay put her mind at ease. Let's go now. The leaders will be coming soon, Yu Guangyuan reminded. The leader had asked him many questions about the mysterious person over the phone. He shared some details, but if the leader came and saw Tang Nian, it might cause trouble. Let's go. Tang Nian pulled Ni Junlon away. She didn't want to deal with the leader. Guangyuan, take care of your injury. Once you recover, we will have our wedding. I will wait for you. Ni Junlon reluctantly left. Even though Yu Guangyuan was injured, in her eyes, he looked even more handsome with a scar on his face. She was determined to marry such a heroic man. They had just left for 10 minutes when the leaders arrived. Yu Guangyuan casually mentioned that his fiancé and friend had come, brushing the matter aside. That evening, Tang Nian and Ni Junlon returned to his city. The helicopter was still parked at the house. She drove back to the city, first dropping Ni Junlon off at home before returning to the military district. Aunt Zhang didn't know she had been to the front lines and didn't ask where she had been. She simply made a bowl of fragrant egg noodles. After Tang Nian finished eating, she took a shower and went to bed. Another half-month passed, and Xin Xiao was coming back. The division he led was returning for rest. This time he had fought several successful battles and performed exceptionally well. If all went well, he would be promoted again upon his return. Yu Guangyuan also came back to recover from his injuries. He had a scar on his face, and the more serious injury was from shrapnel in his leg, which affected his nerves. He was scheduled for surgery at the Hu City Military Hospital. His performance in this battle was also commendable, so he should receive a promotion as well. Along with Xin Xiao, there was a guy named Yan Tianjia, who was the cousin of Yan Zhongjia. The two brothers looked quite alike and were both charming and sociable. Within half an hour of arriving, Yan Tianjia had Aunt Zhang smiling and promised to cook delicious food for him. Where is my cousin Zhongjia? Why isn't he home? Yan Tianjia went next door to find his cousin to play, but there was no one there. He went to his wife's family to visit, Xin Xiao replied. Last summer, Yan Zhongjia visited Tang village and, with his charm, made a great impression there. He could eat his way through the village just by talking, and he had Aunt Tang and Huang Zhaodi cooking delicious meals for him every day, making him so happy that he forgot to go home. So this summer, as soon as vacation started, he packed his bags and ran off to play with the village kids, having a great time. Yan Tianjia joked, "This guy comes home for the new year and talks about all the delicious food in the south every day, making me crave it so much. I finally decided to transfer here." It was because his cousin kept talking about the tasty food that he was tempted to the point of dreaming about it, so he applied to move to the military district in Shanghai to enjoy it fully. Xin Xiao looked at him with disdain, thinking that this was all he could achieve. Yan Tianjia lived next door and came over every day to share meals. During his time off, he shamelessly took a helicopter ride, enjoying life so much that he regretted not moving here sooner. In the fall, Xin Xiao received his promotion papers, becoming the youngest division commander in the military district. In peacetime, this promotion speed was faster than a rocket, but everyone respected him because Xin Xiao earned his achievements through hard work. Most of the officers who went to the front lines were promoted when they returned, including the chief of staff, Yan, and his nephew, Yan Tianjia. Tang Nian's life now revolved around three places: school, the clothing factory, and the military district. The clothing factory now had over 100 employees. Besides military spouses, they hired many more people. Zhao Chunmei was promoted from workshop director to factory manager, mainly overseeing production. She was so busy every day that she sometimes didn't come home at night and slept at the factory. Zhao Chunmei felt fulfilled and even attended night classes to learn more. As for her previous wish to rely on her husband, she no longer cared about that. However, while Zhao Chunmei was open-minded, team leader Zhou had some complaints. It was Sunday, and Tang Nian was resting under the osmanthus tree, with her eyes closed. Xin Xiao was in the kitchen baking a cake, while Yan Tianjie eagerly waited nearby. Aunt Zhang was preparing lunch. Soon, Tang Lujin, Tang Dongqiang, and Tang Jianshu would come over. They were all attending university in Shanghai, and often visited Tang Nian for meals. Tang Jianghua was accepted into a college this year, but he chose a school in Hangzhou to be in the same city as his wife. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from next door, like something had fallen to the ground. Aunt Zhang, who was cleaning fish, immediately put down her scissors and quietly went to the wall to listen. "Zhou Tianming, what are you doing?" Zhao Chunmei shouted angrily.
Me?
"Zhao Chunmei, now that you've earned some money, you think you can boss me around? Look at this home. It's cold and empty. I've been working hard outside, and when I come back, I can't even have a cup of hot tea. The clothes I changed 3 days ago are still not washed, and I can't even find a clean pair of socks. Did I marry you just to be treated like this?" Captain Zhou's angry words were filled with frustration. He had been holding it in for a long time. Before, no matter when he came home, there was always hot tea and meals waiting for him. His dirty clothes were washed right away, and the house was always tidy and clean. He never had to worry about household chores. Now there are no hot meals or tea, no clean clothes, and the floors haven't been cleaned in days. He even had to attend the parents' meeting for the kids, which is simply unacceptable. Unable to hold back any longer, Captain Zhou finally exploded. He was ready to teach his increasingly unreasonable wife a lesson and restore order in the household. "Zhou Tianming, don't you have hands? If there's no hot water, boil some. If there's no hot meal, cook for yourself or eat at the cafeteria. If your clothes are dirty, wash them yourself. Before you got married, you managed just fine on your own. Now you act like a lord?" Zhao Chunmei retorted sharply, unlike before when she would back down after being scolded. "Why should I do everything? What did I marry you for, to be treated like this?" Zhou Tianming was even angrier. He felt his wife was challenging his position in the family. He was the pillar and the head of the household. "Did you marry me just to have a servant? Zhou Tianming, have you no shame? I have served you for 21 years, given you 4 children, taken care of your parents, and provided for them. Have you ever thanked me? You think all of this is my duty, but why? I was born to parents too. Why should I endure this suffering and your bad temper? In your eyes, I'm worth less than a maid, who at least gets paid. Have you ever paid me?" Zhao Chunmei had been attending night classes recently, broadening her perspective and thoughts. She realized that she had been a fool for letting Zhou Tianming bully her for over 20 years without standing up for herself. From now on, she would no longer tolerate any mistreatment. She wanted to take charge of the household, and if Zhou Tianming wouldn't cooperate, they could part ways. Zhou Tianming was so angry at her rebellious words that his face turned pale. Shaking his finger at her, he shouted, "What woman doesn't live like this? I give all my salary to the family. Look at other women who enjoy life like you do. Zhao Chunmei, you are living in comfort but don't appreciate it. Don't be so greedy. Enjoy life? How can you say such nonsense? Back home, I work hard taking care of your parents and our 4 kids, and I do all the farm work by myself. I work harder than an ox. Even when I have a fever, I still have to work in the fields. If I don't work, there's no food. Where were you, Zhou Tianming? Is this what you call enjoying life? You can keep that so-called comfort. I don't want it." Zhao Chunmei wiped her tears forcefully. She knew the hardships she had faced, and no one had the right to judge her. Zhou Tianming was momentarily speechless because Zhao Chunmei was speaking the truth. Back then, he wasn't in a good position, and the family relied entirely on her support. Now you still don't think you're living well? You can buy whatever you want, the kids are grown, what are you still unhappy about? You go out every day and don't come home at night. You've left everything at home unattended. Zhao Chunmei, I think you've become wild. Zhou Tianming softened his tone a bit, but as he spoke, his anger returned. You think you can just buy whatever you want? You need to be honest with yourself. When I wanted to make a new dress, you called me old-fashioned, said I spend money carelessly, and that I don't know how to save because I don't earn money. Humph. Zhou Tianming, you look down on me for not being educated, for being old-fashioned, for not making money, and you ignore my contributions at home. Well, now I'm earning money, and I'm also studying at night school. My salary is higher than yours now. So why should I still work like a servant at home, taking care of you, a man who doesn't appreciate me? Zhao Chunmei looked at her husband with sarcasm. When she couldn't earn money, he would criticize her, and she had no voice in the household. Now that she was earning, he complained that she couldn't manage the home. Men can be unreasonable, wanting their wives to earn money while also managing the household, while they enjoy their lives without any responsibilities. Zhao Chunmei had slowly come to understand these truths over the past 2 years. Although she still had feelings for Zhou Tianming, she felt disheartened. If Zhou Tianming wouldn't change and continued with his bad temper, she was seriously considering divorce. Now that you can earn money, you look down on me for earning less? Zhao Chunmei, do you have someone else outside? No wonder you don't come home every night. You must be cheating on me. Zhou Tianming was furious and said things he didn't mean. He had been holding in a lot of anger lately. He wanted to go to the front lines, but his application was denied, so he had to stay in the city, watching others go to the front, achieve success, and come back promoted. He felt stuck while his wife stayed out all night, ignoring their home. Zhou Tianming finally exploded, but he didn't get the reaction he expected. Zhao Chunmei had become more confident and was ready to stand up to him. Zhou Tianming felt embarrassed, thinking she must have someone else outside, which explained her change in behavior. You're talking nonsense. I work hard at the factory every day. Zhou Tianming, don't try to tarnish my reputation. Zhao Chunmei was so upset that she cried. She worked hard to earn money, yet her husband accused her of ruining her name. Who knows if you're really at the factory or with someone else? Look at you now, with your styled hair and makeup, dressing like a young girl. Who would believe you're not with someone else? Zhou Tianming grew angrier. Zhao Chunmei looked younger and more attractive, clearly trying to impress someone else, not him.
Crash.
Zhao Chunmei threw things in anger, breaking items around the house until she felt a bit better. Zhou Tianming, I can't live like this anymore. I want a divorce. Zhao Chunmei was determined. Their oldest children were grown, and she could take care of the younger ones on her own. She couldn't stand living with him for another day. Fine, let's get a divorce. I'll go file the papers right now. Zhou Tianming replied angrily. Neighbors who had been listening rushed in to mediate, insisting that Zhao Chunmei was not that kind of person and urging Zhou Tianming to stop making accusations. She has changed since she started working, always out, not cooking, not cleaning, and ignoring the home. I can't live like this. Zhou Tianming's tone softened a bit, but he continued to accuse Zhao Chunmei. Some people advised Zhao Chunmei to prioritize the family and not abandon it, and there were many voices echoing this sentiment. Unable to listen any longer, Tang Nian climbed over the wall to intervene. Zhou Tianming was so angry he almost bit his back tooth and said unhappily, Comrade Tang, can't you use the front door when you come to my house? I can't, I'm used to climbing over the wall. Tang Nian refused. She walked in front of Zhou Tianming, moved a chair, sat down and said seriously, Sister Chunmei is now the manager of my factory and a valuable asset. She earns 260 a month. My clothing factory cannot do without her. In the past, Comrade Zhou, you failed to recognize her worth and kept her at home doing housework for over 20 years. Don't you feel any regret?
Wow.
Everyone gasped in surprise. Zhao Chunmei earns such a high salary? Zhou Tianming was also surprised. He didn't expect his wife to earn so much and thought she was just boasting. Sister Chunmei works hard at the factory. When production is busy, she doesn't even get to sleep at night. Comrade Zhou, you are being unfair to her. A military wife spoke up for Zhao Chunmei. They worked together every day, and they knew best whether Zhao Chunmei was involved with anyone else. With no time even to sleep, how could she have the leisure to find someone else? We work with Sister Chunmei every day. She is so busy she barely has time to breathe, let alone find someone else. Comrade Zhou, accusing her without evidence is really disappointing. Sister Chunmei eats in the cafeteria every day. When things get hectic, she sometimes can't even get cafeteria food, and often has to eat plain buns with pickles. She has never complained. Comrade Zhou, if you're hungry, just go to the cafeteria for a warm meal. The military cafeteria won't let you go hungry. One by one, the military wives spoke up. They all worked at the clothing factory and stood up for Zhao Chunmei while also voicing their own concerns. Men like Zhou Tianming were not uncommon in the military. They were brave in battles and united with their comrades, but they often failed to understand the struggles of the women behind them. But when it comes to their wives, these men always act superior and want to control them. To put it nicely, it's called traditional masculinity. To put it bluntly, they don't treat their wives as equals. The hardships and sacrifices fall entirely on the wives, while the successes and rewards are claimed by the men. In the past, military wives like Zhao Chunmei had to endure everything. They had to tolerate their husbands' behavior because their husbands were the breadwinners, and without their support, they and their children would go hungry. Now that they have jobs and earn enough to support themselves and their children, they no longer need to put up with it. Under the collective protest of the military wives, Zhou Tianming's face turned various shades of red, clearly embarrassed. What are you all talking about? Since ancient times, men have worked outside and women have managed the home. Women should be at home cooking, not running around outside. One man stepped forward, expressing his discontent. He had long been unhappy with his wife, who, like Zhao Chunmei, had become more independent since working at the clothing factory. There was no hot meal waiting for him at home, and sometimes he didn't even see her at night. He and Zhou Tianming were close friends, so he felt the need to speak up for him. Although old Lu's words may not sound nice, he has a point. Someone needs to take care of the home and the children, right? We men work hard outside and just want a warm meal when we get home. There's an old saying, a wife and children by a warm stove make for a happy life. Now, with cold meals and no warmth at home, life isn't so pleasant. Another man spoke more gently, but the message was the same. They were all looking out for their own interests. Other men joined in to support them. This was no longer just an argument between Zhou Tianming and Zhao Chunmei. It had escalated into a conflict between the men and women in the community. The men accused the women of neglecting the home, while the women felt the men were ungrateful. As a result, the courtyard of the Zhou family was divided into two sides, one for men and one for women, facing each other in a standoff, while Zhao Chunmei and Zhou Tianming were forgotten. Can't you go to the cafeteria for a warm meal? Don't you have hands and feet? I've worked like a horse for 20 years since marrying you, and now I want to take charge of my own life. I'm not going to serve you anymore, shouted one military wife, hands on her hips, expressing her frustration. I'm not serving you anymore. Every day I work hard, taking care of the old and the young, and I never hear a kind word from you. From now on, I will stand on my own 2 feet. You can do whatever you want. The military wife spoke with strong determination, her sense of independence awakened. I earn $70 to $80 a month now. If I want new clothes, I'll buy them without worrying about your sour face. Don't say you support me anymore. I don't depend on you, said another military wife. That's not fair, sister. When we did housework at home, even hiring a maid would cost money. We didn't expect anyone to support us. Another wife corrected her. The factory manager was right. They had been too foolish before. They had worked hard, and everything they ate and drank was earned by them. Why should anyone say they relied on men? The military wives stood strong, their words sharp, leaving the men speechless and unable to respond. The men thought the women were being unreasonable and difficult, but when they tried to argue back, they found no valid points to make. It was true that the women had worked hard at home, and they had endured a lot. The men had to admit that they hadn't paid them. After all, families don't pay each other. You're all being unreasonable. Good men don't argue with women. Go home and don't embarrass yourselves out here, the men said. Unable to argue back and feeling frustrated, The men finally lost their temper and commanded their wives to go home. What do I have to be embarrassed about? I won't go home. You go back yourself. The military wives replied. They stood their ground. The factory manager had said they were independent women who could hold their own, and they didn't need to submit to unreasonable demands from men anymore. They still needed to help Zhao Chunmei deal with Zhou Tianming, so they wouldn't go back. The men, feeling humiliated, looked upset and were breathing heavily. They didn't leave either. They needed to keep an eye on their wives to prevent them from embarrassing them further. Tang Nianyan watched from the side, feeling satisfied with the military wives' performance. After all, they had been raised with traditional beliefs about gender roles, and it would take time to change that mindset. However, financial independence leads to independent thinking. Now that these military wives were earning money, they naturally wouldn't tolerate mistreatment like before. Zhao Chunmei was the first to explode because her salary was the highest. Zhou Tianming, I'm telling you, I won't do housework anymore. I'm very busy with work and don't have time to take care of your meals or wash your dirty socks. If you can't handle it, hire a housekeeper. Zhao Chunmei's mood had calmed down. She wiped her tears and loudly declared that she would no longer be a housewife. Zhou Tianming's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and asked, Zhao Chunmei, do you not want to continue this? Your understanding is off. Sister Chunmei made it clear that she's busy with work and doesn't have time for housework. She suggested you hire a housekeeper. How did you interpret that as not wanting to continue? Tang Nianyan found it strange. Was Zhou Tianming not listening? What she heard was completely different from what he understood. Comrade Tang, don't interfere in my family matters. Zhou Tianming shouted angrily. It was all Tang Nianyan's fault. When Zhao Chunmei wasn't working, she listened to him and spoke softly. Now she was acting like a fierce woman. Sister Chunmei is my subordinate, so I can't ignore this. Comrade Zhou, are you trying to get a divorce? I support it. Sister Chunmei, let's not stay with him. This man is lazy. He has hands and feet but can't even cook or wash socks. The house is as messy as a pigsty, and he refuses to hire a housekeeper. You earn more than he does, so why put up with this? Just leave. Tang Nianyan was also fired up and turned to Zhao Chunmei to shout in support. She raised both hands and feet in favor of divorce. It should happen. Let's divorce right now. Zhao Chunmei was also angry. With Tang Nianyan's encouragement, she immediately agreed and ran back to find their household registration book. Zhou Tianming, let's go get a divorce now. Zhao Chunmei found the household registration book and looked at Zhou Tianming defiantly. Zhou Tianming gritted his teeth, feeling embarrassed. He was trying to remember if he had actually said he wanted a divorce. After thinking for a long time, he was sure he hadn't said anything about divorce. It was all Tang Nianyan stirring things up. He shot a fierce glare at her, as if she was eager for his family to fall apart. Commander Shen, bring your wife home. My family matters have nothing to do with her, and she's making more noise than I am. Zhou Tianming shouted angrily from under the wall. Shen Xiao was in the kitchen decorating a cake with cream. He had heard the commotion next door but chose to ignore it and focused on his work. Aren't you going to do something? Yan Tianjia asked quietly. Shen Xiao glanced at him coolly, continued decorating, and once he finished the beautiful cake, he took off his gloves and casually walked to the yard, easily climbing over the wall. Your wife is my wife's employee. If her subordinate is being bullied, my wife is just helping her out. What's the problem? Shen Xiao asked seriously. No problem, but this isn't the same thing. This is my family matter, so take your wife back. Zhou Tianming nearly lost his temper, but managed to respond quickly. Don't be so worked up. Just a moment ago, you asked your wife if you wanted to continue your life together. My wife helped her answer, and your wife agreed to the divorce. Why are you changing your mind now? A man should keep his word. Shen Xiao remained calm, analyzing the situation slowly. He thought Zhou Tianming was getting what he deserved. Someone so lazy deserved to be left by his wife. Shen Xiao, are you being reasonable? I was just angry, and what I said in the heat of the moment doesn't count. Who said anything about divorce?
I never said that.
It's all your wife causing trouble. She can't stand to see my family doing well. Zhou Tianming was nearly furious. He just wanted to return to his normal life. How did it turn into a divorce? These two couples were both stirring up trouble, and it was infuriating. Zhou Tianming, you clearly don't want to continue. Stop blaming others. Quit talking and come with me to get the divorce. Zhao Chunmei scolded. She felt more satisfied than ever, even though she didn't really want a divorce, especially with 4 kids involved. She just wanted to scare this man a bit and vent her frustrations from 20 years. And maybe change his bad habits. He acted like a lord, expecting everything to be handed to him. Chunmei, don't say things in anger. It's normal for couples to argue. Not every fight leads to divorce. Both you and Comrade Zhou have your issues. Sit down and talk calmly. Don't keep mentioning divorce. It hurts your feelings. When Qiulan could see what was going on between the couple and stepped in at the right moment to mediate, suggesting they both take some responsibility and then tried to smooth things over. In a marriage, it's hard to determine who is right or wrong during a fight. All you can do is find a way to compromise. If you can't even do that, then separation may be the only option. Sister Chunmei, I support your decision to divorce. If you do, I'll give you a bonus. Tang Mianyan boldly stirred the pot. She really didn't like Zhou Tianming. He was too arrogant and hypocritical. A divorce would be great. How much? Zhao Chunmei was tempted. With Tang Mianyan's generosity, the bonus should be substantial. 1,000 yuan. Tang Mianyan's voice was loud, and the other military wives gasped, their eyes lighting up with ideas. Could they also? Director Tang, do I get a bonus if I divorce? One brave military wife asked. Yes, I'll give you 800. Tang Mianyan was very generous. She fully supported women seeking their freedom.
What about me?
And me? The military wives became excited, surrounding Tang Mianyan with questions. Everyone gets 800. Tang Mianyan was straightforward. It was just a bit of money, and she wasn't worried about it. These military wives deserved better than to deal with their husband's bad behavior. I'm going home to get my household registration. I'm going too. I don't want to live this miserable life anymore.
Divorce.
We must do it today. A few eager military wives rushed home. If they could divorce without dealing with their husband's nonsense and still get an 800 yuan bonus, it was a fantastic opportunity. Anyone who didn't take it would be foolish. The men were stunned. The women in the military community only showed such enthusiasm when benefits were being distributed, but now they were so eager to divorce. The men felt embarrassed. And they didn't want a divorce. After all these years and having several children, why not just make it work? Why get divorced? When Qiulan, feeling both amused and helpless, asked Shen Xiao to bring Tang Mianyan home. If she didn't return, the military wives in the neighborhood would seriously consider divorcing. Tang, stop stirring things up. It's better to save 10 temples than to destroy 1 marriage. If a man makes mistakes, he should be encouraged to change, not pushed towards divorce. When Qiulan was overwhelmed, Tang Mianyan truly didn't fear trouble and seemed to have plenty of money, casually throwing around thousands without a second thought. Then I won't get involved, Tang Mianyan said as she turned to leave. After a moment, she added to the military wives, the bonus system is always in effect. With that, she climbed over the wall and went home to eat cake. Shen Xiao glanced at Zhou Tianming and complained, "You're so lazy. You don't even wash your socks." Not only was he lazy, but he also took pride in it. No wonder his wife wanted a divorce. Zhou Tianming was frustrated. It felt like this couple was deliberately trying to make his life difficult. The woman was stabbing him in the back, and the man was handing her the knife. None of them were good. When Qiulan's husband, Commissioner Yu, arrived after hearing the news. After listening to his wife explain the situation, he too found it amusing, yet was pleased. The military wives were becoming more independent, evolving from relying on their husbands to becoming strong women, a significant and commendable progress. Commissioner Yu gave Zhou Tianming a stern lecture. A family requires both partners to share responsibilities and obligations. In the past, Comrade Chunmei didn't work and selflessly took care of the household and children. You should be grateful, not take it for granted. Now that Comrade Chunmei is working and busy every day, you should understand her challenges and support her by sharing household chores, rather than causing trouble and sparking family disputes. Though he was addressing Zhou Tianming, his gaze was directed at the other men, sending a clear warning. We live in a new society where men and women are equal, and so are spouses. There are no rules about who must do the housework. Whoever has the time should do it. Life requires mutual understanding and respect. Just because one earns more doesn't mean they can act superior, and those who earn less shouldn't feel inferior. You are not just partners, you are also parents. Set a good example for your children. They observe everything you do and will follow your lead. Do you want your children to argue about trivial matters when they get married? The tone of Commissioner Yu became serious. He was speaking to Zhao Chunmei and the other military wives, saying that while earning money is good, it shouldn't lead to arrogance. The most important thing is a harmonious and stable family. Everyone lowered their heads, feeling ashamed. If both partners are busy and don't have time for housework, they can hire help. If there are difficulties, they should find a way to solve them, not argue or threaten divorce. As neighbors and colleagues, we should not encourage others to divorce. Commander Shin, go home and write a reflection of at least 1,000 words. Commissioner Yu's voice carried into the Shin family's yard. Shin Xiao was peeling grapes for his wife when he heard this. He paused for a few seconds and then replied loudly, "Got it." In public, he decided to give Commissioner Yu some respect and would write a few hundred words later to submit. Tang Nian spat out a grape seed and quietly said, "Commissioner Yu is really good at smoothing things over. He should be a mediator in the community." Next door, Commissioner Yu coughed heavily. Although he was not young, he was still sharp and could hear everything the young Tang said. Tang Nian pouted and continued eating grapes, not wanting to get involved in these matters. She initially thought Zhao Chunmei genuinely wanted a divorce, but it turned out to be just a bluff, which wasted her emotions. The collective divorce incident ended with Commissioner Yu's mediation, but there were some changes. The men, like Zhou Tianming next door, started to take the initiative in doing housework. Shin Xiao saw Zhou Tianming washing his dirty socks in his yard several times, working hard at it. He not only washed his own but also helped Zhao Chunmei, a complete change from before. Zhao Chunmei reflected on herself. Since becoming the factory director, she had indeed become a bit arrogant and had started to look down on her husband. Commissioner Yu was right. She was now earning more than her husband, but she shouldn't let it get to her head. So, even when busy at the factory, she made time to come home and cook a hearty meal for the family, just like before. The atmosphere in the Zhou household became warmer, teaching Tang Nian a very important lesson. When it comes to marital issues, outsiders should never interfere. She had also been too arrogant and made such a basic mistake. Fortunately, she managed to keep her money, and none of the bonuses were given out. After the summer vacation, it was time to get back to intense studying. Tang Nian also took some time to attend the wedding of Ni Junlan and Yu Guangyuan. Yu Guangyuan's leg had healed well, but he was left with a scar on his face, making his once gentle demeanor appear much harsher. At the wedding, when the couple toasted her, Tang Nian drank the whole glass in one go. "Thank you." Both Yu Guangyuan and Ni Junlan looked serious, as they suspected that the mysterious person was Tang Nian. Without her, Yu Guangyuan might have ended up like Ni Junlan dreamed, holding his ground until he ran out of supplies and bled out. "When I have a baby, you both need to give me a big red envelope." Tang Nian felt she was at a loss. Ni Junlan hadn't attended her wedding, and they weren't close back then. She needed to get that red envelope back, or it would feel off. "When are you having a baby?" Ni Junlan asked. "I'll think about it after graduation." Tang Nian wasn't sure about having a baby, but she thought it might be fun to have a little one. Plus, Grandma Tang was always urging her to have children. It was manageable now as a student, but after graduation it might be harder, so maybe she should have one. "Then you need to prepare another red envelope. Guangyuan, and I will start having kids tonight." Ni Junlan was very pleased. She would get another red envelope. Wishing you 6 at once. Tang Nian gritted her teeth and offered her blessing. Then you need to prepare 6 red envelopes. I'll profit. Junlan was somewhat excited. She didn't want 6 at once, but 2 would be nice. 1 is manageable, and 2 would be 2, so it would be worth it if they were twins. Tang Nian was also considering twins. Having them all at once would save time and effort. During the preparation for pregnancy, she hoped Xin Xiao would work hard to aim for twins, so she wouldn't have to have more later. Junlan's wedding was in November, and the weather was getting colder. Grandma Tang was getting ready for the new year again. This year, she planned to prepare more than ever because Tang Nian told her that the Tang Jinglin family would be coming back for the holiday. Grandma Tang was thrilled and put in a lot of effort to prepare. She bought all the good things she usually hesitated to get. Time flies quickly. In half a month, it will be the new year. Tang Nian's school is on break, and she has already received a call from Tang Jinglin, who will be back in a few days. With 13 days left until the new year, Tang Jinglin's family finally arrived in Hu City, where local government officials arranged a warm welcome. Tang Nian and Xin Xiao were invited to attend. Tang Jinglin returned for 2 reasons: to visit family and to invest. He followed his daughter's advice for the investment, and the government offered him many benefits. In just a couple of days, they signed the contract, and the funds would be transferred after the new year. This speed impressed the government officials, who had a very good impression of Tang Jinglin's family and were already thinking of offering them even better policies in the future. With 1 week left until the new year in 1980, Tang Jinglin's family followed Tang Nian and Xin Xiao back to Tang Village. They did not inform the leaders in Zhu City and drove back on their own. They also did not notify Tang Village, so when their car arrived at the village entrance, Grandma Tang and the village chief only then realized it and hurried out. Tang Jinglin and Mu Xiao Lian got out of the car first. Their appearance and demeanor clearly showed they were wealthy, and the villagers gathered at the entrance fell silent, whispering among themselves. Could it be that Nian called some foreign investors again? No, they have black hair and black eyes. They can't be foreigners. Sure. Let's listen to what Nian has to say. The villagers were curious about Tang Jinglin's family's identity, while Tang Jinglin and his wife were bowing to Grandma Tang. Don't do that. Get up quickly. Grandma Tang was startled and rushed to help them. Tang Jinglin and his wife insisted on finishing their bows before standing up, expressing their gratitude. Thank you for raising Nian so well. We didn't choose the wrong person to trust back then. It's just a pity that old man Qingshan is no longer here. The villagers were stunned, including the village chief. Nian was actually entrusted to old man Qingshan by someone else?
Don't say that.
If it weren't for the food stamps and money you provided back then, our family would have starved. My husband promised you, and he valued his promises. He always kept his word, but the rural conditions made it hard, and Nian had to endure a lot of hardships. Old Lady Tang's eyes were red. She always felt she owed her granddaughter something. The family situation had only improved in the last 2 years. Before that, they often ate wild vegetables and sweet potatoes to fill their stomachs. The family's better condition was thanks to her granddaughter's efforts. If we think about it, the Tang family owed their granddaughter more. They had only raised her for 17 years, but she had already given back more than they provided. Tang Jinglin suggested they visit the grave of old man Tang Qingshan. They had already prepared the offerings. Tang Nian led the way as the family walked toward the back mountain. Other villagers followed behind, and the mountain path was crowded with people. The team leader was still confused and nearly fell into a pit, but he was caught by Tang Jianshu nearby. You're an adult now. Can't you watch where you're going? Grandpa Si glared at him in disdain. The team leader suddenly noticed that his father and younger son seemed calm. Did they know something he didn't? As soon as Nian got home, I knew, Grandpa Si said proudly, stroking his mustache. He could tell at a glance that Nian wasn't from their family. To put it bluntly, how could Manjin and Su Jinfeng have such a beautiful granddaughter? Also, the sudden appearance of food from his second brother indicated that Nian had an extraordinary background. However, he never asked, pretending to be unaware. Besides, the girl they raised since childhood was part of the Tang family, so there was no need to dig into the past. I went to Yangqing for the trade fair and ran into Nianyan's real parents and her grandmother, Tang Jianshu admitted, then received a slap on the head. You little rascal. Why didn't you tell me? The team leader was furious. It turned out everyone knew but kept it from him. He couldn't scold his father, so he took it out on his son instead. Tang Jianshu rubbed the back of his head, feeling angry but unable to express it, and sulked to the front. When they reached the mountain, Tang Jinglin arranged the offerings, lit incense and candles, and the family respectfully knelt before the grave, bowing 3 times. Tang Jinglin also burned a lot of gold ingots and bars, and the black paper ashes floated in the air like gray butterflies. The Tang family bowed 3 more times before standing up. Old Lady Tang wiped her eyes and invited them to sit at home. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Tang Jinglin said to the village leader, "Over the years, I have received so much care from everyone. I would like to host a few tables of drinks to thank the whole village, and I hope you can help me with this." He and Tang Manjin called the village leader Brother San, treating him like family. The village leader readily agreed and began making arrangements after returning home. 2 days later, Tang village set up over 200 tables, just as grand as the last celebration for Tang Nianyan's school success. Tang Jinglin and his wife went from table to table toasting and expressing their gratitude, and they also gave red envelopes to the village's elderly and children, each containing 10 yuan. While the villagers were happy, they also felt a bit worried. After the feast, they rushed to the village leader's house to ask about it. "Manjin, has Nianyan recognized her biological parents? Is she going to live in Hong Kong now? I heard that in Hong Kong they eat beef and drink milk every day, and money is just lying around. Nianyan will definitely want to go there. Even if Nianyan goes there, it's only natural."
Sigh.
Everyone sighed together, looking sad and reluctant, as they had watched her grow up. What worried them more was that Nianyan might forget about Tang Village after leaving. They all knew that Tang Village's current success was largely due to Nianyan. If she were gone, the village might not develop as well. Why are you all worrying? If Nianyan wanted to go there, she would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? You all need to stop being idle and go work at the factory. The village leader scolded them, saying that if Nianyan really wanted to go to Hong Kong, she could have gone 2 years ago in Yangqing, so there was no need to wait. Moreover, even if Nianyan did want to go to Hong Kong, the people of Tang Village should support her. Tang Village can't always rely on Nianyan. They need to be self-sufficient. If Nianyan wants to come back, she can, and if she doesn't, that's fine too. She has always loved her freedom, and they shouldn't restrict her. After the village leader's scolding, everyone felt relieved and happily went home to prepare for the new year. Tang Jinglin's family celebrated the reunion in Tang Village and returned to Shanghai on the 2nd day of the new year. Tang Nianyan accompanied them to shop and watch plays, as Mu Xilian was a fan of the theater and used to go almost every day when they lived in Shanghai. In Hong Kong, there are also masters of opera, but they are not as authentic as those in Shanghai. After Mu Xilian returned, she went to the theater every day to enjoy the performances. Happy times passed quickly, and before they knew it, the Lantern Festival arrived. Mu Xilian made Tang Yuan sweet rice balls herself and even prepared some plain ones for Tang Nianyan. The whole family celebrated the festival together, and the next day, they would head back to Hong Kong. "Nianyan, now that there's better communication between the two sides, come stay in Hong Kong when you have time," said Tang Jinglin. "Sure, I'll go over during the holidays," Tang Nianyan replied. She had saved up quite a bit of money and planned to buy some property in Hong Kong. Mu Xilian, like Grandma Tang, asked when Tang Nianyan would have children. "I'll have kids after I graduate." Tang Nianyan felt a bit overwhelmed. She still had a year until graduation. Shouldn't she consider pursuing a master's degree? However, she decided against it. She didn't plan to follow an academic path. A bachelor's degree was enough for her. Besides, learning never ends, and as long as one is willing to learn, there's always more to study. She preferred to focus on making money instead. When Mu Xilian heard about her plans to have children, she beamed with joy. "I'll help take care of the baby. I'll start preparing little clothes and diapers right away." I'll set up an education fund for my grandchild as soon as we get back. Tang Jinglin said excitedly. I'll set up an account for my nephew too, added Tang Chongchuan. Tang Nianyan couldn't help but smile. Her future child wasn't even here yet, and there was already talk of saving money for them. In 1981, graduation season arrived. Sun Dongxiao and Wu Wanhua both got accepted into graduate school, while Lu Donxia and Tang Nianyan partnered to start a dust collector factory. Over the years, Lu Donxia had worked part-time while studying and earned quite a bit of money. She approached Tang Nianyan to start the factory, suggesting the dust collector idea. Environmental protection and energy saving will definitely be the future trend. The market for dust collectors is huge. If we get started now, we can make a lot of money. Lu Donxia had done market research and was very confident about the dust collector market, but she lacked funds, which is why she sought Tang Nianyan as a partner. Although she had good relationships with her dorm mates over the past 4 years, the person she trusted the most was Tang Nianyan. She knew that Tang Nianyan must have found out. She had deliberately caused Wei Shizhu's death. With Tang Nianyan's intelligence, she couldn't possibly not realize it. However, since she had been safe all these years and hadn't used this matter to threaten her, it showed that Tang Nianyan was a trustworthy partner. Tang Nianyan agreed. She got along well with Lu Donxia, and they shared similar ideas about making money. However, she made it clear that while she could invest money, she didn't want to manage the factory. Lu Donxia agreed. The dust collector factory was thriving, and after graduating, Lu Donxia could focus entirely on it. She also recruited a few classmates from her class. Although it was a private factory, the pay was high and they could stay in the city, so her classmates, who didn't want to return to their hometown, were happy to join. In addition to the dust collector factory, Tang Nianyan also invested in Xian Chunrong's furniture factory, which was doing very well. She was so busy counting money that she could hardly keep up. Making money daily was a true reflection of her current life. Therefore, Tang Nianyan planned to retire after graduation and enjoy a high-quality retirement life, while also having a baby to play with. Yuan Hongmei and Tong Xiaofeng stayed in the city and both found jobs. Tong Xiaofeng also found a partner, a graduate student from Jiaodong University who was from Zhejiang Province. They had a great relationship and planned to get married after Tong Xiaofeng graduated. Wu Wanhua also gained custody of her 2 children. She brought them to live with her while she attended school and took care of them. Although it was a bit tough, being together made it all worthwhile. After graduation, Tang Nianyan suddenly had a lot of free time. She spent her days eating and sleeping, enjoying her time as she prepared for motherhood. One day, she received 2 phone calls, both urging her to give birth. One was from Grandma Tang, and the other was from Mu Shilian. This year, Mu Shilian spent half the year living in the city. If it weren't for her husband and son in Hong Kong, she wouldn't want to go back. Nian, whether you have the baby early or late, you have to have one. Since you have nothing to do right now and I'm free, why not have a child? You won't have to take care of it, I'll do that. You can just enjoy yourself. Mu Shilian earnestly advised, as she was very eager to be a grandmother and had already prepared 2 big bags of baby clothes. Mom, since you love kids so much, why don't you have one yourself? Tang Nianyan sincerely suggested that Mu Shilian was not that old yet, not even 50. After 2 years of care from her spiritual spring, her complexion was rosy, her menstrual cycle was normal, and menopause was far behind her. Having 2 more children would not be a problem. You silly child. What are you talking about? I'm too old for that. I should be a grandmother by now. Mu Shilian blushed and scolded her over the phone. Tang Nianyan covered her ears and held the microphone away. Once Mu Shilian finished, she offered another suggestion. You should really be a grandmother. Both my older brothers are not young anymore. It's time for them to settle down. The best way to relieve stress is to change the subject. Sure enough, mentioning her 2 sons made Mu Shilian even more upset, and she started complaining. The reason I don't want to live in Hong Kong is because of those 2. I can't even see them. Your second brother is a bit better. At least I can see his gossip in the newspapers. Today he's with Lulu, tomorrow with Lily, and the day after with Angie. None of them are serious. Your older brother is even worse. He can't even make the gossip columns. When I arrange blind dates for him, he goes on business trips abroad, saying he's still young and wants to focus on his career. Your second brother says the same thing. I might as well not see them and avoid the stress. Tang Nian held the microphone away, regretting her choice to bring this up. She didn't expect her mother to have such deep frustrations about her two brothers. Just a little nudge led to so much complaining. Unfortunately, she really didn't want to go out to avoid the pressure of having children. No place was as comfortable as home. She actually disliked traveling and just wanted to stay home, eat, and sleep. Nian, are you listening? Mu Xiaolian asked on the other end of the line. Yes, Tang Nian replied. Don't think I'm being long-winded. You will have to have children eventually. It's better to have them while you're still young rather than waiting until you're older. Your body recovers faster, and you have more energy. Once you become a mom, you'll understand. I'm not wrong. Having them early is better than late. If you have a baby now, I can help take care of it. In a few years, I might not be able to handle it anymore. Mu Xiaolian went on with her analysis of the pros and cons of having children early versus late, and it actually made sense to Tang Nian, who felt a bit swayed. She agreed to discuss it with Xin Xiao, as having a child is a matter for both of them, and her opinion alone doesn't count. Then you should talk to Xiao Xin properly. I really don't understand why he doesn't like kids.
Mukshulian murmured softly.
She had heard from Tang Nian that the reason for not having children was Shun Zhao's dislike for them, which he also admitted. This puzzled her, as in the past, men would want to marry many wives and have numerous children, hoping for a bustling household. Men who dislike children are almost non-existent. After hanging up, Tang Nian went back to the yard to relax. When Xin Xiao returned in the evening, they had dinner and washed up before entering their space. Over the years, under Xin Zhao's care, the space had turned into an orderly estate, with groups of chickens, ducks, cows, sheep, and horses, along with a medicinal garden, fruit orchard, farmland, grasslands, forests, and small oceans and lakes, all neatly planned. Xin Xiao even built a 2-story small house by hand, with furniture he crafted himself. He and Tang Nian often rested in the wooden house. Once inside the space, Xin Xiao whistled, and a shiny black horse came running over, its mane flowing smoothly. This horse, named Chasing Wind, was Xin Zhao's favorite, and he would ride it to patrol the area. Chasing Wind approached and affectionately nudged them. Tang Nian fed it a few candies, making the horse very happy. It raised its front hooves and neighed, then stood patiently, waiting for its owner to mount. Xin Xiao and Tang Nian rode together, patrolling the space. The area hadn't grown in size over the past 2 years, and the layer of white mist remained unchanged. I wonder what's behind that white mist? Tang Nian reached her hand into the thick white mist, feeling nothing, but she sensed there must be a surprise hidden behind it. Maybe it's a mine, Xin Xiao suggested. Any kind of mine would be good, having one would be a gain. Tang Nian withdrew her hand. She wasn't picky, but if given a choice, she hoped it was an energy mine like coal, oil, or natural gas. The root cause of the apocalypse was the energy crisis. If there were enough energy, perhaps the apocalypse wouldn't have happened? The two rode back to the small house to rest. Tang Nian mentioned what Grandma Tang and Mu Xiaolian had said about having children. My mom has a point. If we're going to have kids, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Listening to you. Xin Xiao is easy to talk to and lets his wife make the decisions. He will take care of the children anyway. If they misbehave, he will discipline them. Then you should exercise and aim to have triplets. We can finish 3 years' work in just 1 year. Tang Nian was determined, but she wanted to take a shortcut. And Junlin's words made some sense. Having 3 at once sounded great, especially since Mu Xiaolian and her grandmother said they would help take care of them. Shan Zhao's mouth twitched, and he kindly suggested, I think having 1 at a time is more suitable. He worried that having 3 at once might be too much for his wife. I want 3. If I can't have 3, it means you're not capable. Tang Nian was being stubborn. She believed she could have 3, and if she couldn't, it would be Shenjiao's fault. Do you really doubt my abilities? Shenjiao's voice was filled with a dangerous tone as he quickly picked her up and carried her into the house, tossing her onto the bed. That night was not suitable for children. To prove his abilities, Shenjiao was very energetic. They didn't know that the mist at the end of the space had been swirling all night, becoming lively after being quiet for so long. For several days, Shenjiao kept proving himself, full of energy. Eventually, he was kicked out of bed by Tang Nian. If this continued, she would be completely worn out. As autumn turned to winter, the osmanthus flowers in the yard withered, and the wintersweet bloomed, filling the air with fragrance. Grandma Tang brought a big bag of freshly made rice cakes, and Tang Mantong drove her over. The rice cakes were freshly made that morning and were still soft and warm when they arrived at the residential area. Tang Nian took a piece of rice cake and ate it right away. Freshly made rice cakes are the best. She used to love going with her grandmother to make rice cakes. They came out of the machine hot and needed to be collected quickly to avoid mixing with others. Her grandmother collected them in front while she ate behind, managing to eat 2 or 3 pieces at a time. When she tried to eat a 4th piece, Grandma Tang would turn around and glare at her, telling her to go play outside and warning that if she kept eating, there would be none left for others. Eat less, there's plenty of food now. You're still as greedy as when you were a child. Be careful not to overeat. Grandma Tang saw her eating 2 pieces and wanting more, and couldn't help but nag. When Tang Nian was little, she snuck some freshly made rice cakes and ended up with a stomach ache and fever. The doctor said it was due to overeating, and she had to get shots for several days to recover. Grandma, I want to eat some sticky rice balls coated with soybean flour and brown sugar. They're so delicious when they're freshly made and chewy. Tang Nian suddenly craved sticky rice balls, even though she didn't like them much before. She preferred rice cakes, but now she really wanted them and was drooling, eager to eat. Making sticky rice balls during the new year involves filling them with red bean paste or brown sugar, and they taste great. Do you want to eat some rice cakes? Grandma Tang shot her a glare, annoyed. At 22, she was still acting like a child. Tang Nian pouted and reluctantly went to nibble on a rice cake, but before it reached her mouth, Grandma Tang snatched it away. These will give you a stomach ache. Don't you remember getting a fever and stomach pain when you were little? You're grown up now and still don't understand anything. It's all because of Xiaoshan spoiling you. Grandma Tang seemed to have opened a floodgate, endlessly lecturing her, mainly about how Tang Nian wouldn't have children. Feeling frustrated, Tang Nian covered her ears and looked up at the sky. Should she go out for a while? She couldn't take this anymore. Grandma, has Uncle found a good partner yet? Tang Nian thought for a moment and decided to divert the conversation. She really didn't want to go outside. Before, she went out to handle things, but now that she was retired, she didn't want to go anywhere. He hasn't found anyone. He's already 30 and still single. Kids his age in the village are already in middle school. You all are not setting a good example. One won't get married, and the other got married but won't have kids. When it's time to visit your grandpa's grave, I'll make sure to teach you all a lesson. Grandma Tang's frustration grew deeper. Ever since her younger son broke up with that Joanna, he hadn't dated anyone. He wouldn't even go on blind dates. If she nagged too much, he would run off and not come home, and when she called, he always said he was busy. And this girl, it was understandable not to have kids while she was studying, but now that she had graduated and had nothing to do, she still wouldn't have any. Both of them were disobedient, driving her crazy. Grandma, my grandfather definitely didn't rush like you do. Tang Nian had great confidence in her grandfather because he often said that grandchildren have their own blessings, and as long as they are raised well, everything else will come naturally. Grandma shot her a fierce glare and went into the house with a stern face. After a little while, she came back out with a blanket, threw it over Tang Nian, and said grumpily, "You're so grown up, but don't know how to keep warm. You lie out here without covering yourself." The blanket covered Tang Nian's head and face. She pulled it off and quietly said, "But the sun is out. The sun may be bright, but the wind is strong. Can't you feel how it's blowing? Grandma's voice was as strong as ever, even more so than in previous years. Tang Nian turned her head away, too lazy to correct the old lady. Who can see the wind? I contacted a middle school for Jiojin, so she can come to Shanghai to study after the new year. Tang Nian yawned, still sleepy. Jiojin is currently in the town for middle school, staying in a dorm and only coming home on weekends. Tang Nian reached out to a nearby school that is not far from the military district, allowing her to come home every day, and the education quality is definitely better than the town school. What did Xiao Shen say? Grandma was happy for her granddaughter to study in the big city, but she worried that Xin Xiao might have objections. He listens to me. Tang Nian yawned again, her eyes watery. She was still thinking about the rice cakes and couldn't help but say, "Grandma, let Uncle bring the mortar to make rice cakes." After saying that, she fell asleep, not hearing Grandma anymore. This child just sleeps when she wants, still carefree like when she was little. Grandma sighed and went back inside to grab another blanket to cover her granddaughter. "Annie, do you think Nian might be pregnant?" Aunt Zhang made a bold guess. Grandma was about to go inside and almost tripped over the threshold in her excitement. She grabbed Aunt Zhang's arm and pulled her in to ask more. These days, Nian has been so sleepy, spending most of the day sleeping. "I think she might be," Aunt Zhang said, not too confident since Tang Nian had always been lazy, often lying around half the day. "That doesn't count. She usually acts like this." Grandma felt a bit disappointed. That reason didn't hold up. She is still craving food and talks about delicious things every day, and Zhang thought of another reason. When does she not crave? Old Lady Tang rolled her eyes, saying that she has always craved food since she was little, always thinking about tasty treats. Xiao Zhang, think again. Is there anything else that seems off? Old Lady Tang asked, not giving up. That's it. Aunt Zhang shook her head. The 2 points she found had already been countered by Old Lady Tang. Old Lady Tang felt even more disappointed. She thought she might become a great-grandmother. "And I think she might be pregnant. Nian used to dislike sweet spring rolls, but a couple of days ago, she asked me to make them, and she ate a lot. She also wanted sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour fish, which she didn't like before. Lately, she keeps asking me to make them. If that's not a sign, what is?" Aunt Zhang thought of a solid reason. A pregnant woman's cravings can be very different, often liking foods they previously disliked. Nian has been like that recently. Old Lady Tang's eyes suddenly lit up. She slapped her thigh excitedly and said, "This girl never used to eat rice cakes." Exactly. She must be pregnant. Aunt Zhang also slapped her thigh, filled with joy. "I'll call and have Man Een bring the pestle over." Old Lady Tang rushed to make the call. Making rice cakes is a hassle, but if her great-grandchild wants them, she will do it no matter what. Tang Mantong was away on a business trip, and Tang Jiangwo and Tang Jinxu were still in school. Only Tang Manin and Tang Manjin were in the village. Old Lady Tang called the mechanical factory where Tang Manin worked as the workshop manager. Second son bring the pestle from home, and the steamer for glutinous rice and yellow beans. I can't remember everything right now, so ask Pearl to prepare the stuff for making rice cakes, and drive it over. Old Lady Tang instructed. Mom, didn't you just send over some rice cakes? Why do you need to make rice cakes again? The factory is really busy. I can't leave. Tang Manin didn't want to go. He had to keep an eye on the workshop. If I tell you to go, then go. No need for so much talk. Even if the factory is busy, you don't have to do the work yourself. Just arrange everything. How can you not find time? Old Lady Tang scolded her second son fiercely. She had managed the factory before. She even oversaw the straw fan workshop, so she knew Tang Manin was just being lazy. Hurry up, bring it over tomorrow. Nian is waiting to eat. Does Nian want to eat rice cakes? Didn't she say she doesn't like them? Tang Manin found it strange. He remembered that the girl didn't like rice cakes when she was younger and preferred rice dumplings. Is it wrong for her to like them now? Stop talking and bring them over quickly. Grandma Tang didn't mention her suspicion about being pregnant. It wasn't certain yet, so she couldn't spread the word.
Got it.
Tang Manin agreed, hung up the phone, and went to arrange things with his wife. Mortar, steamer, yellow beans, glutinous rice, these were the main items. The next day, he personally drove over and also picked up Jiojin, who was coming home from school. When Tang Manin arrived at noon, Tang Nian had just woken up and was yawning in the yard. 12-year-old Jiojin had grown taller, now about 160 centimeters, and had lost some of her chubby baby fat. If she stood still, she looked quite ladylike, but once she moved, that impression was gone. I'm going to find my second sister. Before the car had even stopped, Jiojin jumped out, startling Tang Manin, who shouted angrily, "Girls shouldn't act like boys. Can't you learn from your third sister?" Of all the family, Jiojin was the wildest. Even the boys in the village couldn't beat her, and the boys at school found her troublesome. Tang Manin worried that his niece would have a hard time finding a partner in the future. "Uncle, you're more timid than a chicken." Jiojin expressed her disdain. Among the family, her second uncle was the most timid. "You little brat, say that again? You're just copying your second sister." Tang Manin felt embarrassed and raised his hand to scold her, but Jiojin ran off quickly, disappearing in no time. "Go get someone to help carry the things," Tang Manin called after her. He had driven a truck, which could only park at the entrance of a housing area, leaving a bit of a walk to his niece's house, so he needed help to carry the items.
Got it.
Jiojin responded loudly and bumped into Yan Zhongjia at the door. 18-year-old Yan Zhongjia had grown to 185 centimeters, looking handsome and strong. He was now in his senior year of high school, riding his bike to school every day. In 1981, Shanghai announced that all primary schools in the urban and suburban areas would follow a 6-year system, with 3 years each for junior and senior high school, fully implementing the 6-3-3 education system. "Why are you making such a fuss?" Yan Zhongjia grabbed Jiojin's ponytail and pulled her back, complaining, "Why haven't you grown taller in the past 2 years? You're still so short. What's so great about you being tall? Did you grow to 2 meters? You're only 185, so why are you showing off?" Jiojin got upset. She hated being called short, and she wasn't short at all. She even sat in the back row of her class. "Wow, did you eat something spicy?" Yan Zhongjia touched his nose. She hadn't grown taller, but her temper had certainly grown, and he didn't want to provoke her. "Humph." Jiojin rolled her eyes at him and pulled him to help move things, thinking free labor shouldn't be wasted. Yan Zhongjia was tall and strong, and before long, he had moved everything into the yard. He refused to go home, staying at the Shin family's house for some good food because Jiojin said they were making a special treat. Although he had never tried it before, his years of enjoying meals at the Shin house made him sure it would be delicious. "Mom, Pearl soaked the glutinous rice. She said the city water isn't as sweet as the well water in the countryside." Tang Manin praised his wife, and sure enough, Grandma Tang smiled with satisfaction. She had forgotten to mention it over the phone yesterday, but her second daughter-in-law had taken care of it. She truly was her most thoughtful daughter-in-law. "If you were half as smart as your wife, I wouldn't have to waste my breath scolding you every day." Grandma Tang huffed, giving him a disapproving look. Tang Manin sulked to the side. Every time his mom praised Pearl, she scolded him too. He hadn't done anything wrong, yet he got blamed for no reason. It was so unfair. "Grandma, didn't you say we were having rice cakes?" Tang Nian was a bit surprised. She thought her grandma wouldn't want to make them, but today they were making a big deal out of it. Sure enough, her grandma still loved her, even if she could be a bit harsh. "Eat it if you want." Grandma Tang glared and hurried off to steam the glutinous rice. Xian Pearl soaked about 100 pounds of glutinous rice, and Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang steamed a basket of steaming hot rice, pouring it all into a clean mortar before starting to pound it. Rice cakes are made in a similar way. Before machines were invented, they were made by hand, which was very labor-intensive. To make rice cakes, you needed about 10 strong men. One would pound the rice, while another would turn it in the mortar. Pounding rice cakes was especially tiring, so they had to take turns. 1 or 2 people couldn't handle it. In the afternoon, Shin Xiao had some free time and called a few people to help. The army had plenty of strong workers, full of muscle and energy. Colonel Yen from next door also joined in. With about 10 officers standing in the yard, Tang Manin felt a bit weak in the knees. He had never seen so many officials before. His ancestors, in the afternoon, Xin Shao had some free time and called a few people to help. The army had plenty of strong workers, full of muscle and energy. Colonel Yen from next door also joined in. With about 10 officers standing in the yard, Tang Manin felt a bit weak in the knees. He had never seen. Grandma Tang said with a smile. Sure. Everyone replied in unison, taking off their thick jackets and wearing just their undershirts, full of energy. The efficiency of making rice cakes was impressive, and soon others came to join in. The Shin family's yard became too crowded, so they moved outside, lining up to make rice cakes and enjoy the festive atmosphere. Once the rice cakes were made, Grandma Tang shaped them into bowls, filled them with red bean paste or brown sugar, then rolled them into flat dumplings and sprinkled them with roasted soybean flour, turning them into sweet, sticky treats. You could also leave them unfilled, cut them into diamond-shaped pieces, sprinkle them with soybean flour and sandwich brown sugar in between, eating them like a sandwich. After the treats cooled and hardened, frying them on both sides in oil made them especially delicious. Grandma Tang first gave some to her granddaughter, then shared them with everyone so they could all taste the festive flavor. Delicious. Tastes just like my hometown. In my hometown, we don't use soybean flour or brown sugar. We call them mazu. When they cool, we soak them in water and eat them grilled or fried. In my hometown, we call them siba, and they're just like your mazu. Everyone excitedly discussed the rice cakes from their hometowns. The methods were quite similar, just with different names. One afternoon, they finished about 100 pounds of glutinous rice. Besides keeping some for themselves, Grandma Tang shared the rest with everyone in the family area. Tang Nian ate a few pieces of rice cake and finally satisfied her cravings. The next morning, Tang Manin drove back, taking Tang Jiojin with him. On their way, they ran into Yanzhong Jie, who was riding his bike to school. He was casually standing with one foot on the ground, looking a bit carefree and mischievous. You need to grow taller, otherwise, you won't pass the military school physical exam. Yanzhong Jie teased Jiojin, but Jiojin was not short at all. He was taller than many of his peers. I will definitely get into military school. Just wait and see. Jiojin puffed out his cheeks in frustration. He found Yanzhong Jie quite annoying. All right, I'll be waiting. Yanzhong Jie smiled and waved as he rode away. Next year, he would be taking the college entrance exam, and if all went well, he should get into military school. That little girl was only in her first year of middle school. By the time he graduated, she would be taking her exams. It was a pity. It would be so much fun to go to school with her and play around every day. Yanzhong Jie shook his head in regret, but then thought, what if he repeated a grade? That thought quickly disappeared. If he really did repeat a grade, Jiojin would definitely laugh at him, and he couldn't bear that embarrassment. In December, it snowed in Hu City. Tang Nian became even lazier, hardly wanting to leave her warm bed. Grandma Tang stopped nagging her and became especially kind, asking her every day what she wanted to eat, making Nian feel like she was receiving loving care in her final days. Grandma, I want to eat shepherd's purse wontons. Nian ordered again. Shepherd's purse wontons were so delicious that she could eat 3 bowls in one go. Okay, I'll make them soon. Grandma Tang quickly agreed and asked Aunt Zhang to buy some shepherd's purse. Now the market had cultivated shepherd's purse, fresh and plump, though it didn't have the wild flavor. Grandma, I want spring rolls with red bean paste filling. Sure, I'll make them soon. Grandma, I want celery dumplings. Grandma, I want tofu skin buns. Grandma, I want to eat tofu buns. Recently, Tang Nian often orders dishes, and Grandma Tang is very kind, always fulfilling her requests. Aunt Zhang works hard to arrange everything, making Tang Nian feel a bit guilty. She thinks she might be asking for too much and decides to take it easy for a few days. However, Grandma Tang is worried and comes to ask if she feels unwell. No, I'm feeling great.
Tan Nian steht komfortan.
Her life is so carefree now. She can eat and sleep whenever she wants, and she feels happier than anyone. Then why aren't you eating anything? Grandma Tang doesn't believe her. It's unusual for her not to order food today.
Eva eaten.
I didn't skip breakfast or lunch. In fact, she's been eating a lot lately and feels like her stomach is getting rounder. Don't you have anything special you want to eat? Grandma Tang is still a bit worried. Not ordering food doesn't seem like her granddaughter. I do. I want sweet and sour pork.
Dan nian an so hon stili.
She's been craving sweet and sour pork, but it's a bit complicated to make, so she didn't want to bring it up. If you want to eat, just say it. Why hold back? Now Grandma Tang feels relieved. It's good that she has cravings. She glances at Tang Nian's increasingly round face, feeling very satisfied. This is all thanks to her and Aunt Zhang's care. A pregnant woman needs to eat well for the baby to be healthy. She is now completely sure that her granddaughter is pregnant. Once the weather clears up, she'll have Xiaoxin take her to the hospital for a checkup. Grandma Tang hurriedly goes to the kitchen to make sweet and sour pork. Tang Nian blinks, feeling a bit uneasy. Could she really be seriously ill? Otherwise, why would her grandma be so accommodating? No, she feels stronger than ever. It can't be a serious illness. She's just been a bit lazy and has a great appetite lately. Tang Nian decides to check her health using her inner energy and quickly discovers something unusual. She is pregnant. It should be about 2 months along, which explains her recent cravings and sleepiness. No wonder her grandma is so kind and gentle. Everything makes sense now. Tang Nian isn't too surprised. She calmly goes back to sleep. Before sleeping, she confidently makes another request. Grandma, I want to eat sweet and sour ribs. She is pregnant for the first time, so she must make the most of it and ask for what she wants now, as there may not be another chance later. After making her requests, she went to sleep. When she woke up, it was time for dinner. Sweet and sour pork and sweet and sour ribs were ready, and Tang Nian enjoyed her meal. However, Xin Xiao found it strange. She used to dislike sweet and sour flavors, so why had her taste changed? Could it be that spending time together had influenced her? Xin Xiao loved all sweet and sour foods. He believed he must have influenced her. When a couple is close, their tastes often align, which is normal. A few days later, the snow melted and the ground dried up. Only then did Grandma Tang allow Xin Xiao to take his wife to the hospital for a checkup. Xin Xiao felt nervous and hurriedly took his wife to the hospital. After a series of tests, they sat together on a bench in the hallway waiting for the results. Do you want a son or a daughter? Tang Nian asked. I like both. Xin Xiao actually wanted to say he wasn't fond of kids, as they could be quite bothersome, but he would like the child that Nian had. In the future, you will be responsible for raising the child. We can't raise a spoiled one. Tang Nian was aware of her own limitations. She definitely lacked the patience to discipline a child, so it was better to leave it to Xin Xiao. That won't happen. If the child misbehaves, I'll discipline them. Xin Xiao is confident that under his guidance, a spoiled child was out of the question. Just be gentle. After all, it's our own child. Don't be too harsh.
Dan nian advis.
Don't worry, I won't be too rough. Xin Xiao was sure of himself. He knew how to be firm yet fair, and at most, the child would just feel discomfort for a few days to learn a lesson. Tang Nian yawned. She felt tired again, as if she were carrying a sleepy turtle that just wanted to rest all day. She leaned against Xin Xiao and quickly fell asleep. The other pregnant women nearby looked at them with strange expressions. They had heard the couple's conversation and felt concerned for their child, worried about having such strict parents. The results came back, and Tang Nian was indeed pregnant. The doctor advised them to return for an ultrasound after 3 months. After confirming her pregnancy, Tang Nian became the center of attention at home, enjoying a life where everything was taken care of for her. Even when she requested to eat in bed, Grandma Tang happily agreed. Xin Xiao even made a small table for her, placing it on the bed for easy meals. Grandma Tang personally brought the food to the bedside. This wonderful and happy life made Tang Nian unable to stop praying, hoping she was carrying a child like Neza. If she was pregnant for 3 years, She could enjoy it for 3 years. How great. But her wish didn't come true. She couldn't even carry a baby for 10 months because she was expecting triplets. The doctor said there was a high chance of premature birth and advised her to be hospitalized at 7 months. Grandma Tang was both excited and worried, not returning to Tang village for the new year, and stayed by Tang Nian side every day. Mu Shilian also came to help, bringing many supplements. The whole family surrounded Tang Nian, and the experience of nurturing her babies was both happy and short-lived. Perhaps due to the spiritual spring, even though she was carrying triplets, Tang Nian didn't feel overly burdened, and she managed to hold on until 8 months before going into labor. In June 1982, Tang Nian gave birth to 3 children in the hospital. The first was a boy, and the second was a girl. Both births went smoothly. Only the third baby was slow, coming out about 10 minutes after the older siblings, and was even scolded out by Tang Nian. The doctor said there was still one more baby inside who wasn't coming out, and if it didn't come soon, they would have to assist. Just the thought of the doctor's hand going inside her made Tang Nian shiver, so she yelled at her belly, "If you don't come out, your dad will spank you." In less than 2 minutes, the third baby was born. After the successful delivery, Tang Nian looked at the 3 wrinkled, red babies and complained, "They're so ugly." Then she fell asleep. When Tang Nian woke up, it was already the next day. She was awakened by the sound of the 3 babies crying. Grandma Tang and Aunt Zhang were feeding the babies formula, while Xin Xiao stood by the bed. As soon as he saw she was awake, he immediately brought her hot fish soup. The Crucian carp soup was stewed by Aunt Zhang, served in an insulated container, still steaming, with a milky broth that looked very appetizing. Giving birth is physically demanding, and Tang Nian was very hungry. She asked Xin Xiao to help her sit up, leaning against the pillow, and she drank the fish soup from his hand. "Did you forget to add salt?" Tang Nian took a big sip and almost spit it out. The fish soup without salt tasted like fish oil, and the fishy smell was overwhelming. She couldn't drink it. "I only put a little bit in." "You can't have too much salt after giving birth," Aunt Zhang explained. "Just pinch your nose and drink it all at once. Don't savor it," suggested Grandma Tang. She used to drink fish soup and pig trotter soup this way after giving birth. Feeling frustrated, Tang Nian pinched her nose and gulped down the soup in one go. The fishy taste lingered in her mouth, so she quickly rinsed it out with water.
Wow.
The sound of a baby crying was very loud, echoing through the entire ward. Soon after, another cry followed, just as strong, indicating a healthy set of lungs. After a while, a softer, whiny cry emerged, much quieter than the first 2, sounding more like a whimper. Tang Nian immediately recognized that this whiny cry must belong to the third baby. Even in the womb, this baby was fussy, and now that it was born, it was still the same. She and Xin Xiao were both energetic, so how did they end up with such a fussy child? Genetic mutation? This baby has quite a voice. The doctor said our kids are doing well. They don't look like triplets at all, Grandma Tang said as she picked up the first baby, skillfully checked the diaper and smiled. "Great-grandma will change your diaper. You must be hungry. After we change you, I'll make you some formula." Aunt Zhang picked up the second and third babies, both of whom had also wet their diapers. The 3 little ones always followed the first baby, even in their bathroom habits. After drinking the fish soup, Tang Nian found she had milk in the afternoon. She fed all 3 babies, and at that moment, she truly felt like a mother. As the babies nursed with all their might, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and they made soft noises while eating. The feeling in her heart was incredible. Perhaps that feeling is called maternal love. In the past, Tang Nian didn't fully understand some sayings about maternal love, like how a mother would rush to protect her child without hesitation, even taking a bullet for them. When she heard such things before, she was somewhat skeptical and imagined that if she became a mother, she wouldn't be that selfless. She would take responsibility for raising her child, but sacrificing herself for her child's life? She thought she might not be able to do that. But now that she was truly a mother, holding her baby while feeding them, she suddenly understood that saying. Maternal love does not weigh pros and cons. It is an instinctive behavior. If someone tries to harm her 3 children, she will do everything to protect them. Tang Nianyan's milk supply was not enough for the 3 children, so she had to supplement with formula. After just one day, the children grew a lot, their faces less wrinkled and looking much prettier. However, all 3 children were slightly smaller than normal. The oldest weighed only 4 pounds and 8 ounces, the second 4 pounds and 2 ounces, and the youngest 4 pounds. The doctor said all 3 were very healthy and had no congenital diseases. Tang Nianyan stayed in the hospital for a week, drinking fish soup and pig's trotter soup, or sweet rice wine with eggs, all to help with milk production. She ate 6 meals a day, and now just the sight of these foods made her feel nauseous. But under the pressure from Grandma Tang, she had to pinch her nose and eat. The benefit of such a rich diet was that Tang Nianyan's milk supply increased significantly, and the 3 children became chubby and healthy, changing every day. In just a week, their personalities started to show. The oldest was calm, the second was playful, and the youngest was lazy, hardly making a sound unless hungry or needing a diaper change. Most of the time, he just rested quietly, more composed than many adults. During her week in the hospital, many people came to visit. Director Jie and his family, Minister Niu, Yuan Hongmei, Sun Dongxiu, Lu Donxia, Tong Xiaofang, and Wu Wanhua, along with Director Qian and Director Wu, who came specifically to see her. Director Wu was promoted to head the Zhucheng Industrial Department due to his outstanding work performance, fulfilling his ambition to be an official. Director Qian also had a chance for promotion but declined. He was currently the head of the machine tool factory, which was growing rapidly with products sold both domestically and internationally. He had also purchased new land to expand the factory and was ready to work hard. Xiao Tang is better than others at everything, even having children in one go. Impressive. Directors Qian and Wu came together, admiring the 3 lovely children. Each gave a generous red envelope and praised Tang Nianyan. Xiao Tang, what are your plans for the future? Director Wu asked with a smile. I plan to retire and enjoy life, Tang Nianyan replied honestly. She was earning enough money each year that she didn't need to push her career anymore. If she got bored at home, she could casually invest to pass the time. You are only 22 years old, in the prime of your life. How can you retire? Xiao Tang, would you consider investing in Zhucheng again? The development situation in Zhucheng is very good right now. You are one of Zhucheng's own, and we will definitely offer the best incentives. Director Wu spoke passionately, doing his best to persuade. You can't rush things. Let Xiao Tang rest properly after giving birth. No one is as pushy as you. Director Qian shot him a glare, pushed Director Wu aside, and turned to Tang Nianyan with a friendly smile. He added, Xiao Tang, I plan to start a gear hobbing machine factory. I've done some research, and there is a strong market demand for gear hobbing machines. As long as we produce them, we won't have trouble selling. Have you secured the technical talent? Tang Nianyan asked. There is indeed a market for gear hobbing machines, but the technical requirements are higher. She didn't have much expertise in this area and couldn't provide technical support, but she had a few advanced gear hobbing machines in her space that could be used as samples. I've been in touch with someone in Chongqing. It shouldn't be a problem. Director Qian smiled slyly. In fact, he had already recruited someone. There is a large state-owned gear hobbing machine factory in Chongqing, and he could get the talent he needed as long as he was willing to pay well. After thinking for a moment, Tang Nianyan agreed, but made a request. I can provide funding for 40% of the shares, but I won't be involved in other matters. You can handle those. Absolutely. I'll take care of everything else. Director Qian had been waiting for this response. He just needed the funds, and everything else would fall into place. They didn't stay long, just sat for a bit before leaving in a hurry, both busy with their own matters. The day before her discharge, Boa came to visit. She is now attending university in Hu City, while Emil returned to the US for school. His English was so poor that he couldn't even write well, and his parents, frustrated, sent him back to study in America. Babies are so cute, Nian Nian. Why do they look so different? Boa's first reaction upon seeing the triplets was that they didn't resemble each other. The eldest looked like Shen Xiao, but was fairer than him. The second child looked almost identical to Tang Nian, as Grandma Tang mentioned, though Tang Nian herself didn't notice the resemblance. She thought all three children had similar features. Grandma Tang said that when Tang Nian first arrived at the Tang family, she looked just like her second child. The mother and daughter were like copies of each other. The third child seemed to be a mix of Xin Xiao and Tang Nian. Sometimes he looked like Tang Nian, and other times he resembled Xin Xiao. It was hard to tell who he looked like, but Tang Nian was happy that all three little ones were quite fair and didn't inherit their father's dark skin. They are fraternal twins. Tang Nian explained. They're so soft and smell like milk. Nian, you are amazing for having three at once. Did your belly stretch too much? Boa gently poked the faces of the three little ones, being very careful not to use too much force for fear of hurting them. The three little ones had a lovely milk scent that made her feel delighted. She wanted to take them home to play. Boa was like a curious child, full of questions, and wanted to touch Tang Nian's belly to see if it was okay, but Tang Nian pushed her away, feeling a bit annoyed. You love children so much. You and Emil should have a whole soccer team. I don't want to have kids with him. He's too childish. Although Boa complained, she looked shy. You two are quite similar. Neither of you can complain about the other.
Tang Nian lai ti húc phết.
She was now sure that Emil was Boa's true love from her past life, the famous director. Emil studied directing in college and boldly claimed he would make timeless films. Boa even teased him, but in the past life, Emil truly achieved that. He didn't make many films, only about a dozen, but each one was a classic. Even after many years, people still talked about his movies, and he was regarded as an outstanding director of the century. Emil was also very popular in China because he was deeply fascinated by Chinese culture. His films often featured Chinese elements and, unlike many Western films that might belittle China, Emil's movies fairly promoted Chinese culture, earning him great respect from the Chinese people. Nian, I want to be the godmother of the babies. Boa suddenly had the idea of becoming a godmother, but Tang Nian firmly refused, saying it was a matter of generations. Emil is my student. If you marry Emil, you'll be in the same generation as my son. Why should you be their godmother? You said everyone has their own opinions, right? I won't do it for free. I'll give them big red envelopes. Boa acted cute and showed off her money, but Tang Nian remained unmoved. She didn't need the money. She would never let the kids call anyone godparents. Seeing that she was unwilling, Boa stopped insisting. She prepared 3 big red envelopes and asked, "What are their names?" Tang Nian was taken aback, suddenly remembering something very important that she had forgotten. Neither she nor Xin Xiao had named the children. They usually just referred to them as the first, second, and third. Naming is a big deal. We can't take it lightly. We need to think carefully. Tang Nian said seriously. That's true. Nian, you need to give them 3 nice names. Boa believed they would take their time to choose, so she played with the little ones for a while before heading back to school. In the afternoon, Xin Xiao came to the hospital, and the two of them racked their brains to come up with names, settling on them in just 10 minutes. The first one is named Xinliang. He will be the pillar of our family. The second one is named Xinyan. She will be the beauty of the family. The third one is named Xinqi. He can be a bit slow. Tang Nian made the final decision, and Xin Xiao agreed. The names were just codes. It didn't matter what they were called. 5 years later, the 3 sisters were now 5 years old and had started kindergarten at the military district kindergarten, which was very close to their home. They could go to and from school by themselves without needing adults to take them. In these 5 years, Xin Xiao had also been busy and had been promoted. He was now the deputy commander of the military district. Once Ming Jingxing retired, he would likely take over. Tang Nian had been living a semi-retired life for the past 5 years, earning a lot of money daily. Her wealth was steadily and rapidly increasing. The gear hobbing factory she co-founded with director Qian had become the largest in Jiangnan, and the dust collector factory she partnered with Lu Danxia was now the leader in the region. Her clothing brand had also gained international fame, And her hairpin factory with Shou Guiqing and furniture factory with Xian Chunrong were thriving, bringing in money every day, so much that she couldn't even count it. Many things had happened in these 5 years. Her uncle Tang Mantong married Shengguan Jing, which surprised Tang Nian because she felt her uncle was not a good match for Shengguan Jing. After getting married, Tang Mantong performed very well. The couple had a daughter, now 4 years old, named Tang Zhishuan. She is just like her mother, showing a mature demeanor at such a young age. She speaks and acts very steadily, even making Tang Mantong feel a bit intimidated by her. Tang Jianshu also got married. His wife is a college classmate. They have a son and a daughter, and their family of 4 is very happy. Tang Lujin and Tang Dongqiang are still single. Their trading company has expanded, and besides local specialties from Zhao Chunmei's hometown, they also collect unique regional products from all over the country, which are very popular with foreigners. They are so busy that they don't have time to date. Tang Jiujin just finished her college entrance exams. She has transformed from a chubby child into a graceful young lady. If she sits quietly, no one would guess she is a feisty girl who can take down several big guys. Jiujin has just filled out her college applications, choosing a military academy in Jinling, which is also the alma mater of Yan Zhongjia. Yan Zhongjia has graduated and been assigned to the Jinling military district. They have kept in touch through letters and have a good relationship. Tang Nian suspects that her younger sister might be taken by Yan Zhongjia, but she has no proof. July in Shanghai is as hot as ever. The sun makes her scalp ache, and Tang Nian stays indoors all summer, enjoying the air conditioning. The 3 kids are on summer vacation and are rarely seen during the day, but they come home on time for meals. Bai Sui and Fu Bao are the same as always. They had one offspring, a magnificent white wolf. After growing up in the space, Tang Nian took the little white wolf back to Tang village and released it in the back mountain. In less than 6 months, the little white wolf became the new king of the mountain, avenging its mother. The little white wolf is happy in the back mountain, so Tang Nian continues to take Bai Sui and Fu Bao back to the military district. Over the years, Bai Sui and Fu Bao have hardly changed. Their fur remains shiny. She tells others that they are Bai Sui and Fu Bao's offspring, and no one doubts her. One day, after lunch, Tang Nian lay down in the house for a nap. The 3 kids finished eating and ran outside to play. Xin Xiao was busy with work and was hardly home during the day. Second sister, I'm going out for a bit. Tang Jiujin came out of the house wearing jeans and a t-shirt, with her hair in a high ponytail, full of youthful energy. Going with Yan Zhongjia? Tang Nian asked, knowing that he had just returned from vacation. Yes, he wants to buy a motorcycle and asked for my advice. Tang Jiujin was quite open about it, mainly because she wanted to ride the motorcycle. Yan Zhongjia promised her that once he bought a new bike, she could take it for a spin. Did he make you any barbecue skewers? Tang Nian remembered that men from the Yan family often wooed their partners with barbecue. Yan Zhongjia's father grilled rat meat, and his cousin, Yan Tianjia, also got married a couple of years ago, having courted his wife with grilled sparrow. Just hearing about barbecue skewers made Tang Jiujin's eyes light up, and she swallowed, feeling hungry. Tang Nian realized what was happening. It was clear that her sister was being taken away by the smelly boy with just a few skewers of barbecue. Go, go, go. You must be back before 8 tonight. Tang Nian waved her hand impatiently. At 18, she believed in the freedom of love and didn't want to interfere. Second sister, I'm leaving. Tang Jiujin, with her bag on her back, happily ran outside like a little dove and bumped into the slow-moving Xin Qi on his way home. Did I hurt you, Xiao Qi? Tang Jiujin quickly supported her little nephew, worried she had hurt him. I'm fine. Ani, where are you going? Xin Qi spoke slowly, as if nothing could rush him. I'm going out to have fun. Why are you coming back alone? Tang Jiujin brought her little nephew inside and wiped his sweat with a towel. Big brother and second sister want water. Xin Qi slid off his aunt and slowly walked to the cupboard, then slowly grabbed a stool, preparing to climb up to get water. Jiujin hurried to help, but Tang Nian stopped her. Let him do it himself. He needs to learn independence. At 5 years old, he should be learning to do things on his own. Ani, I can do it. Shin-chi pushed his aunt away, his round face serious. He was already a big boy and couldn't rely on others for everything. Okay, you can do it. Tang Jiojin smiled and pinched the little guy's cheek, which was soft and had a milky scent. She felt like giving him a little bite. Jiojin. Yan Zhongjia was calling from outside. He was more composed than when he was younger, but still had a bit of a rebellious charm. With his handsome, sunny looks and sharp military uniform, he was the center of attention wherever he stood. I'm coming. Tang Jiujio ran out, lightly jumped onto the back of the bicycle, and patted Yan Zhongjia on the back, saying, "Let's go." Understood. Yan Zhongjia responded eagerly, pedaling hard, and soon they sped away. Tang Nianyan smiled, thinking how wonderful youth is. Now, she and Xin Xiao felt like an old married couple. Their love was still strong, but it lacked the sweet innocence of their younger days. Perhaps their love had transformed into a deeper bond? Tang Nianyan chuckled and closed her eyes to continue resting, but she occasionally opened them to check on her younger son. Shen-Chi first drank a cup of water himself, then filled 2 jugs for his brother and sister, mumbling, "Brother is blue, sister is pink, and little Chi is green." The little guy was quite slow, taking several minutes to fill the jugs. Aunt Zhang wanted to help several times, but held back. Tang Nianyan had said that when children are working, adults should let them do it on their own. Although Aunt Zhang didn't understand, she wouldn't question it. She followed whatever Tang Nianyan said. Finally, Shin-Chi filled the 2 jugs, one on each side, and placed his hands on the counter as he climbed down from the stool, humming to himself. Aunt Zhang stood nearby, ready to catch him if he fell. After much effort, Shin-Chi finally landed safely. He hugged the stool and slowly returned it to its place because his dad said that if you take something, you must put it back or else you would get a spanking, which really hurt. All done. Little Chi is great. After putting the stool back, Shin-Chi clapped his hands in satisfaction and praised himself, ready to take water to his brother and sister. However, as he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something and turned back quietly. He tiptoed to Tang Nianyan and, on his tiptoes, gave her a kiss on the cheek. Although Tang Nianyan had her eyes closed, she wasn't asleep. The soft, sweet feeling of his little kiss made her heart melt instantly. Although he is slow like a turtle, the youngest son is the most caring among the 3 children. The eldest son is steady and responsible but has a wild side, while the second daughter is energetic and can be tougher than the boys. The youngest son is sweet-talking and comforting, like a warm little coat. After giving his mom a hug, Shin-Chi smiled and went out to fetch water, waving goodbye to Aunt Zhang and softly saying, "Aunt Zhang, I'm going out." "Okay, Xiao-Chi. Stay in the shade and don't get sunburned." Aunt Zhang smiled kindly. She raised the 3 children herself, and to her, they were like her own grandchildren. "I know," Shin-Chi replied in a sweet voice, with 1 blue and 1 pink water bottle hanging from each side of his body, swaying as he walked, looking very cute. "Xiao-Chi, are you going to boil water?" Xin Yan's voice came from the doorway. She had been waiting for a while, and her throat was dry. Worried that her brother might fall, she came back to check, only to find him dawdling at the door. "I'm not boiling water. We have herbal tea at home." "Here's your water, sister." Shin-Chi answered seriously, handing over the pink water bottle. Shun-Yan opened the lid and gulped down half the bottle, finally feeling better. She gently tapped her brother's head and teased, "Why are you so slow? It takes you forever to pour a glass of water." "Sister, you can't rush things," Shin-Chi said with a serious face, wondering why everyone was in such a hurry. "Taking it slow is much better. You can't rush hot tofu." "All right, I'll go pour the water." Shun-Yan rolled her eyes. Not only was her brother slow in action, but he was also slow to respond and remember things. She finished the rest of the water and hurried back home to fill another bottle, then rushed back outside. "Forget it. I'll carry you." Shun-Yan, frustrated with her brother's slow pace, squatted down. Among the 3 siblings, Shin-Chi was the smallest, while Shun Liang and Shun Yan were taller than their peers. Am I heavy, sister? Shinchi asked as he jumped onto her back, wrapping his little arms around her neck. Not heavy at all. You need to eat more. Okay. Though Shunchi agreed, he thought to himself that he shouldn't eat too much. If he grew too fast, his brother and sister might not want to carry him anymore. Now, when they go out, the older siblings always carry him. How happy they are! As the voices of the brother and sister faded away, Tang Nian smiled in her sleep. She heard everything. Although the three kids have different personalities, they share a strong bond. Shun Liang and Shun Yan take good care of their younger brother, Shinchi, but Shinchi is not weak. Although he is slow to respond and takes his time, he is very smart and understands things clearly at such a young age. For example, 5-year-old Shinchi has started to pay attention to health. He balances his meals with both meat and vegetables and observes the shape and color of his stool every day to understand his health. Shinchi's biggest wish is to live a long life like a turtle. When Tang Nian learned about her younger son's wish, she was delighted. She fully supports his dream. At such a young age, he has already grasped the meaning of life. Living is all about longevity. Even great figures like Emperor Qin and Emperor Wu aimed for eternal life, showing that her little Qi is wise beyond his years. In the evening, Shun Xiao came home, and the family sat together for dinner. The eldest, Shun Liang, sat next to him. The father and son looked alike, except for their skin tone and size. Even their calm demeanor was the same. All three kids have the same taste as their dad. They love sweet and sour flavors. Tomorrow, I'm going to the Southwest Military District and will be back in about a month, Shun Xiao said. Since becoming the deputy military commander, he has become more reserved. Only when he is alone with Tang Nian does he smile. At other times, he has a serious expression that even passing dogs find intimidating. Dad, can I go with you? Shun Liang and Shun Yan asked in unison, eager to go to the battlefield. Shinchi quietly ate his meal, chewing each bite at least 30 times. He remembered that chewing slowly is good for health. He didn't join in his siblings' conversation about fighting. That wasn't for him. He preferred to use his mind. You're too young. You have to be at least 18 to go to the battlefield. Shin Xiao served both kids a large helping of water spinach. The eldest and second child are meat lovers and never eat vegetables voluntarily, which is not a good habit. Dad, you haven't eaten either. Shun Yan protested loudly, her small face scrunched up just like Tang Nian's, which made Shin Zhao's heart soften. Among the three children, he was most tender towards his daughter because she looked just like his wife. Every time he saw her little face, he couldn't be strict. Shin Xiao turned his head to look at the real Tang Nian, and his heart hardened. He said coldly, I'm an adult, so I don't have to eat. Rules are set by the strong, and the weak just need to follow them. Dad, that's not fair. Shin Liang and Shun Yan frowned. Why should adults not have to eat vegetables? Shouldn't everyone be equal? Shun Xiao raised his arm, showing his strong muscles, and said sternly, when you can beat me in an arm wrestling match, then you won't have to eat vegetables. The siblings silently raised their little arms, looked at their dad's strong arm, and sadly began to eat their vegetables, chewing with a deep frown. One day, they would beat their dad, and then they would make him eat vegetables every day, a whole big bowl. Humph. Tang Nian didn't interfere with their childish behavior, and she never got involved when Shin Xiao was teaching the kids. After all, she was usually quite lazy and relied on Shin Xiao for these matters. Little Qi, aren't you eating anymore? Tang Nian noticed that her youngest son had only eaten 3 pieces of meat and had stopped, having only 2 bowls of rice. Now he was drinking soup. While his appetite was normal for a child, it wasn't typical for her children. During her breastfeeding period, she had used special water to help the 3 kids grow, and the 3 sisters were much bigger than their peers. Even the smallest, Shin-Chi, was taller than other kids his age. I'm full. Shin-Chi patted his little belly, indicating he had eaten enough. Didn't you used to eat 3 bowls? Tang Nian frowned slightly. When a child suddenly eats less, it usually means they are sick, as her mother had said. I'm 7/10 full, Mom.
Shen-Ki replied obediently.
He had just learned that one shouldn't eat too much at night. Being 7/10 full is better for health. Adults can be 7/10 full, but children need to eat enough. Go have another bowl. Tang Nian was both amused and helpless. She gently flicked her little son's head, never having seen a child so devoted to health. No wonder he was her child. He certainly marched to the beat of his own drum. Okay. Shen Shi happily went to serve himself some rice. It was his fault for not paying attention while reading. From now on, he could eat his fill. Honestly, feeling only 7/10 full was a bit tough, and being hungry was really uncomfortable. The little guy, with his short legs, cheerfully went to the kitchen to fill a bowl with rice. He poured some braised pork sauce over it, added 3 pieces of pork with a mix of fat and lean meat, tossed in some vegetables, and then used a spoon to mix everything together. He took a big bite of the mixed rice, his cheeks puffed up, and he was enjoying it immensely. You all should learn from your little brother. Xiao Qi never needs me to remind him to eat vegetables. Shen Xiao took the opportunity to teach his older children. Whenever it came to healthy food, their little brother was always eager to follow through, never causing worry for him or Nian Nian. Yan Yan, and I never need you to tell us to practice our punches in the morning, Shun Liang said confidently. He and his sister would get up at 6 every morning to practice in the yard, while Xiao Qi always wanted to stay in bed, claiming that turtles live a long time because they don't move much. Dad, nobody is perfect. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. You can't expect us to be perfect. Shun Yan argued logically with her father, even giving examples. Dad, you don't like eating vegetables, but expect me and my brother to eat them. You're not setting a good example. And the doctor said too many sweets are bad, but you eat them every day and don't let Yan Yan and me have any. Shen Liang chimed in with examples, and the 2 siblings teamed up, making Shen Zhao's face grow darker. Tang Nian lowered her head, nearly laughing out loud. These 2 kids were so entertaining. Is little Tang eating? Deputy Commander Shen is here too. A sister-in-law called from the gate, holding a basket with a big, bright yellow pumpkin inside. The 3 children's eyes lit up at the sight of the pumpkin, and they quickly focused on their food. Tang Nian glanced at them and stepped outside. Did my kids cause trouble again? Tang Nian guessed it might be the 3 little rascals who had messed with the pumpkin her sister-in-law had grown. Not long ago, the 3 kids had become fascinated with slingshots and had been causing chaos with the neighborhood children, breaking many windows and costing her quite a bit of money. Kids can be a bit mischievous, but I just wanted to let you know not to let Xiao Yang and the others use the pumpkin as a toilet. I'm planning to eat pumpkin tonight, and it would be quite unpleasant to find that. Sister-in-law brought over the basket, and Tang Nian saw that the pumpkin was cut in half and smelled terrible, making her clench her teeth in anger. How could those kids do something so mean? I'll deal with them later.
Don't be mad, Xiao Tang.
I just wanted to mention it. Please don't hit the kids. They all like to play around. The pumpkin isn't worth much. I'll wash it and cut it up for the chickens. Just please don't hit the kids. Sister-in-law noticed Tang Nian's rising anger and quickly spoke kindly. The kids in the military compound are tough, and their mischief often surprises the adults, but even all the kids in the family area together can't compare to the mischief of the 3 children from Deputy Commander Shin's family. Sister-in-law found out that the idea to use the pumpkin came from Xin Qi, and the mess was made by Xin Liang, while Shun Yan picked the prettiest pumpkin, with the other kids cheering them on, including her own little rascal. She gave her little one a good talking to, and he confessed everything. I won't hit the kids. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. I'll buy the pumpkin. Tang Nian pulled out some money from her pocket, casually picking a 10 yuan bill to hand over. What do I need money for? The pumpkins we grow ourselves aren't worth much. I just wanted to let you know. Of course, sister-in-law refused the money and left with the basket. Tang Nian returned home with a serious face. If the kids had just damaged the pumpkin, she wouldn't have been this upset, but their idea was so disgusting that it would leave her with a bad memory of eating pumpkin in the future. What made her even angrier was that her youngest son was so clever, his previous good behavior was just an act. This little rascal was quite the actor, and even she had been fooled. After entering the house, Tang Nian sat down as if nothing had happened and said nothing. Her grandmother used to say that eating is the most important thing in life. Even the most serious situations shouldn't interrupt a meal, so the Tang family never scolded their kids at the dinner table. Once the three little rascals finished eating, she would take action. "Xiao Tang, are you home? Here comes another visitor." This time it's Captain Su and his wife, carrying a black and white television, followed by a sad-looking boy, their son, who is a year older than Shen Liang. Under the guidance of her stepmother, Xiang Hua, Su Panner has changed a lot and seems like a different person. However, she didn't do well in school and didn't get into college last year, so she became a tank soldier in the Northwest Military Region and has been performing quite well. She has a great relationship with her stepmother, and those who don't know them would think they are biological mother and daughter. "Deputy Commander Shen is here, so I have nothing to discuss," Captain Su said awkwardly upon seeing Shen Xiao, feeling a bit intimidated. Xiang Hua tugged at his sleeve and whispered, "I told you not to come, but you insisted. Let's hurry back." Since having a son, Xiang Hua has gained more authority at home and has taken control of the family finances, sending only 5 yuan a month to support Captain Su's parents. Captain Su's brothers had caused trouble before, but Xiang Hua sent them away, arguing that since she has her own son, why should she support anyone else's? "Leader Shen, we're just passing by," Xiang Hua insisted, pulling her husband to leave. The broken television wasn't entirely the fault of their son. The main responsibility lay with their own child. Although they lost a lot of money, it wasn't worth ruining their relationship over it. Captain Su felt heartbroken. A television costs several hundred yuan. He didn't have the courage to ask Shen Xiao for money. He thought Shen Xiao wouldn't be home, but to his surprise, the stern man was there. "Just passing by, haha. What a coincidence," he said awkwardly, smiling as he turned to leave, giving his son a hard slap on the back of the head. He was furious that his child had damaged something valuable at home. "The television is broken?" Shen Xiao asked. Tang Nian also came out bringing her 3 children with her. Shen Liang and the others looked at the television with guilt in their eyes and shot a glare at Su Wenbin, suspecting he was the one who caused the trouble. Su Wenbin looked distressed, his eyes red. He felt wronged. His father wanted to watch the news, and how could he stop him? His father's slap hurt more than thunder, and he couldn't endure it. He had only spoken the truth, so why was he being called a traitor? The 4 children didn't speak, but they understood each other through their looks. Shen Liang and Shen Yan glared. Traitors always have many excuses. "There's nothing serious. It's all my son Wenbin's fault for breaking the TV. We're just going to fix it," Xiang Hua explained with a smile. Old Su wanted to watch the news, but when he turned on the TV, the screen didn't respond for a long time, and then smoke started coming out, along with a burnt smell. The TV broke, and old Su scolded his son. When he learned about the Shun triplets, he got so angry that he rushed over with the broken TV, and she couldn't stop him. Tang Nian had already taken out her tools and opened the TV. A burnt smell filled the air, and she noticed several key parts were misaligned, which caused the short circuit. "Who took apart the TV?" Tang Nian asked her 3 children. Su Wenbin was too timid to do it. "I did it." Shen Liang took all the blame. "I did it too." Shen Yan raised her head bravely. She didn't want to be a coward. "Mom, if you punish my brother and sister, will you not punish me?" Shen Qi asked quietly, afraid of getting hurt. Tang Nian couldn't help but laugh. The youngest always pretended. She had fallen for it before, but she wouldn't be fooled again. "Why did you take apart someone else's TV?" Shen Xiao asked. "It's too expensive to break our own. Ours is a color TV, very costly, while the Su family's is only 11 inches and cheap," Shen Liang reasoned. Captain Su found it amusing. So, because their TV was cheap, it deserved to be broken? Wenbin said their TV was cheap, so breaking it was a good excuse to get a new one, Shen Yan added. Captain Su glared at his son. After being smart all his life, he ended up raising a wasteful child. Su Wenbin shrank his neck and looked down, pretending to be dead. Shen Qi also pretended to be dead. He knew that in situations like this, silence was best. The more he spoke, the harder he would get punished. It can be fixed and will work fine. It's all my son Wenbin's fault, Hitawa said with a smile. Tang Nian went back inside and brought out an old black and white TV, a 14-inch model that was still in good condition. This one is a bit beyond repair, so take this one home to use. Tang Nian handed the burned television to Captain Su, realizing it was better to just replace it. Captain Su and his wife felt embarrassed to accept it. Their TV was 11 inches, while this one was 14 inches and newer, which felt unfair. Take it back, Shen Xiao spoke up. The couple didn't dare to argue and left with the TV, followed by Su and Bin, who kept looking back, hoping Uncle Shen would help him. Shen Xiao ignored him. He had 3 kids to deal with. He took the 3 children inside, and Tang Nian brought out a thin bamboo stick. Why did you take apart the TV? I wanted to see if there were little people inside, Shen Liang replied. Actually, it was Shen Qi's idea that there might be little people in the TV, which made them curious, leading them to take apart Su's TV. Shen Qi looked gratefully at his older brother. He loved him the most. Tang Nian gave the 3 kids a few swats on their backsides, and then asked why they had done such a thing with a pumpkin. When the pumpkin is cooked, it looks like something else, and you can't tell them apart. Shen Qi explained his reasoning. He disliked eating pumpkin, especially when it was mushy, so he thought it would be funny to see if adults could tell the difference. Whenever he had a silly idea, his siblings always supported him and did everything without him needing to lift a finger. Tang Nian was both amused and confused by what children think about. She tried to maintain a serious face and gave the kids a few more swats, while Shen Liang and Shen Yan pouted in silence. Shen Qi cried, looking pitifully at his parents, and his sad eyes made Tang Nian hesitate to continue.
Please.
Don't hit anymore. Bai Sui came over, standing in front of the 3 kids. A few swats were fine, but it shouldn't go on forever. She wasn't a stepmother. Fu Bao took the bamboo stick from Tang Nian, treating the 3 children like their own, and wouldn't let anyone bully them. Tang Nian decided to ease up. The kids hadn't done anything too terrible, so a few swats would suffice. Shen Xiao punished the 3 children by making them stand in the yard. They had to stand for 2 hours to finish, and they would have to do this every day for a month. Shen Liang and Shen Yan stood silently, even though their eyes were filled with tears from the pain. Shen Qi kept crying, looking so pitiful that Aunt Zhang felt sad and cried too, but she didn't dare to stop them. Aunt Zhang thought for a while and ran to the neighbor Zhao Chunmei's house to call Grandma Tang. Aunt, could you take Liang, Yan, and Qi to stay with you for a few days? They got into trouble and have to be punished for a month. They're so small. How can they handle this punishment? Aunt Zhang exaggerated the children's situation, making Grandma Tang very worried. She wanted to rush over and rescue her precious great-grandchildren. That naughty girl is getting worse. When she was little, she did many bad things, and I only spanked her a few times. But now, it's harsher than a stepmother. I'll come over tomorrow. Aunt, please hurry. I want to help the kids feel better. Poor Qi is still crying, and it breaks my heart. Aunt Zhang wiped her eyes, not daring to say that Tang Nian and Shen Xiao were wrong. She just felt sorry for the children. I'll come over tomorrow morning. Grandma Tang's heart ached. She felt especially sorry for Shen Qi, who had always been a bit weaker and very understanding. How could anyone be so harsh with such a good child? The next day, while Tang Nian was still sleeping, she heard her grandmother's loud voice. Great-grandma, my arm hurts. Please rub it.
Shenki whined.
Grandma Tang called her sweet grandchild repeatedly. The 3 children didn't have time to feel sorry for themselves, but in front of the kids, she said, "Don't ever mess in the pumpkin again. We eat pumpkins. Wasting food will make the thunder god angry, and he might strike you with lightning. Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand." The 3 children replied in unison, still feeling the pain, and they promised not to do it again. And don't take apart the TV. It's worth hundreds of dollars, and it would be a shame to break it. We can't waste money. We won't take it apart. The 3 children promised eagerly. They had already taken it apart and satisfied their curiosity, so they wouldn't do it again. Tang Nian knew right away that Aunt Zhang had called to complain. Early in the morning, Shen Xiao left home and wouldn't return for a month. After lunch, Grandma Tang wanted to take the 3 kids with her, and her reasons sounded very nice. You're usually very busy, so take a few days to rest. I'll take the kids home and bring them back before school starts. Tang Nian was indeed tempted. Even though she didn't handle things at home, she still worried about the 3 kids. With her grandmother helping, she could sleep in and rest. They will be punished when they come back. Tang Nian agreed, but insisted on 2 hours of practice each day. After returning from Tang village, Shen Xiao would be back, so she wouldn't have to worry. The joy on the 3 kids' faces briefly faded, but they quickly cheered up again. They decided to enjoy their time at great-grandma's house for now, and they could deal with future matters later. In the afternoon, Tang Nian drove them back to Tang village, along with Bai Sui and Fu Bao, who would stay there. She planned to spend one night in Tang village and return the next morning. Tang village had changed a lot. Almost every household had built 2-story houses. The village had new cement roads, public restrooms, and a park. They even built a primary school where all the village children could attend for free. The Tang family also built a new 3-story house with front and backyards. They originally planned a garden, but Grandma Tang strongly opposed it, saying that country people shouldn't do that. Instead, she planted vegetables and set up chicken and duck pens, and everyone went along with her wishes. As soon as Tang Nian returned, the villagers brought gifts, mostly their own farm products like eggs, vegetables, and various dried goods. They appreciated Tang Nian, knowing that without her, they wouldn't have such a good life now. So, every time she came back, they would visit with gifts. Isn't Nian about 28 now? She still looks like a young girl. The woman speaking wasn't flattering. Tang Nian truly looked young. People would believe she was 18, as she didn't seem like a mother of 3. Nian has always been beautiful, just like Yan, made from the same mold. Xiao Liang and his dad are also alike. Xiao Qi looks like both Xin Xiao and Nian. All 3 kids are good-looking. The villagers praised the 3 kids endlessly for their looks and manners. They were very charming. Don't praise them too much. They can be quite mischievous. Their dad has to punish them when they misbehave. Old Lady Tang recounted all the mischievous things the 3 children had done, and the villagers laughed heartily, saying, "This is just like Nian girl." Nian, the one mentioned, protested loudly. "I wasn't that naughty when I was young." She was very well behaved as a child, and the old man praised her every day. "Really? Anne, do you remember when Nian girl was 5 or 6? She used to come to my house every day and steal freshly laid eggs from the chicken coop. The chickens had just laid them, and she was so quick that she would grab the eggs and eat them, doing this for half a month. How could I forget? She cost you 15 eggs. Old Lady Tang snorted. She had only intended to pay for 10 eggs because she remembered that the hens didn't lay eggs every day. But the old man insisted on 15 so that the other family wouldn't lose out. She felt bad about it for a month. How could she forget? Nian's expression changed. Why didn't she remember this? Besides, freshly laid eggs were so dirty. How could she have eaten them? And then there was the time our dog had puppies, and Nian girl actually tried to steal milk from them, almost getting bitten by the mother dog. She was only 4 or 5 then. My husband once said a few words about Nian girl. She's quite petty. She secretly threw fish guts into my husband's tea jar, making him very unhappy. There was also that fight between Zhang Shurgan's wife and Aunt Air, and Nian girl painted the big door with eel blood. In the middle of the night, bats flew into it, scaring Zhang Shurgan's family so much that they thought they were haunted. It was even investigated by Uncle Qing Shan. Everyone eagerly shared stories of Nian's childhood mischief, but she had no memory of them and suspected they were slandering her. However, she did remember the bat blood incident, so she loudly refuted, "That was my uncle and 3rd brother who did that. It had nothing to do with me." She also suspected that the mischief mentioned might have been done by Tang Mantong and Tang Jianshu, who were not good people since childhood, and likely used her name to get away with many bad deeds. You were involved too. None of you 3 are innocent. Old Lady Tang glared at her. The old man had already found out that the eel was caught by Mantong and Jianshu, and the three of them had gone to paint the blood on Zhang's door at night. Mantong even ran under Zhang's window at midnight, trying to imitate an owl. The old lady suspected that Zhang Shurgan's frequent bathroom issues were caused by these three troublemakers scaring him. Tang Nian shrank her neck, feeling a bit sulky. She respected the elderly and didn't want to argue with the old lady. Since she couldn't win the argument, Tang Nian turned her head to look at the scenery outside and caught the sparkling eyes of her three little ones. Shen Liang, Shen Yan, and Shen Qi had bright eyes, looking at her as if they had discovered something amazing. They realized that their mom had also misbehaved when she was young. What they were more curious about was whether their great-grandfather had spanked their mom or made her stand as punishment. "Mom, did great-grandpa punish you?" Shen Qi asked cutely. "Yes, he did." Tang Nian avoided her son's gaze, answering loudly. In truth, the old man never punished her. Whenever she did something wrong, it was always Grandma Tang who gave her a few light taps, while the old man watched with a smile, waiting for Grandma to finish before explaining things to her. Grandma Tang looked over, her eyes sharp and knowing, but she didn't expose her granddaughter. She wanted to give this girl some face in front of the children. The reason she brought up those past events was to make her reflect. The girl had done many naughty things when she was young, and she and the old man hadn't punished her too harshly, so why should they be strict with their great-grandchildren now? That evening, Tang Nian entered the space and met Shen Xiao. Since having 3 children, the space had expanded, just as she had imagined, with more resources like coal, oil, and natural gas. The two rode horses to explore the space. The coal mountain was vast, the oil fields stretched endlessly, and there was plenty of natural gas. Tang Nian recently had a vague guess. Perhaps she would return to the apocalypse with Shen Xiao. The current space was almost like a miniature Earth, with farms, forests, grasslands, lakes, oceans, mountains, and various mineral resources. The Earth in the apocalypse was severely damaged, making it hard for humans to survive, even facing extinction. Could this space be a way for the heavens to save humanity? What are you thinking about? Shen Xiao sensed that his wife was troubled and couldn't help but ask. Do you know about the apocalypse? When resources run out and the environment worsens, the Earth will be very angry. It will unleash a crisis, wiping out humanity. Perhaps one day humans will go extinct like the dinosaurs. Tang Nian thought about the apocalyptic world she had experienced in her past life. Every day was dark, and humans revealed their worst traits to survive. In the end times, people had to fight against zombies and mutated plants and animals, while also being wary of each other. Living became the most extravagant wish. If that day ever comes, our space can save many people. Shen Xiao had not experienced the apocalypse, but he felt Tang Nian's sadness. He always knew she had a secret, and perhaps this was it. He wanted to say that if the apocalypse really came, he would protect Nian and the 3 children, ensuring they would not be harmed. We should stock up on supplies, just in case we really face the apocalypse one day. Tang Nian said this half-jokingly, and Shen Xiao held her tightly, assuring her, if that day comes, I will protect you and the kids. Don't be afraid. I'm not afraid. I will protect you, and the kids too. Tang Nian was indeed not afraid. She had already faced the apocalypse. After discussing with Shen Xiao, she felt much more at ease. A month later, Shen Xiao returned, and the 3 children had nearly gone wild playing in Tang village. Reluctantly, they returned home to continue their unfinished standing punishment. Time flew by, and the children grew up. Tang Nian and Shen Xiao also aged. At the age of 45, Shen Xiao was awarded the title of general. Tang Nian often accompanied him to important national events, and the people of Tang village felt proud to see them on television. Shen Liang and Shen Yan both entered military academies and joined the army after graduation. Although they were not as outstanding as their father, they excelled compared to their peers. Shen Liang served in the army, while Shen Yan became an excellent pilot. Shen Qi also attended military school, studying military strategy, a very profound subject. After earning his doctorate, Shun Qi joined the Ministry of Defense and often traveled abroad. The three siblings shone in their respective fields, writing their own heroic tales. In this life, Tang Nian and Shin Shao lived long lives, becoming centenarians. They passed away on the same day, hand in hand, lying peacefully in their chairs with smiles on their faces. Shun Liang, Shun Yan, and Shin Qi also grew old. They brought their children and grandchildren to the national mourning ceremony held for their parents. Shin Shao and Tang Nian's contributions to the country truly deserved this honor. Mom and Dad, I hope in the next life, we are still a family. Before the burial, Shun Liang, Shun Yan, and Shin Qi all knelt down and made wishes for the next life, hoping to be the children of their parents again. The end.